Ryan is out. A serious voice sounded on the naval headquarters training ground, and Ryan, as the protagonist, was stunned. It wasn't until a dark shadow enveloped him that Ryan realized that something was wrong. "Ryan, did you run a small run during training again?" Zephyr, dressed in General Marine's clothes, looked at the Marine soldier in front of him with a serious face, and the wound on his arm began to aching. A year ago, he not only lost his arm, but also the lives of his students. The reason for this was because he was too kind and too indulgent of the students. If he had been strict with the students at the time, maybe the students would be able to escape, instead of just surviving and in bins. So, in order to make up for your own fault, in order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, he must train the students more rigorously. And the student in front of him actually took a short run during training, which may plant a fatal hidden danger in the future. Ryan is finished, and he dared to distract himself during the training of Zephyr instructor. Now he can feel it. The silent voices of other soldiers came from the standing Marine soldiers. Originally, Zephyr instructor was extremely severe during training. Ryan was probably punished even more severely when he was distracted. Ryan was even more depressed when he heard the words of his companion behind him. "I just slept at home. Why did I come to the pirate world in a blink of an eye, and also appeared in places like naval headquarters? The most terrible thing is myself, actually in training. And this kind of training is not ordinary military training, but the kind of training that you may have to face the pirates after you finish the training. But this is not important. What is important is that he was in a daze while receiving the original memory of this body, and he was caught. From the memory of the original owner, he knew that Zephyr's training has become more rigorous since he broke an arm, and he happened to hit the muzzle at this moment, and one can imagine how severe he would be punished later." "Don't speak? Then I'll take you to admit it." Zephyr looked at Ryan with his head down and said, "Run 10 laps along the training ground, and when will you finish running? Don't think about being lazy. If you let me find out, you will run 20 laps for me." When Ryan heard this, his face suddenly became bitter. He knew that he must not explain anything. Once he explained it, it was likely that the time would immediately become 20 laps. "Yes, instructor." Ryan nodded Kaido, then turned around and started running along the training ground. As Naval Headquarters Marineford's training ground, the area here is not so big, and Zephyr asked him to run 10 laps. It was to let him run along the outermost track of the training ground. This runway of at least 10 kilometers can make him run stupidly. "What are you doing? It looks pretty, isn't it? Would you like to go running with you?" Just as the standing soldiers turned to look at Ryan's leaving back, Zephyr's voice rang again. In an instant, all the soldiers turned their heads and stared straight ahead. "Run with Ryan? Wouldn't it mean that both legs are not their own after running?" "They are not going to run. Stand at attention," Zephyr shouted. The soldiers straightened up their chests and looked straight ahead, looking straight like a flagpole. "Why is it always me who is unlucky?" Ryan complained as he ran. Sure enough, this year he was in bad luck. The blind man at the bridge was right. He would have heard the other party give 100 yuan for sesame oil. Maybe he won't appear in this ghost place anymore. I think he has a house and a field at home, and his life is endless. Dad also plans to give him a beautiful wife during the Chinese New Year. As a result, I woke up with nothing. Not only did he become a soldier, but he also became a soldier in the pirate world. What is the concept of a soldier and a pirate? It's a group of cannon fodder. Even powerful people such as colonels are regarded as units of measurement. Having inexplicably crossed to such a dangerous place, Ryan felt that his name was worrying. "I just hope that the insects and fruits I eat, the ant species, can be a little bit stronger." To tell the truth, the original owner ate a devil fruit, and Ryan was still very happy. After all, Zoan devil fruit is not as buggy as Logia and Paramecia, but it is the fastest fruit to increase strength. Once eaten, you can immediately gain the tenacious vitality and resilience that will be defeated many times but will still stand up. So even if he was penalized to run the entire training ground for 10 laps, it was a bit tired for him. There will be no other problems. If it were replaced by other soldiers, it would be impossible to get up the next day. Looking at the soldiers being trained, Ryan felt that he was still lucky. At least I have eaten a devil fruit to have a chance to become stronger, and these soldiers being trained are still ordinary people. Maybe it's cold right after being shot. The sun kept changing positions on the training ground, and when Ryan had finished 10 laps like fished out of water, the sky was almost dark. "Report to instructor, I have run 10 laps. Ryan reported with flushed face and panting. "Yeah." Zephyr nodded when he heard the words, and did not go to see Ryan, but said directly, "You go to the side to take a rest, wait a moment and prepare to do 500 push UPS, 500 leapfrogs, and 500 pull UPS. Up." What? Ryan, who just thought he could return to the queue, was stunned. Isn't his punishment just running 10 laps? How could there be more? Instructor is not bullying honest people, right? What's wrong? You have a problem. Zephyr turned his head and asked. No. Ryan shook his head stutteringly. He definitely didn't say that because of his heart. It's because he is a good soldier who obeys orders. That's right. The teacher seems to be very optimistic about which Ryan, in the corner of the training ground, and, wearing a blue cloak, spoke out. It should be the reason why he is Zoan Demon Fruit Power. Bins dressed as a ninja glanced at Ryan and said that the other party is Demon Fruit Power. It is no secret at Naval Headquarters. How could the teacher embarrass a recruit specifically? This is all to help the other party squeeze out the potential of Devil Fruit. After all, Zoan Demon Fruit Power is not as difficult to develop as Paramecia and Logia. As long as they undergo rigorous training, they can quickly improve their strength. 1, 2, 3. Ryan leaned over, propped his hands on the ground. It is constantly UPS and downs. He doesn't understand why the Marines are also useful for training soldiers in Pirate World. Is push UPS the basis for training soldiers? Fortunately, he is now a capable person who has eaten devil fruit. Otherwise, he can't do 20 with his original body, and it is estimated that he will have to fall to the ground and can't get up. But even in this way, the next task is still very heavy. I had known that he shouldn't have deserted. I didn't expect that the consequences of deserting would be so serious. It's pathetic. After seeing the miserable situation of Ryan, the standing soldiers couldn't help thinking in their hearts at the same time. Then I trained more seriously, lest I follow the other side's footsteps. After all, the other side is Demon Fruit Power, they are not. It is estimated that after this set of training, they will not be able to climb up tomorrow morning. Well, today's training ends here. Come and assemble when you hear the whistle tomorrow morning, Zephyr said to the soldiers looking at the sky when the distant view was gradually indistinguishable. Yes, instructor. When the soldiers heard Kaido loudly, they couldn't help but feel happy. After a hard day, they can finally relax. Well, it's all gone. Zephyr waved his hand, and the soldiers leaped away. Only Ryan is still holding on to the single shot. At this time, he wanted to return to the dormitory and eat like everyone else, but he knew that it was impossible to go before he was finished. After all, he was standing in front of him now and 2 people were counting on him. Hurry up and do it, you still have 40 unfinished. If it's fast, maybe you can eat leftovers at that time, otherwise you will be hungry at night. Bin said, relying on a single shot. Yes, you need to know it's 7 o'clock. The cafeteria is about to prepare to wash the dishes. And nodded and said. Devil Ryan just wanted to say that the 2 guys in front of him were really demons. He knew that he was already very hungry after a lot of training, so he still said such things. Didn't it make him hungry? Marine wouldn't be so cruel, let him be hungry all night and get up for training tomorrow morning, then he probably won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Even if he becomes a capable person, he needs to eat. After all, strength is not born out of thin air. You 2 stared at him when he finished. I'm going to eat first. Zephyr, who had disbanded the team, walked to Ain and Bins and said, Is teacher. The 2 nodded when they heard the words and watched Zephyr leave. When Ryan saw him, his face became even more bitter. Originally, if Zephyr didn't say anything, he might still have a chance to fool around, but now the other party came here to tell him. He basically didn't want to be fooled. Bins and in front of him would definitely stare at him one by one to finish. Hurry up, don't let us wait for a long time, otherwise we can't guarantee what we will do when we are hungry. Bins suddenly turned his head and smiled at Ryan. These words immediately made Ryan shiver, and immediately did pull UPS vigorously. He vowed that if one day his position in Marine is higher than that of the opponent, he will retaliate severely. He was just a Marine soldier who had just joined for a short time. It was too damn it to threaten him like this. 40 pull UPS are not many, and under Ryan's efforts, it quickly ended. Of course, this is not the time for him to rest. He has to go to the cafeteria to grab food. If there is no food in his stomach, his body will soon be unable to support, especially today he still has such a large amount of training. This guy runs very fast. It seems that he is not as thin as his appearance. Bin said as he looked at Ryan's leading back. Zoan Demon Fruit Power, where can be thinner and thinner. You really underestimate his potential. And laughed. That's true. Bins nodded and said, let's go to the cafeteria too, otherwise we will be hungry. Yeah, and heard Kaido. The 2 of them took their steps to the cafeteria. Auntie, bring me 2, no, give me food for 3. After running all the way to the cafeteria, Ryan immediately rushed to the food window and said to the auntie. He is so hungry, every cell in his body is exuding hunger. If he had a roast cow in front of him now, he would not hesitate to eat the whole roast cow, leaving only the bones. Amount for 3 people. The auntie, the rice cooker, took a rice spoon and looked at Ryan and said, It's really no problem for you to eat so little? I think the other soldiers eat the amount for 4 people. Then give me the amount of 5 people. Ryan said. Normally trained soldiers have eaten the amount of 4 people, so he has doubled the training today, and he eats the amount of 5 people. Okay. The aunt said happily, young people should eat more, so that they have the strength to train. With that, he slapped a full portion of food and handed it to Ryan. After Ryan took it, he suddenly realized that the weight of the meal was not small, at least 4 or 5 caddies. But this is exactly what he needs now. He is so hungry now, he just wants to eat more food. Did you eat so much food? Be careful to waste it. I will punish you after being found by the instructor. After Ryan sat down with a pan full of food, he was immediately spotted by other soldiers. For Ryan, the companion who was severely punished today, they are now impressed. Don't say it is so much food, even if it is another serving of so much food, I can still eat it. Ryan said with no anger, you don't know how hungry I am now. If you do it like me with so much training, I guess you will have more food than me now. That's true. The soldiers nodded and said, but you are too unlucky today. Why do you want to be distracted? If you don't make a mistake, then there will be nothing. I don't want to either. Ryan spit out bitterly at this point, I don't know what's wrong, I suddenly lost my mind. This is beyond my control. And by coincidence, I was caught righteously. Who do you think I am going to talk to make sense? That's true. The soldiers agreed. After all, no one will eat and be distracted. Let the instructor catch them and punish them. It seems that the other party is indeed unlucky enough. Which one of you will help me get another food? I feel that I am still not full after eating this one. Ryan feasted on the food in front of him, but his body still felt hunger. No, you can really eat it. The soldiers who heard this should not be surprised. Nonsense, do you think my training volume today is fake? Ryan said in a bad mood. All right. Let's go and help you prepare a meal, because you are so unlucky today, the soldier said, and went to help him prepare a meal. Ryan nodded in satisfaction when he saw this, even if they talked about loyalty. Didn't really see him doing nothing after being punished. Hurry up and eat, I just saw assistants and bins also come. We have to leave right away, otherwise, if the other party pays attention, we are afraid that tomorrow will end like you. After the soldier who had returned from helping Ryan put the meal down, he ran away with the other soldiers. Ryan couldn't help but shook his head when he saw him. Didn't he just ran into them at dinner? What's so scary about, really, a bunch of cowards? With that said, Ryan continued to feast on. It wasn't until the last grain of rice was eaten that Ryan walked out of the cafeteria slowly with a big belly. Now he just feels that his stomach is well supported. You have to go back to sleep and digest well, so that you will have the strength to continue training tomorrow. This training is no better than his previous freshman military training. This is a military training that will exhaust people. Today is another terrible day. I have to work hard to survive. Ryan stood in front of the mirror and looked at his handsome face and said, today is another brand new day, and I hope nothing happens to Zephyr. He just wanted to finish the training honestly and then be dispatched to other places, but he didn't want to be too prominent here. Okay, don't talk to yourself anymore. If you don't go to breakfast anymore, you will have nothing to eat after the instructor blows the whistle. The companion walking by patted Lane and said. Ryan immediately took the hat and went out with everyone. Now he is in great need of energy replenishment, so he can't skip meals. After the canteen filled his stomach, the whistle sounded quickly. In an instant, everyone ran towards the training ground. Are everyone here? Let's take a look at each other and see who hasn't come yet. Zephyr watched as he gathered quickly, and said the soldiers standing in the queue. Everyone looked around after hearing the words, and then neatly Kaido, report to the instructor, everyone is here. Very good. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. From today, you will have actual combat drills, and now Ryan will come out as your opponent. You try your best to knock him down. You can't be merciful just because they are companions. You have to imagine him as a vicious pirate. I have an enmity with you, right? Zephyr instructor, I thought I didn't offend you. Ryan, who was named by his name, stood up reluctantly. He couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Where did you provoke each other? Since he was targeted by the other party, if he is handsome, please let him accept legal sanctions instead of letting him be tortured by the other party. Report Zephyr instructor, Ryan is demon fruit power. If he uses his abilities, we are not his opponents. Just when Ryan scratched his head and couldn't understand it, someone in the team spoke. Then he doesn't need to use abilities. Zephyr heard the words and said to Ryan, when you practice combat with them, you are not allowed to use fruit abilities, only your own power. What? Ryan almost squirted out old blood when he heard the words. If it wasn't for Zephyr that he couldn't beat him. He wanted to kick the other person's forehead right now and ask if the other person's brain is not sick. As devil fruit, he is capable of not letting him use the power of the fruit. Isn't it clear that he will be beaten? The other party definitely has hatred with him, although he doesn't know where he has offended him, but the other party always wants to look at him, and he definitely has hatred with him. But in my own world, my parents are not pirates, and I haven't done anything. Why did the other party target him like this? Ryan has agreed not to use abilities. Who of you will come out to practice with him? Zephyr saw that Ryan hadn't made a sound, and said directly to the people who were standing. I'm coming, the somewhat sturdy soldier said, walking out of the crowd. Ryan didn't get angry when he saw him. Pit, you guy with big eyebrows and big eyes, I always thought you were a good person. I didn't expect you to be the first person to stand up and want to beat me. I can't blame me. Pete explained. Anyway, you have to be challenged by others. If you are challenged by me, I can still act lightly. After all, based on the friendship between the two of us, can I make a big deal? I think it's possible that you guy is so impatient to stand up. I have seen you through, Ryan said seriously. Well, you two don't talk anymore and get ready to start. Zephyr interrupted immediately when he saw the two of them still wanting to continue. Ryan and Pete immediately stared at each other when they heard this, and neither of them had any intention of making a move first. Aren't you going to challenge me? Come here and stand there and do it, Ryan said while looking at Pete. I won't rush forward rashly. Even if you don't use the fruit power, your body will become very strong. What if you sneak over and take advantage of me to attack? Pete said with good reason, and Ryan had to admire what the other party said was justified and well-founded. However, he did not intend to attack the other party. He intends to follow the rushing force of the opponent to give him a shoulder throw. After all, he has become much stronger after eating the ant fruit. Since you can't come, then I'll pass, Ryan said in a rush. Come here, Ryan said, arching, ready to give Ryan a shoulder throw. Ryan no longer hesitated when he saw it, and ran directly towards Pete. Pete saw and stared at Ryan's leg. As long as he grabbed Ryan's leg and gave Ryan a shoulder throw, the battle was over. However, the expected scene of running directly did not happen. When Ryan ran to a place 3 meters away from Pete, he immediately fell down with his feet together and attacked Pete's standing gap. Before Pete could react, he was shoveled directly onto the ground by Ryan. How about? I'm a great trick. You dare to separate your legs so much. Fortunately, I am aiming at your 2 feet. Otherwise, you will be in trouble at the point above. Ryan got up from the ground and laughed. What's your trick called? Asked Pete, who had only recovered from lying on the ground for a long time. This trick is called a sliding shovel, Ryan said proudly. According to legend, once a sliding shovel is used, no one can resist the power of this trick. In his remote hometown, people often like to use this trick to feed the tigers. Sliding shovel? It's really amazing. Pete got up from the ground and said, I just lost to you because of carelessness, but this time it won't. You have to be careful. Of course, I have always been careful. If you have any abilities, use it quickly, Ryan warned. Then you can look forward to it. Pete shouted loudly, rushing towards Ryan directly. When Ryan saw this, he separated his steps, 1 step forward and 1 step backward, grabbing the fist that Pete had hit, and flicking it directly. Pete flew out again and slid a distance on the ground. What's your trick? Pete, who got up from the ground, asked in confusion. This is called receiving the hair, catching your fist, defuse your attack, and then let you send out the strength you have exerted, Ryan said proudly. It turned out to be like this. Pete stood up and said, Go on, I don't believe you have any weird tricks. I won't be hit again this time. Then look at their respective abilities, Ryan said. Good. Pie feature-headed. After speaking, the two immediately ran up and ran towards each other. When the two sides approached, you grabbed my collar and I grabbed your belt. Both wanted to throw each other down. What are you two guys doing? Do the kids play? Binz yelled when he saw this scene. This is a combat drill, not a kids fight. This is how they grabbed each other to fight? The pirates would not treat them so kindly. Report to the teaching assistant, we will only fight like this. Yes, teaching assistant. Ryan and Pete separated immediately after hearing this and reported. They fight like this. Without any training, how do they know how to fight? After coming to the training camp, instructor did not teach them how to fight. Well, you two step back. Zephyr looked at Ryan and Pete and said to the other soldiers, if you have not been trained, you must have fought in the same way as the two of them, but what I want to tell you is that the pirates have weapons in their hands. It's impossible for them to give you a chance to fight in person, even if they do. At your level, they are definitely not their opponents. Ion Binz, you two will show them what a real battle is teacher. And Binz nodded Kaido when he heard the words, and then the two fought against each other. Ready to start. Zephyr spoke out. Is teacher. Hearing this, Binz moved at the same time, and the long knives in his hands were quickly intertwined. The two constantly attacked each other, but resisted each other's attacks. Dang 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 dang, the silver-white blade reflected white light Madara under the reaction of the sunlight, and the two wielded their long swords as dazzling as falling snowflakes. Standing Ryan and the others gradually grew their mouths when they saw this scene. Is this fighting? It's so cool, can they achieve this too? Okay, you two can stop. Zephyr said to Binz and with shocked expressions when seeing Ryan and others, that the goal has been achieved and there is no need to continue. Only by letting them realize what fighting is, will they really study seriously. Is teacher. Binz immediately stopped the attack when he heard the words and stood back behind Zephyr. From today, in addition to your daily training, you will also learn swordsmanship and firearms. This will be good for your future battles. Zephyr looked at Ryan and others and said, "Next and Bins will teach you how to practice swordsmanship. Ryan, you should go out and do yesterday's training once. Remember to do it once, including punishment." "What?" Ryan, who returned to the queue, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did he make a mistake? What mistake did he make? Why do you want to target him again? He also wants to be a great swordsman. Is it okay? Think about how handsome the other person is when he draws the sword. Unlucky. When the other soldiers heard this, they couldn't help but cast pitiful glances at Ryan. "Now you should go for a run," Zephyr reminded aloud. "Yes." Ryan gritted his teeth and nodded, and immediately stepped for a run. "Damn it, why are you always aiming at me? The ********D. Ryan screamed while running. Zephyr is really careful. Didn't he just make a mistake yesterday, but he actually wants to punish him today? How can he be careful to be so careful? Don't give him a chance to become a senior Marine, otherwise, he will have to pay back to the other party 10 times the crime he has suffered. Ryan had forgotten one thing, and that was that even if he was called Martial Marine, Zephyr could not kill him. Of course, Ryan, who was currently burning with anger, didn't think so much at all. Teacher, would this be too much for Ryan? And looked at the training ground. Ryan's lonely back said, "There is pressure to have motivation." Zephyr shook his head and said, he ate Zoan devil fruit. "It is not suitable for continuing to practice swordsmanship. This will cause him to be distracted. It is the right way for him to take physical skills, so that he can squeeze his maximum potential. But even if it is like this, you can explain it to him. Otherwise, he will definitely think that the teacher is targeting him." And continued. To be honest, let alone the specially taken care of Ryan, even a bystander like her felt that the teacher was a bit too targeted. This will definitely make Ryan complain. Targeted, don't need to explain to him. Sometimes anger is also a motivation. Zephyr didn't care. If you explain it clearly to Ryan, there will be no change in the result. If you can misunderstand the other party and generate motivation for cultivation, it is also a way. All right. Now that the teacher has said that, and is nothing more, the following days, it is still like this. Ryan seems to be targeted by Zephyr all the time. Not only has the usual training volume doubled, but the punishment has also doubled. Soon this matter spread throughout Marineford, and many soldiers were interested in guessing how Ryan had offended Zephyr instructor. On this day, in Marineford's marshal's office, Sengoku looked at Zephyr while sitting down and smiled. "I heard that you were targeting a little guy recently, and this matter has been going viral in the headquarters." "Yes, I was really targeting him." Zephyr nodded and said, without denying it, "That little guy is really lucky." Sengoku smiled. "There are not many soldiers who can be targeted by you. He will thank you very much in the future. Just don't resent me." "Thank you, you don't have to." Zephyr shook his head and said, "That little guy has great potential. I have increased the amount of training for him during this time, and he can still survive. It seems that the insect fruit ant species is not inferior to other devil fruit, but stronger than other fruits. This is for sure. Although ants seem to us to be weak and small, they are still very powerful when they are of the same size. Not only can they lift heavy objects far beyond their own body, but their hard bones can even more resist heavy attacks." Sengoku smiled. After hearing Zephyr's rumors against Ryan, he began to check Ryan's information. When it was discovered that Ryan was Zoan devil fruit, he understood why Zephyr was targeting Ryan so much. Zephyr wants to train Ryan so that this recruit can realize the true potential of devil fruit. Since this fruit is so powerful, it should be better to train him. Zephyr tapped the tabletop and said worriedly, "I am worried that when our generation of Marines gets old, there will be a situation where the younger generation will have insufficient combat power in this department, and the sea pirates are endless. I am really worried about Marines' future." Well, this is indeed the case now. Sengoku nodded and said, "Among the younger generation of Marines, I don't see anyone who stands out. We should indeed prepare for the future. In the current Marine, Smoker Hina and others are the ones who can really stand alone. There are few other Marine rookies in the same period. In recent years, no newcomers have grown up. It can be said that the previous generation is not as good as the next generation. If this continues, Marine will gradually decline. So if we have a good seed, we should try our best to cultivate him." Zephyr laughed after hearing it. "Yes, so do it whatever you want." Sengoku nodded. "Yeah." Zephyr nodded when he heard the words, got up and walked towards the door. "Do you want to take a break?" "Ryan?" Pete asked Ryan, who was punching a sandbag. "This poor guy has been targeted since the last time he lost his mind, and he can hardly stand it anymore. Recently, Zephyr instructor let the opponent run with a load. In this hot weather, just a few steps will make him sweat. He can imagine what kind of suffering the opponent has experienced recently. Take a break, I'm not convinced, I must surpass the Zephyr instructor." Ryan whispered. "What to rest?" "Rest? He has been targeted these days, and he is mad at thinking about it now. Rather than if his strength is too low, he must roll up his sleeves and give Zephyr a lesson. Why is it aimed at him alone? Where did he make the other party uncomfortable? Don't bring such bullies. Hidong for 30 years, Hexy for 30 years, they walked and watched. He didn't believe that his good time at the age of 15 would not be able to win against Zephyr, an old man. I think your dream is a bit difficult. Pete said earnestly, if you want me to say it, don't be too angry. Just bear with it for a while. When the recruit training is over, we will board the ship for apprenticeship. You don't need to be so angry, it won't be good if you break your body at that time. No, I can't just make people bully like this. Ryan gritted his teeth. The rabbit bites when he is anxious, not to mention that he is still a big living person. Zephyr can't bully him like this, an honest person. He originally wanted to be targeted and time passed quickly, but Zephyr was getting more and more excessive. If this goes on, he wonders if he can hold on to these soldiers' training period. Then what else can you do? Do you still want to really fight Zephyr, instructor? Pete said in a huff, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold a fist by then, so you will be carried to the infirmary. Ryan's face flushed when he heard these words. Where do you stay cool? Don't pour me cold water. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you listen to me like this? Pete looked at Ryan and left in a low voice. Hole. Hole. Ryan was scolded by hammering the sandbag hard, as Pete said. The anger in his heart is more vigorous, and he can only vent by hitting a big sandbag, otherwise he is really worried that he will be unable to control himself when he is targeted by Zephyr again. That little guy is going crazy. Isn't the teacher going too far? Binns looked at Ryan, who was madly hitting the sandbag, pitifully. The other party has only one miserable word to describe it recently, and he is the first time he has seen such a miserable guy trained by the teacher. This is beyond our control. And shrugged, and the teacher deliberately cultivated Ryan. Obviously it would not be so easy to give up. She had to treat both of them as if they hadn't seen anything. Assemble, all assembled. The crisp whistle sounded, and Zephyr's voice soon came. Ann and Bin stopped the discussion immediately after hearing them, and ran to assemble. Should you have learned a lot during this time? Yes, instructor. The soldiers heard Kaido. Very good. Zephyr looked at the standing soldiers and said, tomorrow there will be a warship escorting you to a desert island for field survival training. You can only bring a knife to the island. On the island you have to find a way to get food by yourself. I won't give you any food. At the same time, there are ferocious beasts on the island. You have to face it. This is a way to test your training results during this period. When you can't beat the beasts, you at least need to run past them. If you can't even deal with beasts, then it won't be any better to face the pirates in the sea. I will leave early tomorrow morning. Have you heard clearly? Listen clearly, instructor. The soldiers Kaido loudly. Very well, you can disband except Ryan. Zephyr started. Yes, instructor. The soldiers left after taking a look at the hapless Ryan. When they were almost separated, Zephyr said to Ryan, you continue to train and the two of them will look at you. If you can't finish it today, you will have nothing to do with the island tomorrow. I remind you that if you don't have a knife, you won't be able to set a fire on a deserted island, and you will lose the means of attack in the face of troublesome beasts. Yes, instructor. Ryan Kaido looked ugly. Let them go to a desert island to survive without giving him a knife. Isn't this killing him? The other party wanted to fix him to death. He wouldn't follow the other party's intentions in this way. The more the other party wanted to rectify him, the stronger he would have to survive. He will remember all these sufferings firmly, and will repay the other party twice in the future. Well, you should start training, Zephyr said lightly, and walked away. When Ryan saw this, he clenched his fists and started running around the training ground. What a poor little guy, the old man can't bear to look at it. Polo Solino turned his head around, looking like he couldn't bear to look directly. He heard that a little guy was killed by the teacher, but he didn't believe it, but he didn't expect it to be true. Poor Salino, what are you doing here? Zephyr looked at Polo Solino, who was hiding in the corner with a bad look. The other party has been using his abilities for so many years, and he hasn't listened to his teachings at all. Had it not been for this guy to graduate too early, he would now use the training method used on Ryan on Polo Solino. I'm just here to stroll around. Teacher. Polo Solino said, somewhat restrained. He looked exactly the same as the student after meeting the teacher. Then you finished shopping? Zephyr asked after hearing the words. Poor Salino nodded quickly when he heard the words, it's finished shopping, teacher. I'm going to leave now. He said that he planned to run away. Wait. Zephyr said, I think you seem to have neglected physical training recently. You have to remember that abilities are only foreign objects after all. Yes, I know, teacher. Polo Solino nodded quickly, feeling a little regretful, and ran to the training ground when he was full. Well, let's go. Seeing Polo Solino's appearance, Zephyr also knew that the other party would definitely not listen. I didn't bother to continue talking. Polo Solino was lazy, and was completely out of help. Okay. Polosolino couldn't help but happily heard the words, and disappeared in 3 or 2 steps. Ryan, you have to take care of me tomorrow. If I get attacked by a beast, you remember to save me. Inside the dormitory, Pete said to Ryan, I'll save you a fart, I'm so tired that I don't want to move now. I think I will get up tomorrow morning because of a sore back. Do you still want me to take care of you? Ryan said in a bad mood. As far as he is, he can still tell who will take care of whom. He suspected that Zephyr increased his training just to make him feel weak when he went to the island tomorrow. Maybe the other party intends to let the beasts on the island know his life. Hearing this, Pete smiled and said, You are demon fruit power. You will be well after a sleep. Remember to take care of me tomorrow. Let's talk about it. I'm so tired today, I'm not in the mood to continue talking to you, Ryan said, covering his head with the quilt. He has to rest early, otherwise he may not be able to get up tomorrow. If he gets up late tomorrow morning, maybe Zephyr will put him on his little shoes again. He wouldn't give the other party this opportunity. Okay. Pete nodded when he saw it, and went to sleep with the quilt. The training is really tiring, but compared to what happened to Ryan, he felt that he was still very comfortable. Early the next morning, the genius was bright. There was a loud whistle outside the dormitory building, and the lights in the dim dormitory building immediately turned on. Why are we leaving so early? Don't they even give us breakfast? The soldiers crouched down from the bed and spoke while wearing their clothes and pants. I guess it is. I knew I would have a good meal when I wake up earlier, Pai Jiao said, then turned to look at Ryan's bed and shouted, Ryan, don't you get up soon? Be careful, an instructor will punish you later. Stop calling, he left an hour ago, another soldier on the side said. Where did he go? Pete said curiously. It should be for breakfast. When I was asleep, I heard the upper bunk moving all the time. He was muttering and starving to death over there, the soldier said. Okay. Pete heard the words and said speechlessly, he lied to me last night that he would have a backache this morning, and it started earlier than us. Sure enough, this B************ D is lying to me. Later, let's follow him, this trip to the desert island will definitely be fine. Well, I think so too. The others in the dormitory also nodded. Although Ryan was miserably targeted by the instructor, the opponent has been alive and well until now, enough to prove how strong the opponent is. The soldiers outside the dormitory had already stood up at this time, and among them Ryan looked particularly dazzling, the other with a big belly, standing in front of everyone. And the most important thing is that the other person is gnawing while holding a few big breads while standing. Look at him like this, as if he had just come out of the disaster-stricken area. This guy Tenton got up so early, and couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw this scene. Ryan must have woke up very early in this way. After all, 5 minutes have not passed since the teacher's whistle sound, and the other party just stuffed all the food into his stomach, and there was no way to eat so much at once. I heard that this guy Tenton ran to the cafeteria before dawn, waiting for the food over there, Binns reminded in a low voice. Some poor looking at Ryan, this little guy is really unlucky. If he hadn't received such attention from the teacher, he might be asleep like other recruits at this time. Is everything here? Zephyr looked at the soldiers standing in front of him and asked, ignoring Ryan's little move of eating bread. He knew that after the little guy in front of him was trained by him, he would have to eat 6 or 7 people a day. If he didn't feed him enough, he wouldn't be able to support it, so he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Report to the instructor, everyone is here. The soldiers Kaido loudly. Okay, now everyone is going to the dock to get on the boat. Zephyr heard the words and said, yes, instructor. Soldiers Kaido. Ryan, you will share a bit of bread with me, don't eat it by yourself. Everyone lives in the same dormitory, Pete said next to Ryan. He saw that the other party was eating so deliciously, and his stomach suddenly became hungry. With so much bread in his hand, he felt that he could relieve his hunger. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** one later, how can I protect you? Ryan dodges Pete's extended hand. While cursing, he consumes so much every day, and only by constantly eating can he maintain the normal functioning of his body. Pete is not asking for bread now, the other party is killing him. But you don't have anything to do with me, maybe I can help you then, Pete said, swallowing saliva in his throat. I think you are going to help grab me something to eat, Ryan said with a white look, and directly pressed the huge bread into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth, completely cutting off Pete's thoughts. You Peter couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the scene, chanting a word in his mouth for a long time. You are about to reach the shore, hurry up and stand still, Ryan reminded, straightening his chest immediately. Today he had good luck and was not specifically targeted. Hole. Pete couldn't help but cursing when he heard what Ryan said. This guy is so stingy that he doesn't even give him a piece of bread, obviously he only needs a little bit. Everyone takes off their shirts and trousers. Only a pair of shorts is allowed. As I said, you are only allowed to bring a knife, and other supplies are not allowed to be brought up. Check it now. Zephyr's voice came, and the faces of some soldiers changed immediately. They were just fortunate that they hadn't checked and they could take some things with them. They didn't expect Zephyr to check at the dock. What's the matter? You don't take it off yourself. Do you want me to help you? Zephyr couldn't help but cool down when he saw that some soldiers hadn't acted yet. When the soldiers with the little things hidden on their bodies heard the words, their expressions changed, and immediately began to undress. Things were found to be confiscated at most. If they didn't obey the order at this time, Ryan's fate would be a lesson for them. They don't want to be like Ryan. After Tenton was targeted by the instructor, they felt chills on their backs thinking about those days. As each piece of clothing and trousers landed, bins and began to check. Soon, many small objects were kicked out of the two soldiers. There are many food, lighters, cigarettes, and other items. Seeing the things were taken away, Zephyr didn't blame them. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, put on your clothes. Ready to board the warship. Zephyr glanced at the items that were swept out and didn't care anymore. Yes. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words and immediately put on their clothes. Standing on the beach so early, the sea breeze was still a bit cold, and it was still a bit cold to let them stand here naked. Wow! The waves slapped the coast, and the dressed soldiers, under the command of Ann and Binns, began to board the warship. Set off. After the last person boarded the warship, Zephyr spoke. The warship left Naval Headquarters Marineford and headed away. On the warship, Vice Admiral communicated with Zephyr about the plan of this experience. Like Zephyr, they are the relevant personnel responsible for the soldiers this time. After the warship gets close to the island, you will jump from the ship and go to the island one by one. The warship will not send you to the island if you can't swim through it later. Then after this special training is over, you will have to increase the amount of training next. Binns looked at the soldiers and said. The soldiers turned pale when they heard the words, and they talked to each other, this way? We don't have to receive that kind of training like Ryan, do we? Don't scare me. That kind of training can only be absorbed by a guy like Ryan. Instead of it, we estimate that on the second and third days, we can lie on my stomach without getting up. Yeah, Zephyr instructor doesn't really want us to do that kind of horrible training like men. The soldiers panicked when they heard that it was possible to conduct the same training as Ryan. They secretly made up their minds to wait for a while and they must go to the island desperately, so that they can't do the same training as Ryan. Ryan kind of the training is done by people? These little guys seem to be frightened. It seems that the teacher's recent teaching has been very fruitful. Binns couldn't help but think when he looked at the pale soldiers. You can only swim over? That's not pitting me? I don't care. I'm a capable person and swim over. Isn't it killing me? Just when the other soldiers were discussing with each other, Ryan had his own ideas. He wouldn't listen to Zephyr's orders and swam over stupidly. He would sink into the sea as soon as he touched the sea. Fortunately, after his devil fruit ability becomes an ant, he will be a male ant with wings, not a soldier ant or a worker ant. Otherwise, you will be pitted to death. I said, how do you swim in later? Pete leaned over and asked. If he remembered it was right, the capable person should not be able to touch the sea. I have a way of this, so I don't need to worry about it. You still think about how to swim up by yourself. Wouldn't you think that instructors would put us so kindly near the island? Ryan said. Huh? Pete's face suddenly changed when he heard this. If it's the same thing as Ryan said, does it mean that they have to swim a few nautical miles to reach the island, and they didn't eat in the morning? Wouldn't it cost him his life to ask them to swim so far? When they swim to the island, there is no strength to set up camp. It is estimated that if a beast appears, they will be food delivered to the door. While there is still time, you quickly think about how to swim to the island quickly. Ryan smiled when he saw Pete's changed face, turned and continued to look at the rough sea. Hearing this, Pete immediately began to discuss with the other soldiers. After everyone discussed it, their faces were extremely ugly. Then everyone started to take off their pants and blow vigorously, wanting to use the pants as a lifebuoy to increase buoyancy and reduce strength. I have to say that this is indeed a good method. After some people realized the feasibility of this method, they immediately followed suit. Soon on the three warships, there was a scene of soldiers taking off their pants and blowing hard. These guys are not stupid. They can use what they have to increase their chances of surviving as much as possible. And nodded when he saw it. I have to say that these recruits are very flexible. It is estimated that few have come out of this method. Yeah. Binns nodded when he heard the words. The speed of the warship is very fast, and Ryan does not know how this old sailing warship can be comparable to the speed of an oil tanker equipped with a steam engine. However, this is not what he cares about right now, because an island has gradually appeared in front of him. Everyone jumped off from here and swam up to the island. Zephyr stood on the bow and said to the people on the three warships. When the soldiers heard this, they looked at the island a few nautical miles away from the warship. His complexion turned pale at the same time. Even if they had just guessed that instructor might actually do this, it still feels unacceptable to hear it with their own ears. Go down honestly, otherwise we can only help you," Bin said while looking at the standing soldiers. The soldiers who heard this turned pale immediately, feeling that if they didn't jump, they would throw them down, right? After gritting their teeth, the soldiers jumped off the deck one after another. Isn't it just swimming in the sea? They have lived on the island since they were young, and swimming is just a small thing for them. They are just worried that they will be unable to meet the beast if they run out of strength, but if so many people swim together, the beast should not dare to come over. "When are you going to stand until?" and said after seeing the soldiers jumping down one after another, looking at Ryan who hadn't moved yet. "I'm going now." Ryan Kaito, whose body began to turn into a big ant with wings, flew towards the island with its transparent wings. This guy has a very clever mind. I thought he would jump into the sea like the other guys. Bins couldn't help but uttered as Ryan flew away. "Well, I think the same as you," and nodded when he heard the words. Ryan galloped over everyone's head, and was quickly discovered by everyone. "It's Ryan, the asterisk 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 D. He can actually fly, he is not an ant? Why can he fly? You fool, whoever tells you that ants can't fly, I tell you that ants can fly. Damn it, we have to swim desperately to the island and complain that this guy can fly away. It's really unfair. I also want to get a devil fruit to eat." Everyone cursed indignantly, swimming towards the island with their hands and feet. They were just gloating and preparing to see how Ryan got to the island, but they didn't expect the other party to fly over at once, which was completely different from what they thought. "A group of guys still want to watch my jokes, eat fart behind me," Ryan said with pride with flapping wings. This group of guys thought he was capable. Is there no way to cross the sea? He can fly, a bunch of idiots are dumbfounded. This island is really big. No wonder instructor chose this place for the training camp. With flapping wings, Ryan soon came to the sky above the island, and he could probably see the whole island in the sky. This is a big island, bigger than Marineford. I just don't know why there is no one living here and it has become a training place for Marines. Is it because this place is usually stationed by Marines? If this is the case, then this training camp might not be so simple. Maybe there are densely crowded surveillance phone bugs watching them on the island. Thinking of this, Ryan fell from the sky. If you want to live in the jungle, you must first prepare 3 things. The first is water, the second is a shelter, and the third is fire. This is the professional knowledge he learned from the survival program, and it is not easy to gather 3 things in the jungle. His goal today is to build a shelter and find fresh water. There is no need to worry about the fire. There are all kinds of fruits in the jungle. I was worried that it would suddenly rain heavily in this terrible weather and that I would encounter wild beasts. The best place to build a shelter in the jungle should be high above the ground, so that not only the poisonous insects on the ground can be avoided, but also the beasts can be avoided. Thinking of this, Ryan began to act. He first found a big tree, built a platform on it with vines and branches, and then started looking for leaves to build a canopy for himself. Even if it could not completely cover the rain, he must ensure that the fire would not go out. Sure enough, Ryan was the first to arrive. He is now building a shelter. It seems that he is very experienced and very good. This should increase his chances of survival. In the cabin of the warship, a huge phone bug was projecting an image of where Ryan was. In front of the video, a group of vice admirals are watching. As the island where Marine has trained soldiers to survive in the wild for many years, Barbary Island is full of surveillance phone bugs. It can be said that as long as there are soldiers on the island, they will be spotted immediately, and their every move will be passed on to the warship. And, on the island of Barbara, there is also a special rescue team concealed on it, in order to ensure that the soldiers can arrive as soon as possible in case of any danger. And this survival trial is not just as simple as it seems on the surface, it is an important key to where this group of recruits go after training. If someone behaves bravely, they will be kept in the Marine Combat Unit. If someone behaves a little badly, they will be sent to the Sahai branch, and if someone can't support it at all, then they may be persuaded to go home. After all, Marine is not a place to live. They face the most vicious pirates, they may risk their lives at any time. If they can't cope with it, staying here will just die in vain. I think he is very good. I can board my warship. Our warship needs such a young man, Hua Shaishan said as he watched the leaves covered with soil and planned to make a fire on it. Doing things seriously and carefully, this meets the requirements of a good soldier. He felt that he needed such a soldier on board. You said you want it? We want this kid too. Other vice admiral said, don't tell me how good your boat is. Is it possible that our boat is worse than yours? That's right, this time everyone comes here to select soldiers, but you are not the only one who decides to pick that or that. Who doesn't want a good soldier? After all, if you grow up in the future, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Not to mention the distance, just when the pirates are captured in the future, they can drink tea on the side instead of directing them themselves. If someone can ask a soldier to get it, they still come here? Don't quarrel, everyone, it's impossible for Ryan to let you take it away. The marshal said, he will continue to stay in the headquarters for further studies. When Vice Admiral was noisy, Zephyr spoke out. In an instant, there was silence in the cabin. "Since we are not allowed to take this little guy away, what's the point of letting us see this trial?" the flying squirrel complained in a low voice. He heard that there were good seedlings among the soldiers this time, so he put aside the things in his hands and came over, so he told him about this. "That's right, Zephyr instructor, you can't play us like this." John Giant nodded afterwards. "Keep watching. Although there are no outstanding recruits in this class, there are still good little guys," Zephyr continued. The Vice Admiral must have said this, and looked at the screen again. At this time, everyone who was swimming finally climbed onto the beach. One by one was lying on the beach and panting. "I'm really exhausted. I didn't expect to swim over so hard. I really envy that guy Ryan, he can fly over. Yeah, I feel tired all over. I think we should find a place to build a shelter as soon as possible. It's getting late now. Don't forget that we didn't even have breakfast." It makes sense. When everyone heard this, they immediately got up from the ground. Now is not the time to rest, they have to find physical objects to build shelters as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the dark beasts all come out to move, if they haven't found a place to hide, they will have to fight directly with the beasts. By the way, where did that be D Ryan go? Pete looked around and cursed. "That guy said he would take care of me after he got on the island, but he didn't run away now. The D. That's right. The other soldiers in the same dormitory with Ryan also complained. That guy clearly said it well. How come they were suddenly thrown down and disappeared? You should save a bit of effort. With that guy's ability, it is estimated that the shelter has already been built and started to eat. It's still a waste of time if you continue to search, so let's act with us. That is, there are so many people and powerful. If everyone stays together, the beast will not dare to attack us when it sees us. Yes, let's all act together." Even if they were a few hundred people, they wouldn't attack them easily even if they were sea beasts. In this way, they don't have to worry about facing the danger of wild beasts. These guys are still a little too young, although they can stay together to avoid being caught by the beast, but they forget that so many of them need a lot of food. If the food is not evenly distributed or because someone has no labor, the groups they formed will soon split up. Yes, they may not realize it now, but when they start to be hungry, they will know that being crowded is not a good thing. In the surveillance room, the Vice Admiral could not help commenting as they watched the soldiers move. As people who come by, they naturally know the disadvantages of this kind of group, but they didn't mean to remind them. They wanted to see what these recruits would do. This is also one of the ways they select soldiers. Only in the more chaotic and more difficult environment can outstanding people show their brilliance. "Pete, you said we really want to act with everyone?" Olean asked in a low voice with his explosive head, looking around from time to time. "Why do you go with them? With so many people, how many people do you think will take action? Moreover, with so many people together, a commander will definitely be selected. I don't want to be ordered by them," Pete said in a bad mood, "and with so many people together, eating is also a big problem. I think we should still find that D Ryan, we can at least be safer with him. Moreover, don't you think that since instructor intends to let us experience it, it will definitely take into account the possibility of us uniting? I think the more we have, the more trouble we may face at that time." "That's true, after all, instructor is very strict." Orion nodded when he heard this, feeling somewhat reasonable. "Then we are leaving now?" Brits asked. "Of course not, now we still can't find the D Ryan, let's stay with them first." Pete said, "With their strength, if they are running around the entire island now, they are sure to encounter danger. And it's getting late, and it's not suitable to go out to find someone. Well, let's stay with them first." Brits Olean nodded when he heard this. "It looks like that group of guys have landed, listening to the voice. Aren't they planning to stay together?" Ryan muttered, looking up at the place where all the birds were flying in the distance. "Only after a large number of people enter the jungle will all the birds be scared away. If this is the case, then Pete's group of guys can be easily found, and it will save this guy from saying that he is not keeping his promises. However, it is obviously inappropriate to go to them now. It is very troublesome for him to feed himself alone. There is no time to take care of them. The most important thing for him now is to look for food as soon as possible. It is almost the afternoon. He is still hungry. Touching his stomach, Ryan climbed down from the tree and started looking for food. This jungle is so big, there must be something suitable for eating. Even if you can't catch any small animals, you should not starve to death if you can find some fruits everywhere. Ryan shuttles through the jungle, and can find some wild fruits from time to time. Without hesitation, he climbed up in threes or twos and gnawed at the fruit. The first rule of traveling in the jungle is to eat food when you encounter it. Replenish protein and calories at all times, so as to support the body to move forward. If there is a lot of food, you can also take it away, because you never know where your next meal will be. Humph. Just when Ryan picked a fruit from the tree to chew, a strange sound came not far away. Could this sound be a wild boar? Ryan muttered while looking at the direction of the sound. This kind of sound can only be made by a wild boar. Ryan peeled off a leaf, and as expected he saw a wild boar more than 5 meters taller than he was arching the soil. Good guy, long fangs are like 2 long knives. Ryan had no doubt that he would be cold if he was hit by this wild boar. What kind of monsters are these? This is the wild boar king at all, okay? The so-called 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers, the reputation of wild boar is not fake. Although this wild boar is very dangerous, if it can be slaughtered, then in the following days, he will not worry about not having food to eat. But he obviously couldn't handle this wild boar alone, he had to find some helpers. At least someone had to help him contain the wild boar, otherwise the knife in his hand would not even be able to pierce the skin of the wild boar. After Ryan thought that he couldn't handle the big wild boar alone, he quietly left, lest the big wild boar smelled his scent and hit him directly and gave him a hug. It looks like you have to find a suitable location for occupation, and then find Pete and the others. Only in this way can the wild boar be completely cleaned up. Seeing where the wild boar is, Ryan is a little greedy, but there is no way he can do it. There is no helper by his side. Today, he must not be able to take this wild boar, and it is not appropriate to tell others in the past. For hundreds of people, this wild boar is not enough for them. Eat. He doesn't have any idea of relieving others, he must first make sure that he will not starve to death on this island. Thinking of this, Ryan continued to find fruit to eat. Along the way, he encountered other animals, such as big crocodile and big black bear. Anyway, wandering around, he didn't find a good target. I can only return to my station slowly holding the fruit. Let's eat fruit to fill my stomach first. When I find Pete and them tomorrow, he will think about how to clean up the big wild boar. It's different from Ryan's idea of going to sleep when he prepares to eat some fruit. At this time, Pete and others are organizing people to fish and hunt wild animals. After all, in their opinion, there are so many of them, it is easy to get enough to eat, and there is no need to worry about trouble. I'll be honest, I'm very hungry now. They still want to do such a big action, they want to starve us completely. I think we can just go to the beach to pick up something to eat. Orion looked at it. The excited people didn't have a good air. Yeah, I actually only need to eat some fruit to support my stomach. There is really no need to hunt wild animals and go fishing in the sea. Brits also nodded. If they just wake up and eat breakfast, these things can be done. But the problem is that they have been hungry in the morning until now, and they have traveled so far to come here, and now they are still doing such things that consume physical strength. There really is nothing. Problem? Don't worry about them, let's have something to eat. Let's go to Ryan tomorrow. Pete is so hungry that he doesn't want to say anything. He just wants to go to the forest to find some fruit to eat. Then, just find a safer place to rest. Okay. Brits nodded, and the 3 of them walked away. They can see that these guys are planning to do something drastically on the island. They don't have this energy, they just want to live through this trial honestly. The departure of the 3 did not attract the attention of others, and those who planned to stay together were still working with others. The night came soon, and Ryan looked at the bright moon high in the sky, and then when he was high enough from the ground. Then I lay down comfortably and got ready to sleep. Tomorrow I will clean up that big wild boar, and then have a good meal. Ryan muttered to himself and fell asleep. The next day, the sky was just bright. Ryan, the big black ant, got up from his makeshift bed and touched it at such a high place. There is nothing wrong with not having bugs, but mosquitoes are inevitable. He was very comfortable when he just slept in the first half of the night. Then Yoryuaki changed in the second half. The mosquitoes did not know why all the mosquitoes came to the tree. If he hadn't become an ant with a layer of exoskeleton, it will be sucked dry by this group of mosquitoes. I must start a fire today, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Ryan sighed, and today he wants to perfect the shelter, looking for Brits and others. Then, get some termite nests to repel mosquitoes. Of course, the most important task now is to fill his stomach. Only after filling his stomach can he have the strength to meet Pete and others. It's a new day again, look at what these little guys are doing now. On the warship next to Barbara Island, the Huashaishan and others who got up in the same morning continued to come to the conference room to watch the situation on Barbara Island after having breakfast. At this time, the team of hundreds of people gathered on the big screen projection has now been divided into small groups one after another. Yesterday they were ambitious and aggressively involved in catching beasts, but they did not succeed as they imagined. As a result, the hungry and tired soldiers became irritable. A conflict will inevitably happen directly. Fortunately, with the persuasion of other soldiers, this conflict did not get bigger, but it was also because of this. The plan to form a large group to practice together was also shattered. I knew they would have problems, but I didn't expect them to appear so fast. Fortunately, we walked fast yesterday. Otherwise, if we met, we might be injured by mistake. When Peter and the others came back here, they couldn't help but rejoice after hearing what happened yesterday. Yeah, fortunately we walked fast. Brits listened and nodded. What are you going to do next? Asked the soldier who was telling the story of yesterday. We are going to wait for Ryan here. He should come and find us today. Pete Kaido, yesterday there was the biggest movement on the island. He should have found it in other parts of the island. Yes, not to mention that Ryan can fly. Ryan agreed. If it is the easiest place to find it, it is definitely not wrong where they went ashore yesterday. There was such a big movement here yesterday, and he believed that Ryan would definitely find it. Really? Then can you take me with you? Asked the soldier who heard this. If possible, he would also like to be with Pete and the others. After all, he knew from yesterday's events that a large number of people is not a good thing, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with following a strong person. At least it can guarantee that there will be no danger in this trial. I'm afraid we have no way to decide. You will wait until Ryan comes. Yeah, if he doesn't want to take you with him, it won't be useful to just say it. They still have to hold Ryan's thighs. How could they decide to add another person to it? In case Ryan feels too troublesome, wouldn't it be over if you didn't even bring them? So, okay. When the soldier heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He was very envious that the people who admired Pete could be assigned to a dormitory with Ryan. If he is also assigned to Ryan's dormitory, maybe he can easily join. Swish in the sky, the black Ant-Man is fluttering his wings looking for something. After seeing Brits and others who were gathering together, they immediately fell from the sky and returned to their human form. After Peter and the others met, they couldn't help but say, "Look at what I said is right, Ryan really came to us." Yeah, I knew Ryan would not lie to us. Listening to the words of Brits and others, Ryan clapped his hands and said, okay, don't flatter me, now hurry up with me, I need your help on something. If this is done, we shouldn't have to worry about food in the next time. Aren't you trying to kill those big beasts? Pete asked immediately when he heard Ryan's words. If they want to not worry about food in the next time, they must hunt a large enough prey, and the prey that can reach this standard in the forest is probably those who pay attention and easily kill them. The big beast. Yes, if we want to eat well on the island, we must hunt wild beasts. Don't you want to spend the rest of the day eating wild fruits on the island? Lane said. It's not wrong that those fruits can really satisfy your hunger, but they don't have any protein or fat. After eating, they are still very hungry. Only by eating meat can he comfort his hungry stomach. Of course I don't want to. The three of Pete shook their heads and said, what the hell should I do? We listened to you. Last night they were almost exhausted in order to find some fruit to eat. They ran into a big python on the way. If it weren't for running fast, they would serve the big python as a buffet. Even if the fruit is finally found, the sour and astringent fruit is still hard to eat. As for eating this kind of fruit in the next week, they are very resistant, and it is better to take a risk to clean up the beast with that person. That's good, come with me. I found a big wild boar yesterday. He is a bit too big, I can't handle it alone, but if you help me, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Lane said. The three of Brits nodded when they heard the words, and planned to leave with Ryan. Can you take me with that? The soldier standing there listened to them and then interjected. You? Ryan looked at the other person and asked in confusion, who are you? He definitely didn't look down on the other party, but he really didn't remember who the other party was. To tell the truth, he did not recognize at least 90% of the soldiers in the training camp. After all, when they were training, he was being targeted by Zephyr. The increasing amount of training made him have no intention of looking at other companions at all. The soldier's face was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He once thought that he might be rejected or accepted, but he never thought that the other party would not know him. Pete saw it and said with a smile, he is a recruit who trained with us, but it is normal if you don't know him. After all, you are always punished by the instructor and you don't spend much time training with us. When the soldier heard this, the embarrassment on his face slowly diminished. Ryan also spoke this way, sorry, I can't take you with me. It is already very reluctant to protect the three of them with my current strength. If I take you again, I am worried that I will not be able to take care of them. So? Then I understand. The soldier nodded and said, his face a little lonely. Without a strong person to take care of it, it would not be easier to live in a jungle full of dangers. Well, let's go, Ryan said to Pete and the others, ignoring the lonely soldiers. He still can't get enough of his stomach now, so why is he still in the mood to care about others? When Peter heard Ryan's call, he waved to the soldier. They immediately followed, and soon the four of them disappeared into the dense jungle. This is where the wild boar often appears. All we need to do is dig a big hole here, and then insert a sharp wood into it to bring the wild boar over. Ryan sat on the ground and drew a hole on the ground with a wooden stick to explain his plan to Pete and others. Hard work is definitely not going to work, a 5-meter-high wild boar. You can think about the strength if you get hit, even if he turns into an ant queen, he will be bloodied after being stabbed. The best way is to arrange traps and lead the wild boar into the trap. But this trap should not be too big, otherwise such a big wild boar will easily jump out, and it is not easy to dig a 5-meter pit. Ryan, I think your plan needs to be changed. If you say this is a 5-meter wild boar, then when the four of us want to dig such a big hole, I don't think this plan will work. We have to change to a less labor-saving way of thinking, Pete said after listening to Ryan's plan. Yes, and we don't have tools such as shovel, just a knife, it's not worth it, Brits agreed. Then what do you think should be the best? Ryan asked towards the three of them. He asked the three of Pete to come, also to make them think of a way. If they think that the method of digging a hole does not work, he doesn't mind hearing what they have a good way. After all, to be honest, the 5-meter deep pit is really difficult to dig, and the wild boar must just be jammed to prevent him from having room to move. It is impossible for them to measure how long the wild boar is. I suggest using vines to trap the wild boar, and then we stab it to death with a wooden spear. Orion, who had been silent, said. In his opinion, this method of digging holes is too stupid. It is better to use vines to make traps. No matter how strong the wild boar is, they use a dozen vines to weave a large rope, and the other party cannot break free for a while. As long as this time, they can kill the wild boar in the time it can't escape. Using vines. Ryan heard the words and said, "Can you elaborate more?" Yes. Orion nodded, and then shared his thoughts with Ryan and the others. Ryan and others nodded after listening. It's a good idea to use a dozen vines to make a big body. At least it's faster than we dig a hole, and as long as one of the wild boar's feet can be trapped, we can get blood on his tough skin. Yes, let's do it like this. Pi feature-headed. Since everyone thinks it's okay, let's start now. Orion said. Ryan nodded, and then the four of them began to cut the vines and began to weave the rope to catch the wild boar. After a morning of knitting in the afternoon, a large rope that they needed to hold was finally completed. Looking at this rope, the faces of the four of them couldn't help showing joy. Let's dig a hole now and arrange the trap. Orion said. Well, solve this wild boar earlier, we'll have meat sooner. Ryan agreed. Then the four began to move. They dug a hole in the ground and put the knotted rope into the hole. Then they tied the other end to 3 big trees that they needed to hold to measure the tree's circumference, because they were very worried about only tying it to one big tree. Will a wild boar caught in a trap break this big tree? After preparing everything, they began to lead the wild boar, and this glorious and dangerous task naturally fell on Ryan. After all, he is a capable person of devil fruit, and his strength is the strongest among them. It is the best way for him to lure the wild boar over. I feel like you are just a bunch of scams. Ryan looked at Pete and the three of them irritated. The big wild boar was so big that he looked a little bit embarrassed. Now these 3 guys actually asked him to take the initiative to recruit the big wild boar and lure it into the trap. Ryan, the plan has reached the end. It's up to you to succeed. You must not give up. Yes, all of us are still waiting to eat meat, so you can work harder to attract it. The 3 of Pete cheered, without the slightest guilt on their faces. There is no way. If the 3 of them dared to attract the wild boar, it is estimated that they had not eaten the pork first, and they would give the wild boar a buffet first. Can only be unkind. Let Ryan lead. At least the opponent won't be hurt even if they can't attract them. Seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, Ryan sighed. Knowing that he must go, he must take a risk for the next good life and the delicious pork. You guys can hide here. I'll bring the wild boar over. Be careful not to get hurt. Pete turned into a big ant and said to the Orion trio, "Don't worry, we will hide, you go quickly." Yeah, said Pete and others holding a sharp wooden spear. Ryan gritted his teeth when he heard the words, and then moved his 6 short legs into action. After the 3 of Pete were gone, he immediately hid behind the big tree, waiting for Ryan to attract the boar. After a while, the ground began to tremble. "You be asterisk 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 D wants to eat me, you are dreaming." Ryan's 6 short legs walked quickly through the forest. Behind him is a big wild boar running fast. Just after becoming a big ant, before going to provoke the big wild boar went crazy and chased him suddenly. Looking at the drool that was flowing at the corner of the opponent's mouth, he immediately understood. This damn wild boar actually used it as food. But it's right to think about it carefully. The wild boar is an omnivorous animal. He usually eats some beetles and frogs everywhere. Now he sees a big ant like him when he is not excited. But even in this way, the big wild boar used him as food still annoyed Ryan. He just wanted to quickly lead this guy into the trap, and then make it into a roasted whole pig later. Papa the slender tree was directly crushed by the big wild boar's foot, leaving only a big ant running in its eyes. No matter what it dares to block in front of him, he will smash him directly with 1 foot, and nothing can stop it from hunting for food. Coming. Pete and the others looked at the outline of the wild boar gradually appearing in the distance, and stopped breathing. Whether they can eat meat in the next day, it all depends on this time. At last it's a bit interesting. It seems that they are finally going to hunt the beast. In the meeting room of the warship, the vice admiral looked at the image projected by the projector, and finally got some energy. If they can't see any more images, they plan to leave. After all, staying here is really boring. Finally, they have a week off. They have no reason to waste it here. That is to say, now that there is nothing to do on the sea, they have a holiday. If they are busy, it is estimated that there will be no days in the year to have a holiday. Hum hum, the wild boar hummed a strange little tune and chased after Ryan into a big ant. Ryan felt the gust of wind behind him, and his 6 short legs turned into electric fans alternately. It's fast, it's almost there. Looking at the trap ahead, Ryan was finally relieved. He was about to take the wild boar into the trap. As long as the wild boar stepped in, he would be trapped immediately, and then they would be able to deal with this guy. I'll be able to start a barbecue in the jungle later. I'm coming. The Orion trio stared at the wild boar that was getting closer and closer. Their hearts began to beat uncontrollably, and the hand holding the wooden spear became calm because of the force. Wow! Ryan jumped up and jumped over the trap. The big wild boar stepped forward regardless, and immediately caught the wild boar's trotter by the rope. In an instant, the wild boar pulled the vine straight, and the tied tree suddenly shook. After the wild boar realized that he was restrained, he continued to dig the ground angrily. Want to get rid of the entangled bondage. Hands on, Pete yelled when he saw this scene, and the 3 of them got out from behind the tree. Holding a spear cut from wood in his hand, he stabbed at the wild boar that was constantly digging the soil. Buzzing after the wild boar was stabbed with a wooden spear, he immediately let out a sharp scream. When Ryan saw it, he immediately ran to the tree where he was holding the wooden spear, took out the wooden spear tied with a knife, and stabbed it at the wild boar. The wild boar, whose hoofs were locked by the vines, roared frantically and wanted to attack the 4 of Ryan, but was quickly held back by the strong vines. The pain from all over the body made the eyes of the wild boar become red. If it weren't for the vines around the 3 trees, Ryan suspected that the wild boar would pull up the tree directly. The wild boar was covered with blood all over, and the 4 of them, while counting the length of the vine, stabbed the wild boar with their spears. Just don't get close, don't give the wild boar a chance. This made the scarred wild boar roar in anger, but there was nothing to do. After half an hour, the wild boar suffered hundreds of knives all over his body, and finally he was ground to death. Scarlet blood ran down the wild boar's carcass on the ground, staining the black soil scarlet. The 4 of Ryan looked at the spoils in front of them, their eyes glowing with indescribable light. They succeeded and killed the big wild boar with only a small knife and trap. For the next week, they no longer worry about food. We have to get rid of this wild boar as soon as possible, otherwise the bloody smell will soon attract other wild animals. Pete wiped the sweat from his forehead with his clothes and said, "Yes, let's act now." Brits nodded when he heard the words, "Transport the pork to the tree. This should prevent most beasts from stealing meat." "Well, everyone start." Ryan nodded. The 4 began to cut wild boar while dragging the cut chunks of meat onto the branches with vines, away from the ground. Now that the wild boar hasn't long since died, and the bloody smell hasn't radiated far, they must cut as much meat as possible. As for the pig hair, they didn't have time to take care of it at all, and other internal organs such as intestines and stomach were directly discarded. It wasn't until the last pig's head was hung from the tree that the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean the scene with dirt. Although there are some idiots in the method, it is really effective. It seems that there are indeed some good shoots among the recruits. Yeah, after all, we didn't make a trip for nothing. The vice admiral in the conference room couldn't help but nod after watching the 4 of Ryan clean up the scene. Even when they were of this kind of strength at this age, there was no way to deal with such a big wild boar with only a knife. Finally, I can have dinner. I'm almost starving to death. On the branch platform far from the ground, Ryan and the 4 were looking at the meat skewers in their hands, with a happy expression on their faces. For a total of 2 days and 1 night from yesterday to today, they can finally eat a decent meal, and within a week after today, they also don't have to continue hunting other prey. Eat it quickly. You have to dry the meat after you finish it. Otherwise, according to the current weather, the meat will go bad after a long time. Ryan said while gnawing on the barbecue. The jungle is hot and humid, and the meat is most likely to go bad in this kind of weather. He didn't want to hunt and kill another wild beast like today, like such a stupid wild boar. Who knows if he will meet him next time. Yes, before dark. We have to finish this thing as soon as possible. Brits echoed with his mouth full. After the 4 quickly finished the barbecue, they began the action of making fresh pork into dried bacon. When the sky gradually darkened, Ryan and others were still making jerky. At this time, sparse sounds of wild beast activities began to be heard in the jungle. There are beasts wandering around us, it seems to be attracted by the smell of blood. Pete cut the pork and stared at the surroundings and said. Ryan heard the words and looked at the surrounding fires and said, "Don't be afraid. There are 5 fires around us. They shouldn't come over, but our speed is indeed faster." Orion nodded when he heard the words, took off the smoked and dried meat and put it into a basket made of bark. Rustle under the orange fire, a big shaggy face emerged from the bushes. This is a 4-meter-tall tiger, and it is watching Ryan and the others who were surrounded by the campfire with some caution at this time. Ryan and others who had been paying attention to the surroundings also happened to see him. Suddenly, the faces of all 4 of them changed. "Damn, I brought such a big guy here, you guys quickly bring the meat." Ryan said. A pair of tentacles appeared on his head, and a pair of pliers began to appear in front of his mouth. The whole person turned into an ant-man with wings, his limbs and arms holding 4 wooden spears tied with knives and watching the giant tiger vigilantly. When Peter and the others saw it, they climbed up the trunk and watched nervously as Ryan and the giant tiger were holding each other. "You fluffy guy, get out of here. This is our place. Don't want to come to my side to eat free food." Ryan snarled with his spear, and used all the anger he suffered in Zephyr. Only in this way can he not panic when he is angry. He knew that facing the giant tiger in front of him, he couldn't shrink back. Once he showed himself a little weaker, the tiger in front of him would swallow himself. The rescue team is ready to move, and the giant tiger appeared in the A3 area. At this time, it has already appeared in the recruits' camp. In the meeting, Wenin saw the screen that Ryan was holding, immediately shouted to the rescue team on Barbara Island. Yes, the rescue team set off immediately. At the center of Barbara Island, a flat map suddenly tilted. A big black hole appeared, and a group of soldiers in protective clothing came out from the black hole. After confirming the direction, they immediately ran in the direction of Ryan. Ryan will come up soon. On the ground, the giant tiger had already bowed down. Seeing it looks like this, it seems that an attack may be launched at any time. The 5 bonfires that were lit just made the giant tiger a little jealous, but did not extinguish its determination to prey. Orion and others could not help shouting when they saw this scene. Ryan's face looked very ugly, and he wanted to leave too. But as soon as he moves, the giant tiger on the opposite side is the same. It is impossible for him to take off faster than the giant tiger. His only chance to escape is to avoid a giant tiger's attack. But obviously this is a very difficult thing, and he must concentrate on it. Damn, I won't die here. No one can kill me so easily, even a tiger. Ryan gritted his teeth, staring at the giant tiger. He suffered so many sins, how could he just fall here? Swish, the burning campfire swayed suddenly, and Ryan's heart suddenly raised his throat. Under the firelight, the giant tiger leaped high and leaped towards Ryan. The huge tiger claws pressed towards Ryan with the gust of wind. Ryan held up 4 wooden spears and stabbed forward. Click, the wooden spear tied with a knife pierced the giant tiger's fur, and it split instantly as if it had pierced a hard blanket. A huge force was transmitted along the wooden spear to Ryan's arm. Ryan's face changed suddenly, and he saw a dark shadow shooting towards him, and instantly there was a biting pain from all over his body, and the whole person flew out immediately. Boom! Ryan brushed the huge tree trunk, knocked down a few big trees with a big mouth, and flew directly into the bushes and broke the bushes. Lane, when the 3 Orion met, they suddenly panicked. Swish, with a sweep of the giant tiger's tail, he swept the bonfire directly. Suddenly, the firelight dimmed. "I'm fine, don't come down, go up quickly." In the bushes under the night, Ryan shouted. He braced himself and immediately got up and ran away. "The wings were broken and I couldn't fly. My 4 arms blocked it from the front and it hurt and couldn't move. The back pain should be caused by knocking down a tree. In addition, my chest hurts terribly. I definitely broke 3 ribs, but there may be 4 broken. I am in a bad situation now. I must find a way to lead this tiger to other guys' territory and let them fight." Ryan gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his body, and ran between the jungles. Although he was beaten out by the giant tiger and was seriously injured, he also opened the distance between him and the giant tiger. This gave him a chance to escape. At such a distance, the giant tiger would definitely not be able to catch up. Fortunately, he is a devil fruit player. After eating the fruit, his physical fitness has become much stronger. Otherwise, he would be completely unable to get up from lying on the ground just now. Wow! The giant tiger was jumping in the forest, stepping on 1 or 2 trees from time to time. Ryan! The Orion trio looked at the giant tiger being led away by Ryan, and their expressions were very ugly. Did not abandon the companion at the critical time, but chose to lead the giant tiger away alone. It's indeed a commendable behavior, but he won't last long. Even if he is a devil fruit capable person, he is strong when he is photographed by the giant tiger. Yes, it has proved his courage to face the huge beast head-on without turning around and fleeing. In the meeting room, Vice Admiral members commented after watching the screen of Ryan playing against the giant tiger. A recruit who has just joined the army is already very good at this level, and he will definitely become an excellent Marine in the future. Why doesn't the teacher take action yet? And looked at the video phone worm. Zephyr had been standing on the treetop but didn't take action. The teacher has clearly arrived. Why didn't he make a move? Damn it, why hasn't anyone come yet? Do these guys really ignore the soldiers? Or is it that under the glamorous appearance of Marine, this is how they select soldiers? The viscous blood ran down from his forehead, covering the line of sight of Ryan's left eye. He could only use his right eye to see the road vaguely in the dark. In addition, the pain from all over the body made him suffer every time he ran. But it didn't matter, because of the excessive blood loss, he was already a little dizzy now, and a ghost gradually appeared in his vision. He was also withdrawn from the orc form and restored to his original form. And behind him, the giant tiger is still chasing continuously. He could already feel the breath behind him, that was the breath towards death. What? Ryan roared in a low voice, the anger in his heart was burning, regardless of the pain from his body, he continued to run hard. He can't, at least he can't just die here like this. He has suffered so many sins, he can't suffer in vain. Almost, this should be his limit. Zephyr muttered to himself as he watched Ryan, who was swaying and falling when he ran. The body immediately leaped and fell behind Ryan and in front of the giant tiger. Ho ho ho. When the giant tiger saw the human being suddenly appeared in front of him, he immediately opened his mouth and roared. Shut up. Zephyr frowned and punched. Boom! After the fist touched the giant tiger's chin, the giant tiger flew out immediately, knocked down a piece of trees and plowed the ground out of a gully. Someone came to save me. Ryan listened to the movement behind him, turned around and saw countless ghosts. No. Okay, I can't hold it. Ryan only felt his body soft and couldn't stand anymore. At the same time, consciousness plunged into darkness. Zephyr instructed the rescue team that rushed over looked at the giant tiger who was already lying dead and alive, then looked at Zephyr and immediately reported, well, go and deal with that tiger. I didn't kill it, I just stunned it. You take it to other places and don't let it be eaten. Yes. The rescue team nodded Kaido upon hearing this. After Zephyr finished speaking, he grabbed the fallen lion and stepped on the air to climb into the sky, and gradually disappeared from their sight. Hurry up and stop the bleeding, this little guy has broken a lot of bones. After a while, Zephyr put Ryan on the hospital bed and said to the doctor beside the bed, okay, Zephyr instructor. The doctor nodded when he heard the words, and immediately let the nurse beside him stop the bleeding. Zephyr met, and then left with a step. Ryan opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling in front of him for a moment, before realizing that he should be in the house. He vaguely remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to have seen someone fighting the giant tiger. He should have been taken home at that time. Thinking of this, Ryan planned to get up and see if it was on naval headquarters or a warship. It hurts, but as soon as he tried hard, there was a sharp pain from all over his body, which immediately made his face pale. Damn it, how many injuries did I get? Ryan found out that his head was covered with gauze, and his hands were also covered with gauze. Except for his 2 legs, his upper body was also covered with gauze. From time to time, there was still a faint pain everywhere on his body, reminding him how badly he was injured. Click, the medical care door was opened, and a nurse in a white nurse uniform walked in. Are you awake? An XIN lied down on the bed. You have a head injury, 2 broken hands, 6 ribs broken on your body, and your back spine is also injured. In addition, your thigh is also injured. It is best not to stay still. Chaos. The nurse said after replacing Ryan with a bottle of potion. Then how long will it take me to get better? Ryan asked aloud after hearing the words. Maybe a month or half a month, this kind of thing depends on the physique. The nurse said after writing the time on the registration form on the side. Then how can I eat if I break both hands? I'm so hungry now. Don't worry, someone will come to feed you later. The nurse smiled. Really? Ryan happily heard the words. Yes. The nurse nodded and said, putting away the intravenous bottle and pushing the car away. After a while, Ryan looked at Binz holding a rice spoon in front of him, his face extremely ugly. He thought it would be the beautiful nurses who came to feed her, but it turned out that this guy came. Even if it was replaced by someone else, he could accept it a little bit. You guy, what kind of look is this? I'll take care of you, you should be happy. Binz looked at Ryan's disgusting look in his eyes. This little guy thought he wanted to come and feed him, if it wasn't for no one had time. The teacher was worried that this guy would starve to death, so he wouldn't come here to take care of him. Assistant Binz, I just want to ask, why are you coming to take care of me, those lovely nurses? Ryan did not answer Binz's question, but asked instead. Binz didn't have a good air when he heard this. They have things to do, so you should be the only one injured? Now there are several guys lying in it. It would be nice to have me take care of you. Those guys have not been taken care of yet. Really? Ryan looked at the guys walking outside the window and said, no one of them seems to be injured more seriously than me. I saw that the heaviest thing is that their entire arm is wrapped up. Who can be blamed? You can only blame yourself for not having the ability. Binz curled his lips and said, you still feel so honorable if you were injured in this way. Do you think I might be so stupid? Assistant teacher. Ryan said in a huff, I was almost shot to death by the tiger at the time. If you had come earlier, how would I be like this? You mean to blame me? Binz said in a huff, you dared to smoke jerky on the spot after you killed the beast. Isn't this what it means to die? You won't change places. It's better to be more careful in the future. You can be lucky enough to be rescued this time, and you may not be so lucky next time. I know, there won't be another one. Ryan took a deep breath and said, this kind of terrible thing once is enough. He didn't want to meet it for the second time. Well, open your mouth. Binz said. Ryan opened his mouth when he heard the words, and Ben stuffed the bread into Ryan's mouth, digging 2 spoons of soup for Ryan from time to time, lest Ryan was choked to death directly. By the way, I look like this. After the training camp is over, I won't be put on shoes again, Ryan asked aloud while chewing on the dried meat. He wondered if he hadn't finished the training camp in this way, would he be targeted by Zephyr again? No, don't worry. Binns comforted, and finally looked around and whispered, actually, you have misunderstood the teacher. The reason why the teacher punishes you like that is because you value you very much. You have to know that you are demon. Fruit power, the usual amount of training can't play the role of training at all. And this time you are in danger, the teacher personally dispatched to rescue you. So, Ryan heard the words, and the vague shadow in his mind began to gradually emerge in the shape of Zephyr. Even if instructor values me, it doesn't have to play with me like this. Can't you arrange serious training for me? Ryan said, although he might really have misunderstood Zephyr. But the question is, when Zephyr sets up training for him, can he not always call him out in front of so many recruits? This will make him feel embarrassed, okay? Teacher, I'm also worried about starting a small kitchen for you, so that other recruits will have opinions. You have to understand. Binns said. If the teacher specializes in training Ryan, although other recruits don't say it, they will definitely complain unbalanced in their hearts. But if it is punishment, the recruits will definitely be gloating in their hearts. 2 different methods can achieve 2 different effects. Okay. Ryan didn't bother to continue arguing. On this warship, he was afraid that he would be heard by Zephyr for a while, and he had to increase his training. Originally, Tenton was very tired. If he was added, he would not be tired to death. Seeing that Ryan did not continue to complain, Binns felt that Ryan must have understood the teacher's good intentions. He smiled and said, well, take your time to heal your injury. So your body should heal soon, and the training camp is almost over by then, and you can go back with everyone. Okay, I see. Ryan lighted his head and said perfunctorily, only to feel that the whole person was a little groggy and wanted to sleep. He didn't know if it was because he had just finished eating or because of the drips. Seeing Ryan suddenly fell asleep, Binns carefully took the plate out. The door was closed. At night, cold moonlight shone in through the window. At this moment, Ryan also opened his eyes. It's already night? I've really slept for a long time. Ryan muttered and looked around. I found that I was the only one here, but the bed next to him was replaced with a new one. It seemed that while he was asleep, Miss Nurse came back several times. Trying to adjust his sleeping position, Ryan found that his body didn't hurt as much as in the morning. It should be because of a drip, and the reason why his body is recovering, he should be able to get out of bed in a few days. A few days later, Ryan looked at Orion and the others who had brought him in front of him, frowned and said, what's the matter with you 3 guys? How could you get hurt like this? The Orion trio in front of them looked embarrassed and injured. Ryan was really curious about what happened to them. We were attacked by a pack of wolves. Olean smiled bitterly upon hearing the words. Yeah, those wolves are too insidious. Brits agreed. They had food reserves and they just had to spend the next 2 days at ease, but they didn't know how they were spotted by a group of wolves recently, and this group of wolves unexpectedly attacked them in ambush not long ago. Had they not been rescued by the rescue team, they would have all been cold now. Your luck is really bad enough. Ryan said speechlessly. Yeah. Pete nodded, then looked at Ryan wrapped in gauze and said, what about you? How are you? I think you look like you haven't healed well. Didn't you say there is nothing wrong with you? Yes, I haven't seen you for several days. Brits agreed. I asked you to give that tiger a slap to try. I see if there is anything wrong with you. If it weren't for worrying that you would come from the tree, how would I say that? Ryan didn't get angry. When the 3 of Pete heard this, their faces flushed, and their heads were lowered in embarrassment. Ryan comforted when he saw it, well, you don't need this look anymore. I just got hurt a little bit, nothing else, don't worry. Really, the 3 of Pete said happily when they heard this. Yes, I also broke 2 arms and a few ribs. It's just a broken thigh, and I can't die. Ryan nodded. What? The 3 of Brits couldn't help but open their mouths when they heard the words, you still call nothing? You can still live, it's a miracle. Yeah. Orion nodded. After all, people who have eaten Zoan devil fruit don't die so easily. This is not a miracle. Ryan didn't have a good temper. If he really believed the so-called miracle, his body would be cold now. So, the 3 of Orion looked at each other, and said with envy on their faces, we also want a devil fruit. Ryan, where did you get your devil fruit? Yeah. Of course it was picked up. You don't think I can afford devil fruit? Ryan said in a huff, I suspect that I picked up devil fruit and has exhausted my luck in my life, otherwise it won't be this time. What a shame. I was punished first, then I met the tiger again, and now I've been lying on the boat for almost a week. But you are still alive, Pete murmured. Nonsense, do you still want me to die? Ryan cursed badly. Olean Brits immediately cursed at Pete upon hearing this. Pete, do you know how to speak? Ryan became like this because of us. Yeah, you guys should have a good punch. Sorry. I know it's wrong. Pete begged for mercy. You guys seem to be very happy, then I will tell you a happier news, you can go back to this department in advance. Ben stepped in and said to Ryan and the others, isn't it over 2 days? Assistant teacher. Why did you go back so soon? Pete heard the words in doubt. Yeah, Brits agreed. Because many people on the island were injured this time, the experience ended early. Binns glanced at Orion and said, after the 3 of them were attacked, other recruits on the island were also attacked. It turned out to be so, no wonder I said how I felt that the ship seemed to be moving. Brits suddenly realized. He just thought it was an illusion, but he didn't expect that the ship was really moving. This is not an illusion. The warship is returning to the headquarters. You guys are sitting here. Don't run around if you are okay. The weather outside is not very good. Don't wait for a while to get caught in the sea. Binns finished, then took a step and left. Peter saw it and said, after we go back this time, we should start to go to various places. I really don't know where we will be allocated then. Who knows, it all depends on the distribution above. I hope we can all be together, otherwise I'm a little uncomfortable. Brits said. Well, I think so too. Orion agreed. It doesn't matter where you go, as long as you can leave the headquarters quickly, I don't have any other requirements. Ryan said lightly. Although Binns explained to him that Zephyr was training him, he couldn't afford this kind of training, and he didn't want to stay in the headquarters anymore. Then you have to go to a better place, Brits said. Yes, it couldn't be too bad before. Orion nodded. It doesn't matter, anyway, no matter where it is, I can adapt to it. As long as you are not in the headquarters, you can face the instructor. Ryan didn't care. No matter how bad it is, at least it is better than facing Zephyr at home. He really couldn't accept Zephyr's special care mode. The Orion trio thought about what happened to Ryan, then nodded and said, well, that's true for you. Ryan was indeed too sad for a day, and leaving the headquarters may be the best relief for him. The next day, the warship arrived at Marineford, and the recruits walked off the warship. Ryan was carried down by the soldiers, and there was no way, he was indeed injured a bit too seriously this time. There is no way to recover so quickly, but I can only be carried off the warship. This made Ryan understand one thing, that is, even in the world of One Piece, broken bones still need some time to cultivate. It is impossible to say that if the bone is broken today, it will be better in 2 days. Ryan still spent the rest of the time in the hospital bed. Although there is no way to move his hands and feet, it is rare to be free and he is also very happy. After all, it was done by Zephyr before. He has a very uncomfortable life every day. Just as Ryan was slowly recovering from his injury, recruit training came to an end. Orion and others have received their respective appointment letters, and they will soon go to various places to become a seaman apprentice. Unexpectedly, I would go to Sabayati Archipelago. Brits looked at the appointment book and laughed. I'm not as lucky as you to be able to go to Sabayati Archipelago. I'm going to board the warship of Vice Admiral in the Burning Mountain. Orion said, shaking his appointment book. The place I'm going to is an ice lobby. Pete raised his hand and said in the underworld. I never thought that after this round of recruit training, I would actually go there. Can I ask where is my appointment letter? Ryan, who was wrapped in gauze, said that everyone's admissions books have all been distributed, but he hasn't seen them yet. You haven't received the appointment letter? Pete was slightly surprised when he heard the words. Yeah, it stands to reason that everyone has the appointment letter. How could you not receive it? Brits agreed. How do I know? I'm recuperating right now, and no one has notified me. Ryan was out of breath, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Could it be that he didn't go to training during the time he was recuperating, and Zephyr wanted to put on small shoes for him again? If this is the case, does he have to stay and make up all the training before he can leave? Or you can ask the assistant teacher. Orion reminded. Go to the accountability law instructor. Don't talk about Ryan, even if he dare not go. But if he asked Binns or Ann, he still dared to ask. You see me like this, can you ask? Ryan said with an aura, and showed several people that he was wrapped in the same way as a mummy. When the 3 Orion met, they stopped talking. You look at me and I look at you, eyes full of evasiveness. In the end, Pete really didn't want to continue this way. He bit his head and asked. Assistant Binns said you have to wait until you are ready. These were the words that Pete brought back after asking. That means I don't have to stay in the headquarters? Ryan said when he heard the words. Whether the injury is good or not is only a matter of time. What he cares more about is where he will be assigned then. Peter shook his head when he heard the words. I don't know about this. I think you will know when you recover from the injury. Okay. Ryan nodded when he heard this. Well, open your mouth. Orion said with the dinner plate. Tomorrow we will leave. I guess someone will feed you by then. I know, you have said this 3 times. Ryan said while gnawing on the bread, but you are leaving so soon, so I didn't expect that. I don't know who will feed me tomorrow. we don't know about this. Brit sighed and sighed. I don't know when we will meet again this time. I hope you will be alive and well when we meet next time. Nonsense, I'm not that easy to die. Ryan said in a huff, you have to work hard to survive. Don't one day I suddenly hear the news of your death. Don't worry, we don't have trouble so easily. Besides, we are not going to any dangerous places. Olean smiled. Yeah, don't worry. Pai Feng headed. The next day, Ryan sat in a wheelchair and watched Orion board the warship and leave the headquarters. Unable to sigh, his roommates left. I don't know, where will he go next? Thinking of this, Ryan was a little sad. Brother, please push me back. Okay. The soldier pushing the wheelchair nodded and pushed Ryan back. After a few more days, Ryan finally felt no pain in his hands or legs. Knowing that I can finally get out of this mummy's life, I couldn't help getting excited. Finally, he is finally free to move around. After putting down the gauze plaster in the infirmary, Ryan moved his hands and feet and took a deep breath. After lying so aggrieved for so long, he was finally relieved, but he didn't know where he would be sent. You continue to stay in the headquarters. Ha! Ryan couldn't talk with his face when he heard the words. When he came to Binz to ask where he was assigned, the other party actually told him to stay in the headquarters. Don't look at me with such a surprised look, you should feel happy. Binz knocked on the table and said, you performed very well in the trial. The teacher and the marshal admire you very much, so you can continue to stay in this department for training. Until the teacher or the marshal thinks you can be alone, you can go out. Why? After the recruit training is over, I should go to various places to perform tasks like Pete. If he can't make it to the post, how can he gain military merit, and how can he become Marine Admiral all the way from recruit? It's impossible for Tenton to stay in the headquarters. Admiral fell from the sky. Although there is nothing wrong in the headquarters, he is unlikely to be Admiral in his life. He has never heard of any Admiral staying in the headquarters. To be out. This is what Master Marshal meant. It's no use complaining. Binz laughed. Now that you have recovered from the injury, go to the training ground as soon as possible. Where is a group of sergeants training? The teacher asked you to train together. What? Why should I train with a group of sergeants? Ryan was shocked when he heard the words. The training he stayed for should also be the original one. Why did he train with a group of sergeants? He doesn't think that the training of sergeants will be the same as that of recruits. Because this is a reward for you fighting the giant tiger. Binz smiled. Many soldiers dream of such training yet. You should be happy to have this opportunity. After all, after participating in the training of the sergeants, your strength will be greatly improved. This is a good opportunity for you. Go faster, or if you are late, I guess you will be punished. I kindly remind you that the training of sergeants is no better than recruiters' playhouses. Then you just said it now, Ryan said with a black face when he heard the words, and immediately ran towards the training ground. Binz was so awkward that he told him this time. He will definitely be punished if he goes now, he will definitely be punished. On the training ground, a sergeant of 20 people was standing honestly. Ryan's arrival quickly attracted their attention. They curiously looked at Ryan, who was a head shorter than them, and didn't understand why he was here. After all, this is the training of the sergeant. The opponent looked so small, how could it not be a sergeant? Otherwise, how could they not know? Ryan trot, ignoring the gaze of the crowd. Run straight to Zephyr and stand. Zephyr met, glanced at Ryan and said, healed? Then stand over. Yes. Binz Kaido chose a position away from Zephyr's sight and stood. Now that everyone is here, then start training next. Each of you warm up 30 laps first, and you will be doing other training later. Yes. Everyone. Kaido immediately ran. Ryan also stepped forward to keep up. He knew that the training of the sergeants would not be so simple, but he didn't expect that the 30 laps were just a warm-up. He couldn't help but panic about the next training. It is estimated that Zephyr will not punish him, but he is more worried that he will keep up with the progress of these sergeants. If he couldn't keep up with the progress of these sergeants, he doubted whether Zephyr would leave him in the headquarters again. As a sergeant, you should find that your strength is no longer enough, but you don't know how to strengthen it. This training camp, I will teach you how to practice Marine 6 styles, but whether you can learn it depends on your own skills. Zephyr looked at the sergeants who had returned from the run and said, yes, instructor. Kaido excitedly heard the sergeants. If they can cultivate into Marine 6 styles, their strength can quickly rise to a higher level. This is what the legend says. How can you know what is wrong if you lose your horse? Ryan was a little stunned. He thought that he would suffer from participating in this training, but he didn't expect to hear how to practice Marine 6 styles. This surprise simply does not come too soon. Next I will demonstrate the 6 forms again. You better be able to understand. This is the first test for you. If you can grasp the trick, then it will be much easier to learn. Zephyr said. The figure began to be confused. It seems to be standing still, and it seems that it is not in the same place. It's the shave in Marine 6 styles. Ryan was affirmed in his heart when he saw this scene. The reason why he felt that Zephyr's figure was a bit illusory was that the other party had used the shave. It was constantly moving at high speed, but because the opponent did not leave too far, but was fixed in place and somewhere, the figure looked a little fuzzy. Swish! Just as Ryan thought about it, Zephyr had disappeared in front of him. When he was looking everywhere for the other party to go, he realized that Zephyr had stepped on the air and had left the ground. Moonwalk. The sergeants couldn't help being excited when they saw this scene, their eyes fixed on the sky. Whizzing, 2 slashes fell from the air, and the mud on the training ground splashed. Tempest kick. Boom boom boom. In front of the sergeants, a few fingerprints suddenly appeared, scaring the sergeants back immediately. Finger pistol. Looking at the small pit on the ground, Ryan quickly recognized one of these 6 moves. You should have seen which styles I used. Zephyr said to the crowd after falling back to the ground. If you want to learn the 6 forms, you can only learn it when you exceed the limits of human beings. If you really want to learn, then you must be serious from now on. I will formulate a large amount of training for you. As long as you can complete it, there should be no problem in learning 1 or 2 styles, but the training time is too short. You will definitely not be able to learn during this time. You still need to go back and continue to practice seriously. Yes, instructor. The sergeants nodded, excited. As long as they can learn the 6 forms, they will already have the strength to become a colonel. Well, training is about to begin. Go and put the load on the ground on your back. Okay, instructor. The sergeants immediately put a heavy load on their backs upon hearing this. When Ryan saw it, he started to carry it by heart. It's heavy. Together, Ryan immediately noticed the weight of the vest he was wearing. This is much heavier than the sandbag he wore during training. This vest has definitely reached a weight of hundreds of caddies. Damn, this is what Zephyr said about training? Maybe the other party intends to let them wear such heavy clothes for training. Just as Ryan was thinking this way, Zephyr's voice came over. You do 500 push UPS and leapfrog pull UPS to get used to. There will be other training waiting for you later. Yes, instructor. Kaido, the sergeant, has already begun to squat down and do it. Ryan's face couldn't help being very ugly when he saw it, and these guys were really pitted. Won't refute it? Now he won't do it anymore. With a load of 40 kilograms all over his body, he can barely support it. But this carrying a load of hundreds of caddies is simply too terrible. Ryan jumped out of breath, only feeling dizzy in his head. Teacher, they have slowed down, Bin said while watching the people slowly jumping. Pete. It's okay, they will work hard to finish it. Zephyr didn't care. It's impossible to learn the 6 forms of no less than some hard work. If the sergeants who signed up for training hadn't become stronger, they would have come for nothing. He believed that they would work hard on their own. Ryan was actually able to keep up with the progress of the sergeants, which surprised him a little bit. It seems that the other party's potential is far from being squeezed out. These little guys, what do you think of Garp? Around the training ground, Sengoku spoke out. A bunch of serious little guys. Garp buttoned his nostrils and said, do you think there will be outstanding soldiers like Kuzan in them? Sengoku asked. It's a bit difficult, they are too weak, Garp said after a glance. Really? If you let you train, are you sure you can train a soldier like Kuzan? Sengoku said. No, Garp said directly, and the guy Sengoku wanted to do something for him again. I thought he couldn't tell, did he? It is enough for these little guys to have Zephyr in training. Where is he needed? He is so old that he is not allowed to retire at the headquarters. Actually wanted Tenten to squeeze the rest time of an old man of him. Okay. Hearing Garp's answer, Sengoku smiled and said, what are you doing here this time? Didn't you mean preparing for Windmill Village? The old man just came back from Windmill Village, and intends to see what's going on in this department, Garp said, clasping his nostrils. What, you old guy has gone back? Then you won't be in Windmill Village when you call me. Did you do anything this month? Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku asked immediately. Of course there is. Garp snapped his nostrils and said, the old man caught a lot of pirates along the way, but he was not lazy. You can check the prisoners recently held in the prison. Those guys were all captured by the old man. Are you going to catch a group of pirates from East Blue again? Sengoku twitched at the corner of his eyes. He was so familiar with Garp's words. Every time Garp went back, he would catch the pirates from East Blue and come back for business, nicknamed that he was not lazy. Yes, Garp nodded and said, anyway, it's all about catching pirates. Where are the pirates caught? Besides, the old man should drop in. Of course, we have to catch them. Okay. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, the first floor of the great undersea prison is almost filled by the pirates you caught. It seems that it is necessary to build some new prisons in other places. Go to the other side. Yeah. Garp nodded when he heard the words, and continued to clasp his nostrils. It means that you can handle these things yourself. Some of you are tired? Do you think this kind of training is very hard? Zephyr asked, looking at the flushed and panting sergeants who were sweating profusely. Report instructor, no, not at all. Yeah, instructor. I feel very good, not tired at all, not at all. Yes, instructor. Let's hurry up and proceed to the next training. I feel very tired, can I take a break? Ryan shouted, and his voice was soon overshadowed by the voices of other sergeants. Very well, it seems that your consciousness is very high. Then proceed to the next stage of training, Zephyr said with satisfaction, pointing to the pile of bricks on the side and saying, there is one pile per person. You are allowed to use all parts of your body to break it. No external force is allowed. Yes, instructor. The sergeants nodded when they heard the words, and immediately ran to the bricks. A bunch of lunatics, are you planning to kill me? Ryan's face turned dark when he saw this scene. This brick was not an ordinary brick, let alone the kind of brick used to deceive people on the street. This kind of brick is very hard and almost like a stone. You have to ask how he knows it? He was once fine with heavy weights for push UPS using these bricks. One brick after another piled up on the back of the tower to form a hill, and then he began to bend down to do push UPS. At first, a brick slipped off accidentally and hit the back of his head directly. Suddenly, he grinned in pain. Afterwards, he specially smashed the brick to vent his anger. So how hard was the brick in the end? He absolutely has a say. Yeah, the sergeants knocked the bricks with their heads or draped the bricks with their palms, groaning from time to time. Looking at their constipation-like expressions on their faces, you know that they are not relaxed now. Ryan just wanted to say that this group of guys were completely fine to look for trouble, and they had nothing to do when they were full, and they worked so hard one by one, so that he had to suffer along with it. I think he has just recovered from his injury, and he is about to face these bricks head-on. Using two piles of bricks as a platform, Ryan placed a brick horizontally on it and split it out with one palm, and the brick suddenly shattered. He is not so stupid, just like this group of guys. In order to show that he is swollen and fattened one by one, he needs to use the simplest method to get this pile of bricks as soon as possible. I hope this group of guys can have a little memory and don't scroll down. You said that you were okay. You performed so well during training. Isn't this pitting everyone? At night, Ryan walked back to the dormitory. The sergeants who followed him kept sucking cold breath, and he turned to look. Some of these guys' foreheads were already swollen, and some guys' hands were completely doubled. Fortunately, when he was splitting the bricks, he used the power of devil fruit to cover it with a layer of exoskeleton. Otherwise, he would be like this group of guys now. I said you should be this year's recruit. Why would you join us in the sergeant training? Yeah, if we are not mistaken, you just used devil fruit's power to break the bricks, the sergeants behind him asked while sucking in a cold breath. When they came, they wanted to ask why the other party would train with them. You have to ask instructor about this. I don't know why instructor wants me to stay. Obviously, recruits who have been trained in the same way as me have gone to various branches or warships for internships, Ryan said, spreading his hands. These guys want to ask him. He also wants to ask Zephyr, why must he stay? Originally, he thought that after the recruit training was over, he would be assigned to other places, so he could end this damn bad life. As a result, he couldn't walk at all and had to continue training. Is he a capable person? Should he be trained like this? He also didn't see Bins, and in being trained like this, obviously they were just recruits a year earlier than him. Are you the son of a certain vice admiral? The sergeants asked after hearing what Ryan had said. Do you think it's possible? Ryan said in a huff, I'm just an ordinary recruit. Where does this background come from? With this kind of background, I would have been a sergeant just like you guys. How could it be that a recruit is so weak? That's true. The sergeants nodded when they heard the words, and Ryan really made sense. They are really soldiers who have something to do with the headquarters, and they are much stronger than them. So, you can't stop being so active tomorrow, it will hurt others and yourself. You are a sergeant and can still hold it. I'm just a recruit. Even demon fruit power can't afford this kind of training, Ryan said bitterly. The sergeants touched their red and swollen foreheads and hands, and said in embarrassment, we won't be like this tomorrow, don't worry. That's good. Thank you everyone, Ryan said with a smile. Everyone, rest early, it's getting late. If these guys can promise not to do things tomorrow, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow should not be as sad as today. This is good news. In the next few days, there were no internal scrolls of the sergeants. The training finally eased a lot, and Zephyr didn't punish him anymore. Let him finally have time to chat and get acquainted with these sergeants. He asked these sergeants about their rapid ascent experience, and by the way asked where they all worked in the branch. Fortunately, there is someone who knows where to go. He didn't think he would suddenly become a sergeant after training. It is estimated that he should start with a soldier. The training lasted for a month, and when it was over, no one used the 6 poses. Faced with this situation, Zephyr has become accustomed to it. Teacher Bins, I should go to another branch to report now. After the training, Ryan found Bins and asked. Anyway, he didn't dare to ask Zephyr. I can only ask Bins, who is close to Zephyr, to take a look. I don't know this either. Bins spread his hands and said. The teacher didn't tell him where Ryan would be assigned next. What did he say? No? Ryan heard it. If Binns doesn't know, who should he ask? It's impossible to really ask Zephyr. It's true, Binns said in a huff, I'm all right to lie to you? I really don't know, but you don't need to be too anxious. Your business should come to an end in 2 days. You just have to wait with peace of mind. Really? Ryan said excitedly. If he only needs to wait 2 days, then he still has this patience. Yes, Binns nodded. That's good, teaching assistant. I'll go first. If there is news, remember to let me know, Ryan said. Don't worry, it will, Binns said. Ryan left with a sigh of relief after hearing this. At night, in the instructor office of Naval Headquarters Marineford, Zephyr is flipping through the information of various local branches. Teacher, what are you doing? And put down his teacup and asked curiously. I'm looking for a suitable place for the little guy Ryan. Zephyr Kaido. Teacher, don't you keep him in the headquarters? And asked curiously. Don't stay, Binns told me that the little guy is going to ask him again. So, I plan to let him leave the headquarters and go to other branches to work. This way? Then he is determined to leave. The headquarters is also very good, and murmured after hearing the words. I should be scared. Zephyr said with a smile, he is still worried that I will keep him. Then he is too ignorant. If you have a teacher who teaches him specifically, he still looks like this, and said angrily. You can't blame him, after all, he is only 15 years old and doesn't know anything. He should be able to grow up when he goes to South Blue to grow up for a while. Zephyr smiled. Teacher, are you planning to let him go to South Blue? And was surprised when he heard the words. He originally thought the teacher would let Ryan go to the combat unit. After all, what Ryan says is Zoan demon fruit power. He is still too young to go to the combat army, and he recently communicated with the sergeants how to get promoted. I am worried that he would be too aggressive if he wants to accumulate military exploits too much, so I plan to let him go to the 4 Seas to grow up for a while. There is no danger there. If he really wants to be promoted, he will work hard. It turned out to be like this, but after he listened to it, he would definitely feel that it was the teacher you were targeting him. What he thinks is beyond my control. Zephyr smiled, tapping his finger on a location on the South Blue map. You wait a moment to inform the branch on South Blue Puya Island and tell them that the department will send a corporal there. Let them prepare the room. Corporal? Ryan is the recruit who does it like this, no problem? And was surprised when he heard the words. Don't worry, you can just do it. I talked to the marshal, and he also felt that Ryan's current strength is qualified to be a corporal, and South Blue is relatively peaceful. If he uses his strength to serve as a corporal, there will be no problem. Zephyr smiled. Okay, teacher. When heard that Marshal Sengoku agreed, he nodded Kaido immediately. Since Master Marshal has also agreed, no one should gossip. Early the next morning, after Ryan heard Binns' words, his face was full of incredible expression. Assistant Binns, you said you are a corporal now. You really didn't lie to me? This kind of thing that can be known by a check, can I lie to you? Binns put a letter of appointment and an officer's card in front of Ryan and said, there will be warships going to South Blue in a moment. You pack your things and prepare. Leave immediately, you are about to work at South Blue soon. South Blue? Ryan was stunned when he heard the words, I'm not working for Grand Line? No, you're going to the Puya branch in South Blue. Binns pointed to the appointment book and said, there is something written on it. Please take a look at it yourself. The warship departs at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You remember to bring things quickly. Pack it up. Okay. Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Although a little disappointed that he could not serve on the Grand Line, South Blue is only South Blue. He is still too weak now, and it is indeed a bit dangerous on the Grand Line. But everyone else was on the Grand Line, and he went alone. South Blue always made him feel low, and the others were alone. After all, places like the 4 Seas are the countryside for Grand Line. Where is the colonel and the sergeant compared to the headquarters? Totally incomparable. But it would be nice to be able to leave the headquarters. With his strength, I believe he can slowly return to the headquarters from South Blue in the future. When the time comes, he will definitely not be just a corporal. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ryan came to the dock with his luggage and boarded the warship. I will definitely come back again. It's impossible for me to stay in a place like South Blue for a lifetime. Ryan looked at the head and muttered. Woo-hoo! The siren sounded, and the warship gradually left the dock and headed towards the sea. Teacher, Ryan has left, Binns said. Well, I see. Zephyr nodded, his gaze retracted from the window. The students who have high hopes from him hope that he will not be disappointed. Lovely roommates, to tell you the unfortunate news, I am afraid I will not be able to meet at Grand Line. I'm going to work on South Blue Puya Island. If you have time, you can come to me to play, but I don't think we can meet, but you can rest assured that South Blue can't keep me. I will kill it back to the headquarters. Quickly, very quickly. Ryan, your carry handle. In the cabin, after Ryan wrote 3 identical letters, he put the letters into the envelope and dropped them into the mailbox on the warship, waiting for the messenger to send the letter to the Pete trio. There are special mailboxes on each ship. The letters in these mailboxes will be picked up by professional messengers from the department every time they pass, and then they will be distributed to all parts of the sea. After all, Marines are on warships all day, and rarely go home. Many soldiers have families at home. Not everyone has a phone worm, so writing letters has become the most basic way to deliver messages. This is why there are mailboxes on warships, and this is also to allow soldiers to better communicate with their families. As soldiers, they don't have phone worms, so the function of the mailbox is not only to send messages to the family, but also to send messages to the soldiers who have met each other, so that they can contact each other. It can be said that mailboxes are very important on warships. It not only entrusts the soldiers longing for home, but also carries the friendship between the soldiers. If there is no mailbox, I don't know how many soldiers will be driven crazy by this boring sea. After all, sailing is really boring. Sometimes it is possible to chase the pirate for 3 to 5 months. The sailing days are very boring, especially when Lane's destination is South Blue. The process is even more boring. He can only train and pass the time alone on the warship, hoping that the time will pass sooner. Along the way, he also hopes to meet the pirates and let him go to South Blue to at least get some military exploits. But all the way down, let alone the pirate ship. He didn't even see a few other ships, and he had to say that the sea was really too big. This is South Blue Puya Island? Ryan got off the warship and stepped onto the solid land before taking a deep breath. After several months of sailing, he finally reached his destination. Originally, if I had come all the way to Puya Island, I didn't need to spend so much time. But the warship he boarded was a supply ship, and every time he sent supplies to other warships on the Grand Line, he returned to the correct route. This resulted in his expected arrival time much later. Now he finally arrived at the place. After spending a few months on the ship, he now has no intention of continuing to board the ship. The branch on the island should be here, Ryan muttered while looking at the sign erected on the pier, and then walked towards Puya Island. South Blue is really good at machinery. Ryan walked all the way and found that the children on Puya Island were fiddling with mechanical parts. It seems that they are very interested in machinery. It is worthy of the legendary Sea of Machinery. No wonder the famous mechanics on the sea are all from South Blue. Sure enough, this atmosphere is indispensable. The town on Puya Island is not big, and Ryan came to the Marine branch within a short time. After taking out his ID and his letter of appointment, the soldier standing guard at the door took him into the colonel's office of the branch. In the office, a yellow-haired man with eyes is playing with the clock on the desk. After seeing the soldiers bring Ryan, he stopped his small movements. "Hello, Colonel Yarrell. I'm Ryan who came to report. Please take care of me in the future." Ryan bent over and said, "Well, Corporal Lane, you don't have to be polite." Yarrell waved his hand and said, "Relax, we don't have so many rules here. You usually only need to go patrol around Puya Island. You can do whatever you want in other worlds." So? Ryan was a little surprised when he heard this, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't hide it at all. I made it clear to him directly that this is an elderly care institution. As long as it is outside of routine work, the rest of the time will be messy. Yes, compared to East Blue and North Blue. In fact, our South Blue is very peaceful here. Normally, except for some Siang pirates, there will be basically nothing. Yarrell continued, "It must have been very hard for you just arrived? Take a break with the soldiers. As for the daily tasks of the post, don't worry. There is still a lot of time to come. You can slowly get familiar with it." "Okay, Colonel Yarrell." Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Then he went to his dormitory with the soldiers. The Marine branch on Puya Island consists of 3 parts. The first part is the Marine building where Marine works daily, the second part is the soldiers' dormitory and canteen, and the third part is the training ground. Ryan followed the soldiers all the way to the dormitory, looking at the facilities of the whole branch from time to time. Although the branch doesn't seem to be very big, the facilities it should have are still very complete, especially in the training ground. He saw a lot of equipment that can be used. "You are usually in the branch?" Ryan asked aloud. "Yes, Chief Ryan." The soldier nodded and said, "Nothing happens on Puya Island. We are patrolling most of the time, and after the patrol was over, I returned to the branch office to do what I wanted to do." "Well, it sounds easy." Ryan smiled upon hearing the words. "The Marines of the 4 Seas are really lazy. Is it because most of the pirates of the 4 Seas go to the Grand Line? If that's the case, it's not surprising that the branch has such a situation. Without pressure, you will not move forward. This is the same whether it is placed on people or groups." In the next few days, Ryan began to learn about the surrounding waters while patrolling the entire island with the soldiers. He didn't want to stay on this kind of island all his life, waiting for Marine's goal to go back to the headquarters. But to think about the headquarters, it takes a long time to wait year after year. He had to take the initiative to go out and catch the pirates. His great youth cannot be wasted on this small island. Chief Ryan is still training? Yes, only Corporal Lane is still training so late. In the training ground late at night, the sound of fists hitting the sandbags was still heard. The two soldiers passing by whispered. They have not seen a diligent officer like Ryan, even Colonel Ariel. The time to see each other's cultivation in a year is also very few. It's like Chief Ryan. Since he passed away, Tenton practice continued until late at night. It made them enthusiastic, almost wanting to practice with each other. 867, 868. In the training ground, Ryan's fists were wrapped around the cloth strips and punched the sandbag. Sweat slipped from his forehead, but he didn't care, and continued to punch the sandbag with his fists. The soldiers from all over the world are too lazy. If he doesn't force himself to train every day, sooner or later he will become as lazy as them, and he will truly be abolished. Only by practicing continuously can he remember the memory of being punished in the headquarters. Let his anger continue to burn, pushing him toward Admiral's position. Only after becoming Marine Admiral can he do things according to his wishes. He doesn't like to obey the life arranged by others. What he yearns for is freedom, and he can realize this dream only after he has the strength. For this dream, he must continue to work hard. Although being a pirate can also have freedom, he does not want to be chased by Marine in the sea like a mouse. And there is no way to provide him with a stable cultivation environment. Difficulties won't make me shrink, and the easy atmosphere will not make me decadent. I will let everyone know that I am powerful. Ryan gritted his teeth and grunted. How was Ryan's life on South Blue Puya Island? Zephyr asked in Naval Headquarters Marineford, rubbing his forehead. Colonel Yarrell said he kept training in the branch every day until late at night. And Kaido? So? It seems that he was not biased by the lazy atmosphere. This is a good thing. If he continues to be like this in the next 2 years, then you can consider transferring him back to the headquarters. Zephyr looked out the window and smiled. 2 years is enough time for him to grow up a lot. I think he will surprise us when I think. Yes, teacher. And nodded and said, being able to persevere in the environment of the 4 seas can indeed grow a lot. Well, you go to rest soon. That little guy Ryan has worked so hard, you can't slack off. Zephyr put down the file and laughed. Yes, teacher. And said seriously. I have received your letter. I learned that you actually work on South Blue Puya Island. You are really unlucky, but I believe you will be able to return to the headquarters on your own. I'm still living here now. There are many interesting things here. Your roommate Pete presents it. It seems that this group of guys are better off than me. I really envy them. Everyone is in a dormitory. I still behave better than them. I didn't expect to be assigned to South Blue. Ryan put down the letter in his hand and sighed. Then he walked out of the dormitory, and he had to find a way to accumulate military exploits as soon as possible. He can't wait for things to find him so slowly, he has to take the initiative to find things. He has been on Puya Island for 4 months, and in 2 months, this year will pass. Do you want to lead the soldiers to expand the patrol? Corporal Lane. In the colonel's office, Yarrell spoke after listening to Ryan's words. Yes, I want to expand the patrol. After all, it's too annoying for me to stay now. I have to find something to do. Ryan explained. Okay. Yarrell nodded when he heard the words. Then you remember to be careful and protect the soldiers. If you encounter a pirate, don't do it too quickly. First observe who the other party is and how much is the reward. Okay, I know. Ryan nodded when he heard this. Well, then you go. Yarrell said. After getting Yarrell's consent, Ryan led the soldiers toward the dock. By the way, I told them about my plan to expand the patrol range. After all, these soldiers will board the warship with him. It is better to explain these things clearly to them. Expand the range of patrol? Chief Ryan, are you planning to take us to find the pirates? After listening to Ryan's words, a soldier asked directly. Yes, I have this idea. Ryan nodded, not planning to quibble. Because he originally had this idea before he went to propose to Yarrell to expand the patrol range. No, Chief Ryan, you have to calm down. Colonel Ariel is not here. You can't take us to the fire pit. Yeah, Chief Ryan, you can never do it like this. Hearing Ryan's words, the soldiers jumped up and down nervously. When they are Marine, they heard that Marine is a low-risk, stable, and honorable job. Now Chief Ryan takes them to find the pirates. Isn't this killing them? Just relax, nothing will happen. Ryan soothed. I will first determine the bounty of the pirates and their strength. If their strength is too strong, I will not take you. I went to die. After all, I didn't live enough by myself. Furthermore, it really doesn't work. You can also drive the warship back by yourself first. You don't have to rush with me. He didn't force the soldiers to fight the pirates with him. After all, the soldiers just wanted to mess around. He just needs the soldiers to help control the warship. After all, he can't fly in the sky and waste his energy. Since you have said so, Chief Ryan, then we can rest assured. The soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief when Ryan said that they left according to the situation. As long as they are not allowed to fight on Marine, they can accept everything else. Well, since you don't think you have any comments, then let's hurry up. You need to know that I am Zoan Demon Fruit Power. There are not many pirates in South Blue who can really threaten me, so don't worry too much. Ryan laughed and said, now he is no longer the one who was slapped by a giant tiger on Barbary Island. The soldiers should have some confidence in him, but this is only Chief Ryan. We are just ordinary people. Yes, Chief Ryan, the soldiers explained. Ryan had no hope for this group of soldiers. These guys are really just messing around, waiting for the card to become Marine Admiral. We must kick out the soldiers who are messing around all over the world. Otherwise, these messy soldiers will not only occupy the position of those who want to become Marines, but are also irresponsible to the civilians on one side. Can you imagine what it would be like when a group of messy soldiers met the pirates? He couldn't imagine it anymore. The fate of these soldiers will be very miserable. The fierce pirates would not keep their hands on the Marines. After the warship left the port, it began to patrol the waters around Puya Island. Ryan stood on the bow and stared at the sea carefully, not letting go of any place where a pirate ship might appear. But at the end of the day, let alone the pirate ship, he just didn't even meet the pirate's hair, so he couldn't help being a little disappointed. Unlike Ryan, the soldier was very happy. Without encountering the pirates, today is another peaceful day. They hope that this kind of life can last forever, and it's best to never have pirates appear. After another week passed safely, the soldiers had become accustomed to the enlarged patrol range. Anyway, I went back a little later than usual. They were delayed at this point. Ryan was still standing on the bow and looking at the sea, waiting for the pirates to appear. This day, when the sun is about to sink to the surface of the sea, a small ship caught Ryan's attention. To be precise, it was the pirate flag on the other ship that attracted Ryan's attention. Everyone, please open your eyes to see what pirate group this is. If it's a little pirate group, everyone will be ready to clean him up with me, Ryan said to the soldiers. The soldiers immediately took out a reward order and compared the pirate flag that appeared. Sir Ryan, this is the Musket Pirates. Their captain is Belize, the musketeer who bounty 7 million Baileys. After the soldiers searched for the reward order, they immediately took out a reward order from the pile of reward orders and handed it to Ryan. 7 million Baileys? That's just a little pirate. Ryan looked at the reward in his hand and smiled. Everyone is ready to fight, and the pirate captain will be handled by me. Yes, Sir Lane. The soldiers Kaido. Just 7 million pirates, then it shouldn't be so powerful. At any rate, they also caught the pirate with 30 million Baileys together with Colonel Belize, and they still knew what level the pirate with 7 million Baileys was. Boss, it's Marine. Just when Ryan discovered the Musket Pirates, the pirates on the pirate ship also discovered the warship. What is there to be afraid of? Marine, we haven't encountered it. Belize said nonchalantly, these guys will go away in fear as long as we behave a little bit fiercely. Give me arms and show them well later, there is no need to be afraid of them. Yes, boss. The pirates couldn't help but feel relieved when they heard what their boss said. Sir Ryan, all the shells have been loaded. The soldier reported. Very good, let's launch it directly. Ryan nodded, and just met the pirates without saying anything moral. Yes, Chief Ryan. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately turned the muzzle, aimed at the pirate ship in the distance, and directly ignited the fuse. Boom 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 boom, a bomb shot from the muzzle on the side of the warship blasted towards the Musket Pirates. The Musket Pirates group that was carrying the shells, before they had time to point the lead, the entire ship swayed on the surface of the exploded sea. Damn it, hit it back quickly. Belize yelled while holding on to the boat rail. The boss is wobbly, we can't fire cannonballs. The helpless voices of the pirates came from the cabin. The ship shook like this, let alone attacking Marine with shells. At this time, a bad shell might explode next to the ship. When the time comes, their ships will be more than just shaking. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Belize couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, drive the boat over and we will destroy the group of damn its Marines. What? The pirates immediately horrified when they heard this. Boss, if this is the case, we will be sunk directly. Will you stay here without being sunk? You don't think our pirate ship can be faster than a warship? Only by leaning the ship over, we can win, otherwise we will never run away. Belize cursed. When encountering a warship, how could their pirate ship escape? Only head-to-head with warships is correct. Obviously, the Marines here before saw them all the same as they didn't. Why did they suddenly attack them with gunpowder today? Upon hearing Belize's words, the pirates who wanted to escape turned the rudder and rushed towards the warship. Sir Ryan, the pirates rushed over. Some soldiers on the warship saw that the pirate ship did not escape, but reported it immediately after coming out towards them. They are looking for death. Ryan sneered, inform all the soldiers to prepare their muskets and shoot them when they rush to the side of the warship. Don't worry about killing the pirates. My aim is to kill them without cooperating. The same goes for taking the corpse back. Yes, Chief Ryan. When the soldier finished speaking, he immediately went to inform the other companions. I usually behave so afraid of death, but now I look like a Marine. Seeing the soldiers leave, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Continue to observe the situation on the sea. The pirate ship, which was much smaller than the warship, moved flexibly on the sea, and the flying shells could only hit the position next to it, but could not hit the pirate ship. The turbulent waves and the speed of the shells are the key to hitting. Regarding the fact that the cannonball can't hit, Ryan has long been surprised. How many cannonballs can hit in the pirate world? It all depends on luck. Anyway, he didn't intend to destroy the musket pirates by the cannonballs, he just needed the cannonballs to stop them from leaving. The military exploits that had been waiting for so long finally came to his eyes, and he didn't want to watch the military exploits slip away. Little ones, prepare to board the warship and fight against those damned Marines. Belize shouted, brandishing his long knife. Yes, boss. The pirates heard Kaido loudly. Papa Papa on the warship. The soldiers had already come out of the cabin, each holding a musket and shooting at the pirate ship. What? The pirates standing on the deck of the pirate ship counterattacked with their muskets, but they were hit by bullets and wailed. Ding ding. Belize brandished a long knife, resisting the flying bullets and shouted, prepare the iron claws. Everyone rushed to kill these Marines. These Marines are just a bunch of wine and rice bags. Don't be afraid. Yes. The pirates shook the iron-clawed rope and threw it towards the warship, immediately hooking the warship's rail. Then they bit their weapons one by one, crawling on the rope with their hands and feet together. It's not good, Chief Ryan. The pirates are going to climb up. The soldiers saw the iron claws stuck on the rails and immediately reported. Don't panic, you all gather together and don't get hurt. I will take care of a group of Siang pirates and it's nothing, Ryan said indifferently. The pirate of 7 million Baileys is nothing but 70 million Baileys, so there is no need to be so scared. Yes, Chief Ryan. Upon hearing what Ryan said, the soldiers immediately gathered from the railing to the center of the deck, back to back against possible pirates. 1. The pirate who had just grabbed the ship rail with one hand, before he had time to take the weapon from his mouth and rush to the deck, a fist appeared in his eyes first. Click, the sound of a cracked bone came from the bridge of the nose, and the pirate immediately screamed and fell off the rail. 2. The pirate who had just climbed up on the other side was holding a long knife and was about to cross the ship's rail. The black solace are getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. What? The pirate with shoe prints on his face flew off the warship and fell into the sea. From time to time, he made the scalp numb and saw that a row of teeth in his mouth had disappeared, replaced by a mouthful of blood. 3, 4. The pirates who climbed up had not had time to make an official appearance, and Ryan had all been sent back into the sea. When Belize was on the deck of the warship, he found that there was no one of his men on the deck except Marine. You are Belize, a musketeer with a bounty of 7 million. Ryan folded his arms and said, do you choose to surrender yourself, or let me do it myself? Let me remind you in advance, I will not be polite, and I will never care about the life and death of the pirate. So, you'd better think clearly before speaking, otherwise I might really kill you. Bump! A bullet came out of Belize's musket and hit Ryan's chest directly. Ha ha ha, you long-winded Marine didn't expect it, I'm a famous quick shooter, you dare to say so much nonsense in front of me, you are looking for death. After killing you, my bounty will definitely increase again. Kill me. Ryan opened his chest clothes when he heard the words, revealing his dark chest, which was a little sunken, and sneered, do you think this kind of bullet can kill me? You are so naive. The insect's exoskeleton can withstand huge impacts. How does his round bullet, which is not a sharp bullet, think that it can break his armor? You are not human. Belize saw the scene, could not help but stare round. Turning around, he wanted to escape, facing a monster who was not even afraid of a musket, he was scared. If I hit me, I want to go? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Ryan snorted when he saw him, stepping out and rushing towards Belize. Don't come here. Frightened Belize held up the fire and fired it randomly. After the bullet made a ding sound on Ryan's body, it fell to the ground. Click, seeing Belize wielding an empty musket, Ryan punched in the backhand. Click, a crackling bone sound was accompanied by a scream from Belize. You dared to attack me while I was talking. If I don't beat you with a bruised nose and swollen face today, I won't be able to get out of this breath. Ryan clenched his fist and said fiercely, if he hadn't been prepared, he would have been sneak attacked by this insidious guy. Now, it's time for him to clean up the opponent. What do you want to do? Belize asked in terror, holding his bleeding nose. Of course there are grievances and revenge. Ryan laughed. No, Belize said in fear. Tell you to attack me, tell you to shoot me, tell you not to let me finish. Belize's screams resounded throughout the deck, and the soldiers couldn't help being frightened as they watched the scene. After a while, Ryan wiped the bloodline's fist and said, I'm actually very good at talking, but only if you are willing to listen. It's a pity that you don't want to listen, so I can only let you know the consequences now. Know that it is very rude not to listen to what others say, and to interrupt. What? Belize had a blue nose and a swollen face, bloodline stuck to his body, stunned. Ryan saw and waved to the soldier. You guys tie him up. A little pirate who doesn't have any abilities dared to do something to me. It's really reckless. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldiers hurried over to tie Belize upon hearing the words. Have the other pirates who I beaten caught? Ryan asked while looking at the sea. I've caught them all, Officer Ryan. The soldier straightened his waist and reported, his face very nervous. That's fine. Ryan nodded with satisfaction. Don't be so nervous, I won't do anything to you. Why are you so scared? I don't. Officer Ryan. The soldier stammered. It's fine if you don't have it. Ryan said with a smile, get ready to go back. Our cell has been empty for so long, and it's time to go to those guys in it. Yes, Chief Ryan. Soldier Kaido. After the warship dragged the pirate ship back to Puya Island, it soon attracted the attention of the residents. When they saw the pirates who were escorted to the branch, the residents uttered applause. They liked to see the scene of the pirates being arrested the most. These pirates are arrested, which means that the sea is missing another pirate. They have 1 point less chance of encountering danger. Report to the colonel that all the pirates of the musketeers have been caught. The pirate ship has also been brought back by us. In the headquarters, Ryan reported to Yarl about the course of the battle and the results achieved. Very good. After listening, Yarl nodded with satisfaction. Corporal Ryan, you have to keep working hard. I will report this to the headquarters. Don't worry. Yes, Colonel. Ryan said happily. As long as Yarl reports this incident, he will gain military merit, and then he can slowly rise from corporal to sergeant and then to sergeant. Well, you worked hard to catch the pirates, go back and rest early, Yarl said. Okay, Colonel. Ryan Kaido stepped away and left. I'm telling you that Chief Lane was attacked by the musketeer Belize, and that Belize shot Chief Lane is proudly showing off. As a result, guess what happened next? Sir Ryan has nothing to do. Anyway, he hit Belize with a fist. I'm telling you, you didn't see that Belize was beaten back when he was brought back a lot. The soldier who had taken Belize into prison described it with other companions. Why is Chief Ryan so good? I'm not afraid of guns, a soldier said curiously after listening. It's not something else, it's a gun. How could someone be fine after being shot? I tell you, Chief Ryan is a capable person who has eaten devil fruit. What is a mere gun? I think nothing will happen if I get hit by a cannon head-on, the soldier said, patting his chest. You brag, but don't take me with you. I was really blown up by the bomb. Even I would be injured. Ryan had just walked over here, and after hearing the soldier's words, he didn't have a good air. What are these guys bragging about here and bringing him? He never said that he would be fine after being hit by a bomb. Ah, sir, why are you here? Hearing Ryan's voice, the soldier who had just spoken couldn't help but panicked, and quickly stood up. I just came out of Colonel Yarl, passing here, and heard someone say that I am not afraid of bombs, so come and have a look. Ryan said in a bad mood. I just said nonsense. Sir, please don't take it to heart, the soldier said with a sad face. Don't worry, I didn't care about it at all. Ryan said with a gesture, but don't tell me that I am not afraid of bombs. I have not yet become so strong. When I am really not afraid of bombs, it's not too late for you to say that. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldier nodded quickly when he heard the words. Well, you guys keep chatting. I'm going to practice. Okay, Chief Ryan. After watching Ryan leave, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It scared me to death. I thought Chief Lane would beat me, the soldier said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was terrified by the scene where Lane beat Belize on the warship. It was also the first time he had seen him, how cruel Officer Ryan, who usually seemed to be very talkative, moved his hands. You don't need to be so scared, Chief Ryan is very good at talking, a soldier comforted after hearing the words. That's because you didn't personally see Officer Ryan take action on the warship. The soldier shook his head. Of course these guys didn't see him personally. After they meet, they won't think so. If you encounter pirates in the future, you still can't talk about it. Solving them as soon as possible is the kingly way. This is not a turn-based game. This is the real pirate world. These guys are really going to die. Ryan warned himself while holding the barbell. Thinking back to the battle today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt like a fool who had made such a fatal mistake. If he hadn't covered the armor in advance, he was nearly shot to death by Belize. However, today's match also made it clear that devil fruit is indeed very powerful. Even if he was shot, it just entered, and it didn't cause him to receive very serious injuries. If his devil fruit can awaken, an exoskeleton is definitely a very powerful defense. It is possible that there are not more masonry fruits than Jaws. Even if it is a little bit, it is definitely a very powerful life-saving hole card. After all, the body is a little harder. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Good morning, Chief Ryan. In the morning, Ryan went to the cafeteria, and the soldiers who came and greeted Ryan. Ryan nodded and turned back, his gaze swept between the soldiers and then returned. After breakfast in the morning, he had to take the soldiers to patrol. Every morning, we set off with warships from Puya Island, and then come back near dusk. Soldiers were observing the movement of the sea on the warship, and he was using artillery shells as a training tool. He also wants to one day be able to throw cannonballs like Garp. That's too cool, throwing cannonballs with your hands, that's a man's romance. Sir Ryan, a merchant ship is asking us for help. The soldier ran from the cabin holding the phone worm and shouted. What happened to them? Ryan asked, putting down the cannonball in his hand. Master Marine, please save us. A pirate has mounted our ship and is chasing us now. We are coming to Puya Island, Master Marine, please help us. Before the soldier could speak, the phone worm in his hand cried loudly. Which direction are you now? How far is it from Puya Island? Ryan asked. We are west of Puya Island, and we have just sailed through a coral zone. Boom boom, the phone worm was talking, and suddenly there was the sound of a bomb exploding. What? Master Marine, please come quickly, the pirates are already attacking us. The phone worm said in horror. We'll be over right away, don't panic, delay as much as possible. Ryan said, winking at the soldiers, and the soldiers immediately turned the direction of the warship toward the direction of boarding the ship. Yes, yes. Thank you, Master Marine. The phone worm burst into tears when he heard it. Well, if you don't have any important things on the boat, throw them away as much as possible. This can reduce the weight of the boat and make you faster. Ryan reminded him after thinking about it. The pirate ships are light sailing ships, so they are much faster than merchant ships full of cargo. Master Marine, we have no way to abandon the cargo on the ship. These cargoes are important customers of our Chamber of Commerce. If this shipment is gone, our Chamber of Commerce will suffer a huge loss. The phone worm was embarrassed. But if you don't abandon this shipment, your ship will definitely be overtaken by the pirates. Not only will you not be able to keep the cargo, but your life may also be threatened. Ryan said. Life is dying, this group of guys are still thinking about this kind of thing. It's no wonder that most of the time they get on the boat and encounter pirates, they can't run away. But if these goods are gone, our job will be lost. If we don't have this job, then we will be almost dead. The phone worm cried. Ryan was a little upset when he saw it. All right. You try to delay as much as possible, I will fly over to help you first. The warship will arrive a little later. Thank you, Master Marine. The phone worm burst into tears when he heard the words. Yeah. Ryan nodded and said to the soldiers, the speed of the warship is too slow. It must be too late to get there. I will use my ability to fly over. Come here soon. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers nodded. Kaido. Ryan heard the words, and under everyone's attention, he turned into a big ant flapping its wings and flew towards the merchant ship for help. What a big ant! The soldiers stared at the ant the size of a cow flying away. They've only seen Officer Ryan partially beast, or is it the first time they have seen Officer Ryan be completely beast? After I became an ant, I flew much faster. Is this because I am more labor-saving now, or is it reduced the resistance of the air? Ryan flapped his wings and flew on the sea. It could clearly feel himself after becoming an ant. The speed is much faster than when flying in human form. He didn't understand whether this was the reason for the smaller surface area, or that the streamlined body of the ant could reduce air resistance. However, after being completely animalized, his speed is indeed much faster. This is an indisputable fact. He now wants the merchants on the merchant ship. It can last a little longer until he arrives. The pirates chasing the merchant ship were the second batch of pirates that he waited so long and finally waited. This is related to his future plan to repent of his headquarters, so this cannot be lost. How is it? Mr. Butler. What did Puya Island Marine say? On a merchant ship full of cargo on the sea, a young man asked the middle-aged man who was holding a phone worm. Master Watts, Marine said he'll be coming soon. Let's hold on as much as possible, the butler said. How to hold it? Vaz said with an ugly face when he heard the words, that is the Gear Pirate Group with a bounty of 18 million. None of the ships on top of them have escaped. Does it fail like this the first time I go on board to deliver goods? What will my father think of me then? But it's better than losing your life, Master Watts. As long as we give them the goods and valuables, we can guarantee our safety. The butler persuaded. He naturally knew that this was the first time that Watts had followed a merchant ship to deliver goods, and he must have hoped that it would be delivered safely. But the pirates appeared as soon as they appeared, and they had nothing to do. They are merchant ships, not warships. They are ordinary sailors. It's not a bounty hunter or a marine. They can't be the opponents of the pirates at all. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Vaz said with a dim look. Last month Pavel Haas was caught directly by the Gear Pirates, and then the Gear Pirates asked his family for 30 million Baileys. See you in 3 days. But Pavel Haas's father didn't have Natobelli to give them. Pavel Haas's body appeared in the sea near the port of Kava that day. "Mr. Butler, do you know what this means? If our ship is overtaken by them, they will not only ask for our cargo, but they will also tie me up. At that time, they will definitely demand more ransom from their father. Do you think about how much Bailey can the entire Chamber of Commerce now come up with? I don't want to die so early, I'm still young," Watts said excitedly. Watching the corpses of a former playmate appear on the sea, and the murderer is still chasing their gear pirates, how can you say he is not nervous? "Master Watts, calm down, Marine will be here soon." Looking at the young man who grew up, the butler comforted. "Now we can only expect Marine to come soon. Little ones, hurry up, all your strength is spent on the belly of the girls. Lao Zi usually takes you to drink spicy food. Now when I use you, you are here to pretend that Lao Zi is weak, right?" On the gear pirate ship, Sebastian, who was holding 2 large gears in his hand, cursed. "A group of useless guys, they know how much Pele they can get if they catch the guy on the merchant ship in front of them. Actually daring to dare here, it really made him angry. Boss, we really have no strength." The pirate who kept spinning around the paddle turntable said, "It's not that they are lazy, but that they really don't have the strength now. They turned the wheel desperately in the morning and escaped Marine's pursuit. It's only 2 hours now. Where can all the energy continue? You guy has an opinion." When Sebastian heard this, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, an unkind breath exuding all over his body. No, boss." The pirate quickly shook his head and explained, "It's best if you don't have it. If it weren't for the reason that you've been with me for so long, Lao Zi would have slapped your head a long time ago, and dare to question the decision of the captain." Sebastian cursed loudly, keeping his eyes on the merchant ship in the distance. It's coming. They will be able to catch up with the merchant ship immediately. At that time, selling the goods on the black market and kidnapping the guys from the Chamber of Commerce on the ship will be a lot of money. I just hope that this time the guy will be able to give up Bailey's mind. Don't be like the miser who didn't even save his son last time. As a result, he can only bear the pain and kill the kid. "Master Watts, the gear pirates are about to catch up. They are going to catch up." The sailor looked at the pirate ship getting closer, and someone had already begun to jump into the sea. It seems that this can save their lives. Upon seeing this, the housekeeper could not help cursing, "You fools, calm down. How far is Puya Island from here, do you know? Don't hurry up. Be careful to be eaten by the sea beast later. Even if we are eaten by sea beasts, it is better than being caught by pirates. Sea beasts are much more merciful than them. Yes, the pirates' methods are cruel. I would rather die in the mouth of the sea beast than fall into their hands." The sailors who jumped into the water responded loudly, swimming towards the distance regardless. As long as they leave the merchant ship, the gear pirates will definitely not be the target of them, and they may be able to return to land safely by then. These guys. Seeing that the sailors didn't mean to come back, the butler couldn't help but his face darkened. Without so many sailors controlling the ship, the speed of the ship would definitely not be as fast as before. Maybe they would be overtaken by the gear pirate ship immediately. Why are these idiots looking for death by themselves? This not only harmed them, but also killed Master Watts himself. Little ones, have fun. Standing on the deck, Sebastian saw the sailors on the surface of the sea and his opponents laughed. "Let Lao Zi see if your marksmanship is accurate. Who can hit the guy who is midstream? This captain will give him more. Barrel of rum." "Really? Boss." The pirates who were ready to go with weapons in their hands were excited when they heard this. "Of course." Sebastian smiled. "Great." Upon hearing Sebastian's words, the pirates immediately took out their muskets and aimed them at the sailors who were swimming on the surface. Hearing this, the pirates who were spinning the gears of the linked oars turned their heads and looked at the sea. Seeing Sebastian, he immediately threw the cigarette butt in his mouth. The pirate with the hot probe jumped wildly. "This kind of thing is not something you guys can take part in. Keep changing the oars for Lao Zi." Sebastian cursed, "A few guys who couldn't bring back anything. Want to be too lazy to participate in the competition? Simply dreaming." Hearing Sebastian's words, the faces of several pirates could not help but change, but in the end it continued to spin the turntable. Bump bump bump. After a gunshot, the sailors who were swimming on the sea could not help but sink into the bottom of the water, and the scarlet blood stained the water. The pirates of the gear pirates saw it, and immediately shouted happily, I hit. You got out of me, obviously Lao Zi hit. Master Captain, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I hit that guy. I hit it. No, it's me." The pirates quarreled for a while, and they all proved that they were hit. "Well, you guys don't fight anymore. Just give you the drink at that time. It doesn't matter which one of you hits, it is the same." Sebastian laughed and said, "Now you should do business. Tighten the weapons in your hands and prepare to board the ship with Lao Zi. Remember that people can kill the goods but not damage them. We can still trade those goods on the black market. If I see one of you who is disobedient, you should know the end, right?" Yes, Master Captain." The pirates nodded quickly when they heard the words. Very well, get ready, Sebastian said with satisfaction, taking out 2 large round gears and holding them in his hand. This is his weapon and the origin of his nickname. No, they are about to get closer. Why hasn't Marine come yet? When the butler looked at Sebastian on the bow, his face finally began to panic. If you get closer to the other party, you can hook their merchant ship with an iron hook, and then they really can't run away. Oh. On the gear pirate ship, the pirates waved and shouted. Seeing that the time was almost the same, he immediately let go and threw it out, and the hook flew out with the rope and hooked the merchant ship's passing fence. No, cut the rope quickly. The butler yelled, drew out the long knife he was wearing, and chopped it on the rope tied behind the hook. Bump! As soon as the knife touched the body, the dazzling sparks lit up. A sudden force directly caused the butler's long knife to deviate from the side. On the gear pirate ship, a pirate with a blindfold blew his muzzle and smoke came out of his face proudly. Good job! Sebastian laughed when he saw it, and he was indeed a capable man of his men, and he did not disappoint. Damn it! The butler scolded angrily, and quickly retracted his body. He didn't have the guts to chop the rope anymore. Just now, the other party's bullet hit his knife. If he passed by, the bullet would hit him without the cover of the hull. What should I do now? Mr. Butler. Vaz's face was pale, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Don't be afraid, Master Vaz. The butler looked at the gear pirates group that was still throwing the hook, and said to Vaz, we want to delay as much as possible. Think about it if you can tell them something? Hold them. What should I say? Vaz said in a panic. The gear pirates are about to board the merchant ship. What else can he say? Master Watts, you just say, as long as you can hold them, you can say anything. If they are allowed to board, it will be completely over. The butler said. Then I will try. Vaz gritted his teeth and walked tremblingly towards the stern. Since the gear pirate group likes to kidnap, it will definitely not kill him right away. He finally fights for himself, trying to hold back time. After Watts got to the stern, when Sebastian saw it, he immediately cursed at the men around him. Give me all the guns, you dumb guys. If we hurt our Master Watts, can I exchange Pele with you? Yes, head. When the pirates heard the words, they quickly put away their guns. Master Watts, why did you run to the stern of the boat? Are you planning to surrender? As long as you surrender, I won't hurt you. When your father sends Pele, I will send you back safe and sound. Sebastian laughed. If the other party can surrender actively, this can save them a lot of effort, and they don't want to destroy the entire 3 ships because of the battle. After all, the ships can also be sold for money. Vaz gritted his teeth and said, Master Sebastian, why do you, as a big pirate with a bounty of 17 million, have to arrest me? My father admires your prestige, Master Sebastian. If possible, I think our Chamber of Commerce and Sebastian Master Bastion, you can definitely cooperate. Cooperation, Sebastian said with a smile. Interesting, your Chamber of Commerce wants to cooperate with our pirate group. What kind of remuneration can you give? Pele, matter and everything you need, Master Sebastian, Vaz said while thinking. It sounds very interesting, but it's a pity that Lao Zi is not in the mood to do this kind of thing now. Sebastian smiled. If your Chamber of Commerce is really sincere, Master Vaz will surrender honestly. At that time, I will naturally have the opportunity to chat with your father. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Vaz's face instantly froze. The other party directly blocked what he wanted to say, and he didn't know how to continue to say it anymore. Unconsciously, sweat began to blur Vaz's vision. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout him. The scene gradually calmed down. Boss, a big bug has appeared on the sea. At this moment, the pirate holding the single-scope binoculars suddenly spoke. It broke the quiet atmosphere and attracted everyone's attention. Unconsciously, his eyes began to gather on the surface of the sea. I saw a big ant moving fast on the sea. This is an ant? How could there be such a big ant? After the pirates saw it clearly, they couldn't help but be surprised. Who knows? There are countless monsters on the sea. It's just an ant. What's to be afraid of? Our captain can slap it to death. Yes. Captain Sebastian is invincible. Ha ha. Sebastian listened to the flattering of his hands and laughed. Yes, an ant is nothing. Even if he is older, he is still the same. Master Watts, have you figured it out? Do you surrender or not? After regaining his gaze from the ant, Sebastian stared at Vaz and asked. Vaz couldn't help but couldn't speak for a while. Surrender? What do you think of us Marine? You little pirates dare to be so rampant. Who is talking? Hearing the sudden sound, Sebastian immediately looked around. You Master Marine, me. On the sea, the big ant fell on the top of the merchant ship and regained its human form. Humans? How could it be? Not ants. The pirates couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw it. It was the first time they saw an ant turn into a human being. A bunch of idiots, this guy is capable of eating devil fruit. Seeing that his men looked like they had never seen the world, Sebastian couldn't help cursing with hatred for iron and steel. Tenton, a group of idiots, knew about eating, drinking, and having fun, and didn't know to pay attention to the news on the sea. Even Devil Fruit didn't even know about it. Since you know that I am Demon Fruit Power, then you should understand the gap between you and me. Are you planning to surrender yourself or let me knock you down and put you in jail? Ryan laughed, and the marine uniform on his body was crushed by the sea breeze. Although you are Demon Fruit Power, Devil Fruit is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. You really fool Lao Zi as a fool? You are just an ant fruit capable person. Where can you be strong? Sebastian took out a chain with gears from his waist and smiled grinningly. If you were Logia Demon Fruit Power, Lao Zi turns around without saying a word, but you are just a guy who ate Zoan Devil Fruit. Do you think Lao Zi will leave? Lao Zi will not only rob the merchant ship today, you will also use your head to publicize Lao Zi's name. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Ryan sneered, covered with black armor, and directly entered the orc mode and rushed towards the gear pirate ship. You're looking for death, Sebastian cursed, and the chain dance in his hand crashed. The pirates standing by their side met and ran away. He didn't want to be hit by the gear tied to his boss, and their heads would bloom immediately. Huequan embroidered legs. Ryan was dismissive when he saw it, and after landing on the deck, he kicked Sebastian in the chest. Sebastian danced and smashed the gear chain towards Ryan. Ryan drew sideways, waved his gear, and landed on the deck to make a hole. Damn it, avoiding it. Seeing a hole in the deck of his own ship, Sebastian couldn't help cursing in darkness. Pulling the chain, I was ready to pull out the gear and continue to give Ryan a moment. Since you have punched a hole in the splint, put it here to fill it, don't pick it up. Seeing the chain move, Ryan immediately stepped on the gear. Suddenly, Sebastian felt the gear stuck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Die to me. Realizing this, Sebastian immediately waved the gear on the other side and threw it at Ryan's head. Click. Ryan dodged sideways, and the gear fell on the deck again. But Sebastian didn't try to pull it out this time. He directly drew the long knife from his waist and slashed towards Ryan. You guy is really sinister. Ryan twisted and said, regretting that he didn't have a weapon anymore. Although he was transformed into an orc, his exoskeleton was very hard, but it wasn't enough to be able to fight the blade for a while. Unless he learns that armament haki is similar, he still needs weapons to help. I said you were looking stupid here? Don't you know how to bring me a weapon? You don't think I can really take the sword empty-handed, do you? Ryan yelled at Watts, who was standing behind him while hiding. Watts reacted when he heard this. Master Marine, what kind of weapon do you need? No matter what, as long as I can resist his weapon, without this long knife, I can hit him on the ground immediately. The damn pirate wielded a long knife a little bit fiercely, so he didn't dare to step forward and take the blade empty-handed. Otherwise, this guy would have been taken down by him. I understand. Vaz must have immediately gone to the cabin to find weapons. The young one show me Vaz, and he is not allowed to give the weapon to this marine. Sebastian heard this and immediately shouted to the men under his hands. Then we can shoot? Boss. The pirates asked, lest the boss blame them for hurting each other later. Are you a bunch of idiots? Sebastian cursed angrily. I didn't see that Lao Zi is now relying on the advantage of weapon warfare? After he got the weapon, you idiots thought that Lao Zi was overwhelmed. Live him. How could he accept a group of such fools as his subordinates? Didn't even understand the current situation? Also asked him such a stupid question. Yes, boss. Upon hearing the words of their boss, the pirates immediately took out their muskets and aimed at the stern of the merchant ship. As long as they waited for the other side to show their heads, they could immediately give the other side a chill. Boss, do you want me to shoot this marine for you? Asked the pirate wearing the blindfold. If Watts kept hiding in the cabin and couldn't come out, wouldn't they wait and wait? It's better to kill the marine in front of me directly. Are you an idiot? Lao Zi is fighting with him, and you are shooting next to him. What if you hit Lao Zi if he hides? Sebastian cursed immediately. Why would he accept such an idiot as a subordinate? He is so close to this marine, he wouldn't believe that his stupid subordinates can hit each other when they are fighting. What if a bullet hits him? Master Marine, I have found the weapon, but I dare not show my head now. Vaz shouted from behind the cabin. You just think of a way to throw the weapon up, and I will naturally have a way to get it in my hand. Ryan dodged and said, the young ones are watching me tight, so he can't let him get it. Sebastian shouted immediately when he heard this. Yes, boss. When the pirates heard the words, they looked towards the sky above the ship, and saw a long knife thrown out from below. And at this moment, Ryan dodged Sebastian's attack on his side, drew back and came to the pirates who were looking at the sky. A kick on them kicked them off the pirate ship, and backhand took the weapon from their hands, and instantly they had all kinds of weapons in their hands. Hole, what are you doing? Sebastian's face turned dark when he saw this scene. Let's stare at him as you said, don't get weapons. The pirates are weak and weak. Then you let him get a weapon. Sebastian cursed. Don't a group of guys even have a sense of guard? It was so easily touched by someone else. Don't be so angry, let me beat you twice, and your fire will go down. Ryan smiled while holding the weapon, stepping forward and waving the 4 weapons in his hand. When Sebastian saw him, he couldn't help being horrified. Why are you idiots standing stupid? This guy has already exposed his back to you, you don't know to beat him. Yes, boss. When the pirates heard this, they shot. Bump bump, the bullet hit Ryan's back and gave out a series of sparks. How? Are you finished? Is it my turn after the fight? Ryan sneered with a trembling gray on his back. Why do you think it is demon fruit power? You don't think bullets will be useful to me, do you? Devil! The devil! The pirates saw a scene of horror. They were the first time they saw someone hit by a musket, and they were still safe and sound. The opponent could never be human. Stop! Stop it! Sebastian yelled as he stepped back, not even afraid of muskets. Then how does he fight each other? If the other party recklessly exchanges injuries with him, he doesn't think he can be safe and sound. You tell me to stop? I don't want face. Ryan sneered and rushed directly toward Sebastian. The sharp light is extremely dazzling in the sun. While the two passed by, and scarlet blood spurted out of Sebastian's chest. What? The pirates yelled in fear when they saw it. Their invincible captain Sebastian was actually defeated by Marine. What will they face next? One by one, put down the weapons in your hands, hold your head and squat. You can try to escape, or you can try to see if I can hit you with a musket. Of course, if you don't do what I said, you can also fight with me like your captain who is not afraid of death, and see if I can chop you to death. Ryan smiled with a long knife stuck to blood. The pirates immediately paled and said, "We surrender. We surrender." That's good. Ryan smiled. Hurry up and do what I say, don't let me do it myself. Yes. The pirates heard Kaido and immediately dropped their weapons, honestly holding his head and squatting on the deck. You won, you won. Watts burst into tears when he saw this scene. He finally didn't have to worry that he would be tied up by the pirates. It was great, and the goods of the Chamber of Commerce were also kept. This is the Marine on Puya Island? It is too powerful. Thank you, Master Marine, for saving us. We really don't know how to thank you. The butler had climbed up the rope and bowed to Ryan while Watts was still in a daze. Maintaining the stability of the sea and fighting against pirates is what we should do. If you really want to thank me, let the sailor come and help me tie them up. My warship should be here soon. Ryan laughed. Yes, Master Marine. Upon hearing what Ryan said, the butler immediately sent someone over to tie up the pirates. Not only because of Ryan's request, they are more worried that after the pirates of the Gear Pirates escape, they will retaliate against their Chamber of Commerce in the future. Master Marine, I don't think you have the right weapon. What kind of weapon you need can tell us what our Chamber of Commerce has. The butler smiled to Ryan after watching the sailors tide the pirates. If you can, help me get 4 axes. I feel that these long knives are lighter and not suitable for me to fight. Ryan said. Just now he felt that these long knives were too light, and there was no feel at all in his hand. If he had 4 axes, it would be better, and the lethality would be stronger. Axe? No problem. The butler nodded when he heard the words, do you need that kind of short-handled axe? Or long-handled? Short handle, it doesn't need to be too long. Ryan waved his hand. Okay, what is your name, Master Marine? At that time, we will send the axe to Puya Island. Me? Just call me Ryan. It turns out that Lord Ryan. The housekeeper smiled upon hearing the words, I would like to ask you to take care of it in the future. This is a trivial matter. As he spoke, he took out a pile of Bailey from his pocket. Ryan shook his head when he saw it. I'm a Marine, don't give this to me. If it is passed up, I will be punished. If you really want to be grateful to me, help me promote my record on the sea. This is more beneficial than these Baileys can bring me. So? Then I understand. The housekeeper smiled upon hearing the words, I will help Master Lane publicize your deeds, don't worry. Yeah. Ryan nodded when he heard the words and looked at the sea. I saw a warship approaching here. Sir, you can fly so fast, we almost lost you. On the warship, the soldiers saw Ryan. It was finally relieved. It doesn't matter if you lose it. It's fine as long as you can come. Hurry down. It's time to do business and bring all these guys to the warship. Ryan smiled and pointed to a group of tied seas on the nailplate. Thieves. Wow. The soldiers looked at the tied pirates in surprise and said, Sir, did you do this? Otherwise, Ryan smiled, hurry up and take them on the warship. It's getting late, we should go back for business. Don't you want to see the residents of the island worship you? But you did it, Chief Ryan. The soldiers heard the words. The residents of Kapuya Island don't know. Ryan laughed. When the soldiers heard this, their faces became excited. The pirates were escorted to the warship. Chief Lane was right. The residents of Puya Island didn't know that these pirates were caught by Chief Lane alone. They can also enjoy the look of worship. Okay, we will take the pirates back. Let's continue sailing, Ryan said to Vaz and others. Yes, Lord Ryan, please go slowly. Vaz and the butler nodded when they heard this. Watching the warship drag the pirate ship away. Unexpectedly, Puya Island has such a powerful marine. I just thought it must be dead. Vaz said. I thought the same, but it turns out that we did not believe it wrong. Marine really came to save us. The butler smiled. Master Watts, we should continue on the road. Well, let's go. Vaz nodded when he heard the words. At night, after the warship docked at Puya Island, once again, the residents were alarmed. They looked at the pirate flag hung on the pirate ship towing behind the warship and cheered. Ryan, you really gave me a big surprise. I didn't expect to go out this time. You actually caught the gear pirates. It seems that it won't take long for you to become a colonel. In the branch, Yarrell said with a smile. Ryan shook his head after hearing this. I'm afraid there is still a long way to go, Colonel Yarrell. I don't think it will be so easy to catch up with you. It's not so easy to become a colonel, especially when it's in South Blue. You must know that he had been wandering here for a few months and then caught 2 pirate groups. This was still when he was trying to go out on patrol. If he stayed in the branch exclusively, it is estimated that only when the pirates attack Puya Island, only then can I meet the pirates. Come on, you are still young, don't be so anxious. Yarrell smiled after hearing the words. The colonel is actually very troublesome. Not only is he tired to death, moreover, I always want to help my subordinates take care of the situation. It's not as simple as you think. If I could come back, I would rather not be this colonel. It would be great like you. Having said that, Yarrell touched the mechanical clock on the table again. When Ryan saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched. Colonel Yarrell is not easy now? He can be regarded as one of the most relaxed colonels in the entire ocean. He hadn't seen the other party practicing, and played with his mechanical clock all day long. When I get to and from work, I won't see anyone anymore. It's exactly Polo Salino's style. He almost wondered if Polo Salino also brought a group of people, so that there is such a lazy colonel as Yariel? Yarrow looked at the time of the mechanical clock and said to Ryan, well, it's not too early, I should get off work too. I will report your credit to you, don't worry. It won't be long before the head office will respond. I think you will be able to rise to the rank of sergeant tomorrow if there is no accident. You have to work hard. The peace of Puya Island is up to you to maintain. You are the person in charge on Kapuya Island, Ryan reminded aloud. It doesn't matter. It's the same if you come to guard it. Yarrell fiddled with the hands of the mechanical clock and smiled. Okay, I should go. If there is anything, you can handle it for me, and I will come back tomorrow morning. Okay, Colonel Yarrell. Ryan nodded when he heard the words and watched the opponent leave. Although the opponent is relatively lazy, but also he is very comfortable under the opponent. It's always going to help the other party to deal with some things, and some headaches. It reminded him of those superiors who like to be lazy and push things to other people. Report to Colonel Yarrell, shouted the soldier standing at the door. No need to report, just come in. The colonel just left, just tell me if you have anything. Ryan said. Yes. The soldier said after hearing it. Sir, Ryan, the pirates are fighting in prison. Do you need to stop them? Of course not, you just need to eat less food for them every day, so that they don't have to fight when they are full. Remember to keep a close eye and don't let them run out. I suspect that they are tricking you in with bitter tricks. Ryan confessed that the pirates died when they died, and he didn't have any good feelings for these guys anyway. Yes, Chief Ryan. Hearing this, the soldier nodded. Then, in the following days, the pirates in the prison looked at the 3 slices of bread and a small bowl of thick soup, instantly dumbfounded. Who can eat such a small amount of food? You Marines take this for us to eat. Yes, we want food. We want to see your sir. In the prison, the pirates said in unison. As the number of people increased, the voice became louder and louder. Sir, Ryan, the prisoners have opinions about your new food distribution, and they are making trouble now. Ryan was practicing in the training ground, and the soldiers came to report. I'll go and see who has an opinion. Ryan put down the barbell and said, a group of pirates who want to eat free food if they don't do anything. They want to eat well and want to eat well, so they are dreaming. Had it not been for Marine's rule that these pirates were going to prison, he would have thrown these guys into the sea to feed the sharks. After fighting with the giant tiger, he was no longer the one who would be afraid of seeing the corpse. Pirates are all guys that need to be eliminated. Give us food, give us food. Inside the prison, the prisoners were constantly tapping the iron bowl holding spoons. On both sides are soldiers holding weapons in battle. When Ryan walked in, listening to the noisy sound, he couldn't help frowning. Sir, you are finally here. When the soldiers saw Ryan appeared, they couldn't help but say happily. Yeah. Ryan nodded after hearing this. The pirates who were making noisy heard this and stopped the spoon in their hands and looked over here. When it was discovered that the person who came was Ryan, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Many of them were caught by Ryan, so Ryan is really good, they know very well. I heard that some of you are making trouble here. You think there is too much food. You can't finish it, right? If that's the case, you can drink Northwestern from now on. Ryan looked at the prisoners in front of him and said coldly. The words spoken made many prisoners look angry. You are torturing, you are trying to starve us to death. Just a little bit of food, where is enough? Yes, how can you do this? That's how your Marine treats prisoners, someone whispered, although the voice was small. But it was still caught by Ryan. He walked up to the speaking prisoner, grabbed his neck and said coldly, it's not wrong for us to be Marine, and it's not wrong for you to be a pirate, so what's the problem with us treating you like this? You are just a bunch of vicious pirates. Now that you can have so much food for you, you should be thankful that Marine has also built a prison, otherwise I will send you guys who eat white food to feed the sharks now. I warn you that it is best not to make trouble, otherwise I don't mind killing chickens and monkeys. Where I am, no matter what pirate you have been, you are all criminals here. If you are not satisfied, you can just say it, and I won't bother you anyway. A group of food-wasting mods is not qualified to say in front of me that there is not enough food. Did you hear me clearly? Need I say it a second time? Sir, Ryan, he is about to be strangled to death by you, and there is no way to speak. The soldier on the side quickly reminded him. I know, I just let him feel what it feels like to die. I won't let him continue to make trouble. Ryan lost the prisoner in his hand. You better remember what I said, now my words are still very useful here. Don't think that what I do to you, things here can be passed to the headquarters. I came from the headquarters. I can tell you clearly that this department doesn't have the time to manage things in prison, especially since you guys are still a group. Tell you, there are quite a few people in Marine who insist on killing pirates. Don't think you will end up as pirates. This is the first time, and I will forgive you for the time being, but if there is a second time, some of you may have to pay the price. And you. Ryan looked at the soldiers and said, what do you eat with the guns in your hands? These guys are pirates, not ordinary civilians who have committed theft. You don't need mercy to deal with him. Just use the methods that should be used. I'll take care of it if something goes wrong. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words. When the prisoners heard it, their faces became paler. This guy really doesn't care about them life or death. Okay, from now on. I don't want this kind of thing to be heard in prison again. If I hear it again, I will give you a good reason to leave the world with peace of mind. Ryan said coldly, turned and left. The soldiers could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The look of Officer Ryan at this time, even if they saw it, they were very scared. All continue to eat, no troubles are allowed. Otherwise, we will do as Chief Ryan said. The soldiers said, and the prisoners were much more honest immediately. No one dared to provoke anymore. Why are you looking at me all the time? Ryan walked ahead and found the soldiers behind him staring at him. It's nothing, I just think you're just hacky, Chief Ryan. Yeah. Sir, you looked so handsome just now. The soldiers admired. Ryan was speechless after hearing this. If you have the strength, you will be able to do this. Don't always think about playing after the usual things are done. It is the right thing to improve your strength. Although the pirates in South Blue are weaker, you are also weaker, so when you encounter danger, you are still very weak. You can only work hard to improve yourself. Then can we practice together with Chief Ryan? Yes. You can teach us, Chief Ryan. Are you sure you want me to teach? Ryan said, training these soldiers is not impossible. As a result, they can help a little bit more when they are strong enough to perform tasks in the future. Secondly, if he really leaves South Blue in the future, he will need his own team. It is impossible to say that he will return to the headquarters alone. No matter what you think, it seems necessary to make the soldiers stronger by 1,000,000,000 points. The most important thing is that they still have this idea is the most important. Okay, sure. When the soldiers heard this, they nodded quickly. Okay. Ryan said with a smile, since you have said something like this, from now on, come to the training ground to find me when you have time. I will guide you a little bit. This is all my previous training experience in the headquarters. Although it is much worse than instructor's ability, but I know you still have no problems. Yes, thank you, Chief Lane. The soldiers happily heard the words. Ryan waved his hand when he saw this. Don't rush to thank me in advance. I want to remind you that training is not very hard to play. You'd better stick to it. No strong person is born out of thin air. Their birth must be accompanied by countless sweats. I hope you can keep your current ideas and don't give up. Yes, we will. The soldiers nodded. Be faster, you guys, since you choose to practice, you should be more serious. But, Chief Ryan, you never said that cultivation is so hard. In the training ground, the soldier sat on the ground panting, holding a big sandbag in his arms. Ryan is leaping with a barbell on his shoulders. How do you call cultivation without suffering? Just get up and continue to jump. It's just a little bit of difficulty. You can overcome it once. Ryan laughed. No more. We can't take it anymore, we have to sit down and rest. Yeah. The soldiers waved their hands. Then you guys take a rest slowly, remember to wait a while and continue to practice. Ryan finished his instructions, and continued to dance with the barbell on his back. Sir Ryan, Colonel Ariel wants you to go to the office. Say that your sergeant rank proved. The soldier trot and stopped at the gate of the training ground and reported, "My credentials are here." Ryan immediately lost the barbell and walked to the door. When the other soldiers met, they threw away their sandbags and ran to the barbell. "Do you think this barbell weighs? I see the officer carrying it to jump, it doesn't seem to be very difficult." The soldier touched the barbell and said, "There are 8 pieces of iron on it, I think there should be 400 caddies." Someone said, "It's easy to know how many caddies you have. You will know it in one fell swoop." "Yes, everyone try it." Other soldiers suggested. "Okay, let me try it." The sturdy soldier among them spoke, and then grabbed the barbell. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and he was still motionless. When the other soldiers saw it, they couldn't help but urge, "You lift it up, why are you holding it all the time?" "Yes, yeah, if you drag on, the sir will be back later." "I can't lift it up, it's too heavy." "It's absolutely impossible to have only 400 caddies, or at least 800 caddies." The soldier flushed and said, "Impossible? Why is it so heavy?" The soldiers couldn't say anything. "If you don't believe it, you can try it." The sturdy soldier let go of his hands and let go of his position. The soldiers met, and after looking at each other, they began to go on board together. As soon as he lifted the barbell, all 3 soldiers blushed. "So heavy, so heavy." "Yes, how did the sir carry it?" "I don't know, but I know I won't be able to provoke the chief in the future, otherwise he will hit him with a punch. I'm afraid none of us can handle it." "Yeah, everyone is going to leave soon. Don't let the chief find out that we are lazy." After some experiments, it was discovered that the barbell was really heavy and terrifying. The soldiers returned to their positions and continued to hold the sandbags. "You are here, the headquarters has promoted you to sergeant. This is your future certificate." In the office, Yarrell pushed his credentials forward and laughed. "Thank you, Colonel, I see." Ryan took the officer's card, opened it, and saw the word sergeant on it. He nodded and smiled. Without wasting his efforts during this period of time, he finally became a sergeant. He should have risen much faster than Pete in their ranks, right? But wanting to return to the headquarters is still not enough. He needs to work harder. "I heard that you changed the food for prisoners in the prison, right?" Yarrell asked, looking at Ryan, who was looking at the officer's card. "Yes, Colonel." Ryan nodded. The group of prisoners was really too energetic, and they actually fought inside. "I asked them to reduce their food in the prison, so that they could not eat enough, so that they would not fight." "Well, you did a good job." Yarrell smiled. "You don't need to be nervous. In fact, I don't have a good impression of the pirates. If you do too much, I won't say anything, as long as you don't let them run away. You can do whatever you want." "Yes, Colonel." Ryan nodded when he heard the words. "By the way, you may not have much time to practice recently. Just now, the South Blue Watson Island branch called and said that a group of pirates had come to our side. I hope we can take them down. I thought about this matter and decided to leave it to you. After all, your strength is not bad, but your military rank is only poor. After this is done, you should be able to rise faster." Yarrell laughed. "I understand." Ryan nodded, put away the officer's card and smiled. "Colonel, do you have any information about this group of pirates?" "Yes, I have sent someone to your office. You can go and take a look at it later, and catch them as soon as possible." "Okay, then I'll go and watch it first." "Well, go ahead." Yarrell nodded. Ryan took his steps and left. "Sure enough, there are reliable people under my staff, and I can relax a lot. I hope he can stay with me for a few more years." Ariel couldn't help stretching as he watched Ryan disappear. Since Ryan came to Puya Island, he has completely ushered in the old life. No matter what, he doesn't need to go out, he can leave it to Ryan to do it. Just like this time when the pirates came to the sea where they were responsible, he was always asked to go out in person before, but now he only needs Ryan to go to solve it. This allows him to sit comfortably in the office. The greatest joy in life is so leisurely. What's the strange name of the pirate group? Why is it called the Sweetheart Pirate Group? You are basically the Terror Pirates Group, okay? I finally know why you were offered a 42 million Bailey as a reward. Just this look makes people feel sick. In the office, Ryan looked at the documents in front of him, his face a little dark. There was a reward order on his desk. The reward order was a guy with his hair tied into a heart but with a beard on his face. The guy who makes Ryan feel speechless the most is still wearing a woman's kimono. With him like this is definitely the biggest challenge he has encountered so far. What kind of sweetheart pirate group is this? This is the S*********E pirate group at all. Why in South Blue, he can still encounter such a strange flower? Does the S*******E kingdom have a branch in South Blue? Sir, What do you want me to do? Outside the door, the soldier said after knocking on the door. Go and pass this reward order and this information to everyone, so that they can be prepared. Otherwise then, I'm afraid they will throw up the food. Ryan pushed the file forward. After hearing this, the soldier stepped in and saw the face on the reward order. His face suddenly turned black and began to vomit. What kind of monster is this? The soldier said in horror. This is a ladyboy, you can show it to everyone. Let everyone be prepared, otherwise I'm afraid that you will not be able to get up if you have not started fighting by then. Yes, sir. Oh, as the soldier said, he couldn't help but vomit. Oh, at this time, the soldiers in the training ground were vomiting loudly. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. How could there be such a disgusting pirate on the sea? He was obviously a man but dressed as a woman. The most important thing was that the other party gave it back. So ugly. The stubble on the face and the chin like the buttocks were unbearable for them. Okay, you should be dispatched when you vomit. You don't have anything in your stomach now, so you shouldn't be able to vomit it, Ryan asked while looking at the pale-faced soldiers. Sir, I feel very uncomfortable today, can I not be present? Yes, sir, I also feel uncomfortable, and I have to ask for leave. With the first soldier who asked for leave at the beginning, the other soldiers immediately followed. You just vomited, it won't be fatal. Pack everything up and follow me. What is there to be afraid of if you let you hit them? Don't you see them so disgusting? Don't you want to hit them with the gun in your hand? Ryan tried to encourage. Of course we want to hit them, but once we see their faces, we just want to throw up. That's right, vomit. The soldiers continued to vomit. Okay, don't explain, hurry up with me. Ryan said, no matter if they heard it or not, he walked to the dock first. Anyway, she-males are monsters like monsters. He will greet the other party with an axe, hoping that the other party can die quickly because of his sharp axe. Don't dirty his eyes, or he will wash his eyes. After a while, the weak soldiers climbed onto the warship with both hands and feet. Looking at them like this, it seems that they have already vomited the meal they had eaten the day before. You all cheer up, you are like this, I am worried that I will see the ladyboy and pirate at that time. You will be taken directly by them. I heard that the ladyboys and pirates like to catch handsome men as companions, and I remind you that their aesthetics are similar to women's, which means that you are likely to marry them after you are caught. What? Hearing Ryan's words, the soldiers were no longer sleepy or weak. There was something called murderous shining all over his body. Let them marry this kind of monsters, they would rather die. Today either these monsters die or they die. Yes, very energetic. Seeing the soldiers covered in darkness, Ryan nodded involuntarily. Take a look at their appearance, the combat power has doubled several times, maybe they met this sweetheart pirate group, they don't need to act on their own, they can clean up the enemy. Sure enough, people don't force themselves. Never know where your limits are. On the sea, a pirate ship with a pirate flag of love hanging beside a skull is sailing. On the boat, pirates with heavy makeup and high heels wearing silk stockings and high heels were putting on lipstick. Captain, when shall we go to the Grand Line? The pirates looked in the mirror and asked. They heard their captain say that there is a demon kingdom on the Grand Line, where there are many like-minded people like them? Of course it will be right away. Dan Fowler, with his loving hair, smiled, everyone will bear it. After New World, there will be no such strange eyes looking at us. South Blue is so backward, they can't accept great ideas. Yes. The pirates nodded when they heard the words, we are going to New World, we are going to New World. Sir, a pirate ship appeared on the sea in the distance, and the pattern on the pirate flag is the Sweetheart Pirate Group. Need to attack them immediately? On the observation deck, the soldier asked after putting down his scope. Of course, otherwise what are we doing here? I believe you don't want to see them up close. Ryan laughed. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words, and it was disgusting to show them that they would be blinded by such monsters. Then act, Ryan ordered. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately turned the hull down into the cabin, and aimed their guns at the Sweetheart pirates who were coming here. It's not good, Captain. There is a marine warship ahead. On the Sweetheart Pirate Group ship, the pirate who had found the former stranger quickly reported. Don't be afraid, nothing can stop us from going to the New World. Everyone cheers up and prepares for the fight. Dan Fowler ordered. Yes, Captain. The pirates immediately stepped on their high heels to prepare for battle. Everyone, don't let the monsters rush over, you must kill them before they come to the warship. Yes, in order to keep our hearts pure, we must kill these guys. Inside the cabin, the soldiers shouted. One by one ignited an angry flame, and suddenly the shells flew out. Boom 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 boom, the cannonball exploded on the water, exploding one huge wave after another. The pirate ship of the Sweetheart Pirates Group began to show damage under the baptism of dense shells. What the hell is going on with the marine in this place? How come they are so much stronger than the marine on Watson Island? Dan Fowler looked at the stern of the ship being struck by the cannonball in amazement. Obviously their ships are more careful and more flexible than warships. Why are they hit? Is there such a strong marine here? It's not good, Captain. Our ship was punched out of a big hole, and now the sea has poured in. We must leave immediately. The pirate with the makeup on his face panicked. Don't be afraid, we rushed towards the warship. Take the warship down. This is the sea. Without a foothold, it would be difficult for us to survive, Dan Fowler said. Yes, Captain. As soon as the pirates heard this, they rushed towards the warship with the ship. Come on, everyone, the pirate ship is already smoking, they must not be allowed to rush over, and their pirate ship must be destroyed. Yes, it's best to destroy all the pirates along with them. I don't want to see them. In the cabin, the soldiers saw the rushing pirate ship shouting while frantically filling the cannon with shells. Damn, how many Marines are there on this warship? How can their firepower be so fierce? Dan Fowler couldn't help but change his face slightly as he watched the continuously tilting cannonball exploding next to him. Are there hundreds of Marines ambushing on this warship? Impossible, no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for this warship to contain so many Marines. This is just an ordinary East Blue warship. Boom 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 boom, the explosion sounded endlessly, which made the whole sea rough, and the sweetheart pirate ship shook very badly in the waves. From time to time, pirates reported damage to the ship, which made Dan Fowler very distressed. The Marine of Puya Island is so difficult to deal with, which he never expected. Damn it, these guys have the ability to fight head-on. Dan Fowler clenched his fist and said angrily. At this time, the warship suddenly stopped firing. Cannonball? Cannonball? The soldiers in the cabin grabbed the box containing the shells and caught it empty. There are no shells. We didn't bring many shells this time. What? Hearing this, the soldiers couldn't help but look a little ugly. They didn't even have the most important shells ready. This was all over. The monsters were about to board the warship. No way, they absolutely couldn't let them on. Thinking of this, the soldiers took to the deck with muskets in their arms. Why did you stop shooting? Their ship hasn't completely sunk yet. Seeing his men coming up, Ryan was a little confused. It's rare that they fired so accurately today. Why did they stop suddenly? The soldiers couldn't help showing embarrassment when they heard the words, "Report to Chief Ryan that the shells are gone." So it's like this? Ryan nodded when he heard the words, "Then you can only fight with them in close combat. You are all ready to come. Once they get close, shoot immediately." "Yes, sir." Soldier Kaido's face was full of fierceness. No matter what, they won't let this group of monsters board the warship. This kind of monster should be buried in the sea. The shelling stopped, Captain. The pirates found that the warship no longer fired artillery shells, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I know." Dan Fowler nodded and said, "Everyone rushed to me to annihilate this group of pesky Marines." "Yes, Captain." Kaido was pleased with the pirates. Shooting, seeing that the pirate ship was getting closer, the soldiers shouted in panic before Len was born. In an instant, the musket burst out like Gatling. Damn, the firepower of this group of Marines is so fierce. The pirates leaned against the shipboard, and did not dare to take their heads on the deck. "I'm going to defeat these damned Marines on the warship. Come up quickly." Dan Fowler jumped up, spinning around in the air and stepping on the warship's hull 3 or 2 steps before he was about to rush on the warship. "What? Sir Ryan, see Dan Fowler's horrible dress." The soldiers could not help but fear. "It's still a bunch of handsome little brothers, how about it? Do you want to let someone on board?" Dan Fowler cast a wink. Vomit. All of the soldiers who were shooting suddenly threw up. "Yeah, I didn't expect Marine to be so bad. I saw people drooling," Dan Fowler said coquettishly. Oh, upon hearing this, the soldiers vomited even worse. "It's not your fault to be ugly, but there is a problem when it comes out to scare people. The evildoer should come over and die," Ryan shouted with his axe raised. The mental endurance of the subordinates is still too weak, and the opponent loses the ability to fight in a few words. This is not good, they have to work hard. It turns out there is a little brother who is so calm and composed. Presumably the little brother is their commander. Dan Fowler stepped on the railing and jumped onto the warship road. Facing Dan Fowler's question, Ryan's axe answered his question. Although his endurance ability is very strong, but facing this kind of monster is also limited. The guy in front of me was really terrifying. He just wanted to hack this guy to death right away. While little brother is really rude, can't stand it so soon? Actually, he's about to do something to others. You are so bad. Dan Fowler twisted and said, eyes full of anger. Ryan almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood when he heard the words, and it was almost the same as sending it to celestial dragons in such a ghostly manner. Sure enough, this pirate group was rewarded with so many Baileys for a reason. The killing power of this spicy eye alone was more than 40 million berry. He felt that another 20 million Baileys had to be added. Ding 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 ding, the toes of the high heels hit Ryan's axe with a crisp sound. Ryan realized that the guy in front of him was a bit strong, and he was able to pick up his axe with him. It seems that Pele was offered a reward of 42 million for a reason. It was the first time he saw a boy with such a strong pirate. It's a lot of strength, my little brother hurts my leg, Dan Fowler said with his big long legs wearing fishnets but with a lot of hairy legs. Vomit. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but turn his stomach. Almost vomited. You devil, I must hack you to death today, and I can't let you mess up the sea anymore. Ryan raised his axe and said seriously, wow, my little brother is so violent, I really like it. Dan Fowler blinked. Boom, a dark shadow flashed by, and Dan Fowler flew out instantly. He hit the ship's wall hard and knocked out a big hole in the ship's wall. Swish. Ryan waved the axe in his hand and walked towards the broken ship wall with a dark complexion. No, he must hack this guy to death today. It's disgusting, it will leave a shadow on him. Asterisk 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 fisting love's sidekick. A voice came from behind the broken ship wall, and then Ryan suddenly felt a flower in front of him, and black high-heeled shoes appeared in front of him. Not good. Ryan raised his axe in an instant, and suddenly felt a huge force coming. His body retreated uncontrollably, leaving a long scratch on the deck. You guy can never be a local pirate in South Blue. You came from the Grand Line. Ryan slammed his arms and shot Dan Fowler out. After Dan Fowler flipped a backflip in the air, he landed firmly on the deck. My little brother is so knowledgeable, he even knows people who come from the Grand Line, Dan Fowler said with a smile. Sure enough, Ryan clenched his axe and said, since you are from the Grand Line, then just let me take a look at the level of the guys on the Grand Line? Speaking of, apart from training in the headquarters, he has not played against the guys on the Grand Line. This is a good opportunity. But people are afraid that the little brother can't bear this body. Dan Fowler laughed, but his body was already moving. Asterisk 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 fists, love, and kick. Dan Fowler kicked at Ryan with his hairy legs. Ding 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 ding, the root of the high heel hit the axe, and there was a crisp sound. Ka ka ka. Ryan, holding the axe, suddenly became much taller. Dan Fowler, who was constantly waving his legs, found out that he was stunned and thought it was his own illusion. But when he felt his leg was grabbed, he realized that the Marine in front of him had not only become taller, and the whole person has changed, becoming a pitch-black Ant-Man, the capable? Dan Fowler stared at Ryan's 2 extra arms. Yes, congratulations, you got it right. Ryan nodded, then squeezed both hands. Dan Fowler immediately felt the world spin. Boom 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 boom. Ryan desperately smashed the deck like a wooden stick, shaking the entire warship. While smashing Ryan, he cursed, I will let you be asterisk 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 d dirty my eyes, I will let you come over, I will let you come over, you can die for me. Chief Ryan is so powerful, he actually subdued this monster with one move. Yes, Chief Lane did not disappoint us. The soldiers who were vomiting couldn't help but stunned when they saw this scene. You group of damned Marines, let go of our captain. At this moment, the other pirates climbed up. When the soldiers met, they vomited again. These pirates are more terrifying than their captain. A bunch of scary guys come out. Get out of here. Ryan grabbed Dan Fowler's 2 feet as weapons and danced as a weapon and hit the pirates directly. Click snap, the hit pirates flew out like rags. After cleaning up the pirates who had boarded the warship, Ryan discovered that the captain of the pirate in his hand had not moved. Has lost the ability to resist? Ryan paused and said to himself. Thump. At this moment, there was a soft noise from the deck. Dizzy Dan Fowler suddenly opened his eyes, supported his fallen body with both hands, and kicked his feet towards Ryan's chest. Ryan only felt a strong attack on his hand, and then a sharp pain came from his chest. This made him let go of his hands and grabbed both feet. Dan Fowler also took advantage of this opportunity and quickly withdrew back. Ha! Dan Fowler was full of blood, standing on the deck in embarrassment, watching Ryan retreat and said, someone was accidentally dealt with by you, and you almost killed him, but now it seems that you are not very good. You actually thought that people would be knocked out by you so easily. Being grasped by Ryan and waving vigorously, he almost thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect the turning point to appear so quickly. I was too careless and didn't kill you directly, but I won't make this kind of mistake again in the future. I will cut off your head with my own hands. Ryan clutched his chest and said fiercely in his eyes. Hoo. Come on, then, people can't wait. Dan Fowler breathed heavily, and rushed towards Ryan just a little under his feet. Boxing. Love strikes. Dan Fowler waved his foot in the air and formed an after image, and continued to approach Ryan. I want to see if your shoes are hard or my axe is hard. Ryan took out 2 axes from behind. In an instant, the 4 arms suddenly rushed towards Dan Fowler. Ding ding ding, click, the 2 figures collided, and then Dan Fowler was seen flying out, with blood on one leg. It seems that my axe is harder. You haven't been chopped off by my axe. It seems that you are lucky. Ryan waved bloodline on the axe with a smile, and walked to Dan Fowler. Axe pointed at Dan Fowler and smiled. Hole, don't think people will be defeated easily. They brought everyone back to New World. Dan Fowler gritted his teeth. You come from the kingdom of the monsters? No wonder you are so skilled. but you definitely can't go back. Ryan sneered, today your life is about to be explained here. Stop, let go of our captain. Otherwise, we will kill them. The strange-looking pirates on the deck pointed their guns at the vomiting soldier and said. Ryan frowned upon seeing this, you let my soldiers go, and I promise to catch you only and not kill you. You should be very clear. With your current situation, you will not be able to go even if I let you go. Your ship has sunk, and it is impossible for me to give you the warship. You better be obedient and suffer less. Let go of our captain, and we will let go of your soldiers. The pirates threatened. I can't let go of him so easily, unless you let our soldiers out almost first, Ryan said coldly. Who knows that after he let go of the guy in front of him, this group of pirates will still fulfill their promise. After all, he has only one hostage in his hand, but the opponent has all the soldiers in his hand. I can let half of the soldiers show sincerity, as long as you let our captain go, the pirates said excitedly. Then you let half of my soldiers go first, let me see your sincerity. Ryan spoke. Good. The pirates immediately released half of the soldiers upon hearing this. The soldiers were still vomiting at this time. Ryan couldn't help but feel helpless when they saw him, just like them. What's the difference between released and unreleased? Still no self-protection ability. It's your turn now, the pirates shouted. Okay. Ryan nodded and said to Dan Fowler, if you are more acquainted, it is best not to resist, or I will hack you to death with an axe. People know that they can't move now. Dan Fowler said weakly, and he took the axe face abruptly. His basic legs no longer belong to him. Where can he resist? That's good. Ryan grabbed Dan Fowler and threw it out towards the sea. Go and save your captain. Wow! Dan Fowler fell into the sea, and the scarlet blood immediately floated on the surface. Captain! When the pirates saw it, they immediately dropped their guns and rushed toward the sea. You guys, get up quickly. I didn't expect you to vomit for so long, Ryan shouted. Sorry, Chief Ryan, we don't want to be like this either, the soldiers said weakly. Oh, Ryan sighed for a long time, get up quickly. The pirates have already jumped into the sea. Give me a gun and hit them. Yes, sir. The soldiers stood up trembling, holding their muskets and shooting towards the sea. You guys are looking for 100 million shots. Where did your bullets go? Ryan looked at the soldier's head and couldn't help but roar. Sorry sir, we really can't help it. Yes, we are so dizzy now that we can't see anything at all, the soldier said pitifully, vomiting for so long. Not to mention a person, even if an elephant appeared in front of him, he couldn't see clearly. Okay, Ryan took a deep breath. The soldiers took their guns and fired directly at the sea. After a while, the pirates wailed from the sea. Some pirates tried to dive into the water, but Ryan still hit them very accurately. What the hell do you want? You Marines don't kill the pirates, the pirates screamed. If this continues, even if it is not killed, they will also drown because of their physical strength. We only kill pirates who surrender. For those pirates who resist stubbornly, our aim is to kill if we can, Ryan said. ****. Hearing Ryan's words, the pirates' complexions couldn't help but look ugly. They wanted to hide under the warship, but the problem was that they became a living target for the soldiers. Moreover, they are still some distance away from the warship. This distance is not so easy to break through. The most important thing is that they are bleeding now. It is very possible to attract sea beasts in the sea. You can think about it slowly. Anyway, I don't mind killing you all here. The sea is so cool. I want to see how long you can last. I have time here to accompany you to play here. Ryan laughed and pulled the trigger again. This time another pirate was shot. Stop, stop. We surrender. You don't fire anymore. We surrender. We surrender. Dan Fowler shouted. If this continues, all his subordinates will be shot, and as the captain, he must be responsible for his partners. Things will get to where they are now, and he has to take full responsibility. Isn't it over if you surrender earlier? It's not that you are going to kill you, I think you are actually useful. Ryan laughed. Can't let him have a hot eye. He thinks he can send these guys into prison, let the restless guys in the prison know what purgatory on earth is? He believes that from now on, the guys in the prison will have a lot of peace. Then you have to promise not to kill us, otherwise we will still resist. Dan Fowler continued. Don't worry, I am the most trustworthy person. Come on all of you, be honest with yourself, tie yourself up, don't let me do it, and you, wrap your head around me by the way, Ryan reminded. Why? The pirates were unhappy when they heard this. You can defeat them, but you can't insult them. Because my soldiers can't stand the excitement, and I can't guarantee whether I will hold back my hands after seeing your faces. So you'd better cover up your faces by yourself, so as not to make me impulsive. This is for your good, but also for my good, Ryan explained. All right. Now that Ryan said so bluntly, the pirates stopped arguing. One by one honestly climbed up from the sea, and then tied each other up. During this process, the soldiers continued to vomit until the pirates made their faces tight, and they stopped vomiting. Look at how you look like 1 or 2 and you still need to practice hard. Your mind is too fragile, so it won't work. Ryan shook his head. We see, Chief Ryan. The soldiers are weak, Kaido. In the Twilight world, the soldiers took the pirates to regret the branch, but there was no more smile on their faces. After this day of vomiting, they can't smile at all now. They just want to distribute Kaido earlier, and then lie down to sleep. Looking at the weak-faced soldiers, the residents are discussing what kind of fierce battles these pirates, whose heads are wrapped in cloth, have experienced with the soldiers. Ryan, you didn't disappoint me, you still completed the mission perfectly. Yarl smiled and said, how did you catch the pirates smoothly? I heard how the soldiers look sluggish. What are they? What's wrong? About this matter, I think Colonel, you should go and see the pirates and you should get the answer. Ryan replied with a smile. Forget it then. Yarl shook his head quickly when he heard the words. He has seen Dan Fowler's offer of rewards, so he won't. If he is full, he has nothing to go and see for himself. Anyway, the person has already been caught. As for the intermediate process, it can be completely omitted. Right, Colonel. Will the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates continue to be detained in the branch or will they be sent to the Great Undersea Prison? Ryan asked. He has been shipping for so long, and he still wonders if the pirates from all over the world should be sent to the Great Undersea Prison? Generally speaking, the pirates of the 4 seas are not strong. In fact, you don't need to send them to the Great Undersea Prison. But if you feel that the prison can't keep them in check, you can also ask the above to send them, said. In other words, it mainly depends on whether we can watch them, right? Ryan asked. Yes, you can understand it that way. Yarl nodded and said, I'm going to call later and ask the above to send the Sweetheart Pirates to the Great Undersea Prison. We have enough pirates imprisoned here, and if there are more, our security forces are not enough. Otherwise, let's call back later. Ryan said, I think we can use the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates to tidy up the restless guys in the prison, so that they can rest in peace in the future. So? Ariel couldn't help but tremble when thinking of Dan Fowler's reward order, then send them back in a few days. Yeah. Ryan nodded after hearing this. Don't come here, you monsters, walk away. Inside the prison, prisoners huddled in the corner and wailed constantly. In front of them, the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group fluttered their long hair and winked, showing the beautiful posture of themselves and others. This scene caused the prisoners to vomit, but they were locked together and couldn't run away. The fatal thing is that these days they only have 3 slices of bread and a small bowl of thick soup at each meal every day. After vomiting, they have no energy at all. This made the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates even more rampant. They even grabbed the prisoners and glared face to face. This makes the prisoners completely unbearable. For a while, there were continuous calls for help from prisoners in the prison. They called it terrible. You can imagine how terrifying the group of monsters is. Yeah, I heard that the brothers who went together still feel a little sick now. Fortunately, we are just guarding the jail and we don't have to go to work together. Listening to the screams of the prisoners, the soldiers standing guard at the door couldn't help being afraid for a while. It's horrible, how did Chief Ryan catch these monsters? The following time, the prison still screamed. It turned out that some prisoners were a little weak because they didn't have enough to eat. Since the Sweetheart Pirates entered the prison, they all changed completely. Just like the skeletons coming out of the servant hell. No, I can't. This is not a prison at all, this is hell. Yes, let me die. I will never look at those monsters again. The prisoners spoke weakly, tapping their heads on the table. My sweethearts, what's the matter with you? How can you hurt yourself like this? Eat quickly so that you can live on. We can't give in to Marine like this. Yes, we have to keep fighting, let's have some soup. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group poured soup and stuffed bread into them according to the prisoners. The prisoners struggled desperately, but because they were so weak, they could only be forced to stuff food with the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates. When the soldiers saw this scene, they couldn't help but mourn for them. Fortunately, the cafeteria was darker. They can't see the appearance of these Sweetheart Pirates can be a little better. This group of Sweetheart Pirates is different from the prisoners in a shaky state. They can be said to be radiant. Here they find confidence, and they also meet people who can listen to them, and people who get along with them day and night. Although these prisoners were very resistant, they knew that the other party was only due to words, and they were very willing to communicate with them. If they hadn't had the dream of going to the New World Kingdom, they would really like to stay here for the rest of their lives. How is the situation in the prison? These pirates are still making noise recently? In the office, Ryan asked while gnawing on the fruit. It is impossible for him to send them the Sweetheart Pirates, and these prisoners are still making trouble in it. Are they so strong against it alone? Actually, even this kind of horrible thing can be carried. Report, sir, the prison is very peaceful now, except for a bit noisy sometimes. The other thing is that the health status of the prisoners is a bit worrying. They are much thinner than the previous days, the soldier reported. Really? It seems that some guys are not going to live long. This is not good news. You remember to write a report and send it to Colonel Yarrell at that time. In case of death, I might not get involved with you, Ryan reminded. Although these prisoners died when they died, they still need to go through the necessary procedures, such as reporting the real-time situation in the French prison. I already handed the report to the colonel this morning, and the colonel said after reading it, it doesn't matter. The soldier smiled Kaido upon hearing this. That's good. If nothing happens, you let them go to the prison. Less how dark and dim the lights in the prison passageways are, as for how bright the lights in the prisoners' rooms are, how bright they are. Less they have not been in the sun for a long time, which will have an impact on their health. Ryan said, that kind of monsters can't stand the heart if they look at it more. He doesn't want the spirit of the soldiers in prison because of this kind of thing. Problem. You know the soldiers on his warship are still languishing. I understand, sir. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. Well, you can go back now. Remember to protect yourself and don't look at those guys. Yes. The soldier Kaido walked away and left. In the following period, the sea was still calm and calm. Although Ryan had worked very hard to find the pirates seemed to have heard the news, and they moved far away from the waters near Puya Island. This makes Ryan very depressed. The South Blue pirates are so persuaded? Don't they want to experience the sense of accomplishment of challenging Marine? The feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife is very exciting. Why don't these guys come? Depressed Ryan can only vent his anger in the training ground. Why are you taking us out of prison? We think this place is very good, you let us go. Yes, we are not going anywhere, let us go quickly, I want to be with my sweethearts. At the gate of the prison, the inmates of the Sweetheart Pirates said excitedly. Marine actually said to take them to the great undersea prison. How can this be? They have been with the lovely sweethearts for so long and have forged a deep relationship. What should the sweethearts do if they leave? Who will eat for the lovely sweethearts? If they are there, the lovely sweethearts will definitely not be able to hold it. The soldiers immediately turned their heads when they heard this, and the scrawny prisoners who might drift away when the wind blows asked, you can't bear them? Do you want to keep a few to take care of you? Upon hearing this, the tranced prisoner immediately knelt down and pleaded, Master Marine must send these guys away. We don't want to see them at all. Please send them away right away. Yes, hurry up and send them away. Only then can we continue to live. I beg you, hurry up and take them away, hurry up. The soldier met and said to the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates, you see they said they don't want you to stay here, so you should get on the boat honestly. No, the lovely sweethearts must have said that because they were worried that we would be sad. Yes, they must endure their grief, sweetheart, we can't bear you. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group said with affection. The prisoners suddenly cursed, get out, you guys go quickly, don't let me see you again. Get out, get out. The ghosts can't bear you, you scary guys, only if you go, we can continue to live. Oh, sweethearts, we will see you again. Boo. Listening to the prisoners yelling, the Sweetheart Pirates blow a kiss and leave with the soldiers. When the prisoners saw it, their weak bodies were rejuvenated, and the expressions on their faces improved a lot. If there is nothing to do, you can all go in, don't hang around here. Otherwise, I will send you to the great undersea prison with them for company. The soldier said. No, no, we will be honest, never send us to the great undersea prison. The prisoners said in fear, and immediately returned to the cell honestly. Sir Ryan, the prisoners have all been put on board, the soldier reported to Ryan. So fast? Ryan was stunned when he heard the words, and then nodded and said, then get ready to go, finally leaving Puya Island and need to go to the Grand Line. It's been almost a year since I came here, and finally I can go to Grand Line again. Calculating the time, his time to come to Puya Island is not too short. Had it not been for this time to escort the Sweetheart Pirates to the great undersea prison, I might not know when they could return to the Grand Line. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. Afterwards, Ryan walked towards the dock. Along the way, you have to be careful yourself. Although with your current strength, ordinary pirates can no longer help you, but Grand Line is no better than the calm South Blue after all, and we are the Marine hated by the pirates. You must be careful in everything, Riel warned earnestly. This time he has to stay in Puya Island and sit in town, and there is no way to personally send the Sweetheart Pirates to impel down. Therefore, this task can only be handed over to Ryan. Don't worry, Colonel Ariel, I'll be fine, Ryan said with a smile, and couldn't wait to leave. That's good, I must come back soon. Yarrell smiled. Yes, Colonel Yarrell. Ryan Kaido asked the soldiers to start the warship. Otherwise, talk to Yarrell again. I'm afraid I don't want to leave today. The warship slowly left Puya Island, and then headed away. Sir, how long will it take for us to return to the Grand Line this time? The soldiers asked, looking at the smaller and smaller Puya Island. They haven't left South Blue and don't know what's going on the Grand Line? You asked the wrong person about this. You should ask the navigator. Ryan laughed, but it shouldn't be long before, our boat is inlaid with sea stone. It's much faster than ordinary boats. This time going to the Grand Line is a chance to give you a long experience. After you go back, you can also brag to others that you have been to the Grand Line. Do you feel very happy? That's not true. It's just the first time I leave the world, I always feel a little nervous, the soldier said. Yes, we heard that Grand Line is very dangerous. The other soldiers also followed. Don't worry, nothing will happen, you are really a bit too nervous. Ryan smiled upon hearing this. Although the Grand Line is dangerous, it is not as scary as the soldiers thought. Moreover, they are still Marine. There is a fast and safe route to reach the great undersea prison. Therefore, they are too nervous. That's good. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Ryan's words. Hey, Marines, why did you keep us in the dark cabin? It's too dark inside. You let us go on the deck, we can't run, and why do you wear them for us? Headgear? The voice of the sweetheart pirates came from the captain, and they were very disagreeable to the Marines keeping them in the cabin in the dark. What do you do, sir? When the soldiers heard this voice, their expressions changed suddenly, and they asked Ryan in fear. Don't be so nervous, how long has it been? Why are you still afraid of being like this? Ryan said in an angry voice, don't pay attention to them, come out soon after the food is delivered, no matter what they say, you just don't listen. This journey will pass in the blink of an eye, and we will be back at that time. The sweetheart pirates will only become an invisible memory in your life. Yes. When the soldiers listened, their expressions looked pretty good. Okay, you all go back to your respective posts, so that you won't be thinking about it, and I will start to practice as well. This is a long journey, and everyone needs to hold on to it. After speaking, Ryan grabbed the barbell with 8 large iron plates on the ground and waved it. Swish under Ryan's wave, a sharp breaking wind came from the air. When the soldiers met, they couldn't help but quietly moved away from the direction where Ryan was waving the barbell. I was afraid that the iron flakes would fly out and hit them directly. Teacher, Ryan is leaving. Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, and reported to Zephyr. Just now, Colonel Yarrell from Puya Island in South Blue reported that the warship escorting the sweetheart pirates had set off. Marine who is in charge of escort is exactly Ryan, who has not been a sergeant for long. When you heard the news, she immediately reported back. She knew that the teacher was still very concerned about Ryan's news. Coming? Zephyr put down the file in his hand and smiled. Unexpectedly, he will be alone. It looks like he has made rapid progress this year. After being able to safely escort the sweetheart pirates to the Grand Line by Yarrell, it can be seen that Ryan has made rapid progress in the year since he left the headquarters. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with letting him go to South Blue to practice. After all, the strong are not trained on the training ground, but honed on the battlefield. Yes, he defeated the sweetheart pirates alone. He is now a sergeant. And said, regarding Ryan's record on Puya Island, she has paid attention to it, and she has also reported these battles to the teacher. She was not surprised that someone would escort the sweetheart pirates to the Grand Line this time. Well, when he gets to Impel Down, go and see how far he has grown. Zephyr said suddenly. How much did Ryan grow this year? He actually wanted to know. But he definitely couldn't test it personally, so he could only let him try. Otherwise, from the original look of Ryan, who couldn't wait to leave in the headquarters. After he sent the pirates to Impel Down this time, he would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Teacher, do you want to transfer him to the headquarters? And suddenly thought that the teacher had said before that he would transfer Ryan back. Does the teacher plan to advance now? It depends on where he has grown up now to decide. I want you to test his current strength. See if South Blue can no longer keep him growing. Zephyr explained. There is no need to worry about transferring Ryan to the headquarters. If possible, he wants the opponent to stay in South Blue for a while, and wait until the strength really can improve again before letting the opponent come. This will be more secure. After all, Grand Line is not as safe as the Four Seas. Okay, teacher. Reporter sir, there is a pirate ship ahead, do we want to catch them? Ryan was practicing on the deck and suddenly heard a report from the soldiers. Of course you have to catch them. You see what clothes you are wearing. If you don't catch them, you are worthy of the word justice behind you? Ryan righteously said, think about it, because your neglect will cause these seas. The thieves are at large and destroy one family after another. Don't you feel guilty? The soldiers blushed when they heard this, and then they said, sir, what do you say? We will do what we do. We will listen to you. Well, that's right. Ryan said with satisfaction. Everyone is ready to go back to their posts. First block their retreat with artillery fire, and then clean them up. Don't let them go. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers heard Kaido. Then he ran into the cabin and filled the cannon with ammunition. When Ryan saw him, he set his sights on the sea again. Sure enough, people have to come out and walk a bit more. Don't they meet a fresh pirate group? It just so happened that these guys were also dealt with together. The boss is not good. There is a warship behind us. Do we have to run quickly? On the pirate ship, the pirates immediately panicked when they saw the warship behind them. As pirates who have just gone to sea, they have not had time to conduct actual combat training, so they are forced to embark on the road to the Grand Line. Why? Isn't it just a warship? You used to bully the civilians in the town. Wait a minute to tidy up this group of Marines, let them know that we are not vegetarian. Although he has just set out to sea, he is a master in the town. Carl didn't think Marine was terrifying. He is a man who wants to become the One Piece. How could he be overthrown by a small warship? Hearing Carl's words, it turned out that the pirates could not help showing a fierce look on their faces. In the town, this is how they make all the residents afraid of them. Boom boom boom. Just as they were communicating, the cannonball had already fired and landed on their deck. The pirates who had gathered suddenly flew out. Where did this little kiss come from? Or is it the pirate I just went to see? Ryan stood on the side of the ship, muttering as he watched the pirate ship that was already smoking in the distance. Seeing that their warship did not run or resist, but stayed in place. Is this funny? Is it true that their warships are paper and they can't catch up with pirate ships like them? Hit it? The soldiers in the cabin looked at the pirate ship with the billowing smoke in front of them. Yes, we really hit them all at once. After a few seconds of stupefaction, the soldiers burst into loud cheers. Chief Ryan, we hit them. The soldiers rushed to the deck cheering. Well, I saw it. Ryan nodded and said, everyone, get ready. I'm about to fight these pirates in close combat. Don't take it lightly just because you hit their pirate ship, understand? Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded heavily after hearing the words, and the joy on their faces gradually faded, and when they held the musket, they pointed to the front, standing ready to shoot at the enemy that is about to appear. Help, help, I can't swim, boss, help. I can't swim either, the boss, save me. Save me. On the sea, the pirates made a cry for help. Then, one or two suddenly sank. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers holding weapons were silent. They don't understand. What courage do pirates who can't even swim have the courage to go to sea? And how did they sail here? It's at least 200 kilometers away from the nearest island. What's next, sir? The soldier asked Ryan. First of all, they should make sure whether their parents let them shoot these guys directly, or let them go into the sea to catch these pirates. Ryan was also a little speechless about these pirates when he heard this. If you shoot it directly, it seems a bit cruel, then you should catch them and send them to be with the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates, so that they don't make a noise underneath. You go and catch them. Yes, sir. When the soldiers listened, they immediately jumped into the sea. After a while, the pirates who had drunk half alive were tied up. Ziz. Ryan stepped on the belly of a pirate whose stomach was swollen, and immediately spit out a small fountain in his mouth. When the other soldiers met, they also started to learn, and soon a small rainbow dot appeared on the deck. As the water was drained from the stomach, the pirates gradually became sober. When Ryan saw him, he clapped his hands on the pile of reward orders and said, "You woke up right? Then tell me which pirate group you are. Why didn't I see your pirate group's flag on the reward order? Could it be that your group of pirates have not even been offered a bounty? Who said that this captain is a wanted man for the reward of 3,000 Baileys?" Carl immediately roared when he heard it. 30 million Baileys, a soldier whispered after hearing the words. He doesn't look like a 30 million Bailey guy. He can't even win against us. How could there be such a high reward? Gold? Yes, and he can't even swim. I think he only has 3,000 bounty. Such a weak guy. Actually met our chief. They are really bad luck. Yes, it's because we are still ready to deal with it. Don't deceive people too much. Although I don't have a high reward right now, one day I will become a great pirate. Carl listened to the conversation of the soldiers, exasperated. Don't worry, you will never have this day. Ryan patted Carl and smiled. You have been caught by me, so just accept your prison life honestly. But there is still good news to tell you. Although you only have a reward of 3,000 Baileys, the place you are going to go next can only be visited by the pirates who are vicious in tens of millions of Baileys. Do you feel very happy and fulfilling? What? When he heard this, Carl couldn't help but pale, and sweat dripped on the deck. Where are you sending me? Impel Down, known as the Copper Wall and Iron Wall, has another name, the Grand Line Calm Belt, the Great Underwater Prison. Ryan laughed. What? Are you going to send me to prison on the Grand Line? Carl was dumbfounded. Is the Marine in front of him a fool? Why send him from all over the world to the prison of Grand Line? He is just a pirate of 3,000 Baileys, so he needs to be so inspiring? Are you very happy? Although you don't have a big pirate's bounty, you have the same treatment as the big pirate. In addition, I want to tell you another good news. There is a pirate on this warship who is offering a bounty of 42 million Baileys. I will let the soldiers send you over to communicate. I believe you. It will be very easy to talk about. Ryan laughed and waved his hand to let the soldiers send them into the cabin. 42 million Baileys? Carl's expression instantly changed when he heard this. Don't, we know it's wrong, don't lock us with them, don't. Carl pleaded. Where is there any room for him to resist in front of such a big pirate? Surely you will be ravaged by the other party as a toy, right? He didn't want this, it was not the result he wanted. Don't worry, they are very gentle in the true sense. Ryan laughed. The soldiers dragged Carl and others away. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates who complained in the cabin could not help but cheer when they saw the soldiers coming. They heard from below that Ryan wanted to send the pirates to accompany them. Now that I saw the pirates coming down, I couldn't help being more excited. They are very weak. You had better start with a lighter hand. They will go to impel down with you in the future. The soldiers screamed loudly, struggling desperately to escape. The pirates said to the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates, "Don't worry, these lovely sweethearts, how could we hurt them? Let them in, I can't wait to take care of them." "Yes, let them in quickly, we will take good care of them." The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group were impatient. Don't. Carl struggled desperately and kept begging, I know it was wrong, Master Marine, please let us go, let's not stay with them." "Yes, Master Marine, let us go." The pirates were trembling in their voices, and they were terrified all over. "Let them stay with this kind of monsters, they absolutely can't stand it. If you know that you are wrong, you must be punished." The soldiers said as Ryan did, "They won't do anything to you, they will take good care of you. And in the great undersea prison, there will be very scary there. The pirates, greet them in advance, it won't hurt." "We don't need this kind of greeting, we don't need it," the pirates screamed. "You need it." The soldiers stopped talking to them, opened the cage directly, stuffed them in, and the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates saw them and hugged them immediately. "Lovely sweetheart, don't be afraid, we will take care of you. Yes, we won't let anyone hurt you, don't worry." Oh, Carl fainted with foaming from his mouth and shaking all over. The horror is too horrible, the guy in front of him is more horrible than anything he has ever seen. He can't stand this kind of stimulation anymore. "Let's go quickly." Seeing this scene, the soldiers couldn't help but shiver, and hurriedly left the cabin where the eccentric pirate group was held. If they stay any longer, they will probably be the same as the pirates. Is it really nothing to lock them together? Sergeant Ryan, the soldiers couldn't help asking as he heard the screams of hissing lungs coming from the cabin. What's the matter? If they dare to go out to sea as pirates, they should have known such a day. Furthermore, as the captured pirates, are they still qualified to choose a place to live? Ryan waved the barbell and said, "You have to remember that you can be kind to civilians, but you should never have this kind of thoughts to pirates. Since they have chosen to become pirates, they will be responsible for their actions." "Yes, I know." When the soldier heard Kaido, he just remembered the sins committed by the pirates on the sea. He couldn't help but want to slap himself. He actually developed kindness to the pirates, which is really too much. "Well, go ahead and stand guard. Our voyage is still very long, and it hasn't ended so soon." Ryan finished speaking and continued to practice. Even if they didn't land on any islands, this voyage would take more than half a month to arrive. A few days later, the warship left South Blue and arrived at the Grand Line. After arriving at the Grand Line, Ryan was finally not immersed in the practice. No way, Grand Line is not as calm as South Blue. Anything can happen here. The pirates here are bold, but they will not be kind to you just because you are Marine, let alone fear you. Some pirates even took pleasure in attacking and killing Marine. Therefore, in such a dangerous place, you must have a strong spirit to cope with the coming troubles. "Sir Ryan, is the Grand Line dangerous?" The soldiers obviously also noticed Ryan's abnormality, and they all stared at the sea cautiously, nervous to the extreme. "Yes, the pirates who can reach the Grand Line are all capable pirates." Ryan looked at the turbulent sea and said, "But you don't need to be too nervous. There are 7 waterways here, so we may not be in trouble. Furthermore, our warships are also active on the Grand Line. Even if we are in trouble, there will be no danger. So you can relax a little bit, you don't need to be so nervous, just continue to do what you should do." "Really?" The soldiers finally loosened their tense nerves. There are indeed many warships on the Grand Line. They encountered one yesterday. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when the soldiers relaxed, but still watched the sea vigilantly. Although there are many warships on the Grand Line, the number of pirate ships is far more than that of warships. Otherwise, the pirates on the sea would not be so flooded now, and the rewards would not be so many. "Sir, an ice lobby is here." The soldier looked at the ice lobby in the distance and said, after so many days of sailing, he finally reached his destination. "Well, I got it." Ryan nodded when he heard the words, his eyes staying in front of an ice lobby. He has written to tell Pete that he will go to the great undersea prison from the Justice Gate of an ice lobby. I wonder if he is waiting for him here. I haven't seen each other for more than a year. He still misses Pete, who trained with recruiters. Just as Ryan thought about it, there was already a small boat coming towards an ice lobby. Ryan, it's me, Pete." Pete's shout came from the boat, and Ryan came to see Pete on the boat. "You haven't seen this guy for more than a year, and he has become stronger. You must have the blood of a giant in your family." Ryan smiled next to the boat rail. He didn't expect to see him in more than a year. Pete had grown to more than 3 meters tall. He was a big guy, and he was only 1.9 meters tall now. There must be giant genes in the opponent's family. I don't know about that, Pete said as he climbed onto the warship from the boat. You actually came to see me now. I thought you had forgotten me. How is this possible? Ryan and Pete touched their fists and laughed. You also know that I am too far away from here in South Blue, and I usually need to perform tasks. This time I came to see you because of escorting the pirates, otherwise, it is estimated that it will take 2 years to meet each other. Really? Then you are really a busy man, Pete said with a smile, staring at Ryan's uniform for a while and then envied. You have become a sergeant. The speed is really fast. We know you don't. We'll stay in South Blue like this, but your advancement speed is too fast. Is there any way to tell me? Just catch more pirates. Ryan pointed to the cabin and said, I was able to ascend so fast, thanks to the pirates' hard work and raise their bounty so high. However, South Blue is indeed less pirates. Otherwise, on the Grand Line, how can I get a lieutenant junior grade now? It's good if you can catch pirates everywhere. Don't care about these, you see. I stay in the ice lobby all day just watching the prisoners. Where can I be as happy as you? Pete sighed. Among the 4 of us, as far as I am the worst, you have to work harder. Try to become the headquarters rear admiral or admiral. Get me out of this place. Speaking of which, you and Oli and Brits will meet again? Ryan curiously asked. Everyone has gone their separate ways since the recruit training is over, and I don't know how they are now. I have seen them. Both of them are now seamen first class. It won't be long before they can be promoted to non-commissioned officers. Pete smiled bitterly. I am still a seaman apprentice. I don't know when I will get through. Ice lobby has so many guards here. There is no need for me to be here. My battlefield should be the sea. You can bear with me for a while. I believe I won't be too long. I will definitely be promoted to Commodore within 3 years. I will be able to transfer you out of here. Ryan comforted. From Pete, he can unwilling to see too much. This is very similar to when he was targeted by Zephyr at home. They all needed someone else to save him. The only difference was that he could save himself, but Pete needed someone to help him. Well, I believe you, Pete said with a smile. It's getting late. The gate of justice should have been opened. You should pass by. When we have the opportunity in the future, we will have a good chat. I should return to my post, otherwise the above will say mine. Well, wait for me. I promise it won't be too long. Ryan laughed. Okay, you must come, Pete said, stepping off the warship, landing on the boat and heading towards an ice lobby. When Ryan saw him, he couldn't help sighing. He looked at the gate of justice, which was slowly rising. Come straight up, let the Marines on the Grand Line see your courage, don't shame South Blue. Yes, Chief Ryan. When the soldiers heard Kaido, they straightened their waists and looked around curiously. This is the Grand Line in Ice Lobby? I've only heard of it before, but I didn't expect them to come here someday. With the opening of the Justice Gate, a huge Uzumaki quickly formed, and after the Justice Gate of the great underwater prison at the other end was opened, the water flow gradually subsided and became a waterway that can be passed through. Go! Following Ryan's order, the ship entered the Gate of Justice. The soldiers looked at the gate and the sky curiously, their eyes full of surprise. They didn't understand how they were driven by the sky like the sky. I don't even know what kind of dangerous place is behind this, and I actually want to use this kind of door. After a while, he passed through another Justice Gate behind the waterway. The great undersea prison appeared in front of him. The warship slowly docked on the pier. Ryan looked at and who was standing on the pier and was a little surprised. You have grown a lot taller in 1 year, what's wrong? Don't even forget me? And said with his arms folded. Even if I have forgotten everything, I won't forget everything in this department. Ryan smiled. Why did you come here as assistant and no training required? Don't worry about training. I came here to hear that you have come to the Grand Line, so I thought about seeing how you are growing now, and went straight to the subject without being wordy. When Ryan heard this, he suddenly smiled. When you come to fight, just talk about the fight. Don't be so stern. Although you are older than me, you joined Marine earlier than me. But don't you think that I have been fishing in South Blue this year? I have been practicing desperately this year. Really? That's great. And smiled while holding a long knife. Let me take a look at the results of your cultivation. I hope you don't just talk about it. Of course there is no problem. I also want to know how much I have improved during the year, and how far is it from your group of Marines who are staying in the headquarters? Ryan touched the axe behind him and smiled. You two want to learn from each other. I have no opinion, but can you send the pirates in first? We are not the headquarters here. Tamino played with the whip and reminded that she couldn't control what Marine wanted. But this isn't the great undersea prison. No matter what they are doing, they have to bring the prisoners out first. I'm really sorry. Lane said to the soldiers, you escort the pirates out. I will discuss with the assistant teacher 1 or 2, and I will be back later. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded upon hearing this. Okay, let's start. I can jump on the ground as you like. After explaining the soldiers, Ryan smiled at N. Everyone is capable, and N shouldn't be stupid enough to use the sea as a battlefield. It looks like you are very confident, and stared at Anne with slightly squinted eyes. Of course, because I have this strength. Ryan clenched his fist and smiled. Teacher assistant, do you want to feel it? Then let me see, are you self-confidence or arrogance? And jumped on his toes to an open space floating on the sea in the great undersea prison. Ryan saw him and jumped off the warship. In fact, I don't understand why the teacher is so optimistic about you. I think I can share the worries for the teacher. You are not a qualified Marine. The first time I saw you, I knew you would not become what the teacher hoped, and seemed to say to himself, you have ambitions and madness in your eyes. The teacher may not be able to see it, but I can see that the expression you showed after being injured is like I saw an injured wolf when I was a child. So you are jealous of me? Although I don't know why Zephyr instructor values me so much, what I want to say is that I hate him much more than I am grateful to him. Ryan sneered when he heard the words. Said, but don't worry, I won't do anything to instructor. Because someone will take care of him personally, I don't have to do it. As for you, I saw you very uncomfortable from the beginning. Know why? You are so weak, but you speak to me in a strong tone. This is something I cannot bear. Really? Anne's eyes narrowed slightly, and his breath gradually became cold and severe. You dare to say this in front of me? Do you know what the consequences will be? Of course I know, but what can you do with me? As long as I don't act, you upload it to the marshal and it's just empty talk. Do you think Marine will kill me because of your empty talk? You guessed it. How many soldiers' hearts are there? Ryan looked crazy and said, I learned this from you. As long as you don't go beyond the rules, everything will be forgiven. Just as you did when you said it was good for me, but never considered my feelings. When I left the headquarters, I made up my mind that I would come back again. Don't try to stop me. I am familiar with Marine rules and regulations. As long as I have military merit, you can't stop me from rising. Let me take a look at how much progress you have made in 1 year. Zephyr came to let you test me. You can go back and tell him happily that I didn't let him down. Ryan smiled. Said, a mouthful of white fang looked very hideous. You guy. And drew a long knife when he heard the words, it's just an ungrateful B*************************************** D. I'm going to wake you up today. Come on then, let me see how much strength you guy with small arms and legs can have. How much have you learned by this instructor? Ryan sneered. Be angry and manic. The anger he received in the headquarters will return bit by bit, and there is nothing to stop him. Ding, there was a crisp impact, and Ryan held the axe and touched the long knife held by Anne in both hands. Ryan squeezed the long knife in the direction of Anne with both hands, and laughed at the same time. It's been more than a year. It seems that your strength is still standing still. As an assistant, you only have this strength? Weak is too weak. Even the pirate I escorted today is not as weak as yours. I think maybe I know. Why are you jealous of me? You are jealous of me because you are too weak, but you don't work hard. True strong people will not be jealous of others, they will only anger their own weaknesses. I didn't understand before, but after I saw you, I knew. You are that kind of weak guy. Hole. And snarled in a low voice, his eyes full of bloodshot eyes. Ryan gradually felt the power coming from the other end of the long knife, and couldn't help increasing the strength in his hand. And kept retreating. What a restless guy. It's so difficult for you to understand your weakness. You must learn to lie down and try to bury your head in the soil, so that you won't see the cruelty of this world. A guy with ridiculous thoughts in his heart will only kill him in this world. Ryan lifted his foot and kicked Anne away directly. After 9 years, it was just that Jian Hao hadn't set foot in the great Jian Hao. He didn't have much interest in fighting with her. Maybe he could only bring him a little fun after being angry. I said you guys are fighting so fiercely in Marine now? Tamino couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Anne's movement against the wall. The soldier heard the words, looked at Ryan who was closing his feet, and explained, we don't know this, we are just the Marine of South Blue. Yes, the Sir's grudge. We are not very clear. They don't know why their parents would act so cruelly when facing a female chief, but they knew that their own people were not mixed. Anyway, what they said just now is also a discussion. There is also a witness here. What will happen? Now it's better to watch the show honestly. It is said that the self-administrator is really fast, and they flew out without seeing the female chief. Compared to you a year ago, you have not made any progress. Is it because you have not practiced physical skills and have always known the reasons for your abilities? Ryan walked towards Anne and said, I don't understand, Zephyr instructor, since it has always been advocated to learn physical skills, why didn't you focus on training? It's because I'm disappointed in you. I can see that you have been abandoned, just like the cat raised by the owner has been abandoned. You are now waving your minions crazily, but you don't know that it is as ridiculous as a clown. I don't quite understand why this method instructor sent you to test me. If he really wants to test my strength, I think he should let a colonel come. A weak guy like you, I really can't bring up the slightest energy. Whizzing as soon as Ryan's words fell, 2 slashes flew out of the smoke and dust. Pong 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 pong. After Ryan saw him, he immediately swung his axe to greet him with 2 slashes. After the slash and the axe collided, there was a harsh rubbing sound. Swish, a black shadow rushed out of the smoke, holding a long knife and slashing towards Ryan. Ding, the axe held by the two arms that came out of Ryan's arm directly blocked the attack. Very good speed, but unfortunately it's too slow. Ryan waved his hands vigorously, and the two slashes dissipated completely, and was also beaten out again. Weak slash, unbearable power, is this where your confidence lies? I already feel a bit boring. Ryan yawned and said, forget it, that's all for the discussion. I don't want to bully you anymore, lest you be jokes. After speaking, Ryan turned and left. Swish and reappeared with the knife, and several flashes of the figure appeared in front of Ryan. At this time, Anne's face was completely shrouded, and the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Sure enough, Blacken is 10 times stronger, and the white is weak by 3 points. It is directly red and angry? Feeling the force from the axe, Ryan couldn't help frowning. How come these days when you are an individual, and, who can be easily cleaned up just now, has become stronger all at once? This damn rule is really unreasonable, but it also makes this boring battle new. He also wanted to see how much and can become stronger under the anger. Ding 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 ding, the long knife and the axe collided, constantly making a crisp sound. Anne's figure also kept changing positions and attacking Ryan, but they were all blocked. It's useless, your strength to swing the knife is weak and weak. At first glance, you don't have hard training. Although I don't know how you used the slash, but with your strength, I really don't see it anymore. Weak, too weak. You can stay in this department with your strength. No wonder Marine is not as good as one generation now, Ryan said lightly, and put his hands hard again. This time, he no longer keeps his hands. The huge force directly cut and wielded a long knife, and stopped when he was about to cut Anne's body. Take the axe back behind him. When will you become a great swordsman and then challenge me? You are too weak now. I hope you won't be so self-conscious when we meet next time. A guy blinded by jealousy, Ryan didn't bother to pay attention to him, walked directly towards the warship. Are you okay? Tamino watched Ryan board the warship and left, and after hesitating for a while, he walked towards Anne, who was motionless. No, and was shrouded in darkness, unable to see his face clearly, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. That's good. Tamino nodded when he heard the words, and didn't ask much, turned around and walked away. After a long time, until the people have almost dispersed, tears slid down Anne's face. Sir, can we ask if you have any grievances with the female officer just now? Why are you so cruel? After the soldiers saw that the gate of justice disappeared completely, they finally couldn't help the fire of 8 trigrams in their hearts and began to ask, what do you say about this matter? It's not easy to explain, you can understand it as a guy who has eaten up and is jealous of me. Ryan rubbed his chin and said, I didn't want to clean up her, but she really did. It made me a little angry, thinking of some unpleasant things. It turned out to be like this. After listening to Ryan's explanation, the soldiers suddenly realized, originally from the parent official and the female chief, there was still this kind of grievance. No wonder it was so ruthless just now. With the axe just now, they almost thought that the patriarch was going to hack the female chief to death. They were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Okay, I have explained to you what should be explained. It's time for you to go back to your post and stand guard. We should go back to South Blue. Ryan reminded the soldiers who didn't know where their thoughts were floating. Yes, we know. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words, and immediately returned to their posts. Are you okay? Why do you look like a god after you come back? What happened? In Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Benz asked Anne, who was silent after returning from the great undersea prison. I failed, I was easily defeated. And was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. But she didn't say what the other party said when she was fighting with Ryan. Failed? How could it be? Benz's eyes widened and he couldn't believe him. Even if he is the teacher's optimistic person, it is impossible to defeat you so easily. But the fact is that I failed, and said, and then continued to remain silent. Okay. Benz nodded when he heard the words, don't be so depressed, Ryan is the one who ate the animal devil fruit after all. There is nothing weird about catching up with us. Our ability gets stronger as we get behind. One day we will surpass him. It's impossible. You won't know his current strength without seeing him with your own eyes. Benz, I want to leave the headquarters, Anne said suddenly. What? Benz was surprised. What the hell do you want? Anne, I want to try to leave the teacher's asylum and become stronger under the temper of the sea. Maybe only in this way can I truly be on my own and not let the teacher down. Did you figure it out clearly? Benz said after being silent for a while. Well, I have already figured it out clearly. Anne nodded. Well, then I will stay with you. I also feel that staying in the department will not help the teacher. Benz said. You don't need to accompany me. After all, the teacher still needs someone to help. It doesn't matter, there are so many people in this department, there must be someone who can help the teacher do these things. Benz laughed. All right then, and nodded. The two went to Zephyr's office. I am very happy that you two have this kind of thought, but remember to protect yourself. I don't want to see you two have an accident. Zephyr couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he looked at the two remaining students in front of him. Can tell him today that they are leaving the headquarters. He was very happy because he knew that both students had left a shadow on their arms because of the original events. He is really happy that they can get out of the shadows now. We will protect ourselves, teacher, you have to take care, Anne said in a low tone. She also didn't want to leave the department, but if she continued to stay under the protection of the teacher, she would not meet the teacher's expectations in her life. Well, I will take care of myself, you two have to be careful too. When you meet an enemy you can't beat, don't try hard, living is more important than anything, Zephyr said. He didn't want to watch his only two students have an accident, so he might regret it for the rest of his life. We know, teacher, Ben solemnly said, we won't do things we are not sure about. That's good, you go back and clean up first, I will help you find a suitable place to sharpen, Zephyr said. Okay, thank you teacher, and said gratefully and left with a low expression. I can't believe it, we actually came back. Yeah, all this seems like a dream. In front of the South Blue Puya Island pier, the soldiers looked at the waiting companions on the shore, and felt that the journey of these 2 months was just like a dream. He opened his eyes and closed his eyes and came back. Well, let's cheer up everyone. It's been a long time since I've been back, so you can't be embarrassed. You are the ones who have taken a trip on the Grand Line, so you should show up a little bit, Ryan reminded. Time passed really fast, and he didn't react much. He has returned to Puya Island. Yes, sir. The soldiers couldn't help but straighten their waists and look towards the dock. This trip to the great undersea prison is still pleasant? Yarrell asked Ryan while standing on the dock with a smile. When he heard that the ship was returning, he knew that they should be back recently. Well, it's okay. Ryan nodded and said, I didn't encounter anything along the way, and arrived at the destination smoothly. That's good. Yarrell smiled. Everyone is very happy to hear that you are back. Now we are waiting for you to go back at the base. Come down quickly. Yeah. Ryan nodded, and led the soldiers off the warship and followed Yarrell to the base. Nothing major happened to Puya Island during the time we left, right, Colonel? Ryan asked as he walked. It's still the same here. Yarrell smiled. Except for some little pirates, there is nothing else. You also know that there are no pirates in South Blue. Yes. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He also worried that during his absence, Yarrell had caught some valuable pirate, so that he would have no chance to catch it. Hello, Chief Ryan. After seeing Ryan's return, the soldiers in the branch greeted him aloud. Ryan nodded and smiled. Hello everyone, it seems that during the time I'm away, everyone is in good spirits. Mainly, sir, you took away the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirate Group. Without them, everyone will be in good spirits. The soldiers laughed and said that the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates were more than torturing the prisoners. At the same time, it has always been a huge challenge for them. They have to change shifts to withstand the images of the Sweetheart Pirates. Otherwise, they will be as sluggish as the prisoners. So it's like this? Ryan smiled. Then you have to work hard to cultivate. Maybe I don't know when I will catch such a group of pirates again. What? Upon hearing this, the soldiers' complexions immediately turned ugly. Ryan nodded in dissatisfaction when he saw it. The soldiers were as uncomfortable as ever. It was a big deal to meet a group of Sweetheart Pirates. Encountering one more, then their luck is simply I have to tell you something. Ryan. Ariel, who was walking in the front, suddenly spoke, with a serious tone, which made Ryan, who was joking with the soldiers, stunned and said, If you have something, Colonel, you can just say it directly. You don't need to pant like this, you will scare me like this. Okay, I'll just talk about it briefly. Yarrell smiled and said, The head office has issued an order to let you go to the Puri Puri Island branch. The colonel from somewhere has been transferred back to the headquarters, so the power on the island is somewhat empty. But if I want a sergeant to go, it seems a bit unreasonable. Ryan vomited. I have the rank of sergeant, why do I have to work as a colonel? Isn't this showing bullying? He gets 50 UN in salary, but the head office wants him to do 500 UN of work. Ha ha ha, you really don't want to be made a little bit cheaper. Yarrell smiled. This time the head office specially promoted you to ensign, and the purpose is to let you guard Puri Puri Island. You are the soldier I have seen the fastest ascent. Maybe you will pass me soon. Speaking of this, Yarrell couldn't help but sigh. After Ryan went to Puri Puri, he had to go back to the hands-on life he used to do. It was so uncomfortable to think about it. I think this should be my ability, and it should be recognized by the headquarter, Colonel. Ryan murmured. Although he did rise very quickly, it was mainly because he had the strength, otherwise, even if there was a vacancy in the headquarters, he would not be allowed to take the post. That's true. Yarrell smiled. Well, it's time to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Everyone is going to see you off when they heard that you were leaving to take office on Puri Puri Island. So? Actually, they don't have to see me off, it's enough to give me some gifts. Ryan laughed loudly when he heard the words. Sir, Ryan, we don't have a Pele in our pockets. Don't even think about us giving you gifts. Yes, Chief Ryan, why do you have such a dangerous idea? The soldiers joked. Look at you scumbags. Ryan shook his head. The soldiers laughed joyfully in the branch. A few days later, Ryan stood on the dock and waved at the soldiers, then left in a warship. After staying on Puya Island for a year, I didn't expect to return to the headquarters now, but changed a place instead. However, this is also good. There are too few pirates near Puya Island, and he needs more islands with more pirates as errands. Hope, Puri Puri Island will not let him down. 2 days later, Pripri Island gradually appeared in front of Ryan. The distance from Puya Island here is not very far, but the environment is quite different. Compared to the black muddy land on Puya Island, here are yellow rocks. Hello, is it Ryan Ensign from Puya Island? On the dock, the soldiers stood neatly. The lead sergeant asked aloud. Yes, I am Ryan. Ryan smiled. Is this all the soldiers on Pripori? Yes. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words. The colonel took away most of the soldiers before he left, and these are the only ones left. Okay, everyone, go back to the base, don't stand stupidly here, and tell me about the situation in the nearby waters by the way. Ryan said. He now wants to know what pirates around here are worth his hands on? The environment on Puri Puri Island is really bad, with rocks and cliffs everywhere. There seems to be no residents on the island, only branches. It looks a bit lonely, and even more desolate. He must be promoted to the position of colonel early and leave here. Now there are no pirates entrenched in the waters near Puri Puri Island. All the pirates who were entrenched have been solved by the colonel who left, the sergeant said as he walked. There is no pirate? Ryan frowned when he heard this. If there is no pirate, then why is he here in this corner? Mixing time here? He doesn't have so much time wasted here. What he needs is the more pirates, the better the pirates. Yes. The sergeant nodded and continued, but because Purpuri Island is one of the ways to get to the Grand Line, pirates will also appear here. That means we haven't lived around for a long time, but there are people passing by, right? Ryan's eyes lit up. The same can be said. The sergeant nodded. Then there is no problem. Please help me mark the places where the pirates will pass. From now on, arrange manpower to squat guard. I don't want to see any pirate leave in front of me, Ryan said excitedly. The sergeant couldn't help but was stunned when he heard the words. He should have read it right. The new officer seemed a bit overexcited. What's the matter? Have an opinion? Or is there any problem? Seeing the sergeant froze, Ryan asked. Sir, that sea area is a bit big. If you want to stare at it, I'm afraid it won't be easy. The sergeant reminded. This is easy to handle, so you can hit which guy you can see. Ryan laughed. Let us take a look at the situation in the branch first, and then arrange manpower operations later. Yes, sir. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words, and led Ryan and his party to the branch. The branch of Puri Puri Island is similar to that of Puya Island, but the environment here is far inferior to Puya Island. There are still prisoners in the prison? Ryan asked while looking at the situation of the entire branch. Yes, there are, but they are just a few little pirates, so there are only a few inside. Sergeant Kaido. Just a few, Ryan said indifferently. Soon our prison will be lively. You go and put things away first, and then you are ready to get acquainted with the island and set off. Yes, sir. The soldiers who had been with Ryan for a year knew what the patriarch was going to do. They must be catching pirates again, as if catching pirates is fun, but they didn't feel that this kind of drifting on the tip of a knife was fun at all. On the contrary, it's a bit boring. Sir, are you not going to stay in the branch? The sergeant said when he heard the words. Sit in the branch and wait for the pirates to come? This is not my style. Taking the initiative is the best choice. Ryan laughed and said, there is nothing on the island worth protecting, or to clean up the past pirates. Better. If you don't want to be a sergeant all your life, you'd better follow me. Capturing a pirate is the fastest way to advance your rank. There is no one, but it would be dangerous to do so. The sergeant hesitated after hearing the words. They are pirates who are going to the sea. They are not going to play at sea. Pirates are really going to die. Doing things is not dangerous? You will choke to death when you eat. Can you not eat? It is impossible to live a stable life for a lifetime. Since you have chosen to become a Marine, you must have a desperate consciousness. Ryan finally did. Knowing why the previous Colonel Marine took away most of the soldiers, but only one was left here, this guy was really embarrassed. In other words, he didn't want to take this kind of guy out of South Blue. A subordinate like this would be fatal at a critical time. It's hard to imagine that when you are entrusted with important tasks, the other party will run away under pressure. When the sergeant heard Ryan's words, his face turned red involuntarily. Ryan didn't bother to pay attention to it, but said, don't worry, I won't want you to go with me to catch pirates at sea. You can stay in the branch and help me with normal official duties. If nothing happens, I won't stay here for long. I will leave here for the headquarters for at most 3 years, so in the past 3 years, everyone should be able to get along very well. Yes, sir. The blushing sergeant nodded. Well, if you usually stay in the branch, if you get help from an island or a merchant ship, you can notify me directly. I don't have any other hobbies. I just catch pirates other than practicing, so don't think it will bother me after receiving the call. Ryan reminded, lest the sergeant thinks it will disturb him after receiving the call for help. Then, he will not be notified. Yes, I understand. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words. Well, take me to the office to have a look. Okay, please, sir. After getting a little familiar with this headquarters, Ryan let the soldiers rest. I will go to sea later to take a look at the waters where they are responsible for Purpuri Island. Tenton is very angry today, hoping to have a good start and hit a few pirates. The sea is sunny and sunny. Standing on the bow of the ship, Ryan could faintly see several fishing boats fishing in the distance. Sir, it's not the same as Puya Island. We can feel that the sun here is bigger and the temperature is higher, the soldiers said, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Well, I feel it too. Ryan nodded and said, I'm going to start practicing. Please pay attention to the conditions on the sea, especially the fishing boats, and see if there are any pirates hitting them. Idea. Sir, how long has this passed? Why did you start practicing again? The soldiers couldn't help muttering when they heard what Ryan said. Why is the self-employed official not cultivating all day? Nonsense, who will protect you if I don't practice? You can practice for me when you have time. Don't always play here. There will definitely be enemies that I can't deal with in the future. If you become stronger, it will be a good thing for you, but we have already trained this morning. The soldiers murmured. They haven't played in this period of time. Don't Tenton train with Ryan Ensign? There is always nothing wrong with training more. Ryan exhorted, you will come back to naval headquarters with me in the future. If this strength is in danger on the Grand Line, you will lose your life, so try to give it to me. Be stronger. You don't want to stay in a place like South Blue for the rest of your life, do you? Although it is comfortable here, if you continue to stay here with the original idea, your whole life will be abolished. Yes, we understand. The soldiers listened and straightened their waists. The sea was calm, no sea beasts appeared, no pirate boats appeared, only fishing boats were fishing on the sea. The sun reflected on the sparkling sea, and the soldiers looked at the calm sea. I could not help but let out a long sigh. It was great that no pirates appeared. The first day of attending work in the waters near Puri Island ended so boringly. Could it be that there is no pirate ship? Don't you see us come out? Ryan, who was waving an iron barbell as large as 4 large grinding discs, looked at the calm sea, with an uncomfortable expression on his face. You just watched it back, don't hit us anymore. Yes, sir. The soldiers looked at the barbell that could easily smash them with horror, and said in terror, don't be so scared, it's just a barbell, it won't kill anyone. Besides, I'll watch it, Ryan said indifferently. That's for you, sir. Yes, sir, trouble you to change the direction of the barbell, the soldiers shouted. Don't worry, you are safe, don't be so nervous. Ryan continued to wave the barbell. The soldiers shrank their heads when they heard the words, and walked aside quickly. As the night darkened, the warship gradually left here and returned to the branch. What's the sergeant's gain? The sergeant asked, seeing Ryan returning with the soldiers. No gain at all, time wasted there. Speaking of this, Ryan shrugged and said, you have been here for so long, you should know where there are pirates, right, even if you leave here. It doesn't matter if the site is farther away, as long as it is a pirate. The sergeant couldn't help but pause. Ryan saw him look like this and asked, do you know where there are pirates? I know, it's just that the sea is not under our jurisdiction. The sergeant hesitated. As long as it is a pirate, wherever he is? What does this have to do with whether it is under our jurisdiction? Can we leave them alone if it doesn't belong to our jurisdiction? Ryan said with righteousness. But that is the marine branch near Gudang Island. The sergeant whispered. I don't care where he is responsible. I will ask the above for instructions to eradicate the pirates on Gudang Island in a while. Since the marine branch on Gudang Island can't handle it, let me take care of it, Ryan said. From what the sergeant meant, something should have happened for a long time. Otherwise, it won't reach Puri Island. He doesn't care which branch the pirates are on. He only knows that these pirates have not been cleaned up yet, so he is obligated to deal with them. But if the chief on Gudang Island finds out, I'm afraid you will be hated by them, chief, the sergeant reminded. They went from Puri Island to catch the pirates on Gudang Island, which is simply hitting the face over there. Isn't this telling the head of their incompetence? If you bear hatred, you will bear hatred. If they have the ability, they will come to our site to arrest people. A group of guys who have not succeeded or failed, if they can't get things done, they should ask for support. They have been dragging like this, intending to drag the pirates to death? The residents there can't wait for so long. You go and get everyone ready to assemble. I will report to the top and apply to go to Gudong Island to deal with the group. Pirate. Ryan finished speaking and went to the office to apply to the department. His position is still very low, and he still needs to apply if he wants to enter the seas of other branches. Wait a moment for Ryan Ensign about this matter. I want to report to Sakazuki Admiral. The terminal in the headquarters called Kaido after receiving Ryan's call. Okay, that's troublesome. Ryan nodded. You are welcome. The operator smiled and said, please wait a moment, I will get back to you soon. Okay. Ryan nodded when he heard the words and heard the phone worm hanging up. Sakazuki Admiral, Ryan Ensign on Puri Puri Island in South Blue wants to apply to go to Gudong Island to capture the beast pirates. The operator dialed the phone worm. We report. Where is the beast pirate group on Gudong Island hasn't been cleaned up? Sakazuki, who was working in the office, asked. Not yet, Operator Kaido. How many days is this already? Sakazuki frowned. It's already the 10th day, the operator said. 10 days? Sakazuki's face turned dark when he heard the words. Then why don't they ask for help from the headquarters? They haven't caught a small pirate group for 10 days, what are they doing? A small group of beasts and pirates was able to stay on Guru Island for 10 days, and the marine in charge there has not yet been resolved. This is simply negligent. This, the operator whispered, I don't know too much. Sakazuki's face grew darker upon hearing this. You tell the Marines of Guru Island that if they can't solve the beast pirates, they should stop being a Marine as soon as possible. I will arrange for others to deal with this matter, they don't need to be there to support it. Tell Ensign on Purpuri Island that I approved his action, but I hope to hear the news of his success. Yes, Admiral. The operator nodded when he heard the words, and then told Ryan the news. After Ryan found out, he walked out of the happy office. Now that the permission of this department has been passed, the next thing is much easier to do. In the branch hall, the soldiers were waiting for Ryan to come down. With the sound of footsteps in the stairs, everyone's heart couldn't help but lift up. They are all curious what is going on. After Ryan came down, he saw the soldiers who were there and nodded. Very well, everyone is here. After a while, we will have a good night's sleep. We will leave tomorrow morning. The above has approved me to go to Gudong Island to arrest the beast pirate group. This action can only succeed, not fail. Yes, sir. The soldiers Kaido loudly. Major Jamie is okay. The operator in the headquarters called and said that Sakazuki Admiral was very upset that we hadn't caught the beast. The pirates were very upset. Now Ensign of Purpuri has been asked to take over. What? Jamie gritted his teeth when he heard the words. The beast pirates has 3 powerful beasts, even if we are not their opponents. What does the headquarters think? Why did you send an ensign to take over? Do you look down on me? Am I also a major anyway? All were sent to the colonel to take over. He has no objection, because he really can't clean up the beast pirates, but the question is, what is the matter of sending an ensign in the headquarters now? Colonel Jamie, I just asked the operator and he said that this Lai ensign is not an ordinary ensign. He is not only demon fruit power, but also has a record of defeating the 42 million Bailey sweetheart pirates. So this is the case? Jamie frowned when he heard the words, but even if it was like this, the headquarters really looked down on me too much, and let an ensign come. Go ahead and tell everyone to prepare for action tonight. We must catch the beast pirates. I can't let an ensign watch our jokes. Yes, Major Jamie. The corporal nodded. In the early morning the sun had just poured into the sea, and on Purpuri, the soldiers ran to the harbor with their shells and muskets on their backs. A little bit faster, don't dawdle. Try to get out early and come back early for a beast pirate group, and they will be dealt with soon. Ryan stood at the branch dock and urged, carrying 2 large boxes of shells in both arms. The sir really doesn't need us to go together, the sergeant asked. No, you just stay here and watch the branch. If you have anything to do, call me. I will be back soon after finishing the beast pirates, Lane said, after seeing the last soldier leave, carrying the cannonball and left. Sergeant Sika, are we abandoned? The soldiers who stayed in the branch asked. Obviously they were also part of the branch. Why did Ensign leave with those soldiers and leave them here? Sika sighed after hearing the words. It may be that our first impression is not good for the chief or because he is not familiar with us. Maybe it will be better in the future. Let's all return to their posts. Yes. The soldiers nodded, their expressions a bit low. Sir Ryan, what is our battle plan this time? Or do we just rush to the island? The soldiers asked while filling the cannon with shells. Of course, just go up and do it, just a group of pirates. If you are afraid of anything, take your courage and don't be scared by those little animals. Ryan laughed. Of course, as long as Chief Ryan rushes, we won't retreat either. That's right, whatever the pirate group? F***K him. The soldiers laughed. Where did you get the information from the sergeant? There are 3 powerful beasts in the beast pirates. It is said that these 3 beasts were tamed by the captain of the beast pirates. And the captain of this beast pirate group is also a demon fruit power, but his ability is to be able to talk to animals. This is a somewhat strange but useless ability. So for this trip, they didn't have much worry. In their opinion, Chief Ryan would be able to solve this beast pirate group easily. At night, the warship was still sailing. The distance between Gudon Island and Puri Puri Island is almost as far as the distance between Puya Island and Puri Puri Island, and Ryan didn't think he could be there anytime soon. After all, the speed of warships is already very fast. He wasn't very anxious. Anyway, the beast pirate group would definitely not be able to escape. It's not good. At this moment, the piece on the warship was broken, and the soldiers ran over in a panic and reported, "It's not good, Officer Ryan." "What's wrong? What happened? Don't tell me that the branch was attacked by the pirates. We must go back to the branch right now." They finally left the sea area where Purpuri Island was responsible, and if they had to go back again, his brain would hurt. "It's not this," the soldier gasped and said, "it was an accident on Gudon Island." "Did the pirates on Gudon Island run away?" Ryan's expression changed. If the pirates ran away, wouldn't he waste time and energy? "It's not that the pirates ran off." The soldier calmed down and said, "It was the branch of Gudon Island where Major Jamie led the soldiers to catch the beast pirate group and failed. It turned out to be like this." Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when the pirates didn't run away. Fail and fail, what's so strange? If they can really clean up the beast pirates, it won't be so long, but their brains are sick? If they can't beat them, they will go to the pirates' trouble? If it is because the beast pirate group endangers the safety of civilians, the Marine of Gudon Island can understand it to stop it. But if it's not like this, and they just want to arrest them, then it would be no different from looking for death. The sergeant said it seems to be because the head office told Gudon Island that the beast pirates will be handed over to us. The Marine on Gudon Island had an opinion after learning about it, so they set off last night. But after a day and night of fighting, I still failed. I didn't succeed in capturing the beast pirate group and lost a lot of soldiers. The soldier repeated the sergeant's words one by one. "This idiot," Ryan said with a sullen face, incapable and wanting to show off. "This will not only harm himself, but also the soldiers. I want to see how he ends up next. If you don't have the ability, you should stay honestly, and no one will say anything about him. It just wants to cause such a thing." "That's right, Chief Ryan, you are right." The soldier agreed. "This kind of guy is really stupid. Fortunately, we didn't make money under him, otherwise he would have to die by him. I heard that the soldiers who went on this trip were dead, and even Major Jamie lost a leg before escaping from Gudon Island. Obviously they are all chiefs. Why are they so much worse?" Fortunately, he did not follow such a brainless officer, otherwise, it is very likely that he would be one of the hapless soldiers. Everyone cheered me up. "The Marines in the Gudon Island branch have failed. We absolutely cannot use your courage like them to let the other branches of South Blue take a good look at how our branch in Puri Puri Island does things," Ryan shouted, holding an axe. The guys are usually self-righteous, and when they need them, even the pirates can't deal with it. It's really disappointing. What happened on Gudon Island will definitely spread to South Blue soon. Do you want to be scolded by the residents of South Blue as rubbish? I don't want to. The soldiers shook their heads and shouted. "Then clean up the beast pirates with me and tell the residents of South Blue with the record. It's safe to stay in the Marine in South Blue." Ryan shouted. "Kill the beast pirates, kill the beast pirates, kill the beast pirates, kill the beast pirates." The soldiers exclaimed emotionally, and the shouts resounded all around the warship. The frightened seabirds fled in a panic. "Major Jamie, are you okay?" In the Marine branch of Gudon Island, the corporal's head was wrapped with thick gauze. "I'm fine." Jamie Kaito, his bloodless face filled with despair. After his defeat after fighting with the beast pirate group was spread to the headquarters, the Marshal was infuriated. Not only has he been removed from the position of major, he is likely to go to a military court. The 2 counts of defying orders and causing the soldiers to sacrifice were enough for him to eat a pot, and his life ended here. If he can catch the beast pirate group, maybe all of this will not be mentioned, but he hasn't caught it now, and instead has suffered heavy losses and will take full responsibility. Ha ha ha, what Major Marine? It's just a joke. Now our master captain's name can definitely spread all over the sea. Yes, let me see. Our master captain can definitely become the new One Piece. Under the dark night, an island is now brightly lit. The pirates drank and ate meat and made a toast to their master captain from time to time. Joy surfaced in each of them. Not long ago, their master captain successfully led them to defeat Marine. Roar! The giant bear twisted and roared at the giant python entwined with it. After seeing it, the giant python quickly pulled away and slipped down from the giant bear. He looked to the side and fell asleep. Rhino. Yuri's, with firelight on his face, saw him and said, "Yes, you eat a lot of Marine? Why are you still staring at Kurika? Be careful to wake up Zayulai again later, it will use its horns against you too. As for the contradiction between Kurika and Yster, Eurus can only try to avoid them from fighting. After all, as one of his three major forces, if the three of them had an internal fight, it would definitely be a disaster for him. It's that Yster always doesn't eat enough, and it makes him feel a little headache to provoke Kurika and Shizayli. Obviously it has just been eaten by marines. Hiss. When Yster heard this, he hovered around Eurus with his tongue out. When Eurus saw it, he cursed, "What's the matter? You guy, are you hitting me on the head now? You are really a hungry ghost crawling out of hell, like a hole that can't be filled no matter how you fill it." His Yster continued to stick out his tongue and circle Eurus for a few times before leaving reluctantly. The pirates have become accustomed to seeing this scene. This seems to be a way for their captain to communicate with Yster. If you change it to them, then they probably have goosebumps all over their bodies now. Master Captain deserves to be Master Captain, who can control such a ferocious beast. Snap! The nasal bubble on the tip of the lying giant rhino suddenly burst, and then the pirates felt a gust of wind. Suddenly, the giant rhinoceros started to bump into the forest on the island, and soon there was a cracking sound of a large area of trees in the forest. When Eurus heard it, his face went dark immediately. Shouted, "You guy in the slug, stop me quickly. I don't want you to knock down the tree when you sleep at night and crush my lovely men to death." Click click in the forest, the sound of trees breaking still continued. Eurus couldn't help but feel a headache. As these three guys grew older, he could no longer control them. He now sleeps on guard against the stupid fellow Yster who would swallow him. This stupid had previously taken advantage of his careless deeds. Fortunately, he flicked the group of idiots under his hand, otherwise, who would dare to stay under his hands? Although Shizayli and Kurika are not as bad as Yster's behavior, but I don't know if these two guys are now in the growth period, and their tempers are particularly irritable. He couldn't hear his persuasion anymore. In today's battle, some of his subordinates were at the feet of both of them. Originally, this battle was an easy victory for them, without casualties, but under the disobedience of Yesite and Kurika, he abruptly damaged 5 of his men. The subordinates only think that he is very beautiful now, and they don't even know that he is also having a headache now. Since the 3 wild beasts have stood, his pirate group has become stronger and stronger, and his reputation has also grown. But as these 3 guys grew up, he controlled them far less than before. Maybe after a while, if he can no longer suppress these 3 guys, his pirate group will have a problem. Why can't these 3 guys be as obedient as before? The next day, on the warship, Ryan was waving the barbell while looking at the sea. Although the soldiers were waving the barbell as exaggerated as Ryan's hands, they were still doing squats while holding the cannonballs. Be careful of smashing your feet. Ryan looked at the flushed soldiers and reminded, so that they don't pay attention to smashing their feet later. He is very experienced in things like this. When he used to train with cannonballs, his hands were too slippery because of sweating too much. It hurt him for a while on his feet. Don't worry, Chief Ryan, we have this by Kabuto. The soldier lights up the small black net with shells, Kabuto said. When Ryan saw him, he couldn't help but was stunned. Well, these guys are really smart enough. Chief Ryan's situation has changed. In the cabin, a soldier rushed out and said, "Marine from another branch has also come to Gudong Island, and they are also here to capture the Beast Pirate Group." Ha! Why did other branches also intervene in? What's the matter? Ryan paused and asked gradually. He is almost here, telling him that someone is coming to snatch his prey? Who is this guy with no eyesight? I heard that it was the order from the marshal to make all the branches near the Gudong Island branch come to encircle and suppress the Beast Pirate Group. Soldier Kaido. What? Ryan frowned when he heard this. Is Sengoku crazy? Or is it because the impact of this incident is too great, and Sengoku feels that the impact of this incident needs to be suppressed immediately to preserve Marine's majesty? Then we have to go on? The soldier asked when seeing Ryan frowning. Of course you have to go. Those guys should not be there as soon as we are. They can only get rid of the Beast Pirates Group as soon as possible. Ryan sneered and said, I don't care what the Martial Lord thinks, Beast Pirates. Tuan, I'm ready for Ryan, and God won't be able to keep him. Everyone is going to work hard. We need to get rid of them as soon as possible on the island where the Beast Pirates are entrenched. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers nodded. On Gudong Island, the corporal put down the phone bug in his hand, with a relaxed expression on his face. Colonel Jamie, I just received the notice from the headquarters that 6 warships have come to us from all directions. This time the Beast Pirate Group will definitely not escape. Your injuries will not be in vain, and the soldiers will not die in vain. Really? Jamie heard the words, and a trace of blood gradually appeared on his pale face. If this is the case, the Beast Pirates really can't escape, but they are not only here to clean up the Beast Pirates, right? Yes. The corporal was silent for a while after hearing the words, someone else is here to take your place in the Gudong Island branch. I knew it. Jamie smiled bitterly, I deserved it all. When the new general arrives, you have to protect yourself. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you in the future. Yeah, The corporal nodded when he heard the words, and the scene continued to quiet down. Sir, the beast pirate group is on the island ahead, and we have already seen their pirate ship. Soldiers on the watchtower held up a telescope to report. I see, ready to act. Ryan waved his hand. Don't go to the island yet, give me a cannonball to clean the island. Never let a pirate go away. Yes. Kaido, the soldiers, immediately entered the cabin and adjusted their guns at the island. Boom 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 boom. The cannonball tilted down towards the island where the beast pirate group was located, and the entire island was blown up with mud. As the nearest pirate ship, it was directly destroyed. Damn it, someone attacked and no one reported me back. What's the situation? Where did the night watch guy die? That's how you watch the night? Eurus looked at the explosions around him and said angrily, is this how these idiots watched him at night? The people who actually hit the island on the island don't know. Report to Master Captain that the brothers who watched the night did not see them. The panicked pirates immediately looked around when they heard the words, and saw that all the brothers who had watched the night were gone. What? Eurus was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at Yster, and saw Yster's belly arched high, lying on the ground asleep. Even the sound of shells did not wake it up. This idiot. Now, where is Yuri's still unclear what happened. The stupid snake started to eat people secretly while he was asleep, and he still ate the night watchman. Master Captain, what do you do now? The pirates asked in a panic. After hearing this, Eurus came to his senses, and then ordered, don't be afraid, find a cover for me to hide. Marine doesn't have much ammunition. They will definitely be out of shells after a while. When the time comes, wait for them to come up and clean them up. Yes, Master Captain. Upon hearing this, the pirates searched for shelters and hid. You fool, give me sleep, be careful to be killed directly. Eurus looked at Yster, who was still asleep in the gunfire, and kicked it directly. But what he didn't expect was that he hadn't reminded him yet. So I can only use a few kicks. Finally, after he kicked a few vigorously, Yster finally woke up. When Yster woke up, he was very dissatisfied that he was disturbed, and snarled at Eurus with his mouth open. What do you idiot yelling at? Lie down again, and be careful to be killed. Eurus scolded angrily. If this idiot snake wasn't for its usefulness, he would have liked this idiot to be killed. He died, lest his men were missing one or two when they were always waking up. This guy is getting lazier and lazier. He would hunt on his own when he was hungry, but now he is directly dealing with his men. The Sir Cannonball is almost finished. You need to get close to the island, the soldier asked when he ran out of the cabin. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, touched his axe, and said, we are all ready with weapons, we are ready to land on the island. Don't panic when you see the wild beasts. Stand together and fight back. I will take the lead in getting rid of those wild beasts. You only have to deal with the pirates. Yes. The soldiers filled their muskets with ammunition back, staring at the island nervously. The distance between this warship and the island is getting closer and closer, and finally when the ship is finally unable to move forward, Ryan jumped off the warship with the soldiers. Click click, there was the sound of trees breaking in the ampicillin forest, and then a large rhinoceros over 5 meters high rushed towards this side with an unstoppable momentum. Sir Ryan. When the soldiers saw this scene, their faces were suddenly pale, and they kept shooting at the rhino while holding a musket, but the bullet hit the rhino hide as if it hit a tough rubber. They didn't play a half-stop role at all, and they now finally understand why the Marine of the Gudong Island branch would be defeated. Just this sturdy rhino can't be resisted by ordinary people. You all get out of the way, I'll clean it up. Ryan's body became pitch black, and his upper body had 2 more arms. The steps are separated, the body is slightly bent, and the 4 arms are preparing to grab something. Upon hearing this, the soldier ran away and gave this place to Ryan. Come on, little rhino, let me see how strong you are. Ryan shouted at the rhino. The huge shout made the giant rhinoceros body, and then according to the giant rhinoceros rushed towards here at a faster speed. Snapped wipe. Ryan saw the rhino rush in front of him, his 4 arms immediately grasped the rhino horn firmly, and the huge thrust pushed him back toward the sea. It's a lot of strength. Ryan was slightly surprised. As expected, he was a rhino. His strength was really big, and his feet were pushed up by 2 slopes. Roar! The 2 hind legs of the giant rhinoceros were digging the dirt continuously, and his eyes were full of anger. His collision was actually blocked by a strange human, and this guy actually prevented it from making further progress. This is simply right for it. What an insult! Get up for me, you big guy! Ryan shouted, feeling the strength coming from his hands. With 4 arms on his waist, he lifted the giant rhinoceros by grasping the rhino horn. Roar! Seeing that he left the ground, the giant rhino finally began to panic. It's amazing, Chief Ryan is so amazing. The soldiers couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that their chief would actually be able to lift such a big rhino. This guy. In the forest, the pirates of the Beast Pirates group couldn't help but stare around when they saw this scene, and their mouths could be filled with a coconut. They reported that Master Zhang's giant rhinoceros West Slug was actually lifted by Marine. At this moment, all the pirates began to panic. They looked at the only two beasts left by their captain. Then he looked at the way the opposite Marine lifted up the slug. I couldn't help but have the idea of running away. It is impossible to win, and it is absolutely impossible to win. The opposite is a monster. With this kind of thought, the idea of escaping will linger in the minds of the pirates. Yist Koraka you 2f ****** tear up that Marine, Eurus shouted. Although he is a little panicked now, he has not yet thought of turning around and running away. He still has two beasts in his hand, and he won't necessarily lose. Yes, he will not necessarily lose. Korika and Yister rushed towards Ryan immediately after hearing Eurus's order. Sir, be careful, there are two wild beasts running over. The soldiers immediately reminded them loudly when they saw a snake and a male. From their position, you can clearly see the two big beasts that are running, but the position of the big rhinoceros is lifted by the official, but you can't see the back. I see, don't worry. Ryan didn't care, grabbed the slug and threw it hard. Boom! Shizaili's big body fell heavily on the ground, and the shocked soldiers felt the ground move. What do you two big guys want to do? Ryan jumped up to avoid Korika's flying pounce, landed on Yasite and stepped on its back. Yasite opened his blood bowl towards Ryan in pain. Ryan's forearms immediately grabbed its mouth and broke its mouth bigger. You want to eat me? You big fat bug is just dreaming. Ryan cursed badly, and once again avoided Korika's pounce on his toes. He took Yister's big mouth and came over his shoulders. Fall. Boom! The mud was splashed with thick smoke and dust, and the entire beach that was shaken was shaken. At this moment, Korika jumped up again. Are you annoying big guy? I'm playing with this big bug. Why are you coming to bother me? Ryan dodged Korika's blood basin, and his forearms immediately grabbed its vacant front. Claws, pull your body hard under your feet. Korika turned a big circle in the air and flew towards the pirates of the Beast Pirate Group. Hoo. At this moment, the slug who fell to the ground got up. With white air in his nostrils, the four hoofs rubbed against the ground and rushed towards Lean again. You big guy didn't throw you awake? Ryan grabbed the rhinoceros horn in the West Slug and raised it again, kicking it on the jaw of Eurus's rush, and kicking it directly away. Since you like hitting things so much, give me a good fight with the ground. Ryan threw the West Slug, and West Slug immediately slammed his limbs in the air. He wanted to come down from the sky and turn around, but then Ryan jumped up, grabbed the rhinoceros horns in the slug, and slammed the slug against the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire head of She-Slug plunged into the ground. Only strong limbs are left struggling constantly in the air. The sudden noise shook the surrounding soldiers and Marines' ears. His twisting his body and seeing this scene, Yister couldn't help but froze, turning his head and trying to escape. But it was horribly discovered that its tail could not move. A powerful force was pulling its tail to prevent it from leaving. Where do you want to go? The little rhino has already passed the law, and then it's your turn, Ryan said with a big mouthful of white fang. Eelts was so scared that all his scales stood up, and the whole piece looked a lot bigger all at once. Don't think about running away, I won't let you go. Accept justice sanctions honestly, Ryan said with his fist clenched. Papa. At this moment, all the pirates of the Beast Pirate Group pressed the trigger, and the bullet hit Ryan with a crisp sound, and the dazzling sparks were so conspicuous in the dark night. Kill him, don't let him knock Yister down, Yuri shouted. Shizaili was already planted in the opponent's hands. If Arthur also failed, then they would definitely not be opponents of the opponent, and they had to stop the opponent. Are you tickling me? Ryan opened his palm and grabbed the flying bullet with disdain. He wanted to break through the defense of his exoskeleton with this old-fashioned musket bullet. Monster. Seeing this scene, the pirates were so scared that they lost their guns and ran away quickly. Those who can't win, this is definitely not a winner. These Marines are not the kind of Marines they beat. This time they are real monsters. You come back to me, whoever dares to escape, kill him. When Eurus saw it, he immediately pulled the trigger. The pirate who ran at the end immediately fell down. The pirates were even more scared when they saw it, and continued to run regardless. To stay here is to die, to escape is to die, so it is better to try to escape. Master Captain is just a gun, it is impossible to kill them all at once. It seems that your subordinates don't believe you anymore. Ryan let go and threw away the twisted Yister, stepping towards Eurus and Korika. Roar! Korika yelled at the frizzy throat, but he kept moving backwards next to Eurus. Go, Korika, kill this Marine, don't be afraid, you are the strongest, Yuri shouted. But Korika didn't have any intention to go up. As Ryan got closer, it suddenly turned and appeared behind Eurus, pushing Eurus in front. What are you doing? You be ************************** D. I usually raise you, so you pushed me out at this moment. Eurus, who found himself facing Ryan, couldn't help cursing, and wanted to run behind Korika. but it was discovered that Kurika had 2 bear claws holding his arm to prevent him from turning. Let me go, what are you doing? Yuri's panicked and said that even though Kurika would hide behind him like this when he was scared when he was a child, but now Kurika is not small anymore, it is not known how many times bigger than before. It seems that you two are very self-aware. It seems that I don't need to adjust your positions. Ryan clenched his fist and smiled. When Yuri's heard it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, while scarlet blood spurted from his mouth, and Yuris and Kurika flew out directly. This punch was for those Marines who were killed by you. Ryan retracted his 4 fists and walked towards Yuris and Kurika, taking Yuris's turn and punching again. You just made this punch the price of my subordinates attacking me, but you are obviously the 6th punch. Yuris's bruised nose and face were swollen, but he retorted, I said the first punch is the first one, what kind of excitement are you giving me? Ryan's face darkened, and he punched again with his backhand, and the hit Yuris completely fainted. So weak? Why are you so unbeatable? Ryan shook Yuris in his hands for a while and said speechlessly, how did this guy defeat the Marine of Gudon Island? It also caused them such a heavy loss. This strength is too bad, except that the big rhino has a little strength. This is a bunch of waste. Sir, all the pirates who fled have been captured, now we need to retake the team? The soldiers asked Lean with the tied-up pirates like rice dumplings. This group of pirates is really stupid, and they ran to the edge of the cliff in a panic, which completely prevented their escape route without any effort. Well, put them on a warship, and then see if there are any missing pirates and leave. Ryan stopped and said with Yuri's big mouth, then these 3 beasts are also taken away? Sir, the soldier asked, looking at Kurika, who was trembling, and Yister, who was tied up and moved like a big braid and wanted to leave, and who was still there, pushing the air and trying to pull his head out of the slug. Of course, I'll do my best to eliminate evil. These guys have been taught badly, and letting them go on the sea is definitely a disaster, Ryan said without hesitation. As a result, the 3 wild beasts of the West Slug, Yist Kurika, were also escorted to the warship. The Sir has searched the entire island, and no pirates have missed anything. After patrolling the island for a while, the soldiers returned to the warship to report. Very well, we can leave now. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, took out the phone worm and dialed the headquarters phone. Hello, this is Ryan Ensign from Puri Puri Island, South Blue. I have just captured all the pirates of the Beast Pirate Group. Please report to the above. I will send the photo back to the department by fax immediately. Really? The operator on the other side of the phone worm was surprised. Yes, I can never make a joke with you about this kind of thing. You can now let the Marines from other branches come back to Gudon Island. Ryan reminded. I understand, I will report the news immediately. The operator listened to Kaido, the sound of the fax machine working. On the side of the fax machine, there are already photos passed over, on which are the 3 beasts of the Beast Pirates Group and the pirate Captain Yuris of the Beast Pirates Group. Yeah, thanks a lot. Ryan nodded, then hung up the phone worm. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku was correcting documents. At this time, the messenger trot back with a photo of Master Field Marshal. The Beast Pirates of South Blue have just been dealt with by Ryan Ensign of the Puri Puri Island branch. This is from Ryan Ensign. Photo. Ha! Sengoku couldn't help but raised his head when he heard it, looked at the photo on the table and nodded. Very good, he did a good job. In just over a year, he successively caught the pirate regiments that other generals could not catch in South Blue. Ensign's rank is a bit low for him, and Ryan will be promoted to major from now on. Go and tell the people in the archives department to get his new officer ID out overnight and send his officer ID to South Blue tomorrow. Yes, Master Marshal. Rumor Lingbing nodded when he heard the words, and immediately did it. Zephyr, seems that your vision is not wrong. This little guy is indeed very capable. It looks like we have to prepare a place for him in the headquarters. Sengoku cleaned up the photos on the table and smiled, although the Marine of the branch of Gudon Island was not doing well. But fortunately, Ryan has already solved the Beast Pirates, and this matter will soon be forgotten by people. At the same time, Ryan also proved his ability to the entire South Blue. He doesn't have to worry about promoting Ryan too quickly, causing other Marines in other South Blue divisions to have opinions. What? The Beast Pirates have been resolved? When did this happen? We are almost reaching the place? Not long ago, Ryan Ensign of Pripri Island. No, it should be Major Ryan. He has already captured the Beast Pirates. It's true? You didn't lie to me, did you? The Lieutenant Colonel asked unwillingly. Of course it's true. How could I use this kind of news to deceive you? The operator smiled. The picture sent by Major Ryan has been sent to Master Marshal for viewing, and the promotion of Major Ryan is what the Marshal-sama just said. Okay. The Lieutenant Colonel gritted his teeth and said to the soldiers, turn the rudder. Let's go back. The Beast Pirate Group has been resolved. We don't need to go there anymore. Yes, sir. The soldiers heard Kaido. Then I will hang up the phone first, and I have to notify other generals of this news. Well, hang up. The lieutenant colonel nodded, then hung up the phone worm. He was really annoyed. He drove a day and night, and now he told him that the beast pirates had been cleaned up, but others were faster than him. He is not good at complaining, otherwise he will be called jealous by others. I had known that he would not come. Fortunately, this time he was not the only one who came here for nothing, otherwise he would be really angry. At the same time, after hearing this news, the other generals who had arrived, their faces were similar to those of the lieutenant colonel, but without saying anything, they returned to their respective divisions. Good news, Chief Guy, you have been promoted again. You are now a major. In the morning, the sky was dark. Ryan was still sleeping, and the soldiers trot over to report the news they had just received. I see, you guys go to sleep, it's just a major, what's so surprising? It's not too late to be surprised when I become admiral. Ryan was wrapped in a quilt and said neither salty nor indifferent. The colonels of South Blue are all such dishes, he is much better than them, but he feels a bit embarrassed just to become a major. According to his current strength, he should also be given a commodore position in South Blue. Yes, sir. Seeing Ryan's nonchalant appearance, the soldiers put away their excitement and cautiously walked to the door and left. 2 days later, on Puri Puri Island, the soldiers escorted the 3 beasts of the beast pirates into the prison, but the soldiers guarding the prison were shocked. I said that we are a prison here, not a zoo. Why should these beasts be brought back and imprisoned? Yeah, the snake just now is really big, I doubt it can swallow me in one bite. We don't know about this. We did it according to the orders of Chief Ryan. The soldiers who escorted the beast pirate group said, actually, you don't need to be afraid. These 3 guys look fierce, but in fact, that's the case. Chief Ryan will come to inspect from time to time, so you don't need to worry about them making trouble. That's good. Upon hearing this, the soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really worried that their small arms and legs could not hold down these 3 beasts. Nothing happened on the island in the past few days when I left, right? Ryan asked. No, sir. During the time you left, the branch has been calm. Sergeant Kaido. That's okay. Ryan nodded and said, I should rest for half a morning. You can continue to help me with official duties. If there is nothing important, don't bother me. Of course, if there are pirates, remember to call me. I see, sir. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words, even if Major Lane didn't say it. If a pirate appears, he will tell the other party. After all, he knows his own strength very well. He doesn't want to be like the Marines on Puri Puri Island and kill himself because of their self-effort. After explaining the sergeant, Ryan returned to the room to rest. Staying on the boat during this period of time caused his nerves to be tense, worrying that the 3 beasts would run out, and he didn't even dare to sleep deeply. Now that the 3 guys are in jail, he can finally relax and rest. Sleeping time always passed quickly, and Ryan felt like he had just closed his eyes, but would wake up in the next second. 8 hours have passed since he looked at the alarm clock on the side, but he still wanted to keep sleeping. Sir, are you awake? Outside the room, the sergeant tapped them tentatively. Well, I woke up, what's the matter? Ryan stood up and asked. It's such a sir, now it's time for the tropical storm to be active every year. The surrounding villages that we are responsible for have some security risks. The sergeant explained 2 of the villages are relatively low-lying. At this time of the year, sea water will be poured in. Other villages also have problems of varying degrees, so at this time, we all need to go to nearby villages to check. So? Ryan scratched his head and said, then you tell everyone that you are ready to go. Since the people around us are in danger, we, Marine, can't just sit idly by. Okay, sir. The sergeant said happily. He was really worried that the sir would refuse. Unexpectedly, the officer agreed. After all, many officers thought that Marine was just a pirate, and didn't care about other things. But what they didn't know was that in addition to being a pirate in the usual way, Marine had to protect civilians from various disasters most of the time. Yeah. Ryan nodded, then got up from the bed and walked towards the hall. Sir, everyone is ready, just wait for your order. In the hall, soldiers carrying shovel and hoe were waiting for Ryan's arrival. What are you guys? Ryan asked in a daze when he saw it. The report, sir, there may be water accumulation on the island, so I asked everyone to prepare the tools in advance and start digging a trench when they are ready to go to the island. The sergeant explained. Every year after tropical storms pass, water will accumulate on nearby islands. Therefore, it is necessary to dig ditches to pass water. Is it this way? Ryan nodded his chin and said, then let's go. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded. Afterwards, the soldiers boarded the front of the warship to the islands near Puri Puri Island. It's a bit interesting here. I can't tell. There are quite a lot of fruits here. Ryan walked a few steps and found that there were tall coconut trees growing here, which were shaking on the branches. It seemed as if it would fall down at any time. After passing through this coconut forest, many fruit trees appeared in front of them. It is hard to imagine that this island is so close to their marines, and the environment of the 2 islands is so different. Coconut Island is indeed rich in fruits. The fruits on the branch are usually picked from here, and there are more than 60 residents living on the island. As the sergeant said, he introduced the island to Ryan. Ryan nodded as he listened, and he said, "Where can fruit grow in such a barren environment in the branch? Even if the mayor comes out, it is estimated to be small and flat." No wonder the sergeant is so concerned about the nearby islands. It turns out that the branch does not benefit from the nearby islands. "Sergeant Cannon, you are here, this must be Major Ryan." After a group of people walked through the orchard, they ran into the waiting residents head-on. "Yes, I am Ryan." Ryan nodded and said, "Is there anything on the island that we can help? Just speak up." "Really? That's great." The residents happily said, "Master Marine is like this. We are also digging ditches during this time, but some big rocks are blocking the way we dug the ditches. We don't know what to do now, but if you come, Lord Ryan, these will definitely not be a problem. We have all heard of your record." "Yes, Lord Ryan. Could you please do it?" "Stones? A little problem." Ryan laughed, "It's not too early. Let us take a look and solve it as soon as possible. The ditches can be dug as soon as possible. I think the weather and storm will come soon. If it's just a few stones, he can easily solve it by digging it out without much effort." "Yeah, Chief Ryan, please come with us." The residents were grateful, and brought Ryan and others to the tunnel. This is a very long ditch extending from the residential houses to the coast. It seems that this ditch has been dug for some time. It's just that because of the few big rocks in the middle, the entire ditch doesn't look like water can flow through it now. "Go over and dig out this big rock," Lane said to the soldiers. He just observed, the residents on the island found that the residents on the island are all too old, and the youngest are only teenagers. Although I don't know why I haven't seen young people in their 20s, this does not affect them to help the residents solve their difficulties. The young people on Coconut Island have all gone to other islands. Although Coconut Island has no worries about food and clothing, those who want to make a fortune can only go to other islands to develop. After all, this place is too small. The sergeant seemed to see Ryan's doubts and explained, "Like countless pirates searching for the treasures on the sea, ordinary residents also want to live a better life." But it was obviously impossible to realize this kind of thinking in Coconut Island, so they left here and went to live on the more prosperous island. This reminded Ryan that the villagers in the mountain village would go to the city to work and want to live a better life, but the people in Pirate World would be the same. Sure enough, in which world, people are pursuing a better life. "Sir, this stone is a bit big. If we dig it alone, it will probably take a long time." The soldiers picked up their shovel and hose to surround the stone, but after digging for a while, they found that the stone was very large, not as big as it was exposed. They looked at the current sky and knew that when it was completely dug out, it would be dark, then they would not be able to go to other islands. "You all get out of the way and leave it to me." Ryan laughed and took 2 axes from behind. Ka ka ka, the axe rubbed against it and sent out orange sparks. "Sir, what is going to do?" The residents on Coconut Island saw their doubts. "Is this the officer going to chop off this stone with an axe? How could it be that this is stone and not bread? Where is it so easy to chop?" "Everyone step back a bit, don't get hurt by the splashing stone, otherwise it will make me very guilty." After rubbing the axe, Ryan felt that he was almost ready to do it, and shouted to the residents. Upon hearing this, the residents of Coconut Island trot a lot. "Don't blame me for being a killer to you, blame you for not buying the place, right?" Ryan waved the axe in his hand and said. Then he exerted force at his waist, holding the axe, and swung it towards the stone. Ding, the dazzling sparks lit up, and everyone felt dazzling, and then the sound of heavy objects falling. They looked intently and saw that the big stone that was blocking the ditch had disappeared in half. When people saw it, they couldn't help but look at each other. They were the first time they heard that someone cut a stone with an axe. If it hadn't happened in front of them, they couldn't imagine what kind of axe could split such a big stone. After finishing the biggest stone, Ryan moved to other places. There were a few more noises, and the other stones were all shaved off their heads, lying neatly on the ground. "Is there any stone to deal with?" Ryan retracted the axe and spit out and asked. "No, no more." Everyone kaido blankly. "That's good." Ryan nodded and said, "Prepare to retreat to the next island." "Yes, sir." The soldiers who had been accustomed to Ryan's shots reacted quickly, and they recovered all of a sudden. "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." It wasn't until the soldiers were all assembled and the people were ready to leave that the residents slowed down to express their gratitude. Ryan waved his hand indifferently when he heard the words, "You are welcome, this is what we should do. If you encounter any danger, you can find us at any time. Our branch is near you. You should know." Yes, thank you, sir," the residents said excitedly. "I thought that after Colonel Rika left, the island would be sad for the next day." They didn't expect that the newcomer was so easy to talk, so they were relieved. "Yeah." Ryan nodded, and the team left the Coconut Island and headed to the remaining islands to solve the problems faced by these islands. The problems on these islands were not big. With the help of soldiers, they quickly made up for the lack of labor on the islands, and those trembling houses were quickly strengthened. The cattle raised by the residents of the island were also driven back to the shack by the soldiers. After doing this, they continued to rush to the next island. By the time they were finished, it was very late, but every soldier had a smile on his face. This is what Marines should do to help everyone tide over the difficulties. Stand up when all civilians need them most. There are still islands that haven't run yet? Ryan asked Cannon as he watched the moonlight spread to the sea. It's all resolved, sir. Cannon smiled. That's good, let's return to the branch. We have been away for a day. I hope nothing happens to the branch. Lane said. Nothing will happen. Sir, please rest assured. We are usually very stable here. Even if there are pirates passing by, we will not stay here. Cannon smiled, knowing the situation of Puri Puri Island for so many years. I hope so. Ryan murmured. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, things can happen. It's not good to be too optimistic, but you don't need to worry too much. By the time they returned to the branch, the sky had begun to light up a bit, and the soldiers who were standing at the door dozing off, and those who saw it came back. He straightened his waist and said hello with sleepy eyes. Seeing them like this, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. After roughly asking about their situation after they left, he let the soldiers go to sleep. Boom 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 boom, there was thunder in the sky, and dark clouds covered the entire sky, making the sea look gloomy. Ryan looked at the weather that changed, and couldn't help but rejoice that they went to the various islands yesterday to help the local residents solve their troubles, otherwise the residents might not be able to hold on to such a heavy rain today. Sir, I'm afraid this rain will last for the first half of a month. Cannon looked at the sky and said, familiar with the historical weather on Puri Puri Island. This tropical storm is not so easy to pass. This time is the rainy season in this area of Puri Puri Island. Really? Ryan heard the words and looked around and looked a little funny. Even if it is such a heavy rain, our island still can't hold the rain. Should it be so barren or barren? Yes, mainly our islands are all sand and stones. There is no soil suitable for plant growth. Cannon continued. Yeah. Ryan nodded and confessed, I'm afraid there is no way to go out on patrol in such a heavy rain. You ask the soldiers to pay attention to the phone. If someone asks for help, we will be dispatched as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Cannon Kaido. Yeah. Ryan nodded, then returned to the training ground to continue practicing. Even the warship is not easy to sail under such heavy rain. What's more, the local fishing boats. They shouldn't go to sea that much. But it is not ruled out that fishing boats are trapped in the sea, but they will only know this until the phone calls. The storm on Puri Puri Island was exactly what Cannon said, and it took more than half a month to stop slowly. However, fortunately, they did not receive a call for help, which proves that the local residents are still very aware of this kind of weather and know that they cannot go to sea. Everyone has been resting in the branch for half a month. The bones must be about to rust. Let's prepare. We should go to sea for some activities, Lane said as he looked at the assembled soldiers. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied loudly. In this rainy weather, they stayed at the headquarters, and the bones they really stayed were about to rust. It's really strange that they want to go to the sea every day. It turns out that they don't want to go to the sea for fear of encountering pirates, but after more than a year of attendance. Instead, they don't get on the warship for a day and feel uncomfortable for a day. Well, let's go. As Ryan spoke, the soldiers walked toward the harbor neatly. I'll leave it to you here. If there's something to do, we'll be back in the dark. I have stayed here for so long on Puri Puri Island. Ryan believed that the other party should be able to understand what he meant by this. Yes, I understand. Cannon nodded when he heard the words, and watched Ryan leave with the soldiers to patrol the sea. No pirate ship appeared, or none. It's a headache. I haven't been out for a cruise for half a month. There is not even a pirate. Now South Blue is calm to this point? Ryan looked at the endless sea and didn't even see a pirate hair, and couldn't help but complain. Did not come to sea for half a month, but gave him a pirate group. Even a smaller group of pirates will do, don't come without one, he is still waiting to open. Sometimes, he really wondered if Puri Puri Island is really a place where the pirates must pass by. Why didn't a pirate show up? What the hell is going on? The Sir is worrying again because there are no pirates showing up. Yes, I can see that the Sir is very distressed. The soldiers standing guard met and discussed in a low voice. It's no surprise to see how Ryan looks like, and the self-administrator has a very strong obsession with pirates. I come out every day, wishing to catch a boat full of pirates. But it is a pity that every time I come out, the island is calm. There is no trace of the pirates at all. In fact, this is quite good, proving that the entire sea is relatively stable. Don't let me catch these pirates who are hiding in hiding. Otherwise, I will give them a fist of love, letting them know that it is a price to avoid a hospitable marine like me. Ryan, who really didn't find the pirate, waved a big barbell incompetently and furiously. The soldiers watching could not help but back up a few steps. The Sir has a call for help. Really? Where is the pirate? In that direction? Upon hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but excited. It's not a phone call from the pirates, but a call for help from a fishing boat that is leaking and sinking, the soldier explained. So? Ryan raised his forehead and said, well, where are they? Let's go over at once. I thought there was a pirate showing up, it really made me happy. They are just ahead. The soldier looked at the chart and pointed in a direction. Then go over. Ryan waved his hand, and the warship sailed towards the destination. On the sea, a large fishing boat is slowly tilting in one direction. Although there are small boats for emergency use on the fishing boats, these boats are not enough to see compared to the current number of people. You fools, I told you to be more careful, but you still caused me trouble. As the captain of this fishing boat, Freeland was very angry at this time, because his crew made a mistake in the operation, which caused them to touch the reef on the bottom of the sea, and now the keel was shattered, and the whole boat was about to sink. I'm sorry, Master Captain, we will try our best to make up for it. Yes, Master Captain. The sailors are constantly begging, because they are not familiar with this sea area and they made this kind of mistake. Now they only ask Master Captain not to kill them. After all, as far as the mistakes they are making now, even if they are killed, no loss can be restored. Just how do you guys make up for it? Even if you take it to the auction house and buy this ship back. Freeland said angrily, from now on, you guys all owe me the shellfish of this ship. Lee, you have to use your life's labor to repay it. Yes, Captain. The sailors nodded quickly. In any case, it is better to find a way to survive the crisis first, and it is no problem to think of a way to operate after the crisis is over. They were afraid that now the captain would shoot them directly with a musket. The leader is not well, all the fish caught escaped. What should I do now? The fisherman panicked. Run and run, otherwise, what else can I do? Even if all of them are caught, there is no place to put them. The captain sighed and said, you can get on the boat first. The sinking of the boat has nothing to do with you. Really? The fisherman said gratefully after hearing the words, thank you, Master Captain, and Master Captain. They didn't expect that Master Captain would actually let them get on the life-saving boat first. Master Captain was really reliable. Well, you go. Freeland nodded and said to the sailors, if the warship does not come in time, you guys will prepare to accompany the ship to sink into the sea with me. You would make this kind of mistake after being with me for so long. You guys really let me down. Sorry, Master Captain. The sailors lowered their heads and said, what's the use of apologizing? Can I get my fishing boat? Do you know how serious this incident is? I know. The sailors nodded. ****. Upon hearing this, Freeland almost vomited blood. Since these guys know they are doing this, they want to *****s him off, right? Master Captain, the warship is here, we can save it. The fishermen on the boat saw the marine flag in the distance and shouted happily. Upon hearing this, the sailors with their heads drooping immediately raised their heads and looked towards the sea, and they really saw a warship approaching them fast. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as you don't pay for the sinking of the fishing boat, everything is easy to say. Sir, the fishing boat calling for help is just ahead, and their fishing boat seems to be sinking soon. The soldiers on the watchtower report. Well, I have seen it. Ryan nodded and said, go ahead at full speed and try to reach them before the fishing boat sinks. Yes. Kaido, the soldiers, pushed the gears linking the oars hard to make the ship move forward quickly. After a while, the warship steadily docked in front of the sinking fishing boat. Your fishing boat is going to sink soon. Come up all the time. Don't wait to be taken in by the silent Uzumaki. Lane yelled to the sailors on the fishing boat. Yes, Master Marine. Upon hearing this, the sailors with their heads drooping flew to Kaido. Go all up, Freeland said after the final farewell to the fishing boat that had accompanied him for many years. The sailors began to act and climbed onto the warship together. Thank you, Master Marine, for coming to save us. I am so grateful. After Freeland got on the warship, he bent down and said in gratitude, you're welcome. Ryan said with a sway, why did your ship sink here? It stands to reason that it's calm here, and it won't be so easy to get into trouble. Did you encounter a pirate attack on the road? Tell me where they are, and I will immediately arrest them. I didn't meet the pirates, thank you for your concern. Freeland explained it was all due to improper operation and misjudgment by the sailors that the ship sank. This has nothing to do with the pirates. So? Ryan was slightly disappointed when he heard that there was no pirate. I thought that after coming here, the fishermen here would provide him with some news. Sir, all the sailors have boarded the boat, and the fishermen have also come up. Now they can leave. After the soldiers got the boat up, they reported. Yeah. Leaning the thoughts in his mind, Ryan asked Freeland, do you have any familiar places around here or where you want to go? We can send you there. As Marines, they definitely can't take these people around in the sea, so they must be sent away immediately. They still need to continue patrolling. Master Marine, you can put us on the nearby island of Kaku, where I have acquaintances who can send us home. Freeland said with a smile. Okay. then go to Cuckoo Island. Ryan nodded, and the warship moved towards Cuckoo Island. Where are you from? Ryan asked curiously. We came from the small town of Gai in the north, Freeland Kaido. A small town in Gai? Ryan rubbed his chin for a while, and didn't find the name of this place in his mind. It should be a far-away place. Yes, that is a comparative island a week away from here. Freeland laughed. It turns out that this is the case, then you are really suffering. You came here to fish for thousands of miles, and ended up smashing the boat, Lane said pitifully. Yeah, everything has to start again. Freeland nodded. By the way, have you encountered any pirates or heard any news about the presence of pirate groups along the way? Ryan asked. Since they came from so far away, they must have passed through many islands and sea areas. If there are any pirate boats operating in other seas or near islands, they should know. I haven't heard of this. Freeland shook his head. They did not find pirates along the way, and pirates generally do not ransack their fishing boats, because they have nothing else valuable on their fishing boats except fish, and their fishermen are relatively poor. It is far from the value of robbing a boat, so unless it is the kind of pirates who really get mixed up, otherwise, the pirates generally disdain to rob a fishing boat. After all, although they are fishing boats, but there are still cannons on the fishing boats. If they really want to fight the fish and break the net, the pirates are actually at a loss. If the ship is destroyed by a cannon at close range, these pirates will have to sell new ships. Well, you guys take a break first. I'm going to practice. Without getting the information he wanted from here, Ryan didn't sigh, turned around and continued to practice. Is it so difficult to catch a pirate these days? He didn't understand what went wrong. What's the matter with your sir? Freeland asked the soldiers on the side when seeing Ryan's appearance. Did he say something wrong? Why doesn't the officer seem to be in a good mood? Nothing, our chief will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't clean up the pirates for a day, a soldier whispered. Yes, our chief is more excited to see the pirates than to see the money. The other soldiers nodded. So it's like that. After listening to the soldiers' explanations, Freeland breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, try to lean towards the bow of the ship as far as possible. Don't get close to the side where the chief is standing, otherwise I'm afraid your heart can't bear it. Yes, we don't dare to approach that area normally. The soldiers whispered and kindly reminded them. After all, the self-employed officials usually practice and wield the barbell is simply too big. Even if they know that since the parent officer has not missed the barbell for so long, they just can't help being scared. What's the reason for this? Freeland wondered. You can see by yourself. The soldiers didn't say much, turning their heads and staring at the sea. Hearing this, Freeland was a little puzzled. As soon as he turned his head, he found that his sailors could swallow the harpoon with their mouths open and their eyes widened. The other fishermen also had similar expressions as if they were frightened by something. Did there be sea beasts? Freeland saw this and turned his head and stared at the sea. Only sea beasts would make his men so terrified. You can look left and right to look at the sea, not to mention sea beasts. Leonhai, not a single bird. What are you doing? Freeland cursed irritably. Then, where the sailors stammered. Freeland heard the words and looked in the direction of their fingers. I saw that Ryan was waving an iron piece the size of the bed he was lying on, bringing up the whirring wind. Only then did he understand what was going on with the strange wind that he had just heard. It was obvious that the wind on the sea was not strong, but the sound was exceptionally loud. Is such a big barbell really capable of being lifted? Freeland wiped his eyes suspiciously, and found that there was no change in the scene in front of him. Don't make such a fuss. This is the basic operation of our chief. Just watch it carefully. Now you know why we told you not to come close? The soldiers laughed. That piece of iron weighs several tons. If you get hit, you are guaranteed to die on the spot, and there will be no chance of hobbies. Yes, so you better not go there. Yes, I know. Freeland nodded quickly when he heard the weight of a few tons. Such a terrifying weight is so heavy that there is really no chance of whaling. After a while, the sailors and fishermen walked out of the shock, moved their bodies cautiously close to the boat rail, and stared at Ryan, who was waving the barbell with fear in their eyes. They never thought that the Marine they met was such a strong man. This cultivation method of Master Marine could kill a sea beast with one punch. This is really terrifying. Thinking of this, everyone could not help holding their breath. I was afraid that it would disturb Ryan's practice. Boom 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 boom. The sound of shelling came from the calm sea, interrupting the 2-hour calm. This movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the warship. Standing on the observation deck, Marine pulled the monoscope to its maximum and looked towards the sea, only to see huge splashes of water around the two ships on the sea in the distance. Two prominent skull flags are hung on both ships. It can be seen at a glance that it is the two pirate groups fighting each other. Report, sir, there is a group of pirates in the sea ahead and they are fighting fire. Really? Ryan said excitedly as soon as he let off the barbell, shaking the entire warship. That's great, it's really great. He waited so long. Finally there was a pirate group sent to the door. and there were still 2 at a time. Yes, sir, they exchanged fire in front, the soldier said, pointing in one direction. Very well, the goal of all preparations for the battle is to take down these 2 pirate groups, Lane said. Yes, the soldiers stared at the sea with their weapons, ready to fire at any time. No, Master Captain Marine is approaching. Should we leave here first? There is no need to fight with them here. This will only make the Marines take advantage of it. Just as the warship was approaching here, the pirates on a pirate ship immediately reported, "Don't worry about the damn Marine, no matter what today, I will send these bastards to see Roger." Facing the voice of his men, Bentley Barn didn't care. There is only one thought in my mind now, and that is to kill the guy opposite. This be asterisk 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 D not only snatched his treasure. A few days ago, he injured his men. Now he is eyeing his pirate group, and wants him to surrender the treasure. How can he bear it? The clay figurine still has 3 points of anger, not to mention that he is still a lawless pirate. Even if I die with these guys today, I can't let them run away. I want them to know what they will end up offending me. Bentley Barnes said viciously. Master Captain, Marine is here, we must leave immediately, we can't fight with these guys anymore. On another pirate ship, the pirates also spotted the warship. Well, I'm going to turn the bow and leave. There is no need to fight with these guys. It won't be good for Marine to pick up the bargain. Robbie nodded when he heard the words. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately turned the bow and prepared to leave, and even the cannonball Lone Wolf was launched. Boom 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 boom, but at this moment, the offensive of the pirate group on the opposite side became more fierce. It seemed that if you didn't keep you here today, you wanted you to keep me here. Are you crazy? Bentley Barn. If you do this, no one can leave. Do you want to be caught by Marine and jailed? Robbie yelled at Bentley Barnes' pirate ship. Ha ha ha, let alone a prison, even if it is hell, I will drag you down together. Don't you want to run? Don't you want to run? Ha ha ha. Bentley Barn laughed from the opposite side the pirate ship came over. Robbie's face immediately changed when he heard the voice. Advertisement lunatic, this lunatic is crazy, Master Captain. We can't be dragged by them. The pirates panicked. Bentley Barn wants to be caught by Marine. They don't want to. They have to go to the Grand Line alive. They can't just fall down here. Don't bother them, let's go, Robbie said with a black face when he heard Bentley Barnes' words. Originally, he wanted to counterattack 1 or 2, but since this madman has already said so, the counterattack will only be aimed at the opponent's heart. It's better to leave as soon as possible. In the big deal, let the ship damage a little, it's better than letting Marine pick up the bargain. The little ones beat me fiercely, can't let them go, offend our mad dog and pirate group and want to run so easily? There is no door, Bentley Barnes said viciously. The pirates who heard this were very flustered, but thought about being bullied by the other party. My heart became more and more angry, and he followed and fired frantically at Robbie pirates regardless. The Sir has a pirate ship trying to escape, but it seems to be delayed by another pirate ship. The soldiers on the warship saw this scene and immediately reported the situation to Ryan. Really? This pirate ship did a good job. Later, tell me which pirate ship was built. Later, I will act lightly on the guy on it, Ryan said after listening to this ship. The thief ship is very on the road, they saved the last face for their pirate group, because he will act lightly. Yes, sir. Soldier Kaido, remembering the mad dog pirates. The boss is not good. The warship is getting closer and closer to us. Marine's ship is much faster than us. If this continues, Marine will really catch up. The pirates looked at the Marine flag that was clearly visible. Could not help but panic said, "What are you afraid of? We haven't seen anyone in this world. Haven't we been chased by Marine less often?" Although Robbie's face is a bit ugly, his expression is still calm. He has encountered Marine a lot of times, but he can save him every time. Even if it was a bit troublesome this time, he was not the only one here as a pirate ship. Marine will not necessarily be the first to chase them. Yes, boss. When the pirates heard this, they relaxed a lot, staring at the sea. Master Captain, Marine is here. It wasn't until this time that the pirates of the Mad Dog Pirates group calmed down and looked at the approaching warship on the sea in fear. I know, don't be afraid. What is there to be afraid of? Bentley Barnes said with disdain, isn't it just squatting in jail for a lifetime? It's not saying that you are going to die in it. It's a big deal to go in and squat for a while, just find a way to run out. Ho ho. The pirates were no longer scared when they heard this. The boss said it was reasonable, and it would be a big deal to stay in jail for a lifetime. Robbie pirates who F***K him. These guys are really high. It seems that I don't need to take action first to see how far they can bite the dog. Ryan listened to the shouts from the ship on the opposite side, rubbing his chin with interest in watching. They fight. In his opinion, the strength of these two pirate groups is really weak and pitiful, and they can be solved easily. There is no need to worry that they might run away, because they don't have this ability. It is also good for them to settle their personal grievances here, lest they often fight and make troubles in prison later. The Marines didn't do it. Are they trying to pick up the bargain? Or is it that Marine who came up from the warship knew that it was not our opponent who didn't dare to do it, and only dared to do it after we finished the fight? Robbie suddenly stopped and didn't come forward. The warship thought, what about the boss? Marine has come, but the mad dog pirates are still biting us. The pirates panicked. Don't be afraid, sink the boat of the mad dog pirates first, and then clean up Marine. Rubbing his chin slightly, Robbie said, ready to take a gamble. What if Marine is just a bunch of junk? If this were the case, he didn't want to be sunk by the mad dog pirates because he was afraid of this kind of Marine. Boom 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 boom, the Robbie pirate ship that had escaped. After turning the bow, fierce artillery battle broke out again on the sea. Ryan stood at the bow of the ship watching with interest the two gangs of pirates calling and fighting, but they always couldn't beat each other. Sir, these guys are really bad at firing cannonballs. Yeah, don't they know how many shells were wasted by firing shells like this? The soldiers leaned on the rails to watch the shells flying out of the two pirate ships, and they flew over their respective hulls and landed on the sea. Can't help but shook his head. They are a group of untrained guys. How accurate do you think they can lose? Ryan said with an aura, you should be thankful that they are not accurate, otherwise if they are very accurate, we will tell them fighting may not necessarily prevail. The more the pirates, the better, or if the warship is hit before it gets close, are they catching the pirates or are they still catching them? That's true. The soldiers nodded when they heard this, feeling that what they said was reasonable. You be asterisk 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 D, if you don't want Lao Z to go, then you can die here, Robbie said angrily, letting the ship rush to the pirate ship of the mad dog pirates against the gunfire. Do you think I'm afraid you won't succeed? Lao Z has wanted to beat you a asterisk asterisk hole for a long time. Bentley Barn cursed, taking out his long knife and wiping it with something. The other pirates of the mad dog pirates did the same, and they painted a little on their weapons. These guys are painting rust on it? Ryan couldn't help but twitched his mouth when he saw this scene, and painted rust on the weapon. Are they planning to use a knife to enchant the knife? Sure enough, the pirates are a group of cruel, tactical guys that are undoubtedly used. They have used this method for small fights. If it is a big fight, it may be more insidious and contemptuous. Sir, your eyes are so good, how did you see them applying rust to the knife? The soldiers on the side heard the words curiously, and they stood for a long time. His eyes were sour and he didn't see clearly what the pirates took out of their pockets. One is on the eyes, and the other is on the nose, Ryan said lightly. Ha, nose? The soldiers were stunned when they heard the words, then closed their eyes and poked their heads, sniffing nonstop. When Ryan saw him, he couldn't help but smiled and ignored them. After eating devil fruit, his vision, smell and other organs are extremely sensitive to external reactions. He just saw the red thing they took out and didn't know what it was? But when the nose smelled of rust, I knew it was rust. Soldiers don't have this kind of skill. Of course, if it is the kind of natural nose, then he hasn't said it. After all, it is said that some ultimate gourmets and excellent chefs can smell the fragrance of ingredients from far away, and can find the source of the taste from a big mountain. Click papa, the two ships are close to the pirates above. You cut me and I cut you, you give me a shot and I give you a shot. Soon the pirate ship was stained red with blood, and the smell of blood passed down the ship to the sea. This attracts some predatory fish lurking beneath the surface. After a while, there were many sharks poking their heads near the pirate ship. Sir, there is a shark coming out. The soldiers on the warship warned when they saw this scene. I saw it, prepare to kill them. Ryan said, sharks in pirate world are no better than sharks in the 21st century. The sharks here are fat and strong, and one is bigger than 6. If you let them taste the taste of human flesh, maybe some fishermen will get injured at sea in the future. Therefore, these sharks attracted by the blood must be killed as soon as possible, and the other fishes that have arrived must not be spared. Yes, sir. Upon hearing what Ryan said, the soldiers immediately held their muskets and fired at the sea. Puff puff, while the sharks that came were struggling constantly on the surface of the sea, causing large splashes of water. The scarlet blood flowing down from them mixed with the blood flowing down from the boat, making the seawater redder. The sir can't do this anymore. If you continue to fight like this, you will attract sea beasts. Freeland reminded him aloud when he looked at the blood-stained sea water. The sea beast attracted by such a strong smell of blood would definitely not be an ordinary sea beast. Come on, it doesn't matter. I care if he is the sea beast today, or sea kings. As long as I dare to come out, I will clean them up with the pirates, Ryan said indifferently. After hearing Hackey's words, Freeland didn't know how to continue speaking for a while. When the soldiers heard the words, they continued to shoot at the sea. The sharks who came after a while ran away and disappeared into the sea. At this time, there was movement on the surface of the sea, and Ryan could clearly feel that a big guy was approaching, driving the flow of water on the bottom of the sea, making the entire surface of the water turbulent. Something is approaching. Freeland's face changed slightly. He had been dealing with the sea for half his life. He could clearly feel that something was approaching, and it was not too small. Hearing this, the sailors and fishermen on the ship were panicked. They still believed the words of their captain very much. After all, many times it was their captain's caution that they avoided being attacked by sea beasts. "Don't panic, dare to come up and I will kill it," Ryan saw it and said, touching the axe on his back, staring at the sea. Wow, Papa. At this time, the two pirate boats had not noticed that the abnormality under the sea continued to be hit. Many pirates who were chopped down fell into the sea, causing the sea to make waves again. Just as these pirates were about to climb onto the ship, they found that there was a sudden movement on the surface of the sea, and a wave of waves pushed them higher and higher, and they were almost on the deck. The two pirate boats leaning against each other were also shook their heads by the waves. All the pirates who were fighting fell on the deck without paying attention. "What's the matter?" Robbie pushed Bentley Barn away, looking at the sea. "A bad feeling couldn't help but rush to my heart. This wave came at an untimely time. Of course you are going to die." Bentley Barn, who had been chopped several times on his body, laughed and rushed towards Robbie again with the weapon in his hand. He didn't care what happened to the sea, he just wanted to hack to death the guy in front of him or be hacked to death by the guy on the opposite side. "You guy is really a mad dog," Robbie cursed while dodging. "Didn't this fool realize that the sea was wrong? Otherwise, how did you get the name of Lao Ze's pirate group?" Bentley Barn laughed. Under the surface of the sea, the wolf-faced sea beast wriggled its huge tail and rushed onto the water. With its big fishy mouth open, it rushed towards the pirate ship. "Master Captain is not good, it's a sea beast." A sea beast. Seeing this scene, the pirates couldn't help but yelled in panic, and ran to the front. Click boom, the sea beast that jumped out of the water bit down half of the hull of the Mad Dog pirate group, and then fell back to the sea. The pirates who escaped from the dead looked at the disappearing half of the hull in horror, and quickly climbed onto the pirate ship of the Robbie pirates. "Sir, the sea beast has appeared," the soldier said, looking at the ripples on the sea. "Don't worry if I see it, I'll hack it to death when it comes out again," Ryan said flatly. "I can't see that this wolf-head sea beast's mouth is not small, and it bit half of the hull in one bite. It seems that it's not a problem to swallow half of a pirate ship, but it's clear that this sea beast doesn't eat wood. Wood doesn't like it very much. Otherwise, there will be no more broken hulls on the sea. You lunatics still want to fight? Didn't you see any sea beasts appearing? If you continue to fight, you and I will both die here." Robbie cursed as he looked at Bentley Barn, who was flushed with excitement. This lunatic would not think that there is no boat. How long can they jump in front of sea beasts? They are just one dish in front of the sea beasts, and they should now unite and work together to fight the sea beasts. "I'm not even afraid of warships leaning on the side. Do you think I will still be afraid of the so-called sea beasts?" Bentley Barn smiled grimly. "As long as I can get out of hell, even if it is eaten by sea beasts, it is worth it." "Ha ha ha ha. Mad, crazy. You madman, I won't fight you anymore, you are simply a desperate madman." Robbie's eyes narrowed and his face was ugly. "I thought that this guy was just getting angry, but I didn't expect that this guy had no brains at all, and was completely an idiot." He had never seen such a desperate fool. He can only say that he had bad luck today. Not only did he meet Marine, but also the sea beast, and he was entangled by this fool. "You can't run away, don't want to throw me away." Bentley Barn clenched his fists and smiled with red eyes. "I'm going to take you to hell to see Roger. *******. Robbie could not help cursing when he heard it. Raising the weapon backhand to resist the opponent's attack, "This guy is really crazy." Papa. After a series of bubbles on the sea surfaced, they burst open. The pirates who were approaching saw it and immediately ran to the other side in fright. This was a sign that the sea beast was about to emerge. "Come on, coming out soon." Ryan stared at the sea. The transparent wings behind him were constantly flapping. The sun shone a bitterly cold on the sharp axe. Bentley Barn and the others couldn't help swallowing when they saw it. They only felt that the goosebumps all over their body had risen. The terrifying light seemed not to be slashed on the sea beasts, but was about to hit them. "Don't be afraid, the sir will not hurt you," the soldiers softly comforted, seeing the trembling bodies of the sailors. Although Chief Ryan looked a little scared in this way, they didn't need to worry at all. "Really?" The sailors trembled until their index fingers pressed their trembling thighs to prevent them from shaking, but their legs trembled uncontrollably. "Of course it's true, then prepare to hold your breath. Sir Ryan is about to do it," said the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the sailors turned their eyes from the ground to the sea again, while the water surface suddenly broke open, and the sea beast with the wolf head rushed out of the sea again. At this moment, Ryan also moved. Everyone only felt the sun suddenly dimmed in the sky, and then they saw a scene that they will never forget. Ryan turned the axe in both hands and fell from the sky. The axe looked so big, but it was so sharp. The wolf-head sea beast that jumped into the air was cut directly from its head to its tail like a piece of wood, turning it into two pieces of white meat. Scarlet blood spilled from the air to the sea like raindrops. This is. The pirates saw this scene with horror on their faces. His legs seemed to be filled with heavy lead water, making it difficult to move half a step. Boom, wow. The wolf-headed sea beast that had been split in half plunged into the sea and exploded two huge splashes. The cold water slapped on the face, and everyone slowly came back to their senses. It's amazing. Freeland only felt a little dry mouth. This was because his mouth had been open for too long and his saliva had been evaporated and dried. He couldn't imagine that there is such a powerful marine in South Blue, and this kind of character is still in South Blue. Old, what do you do next? The pirates of Robbie Pirates trembled. They were stared at by such a terrifying marine. They still need to run next? How to run? Robbie's face was also extremely ugly when he heard that. When he met marine of this level, wanting to escape is tantamount to a fantasy. The other party can kill them all at any time if they want. Ha ha ha, it looks like you are going to jail with me. Bentley Barn laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. That's right, that's it. Even if you can't bring the other party to hell, you have to let the other party be trapped in prison just like yourself. I won't stay in jail with you guy, Robbie said with a fierce expression on his face, because you are about to die. It's you guys that made me unable to escape. I want to use it. Your life comes to vent my anger. Ha ha ha, you are not enough if you want to kill me, Bentley Barnes said coldly. The pirate ship again heard the ding 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 sound of weapons clanging. As for the other pirates, they did not have the courage to raise their weapons to fight. Rather than having a big fight here, it's better to think about what else you can do in this free time, or you won't be so free when you enter the prison. Sir, your axe was so handsome just now. Yes, sir, you were so handsome just now. The soldiers on the warship said with their thumbs up in admiration that their commander can split the sea beast with an axe. With such a commander's leadership, what else should they worry about? Although you are talking nonsense, you are really honest. I hope you can maintain this kind of honest attitude towards others in the future. Ryan touched Bloodline's face and said, "Forward." The soldiers were stunned when they heard the words, but they didn't expect their chief to say so. Okay, I'm ready to arrest people. Ryan looked at them in a daze and said, looking at the two pirate boats. Hearing this, the soldiers reacted. Holding the musket in his hand, he looked at the opposite side. Ha ha ha, you're over, you're over. Bentley Barn laughed and said, Marine is coming over soon, you are done. That's so strong, don't want to run, don't think about it. Hole. When Robbie heard this, he caught sight of the approaching warship cursing angrily. Blame this be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** *****D. If he hadn't been dragging him, he would have escaped here long ago. How could he face the predicament of being captured by Marine? The lads are unfortunate to tell you a good news. You have been arrested, Ryan said while standing on the bow of the warship. We are willing to surrender. The pirates of the Mad Dog Pirates and Robbie Pirates shouted, throwing all the muskets in their hands on the deck, squatting with their heads in their hands. Seeing this looked very understanding of Marine's rules. Now it was Ryan's turn to be stunned. This group of people surrendered too quickly, but they resisted a little bit. Only in this way can the capture operation become a little harder. Otherwise, if the performance is too easy, the residents of the sea think it is easy for them to catch the pirates. This guy really wants to kill us all? Seeing Ryan's stunned expression, everyone couldn't help thinking, as expected, Marine really wants to annihilate them all? It was too scary, but fortunately they surrendered quickly. The other Marines must be very happy to hear that the pirates surrendered. Where can they show this expression like the other person? Legend has it that there is a Marine among the Marines who like to kill pirates the most. They must be the guys they met today. Sir, do you want to catch them now? Seeing Ryan, the soldier asked in a daze. Ryan coughed a few times and nodded. Of course we are going to catch them. They are pirates. Would you let them go if you don't catch them? Prepare the ropes and handcuffs for me, and arrest them as soon as they go up. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded, and then they saw the two pirate captains who were still fighting, and hesitated. What should I do if there are two pirates fighting in the Sur? We will not go up now. Killed by the two of them, right? You mean the two of them? Ryan heard the words and looked at the two guys on the deck. His toes fell a little on the pirate ship, and then he punched the two men who were in a stalemate in the face. Snapped. The flesh of the cheeks clearly visible on the faces of the two rippled, and then a few yellow teeth mixed with blood flew out. Boom! The two hit the board of the ship and directly knocked out a big hole in the hull. It's miserable. Fortunately, we surrendered quickly. Otherwise, we would definitely end up with the captain. The pirates couldn't help but close their eyes when they saw this scene. Which one of you still wants to fight? I'll be his opponent and fight until you die. Ryan shook the blood on his hand and said, "Huh." Suddenly, all the soldiers raised their muskets at the squatting pirates. Seeing this, the pirates couldn't help but buried their heads deeper. They didn't do anything. If you want to fight, you can hit the master captain. Why don't you point their guns at them? There was the sound of heavy objects moving in the cabin, and the two men walked out of it with disgraced faces, looking very embarrassed. I surrender, Marine, Bentley Barnes said with his hands raised, gloating, as if it wasn't him who was going to jail, but the opposite Robbie. I will surrender too. Robbie opened his mouth with leaking teeth, and then raised his hands. Damn Bentley Barnes. This matter won't end like this. He wants to drag him into prison together, right? Then he will satisfy the other party's wish, and then kill him in prison. You surrendered so easily? Ryan. Seeing the two of them so decisive, I couldn't help being a little disappointed. The two of you just fought so fiercely, but you resisted and let him show his face in front of the civilians. Show your own strength. They surrender so easily, so what is there to force them to pretend? Yes. The two nodded at the same time, faintly feeling that their swollen cheeks were still a little painful. This Marine wouldn't want to kill them. With his strength, they would have to lie down after a few punches. On the ground. Okay. Hearing this, Ryan nodded and asked the soldiers to tie them up. Although I felt disappointed that they didn't have a chance to shoot, these pirates could still point their merits. I'll take the team and take the people back. Ryan waved his hand, and the pirates were escorted into the warship cell by the soldiers. Half a day later, Ryan's warship docked at the pier. Thank you, Master Marine, for sending us here. I will never forget this kindness, Freeland said gratefully. It's all trivial matters, you are welcome, you go up quickly, we will also return to the branch soon. Ryan said, after sailing for an afternoon, they must go back immediately. This time they came here a bit far away. Okay, Master Marine. Freeland nodded, and then took the sailors to find his friends. Watching them go further and further, Ryan said to the soldiers with bricks, go, return to the branch. Yes, sir. The warship slowly left the port towards the location of Purpuri Island. At night, when darkness falls on the sea and the moon is high in the sky, Ryan only arrived at Purpuri Island, and the soldiers escorted the pirates towards the branch step by step. Sir, you're back. It seems that today is really a good harvest. Cannon glanced at the crushed pirates and said happily, well, you can arrange to put them in jail. Everyone has been sailing for a day, and they are all tired now. Ryan said, yes, sir. Cannon nodded and immediately asked the soldiers to escort the group of pirates to the prison. Haha, you are going to jail soon, are you happy? Bentley Barnes asked, walking towards Robbie. I'm very happy, I want to kill you soon when I'm happy. Robbie said coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. Roar roar. At this moment, a roar of wild beasts came. The pirates who were advancing could not help but have a meal. There are still beasts near your branch, the pirates questioned. Of course not. How could there be beasts in our branch? The soldiers said. Where did the beast call come from? The pirates asked in doubt. It should be a beast in a prison. The soldiers looked at each other and said. They still remember that the three beasts of the beast pirates were also in prison. This sound should be made by the three beasts. Isn't your Marine only catching pirates? Why do you catch even beasts? The pirates were stunned. Is the Marine here reliable? Why are even the wild beasts caught and locked in? Aren't they trying to claim the merits? Thinking of this, the eyes of the pirates looking at the soldiers were a little strange. We also have some Baileys in other places, can you let us go? We will give you all those Baileys at that time, what do you think? Even if you capture all of us, the credit is only your chief. You will definitely not get any benefit by following him, but it will be different if you let us go. Good, the pirate said tentatively. Yes, think about how much money can you get if you catch us. Why don't you let us go for some Bailey, so that the brothers can live a good life? Other flexible-headed pirates followed suit. Opened the mouth. If they can fool these Marines and let them go, wouldn't they not have to go to jail? Who do you guys think of us? The soldiers said angrily. Forward. Upon hearing this, the pirates couldn't help but shrank their heads and froze. Isn't these guys the same as they thought? It shouldn't be, then why did they imprison the beasts to claim meritorious deeds? What do you guys look like? I told you that the beast inside is a member of the Beast Pirates group? It's different from what you guys think. Don't look at us with this weird look, be careful I clean you up. We Marine is upright and won't do such dirty things. The soldiers talked and escorted the pirates to the prison. As the distance gets closer, the call of the beast becomes clearer and clearer. These are the pirates caught today? There are so many. Standing at the gate of the prison, the guard soldiers greeted them with a smile. Yes, I was lucky today. I found 2 pirate regiments. The escorted soldier nodded and said, why do the 3 beasts make such a loud noise? Need a visit from the chief? The call of this beast Tenton was not a matter, he was upset. No, these beasts are barking hungry. Since leaving the prison, they have lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, but I have to say that the chief's measures are really effective. Since the food was given to the sauce, these children and the beasts have been unable to make trouble. So? That's good. The escorted soldier nodded, and then explained a few words to the soldiers in the prison. The Mad Dog pirates were escorted in with Robbie pirates. Why is your prison so dark? Is there no lights? No, Marine is so poor now? The pirates walked in the prison corridor and asked, this is also Marine prison anyway, why is it so dim here? This is because you don't need so much light. The chief said that you are a group of prisoners and you don't need so much light. The prison soldier said with a dark smile, to be honest, you are actually quite lucky to be able to go to jail alive. It stands to reason that you should have been cleaned up by the chief by now. Our chief's favorite thing to do is to torture and kill. He adheres to the principle of letting go by mistake. As long as the pirate does not surrender, he must kill one of them. It turns out that this is really the case. Upon hearing the soldier's words, the pirates couldn't help but be grateful that they and others surrendered quickly. Otherwise it would be a corpse. Eat 2 meals a day in the prison, each with 3 slices of bread and a bowl of thick soup. If you don't have enough to eat, it's best not to complain, because there are 3 big guys here, and they don't have enough to eat. If you make a lot of noise, we don't know if the chief will let you chat with a few big guys. Talk. The soldiers and the pirates stopped in front of the fishy-smelling cell, and saw a scarlet light flashing in the cell. A giant python, a giant rhinoceros, and a giant bear were kept in 3 large and thick cells. Looking at the drool from the corners of the 3 beasts' mouths, and the gaze that wanted to swallow them, the pirates couldn't help getting cold all over, and they felt numb on their scalp. Are you not afraid of these guys running out? The pirates swallowed and asked, why should such a terrifying beast be imprisoned? If they escaped by any chance, wouldn't these soldiers be finished? Why are you afraid? It's very strong here. If something goes wrong, you just need to close the door. They can't get out. The soldier smiled, but there is something to remind you of. The pillars are much smaller than here, and they can easily open them. You guessed it, what will these crazy hungry guys do if they find they can't get out after they run out? It's cold, it's really cold. The pirates only felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they were getting frosty all over their bodies. Are these Marines crazy? They actually wanted these beasts to eat them, and they thought that saying this would make the Marines change their minds and put these beasts in other places. Don't worry so much. Generally speaking, these guys can't get out, but if someone will do damage, you can only pray for your life. Beasts that are full will no longer want to eat other food, the soldiers said with a smile. The pirates looked even more ugly when they heard this, and at the same time determined that if someone wanted to use these 3 beasts to break through the prison, they would definitely kill that guy first. The extremely hungry beasts will not take care of the Marine outside, but will eat them all. Okay, this is where you will live next, let's feel it. The soldier smiled and said, remind you, it is best not to escape from prison, otherwise, the sir will not see you come back here alive. Coming. Well, I wish you all a happy life here. After speaking, the soldiers closed the cell and walked out. We just saw these guys, so scared they can't even move. Of course I saw it. I didn't expect this group of pirates to be so courageous. These beasts are just screaming fierce. They are cleaned up by the officer in 2 days. Where do they dare to come out now? Yes, these pirates are a group of bullies and fears of hardship. At the gate of the prison, the soldiers discussed with each other. In order to facilitate the management of prisoners in the future, they usually threaten the pirates before they come in and let them be honest. With the presence of the 3 beasts, their intimidation is even more effective. Not only are the pirates who come in now honestly, even the pirates who used to be noisy are now much more honest. South Blue seems to be so peaceful forever. After capturing 2 pirate groups, Ryan fell into a peaceful life again. No pirate group reappeared, nor did civilians call for help. This makes him a headache. He needs merit, he needs merit. Come on, Wonka stretched out his hand. Ryan said to the dog in front of him. He turned his head with contempt in his eyes when he heard the words. Wonka stretched out his hand. Ryan took out a chicken leg from the plate and said again. While the dog who had just turned his head immediately stretched out his paw and looked at Ryan expectantly. When Ryan saw it, he couldn't help but said with a black face, you have no conscience. I have been feeding you for more than 2 months. If it weren't for your care of the nursing home, I wouldn't eat it for you. He said that he stuffed the drumstick into the dog's mouth. The dog bit it, shook his tail, and left. Don't take a second look at Ryan at all. This dog thing. Ryan was a little speechless when he saw it. It's not good for a dog to be too smart. It's better to be a dumb dog, a little more fun. Sir, are you playing with Wonka again? The soldier stepped forward and saw the dog with his tail wagging and chewing on chicken legs and immediately understood what had happened. In addition to practicing and patrolling during this period of time from the parent official, there is another fun that is dogfighting. Yes, what's the matter? Ryan asked. Looking at the dog's pouting butt, I wondered whether to give it a kick to let it know the sinister society. Woo-hoo! The dog who was vomiting and swallowing seemed to be aware of what. Clamping his hips, he glanced around cautiously. That's it. The South Blue Generals have a banquet invitation. You attend. Soldier Kaido. If you are full and have nothing to do for a banquet, what should you do if you encounter pirates and mess around? They are really full and have not done it. Ryan said silently, lose this invitation letter, I don't go. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded Kaido upon hearing this. Well, what else is there? Ryan continued to ask. That's it. A few days later, a large merchant fleet will pass by our side. The president of the Chamber of Commerce wants us to escort them, the soldier said. Since he is a Chamber of Commerce team, he should be able to hire bounty hunters himself to help. Why should we escort him? This area is so big, it is impossible for us to give up other places because of him. Ryan is not angry. Said, go and tell him that we are not free. It's just a small chamber of commerce. They still regard themselves as green onions. They are the marine who maintains the entire sea, not the marine who specifically protects them. If you escort them, who will protect Priply Island? Yes, sir. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. By the way, what is Cannon doing now? Ryan asked, as if he hadn't seen his sergeant for a few days. Sergeant Cannon seems to have been to a nearby island recently. He heard that there were some conflicts between several islands, so he went to mediate. Soldier Kaido. So? Ryan nodded and said, then there is nothing, you can go ahead and work. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded Kaido. In another area far away from the waters of Puri Puri Island, 8 merchant ships of the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce were waiting for the phone worm to ring. Sir President, you said we asked Marine to help, they would really agree? Someone asked in the cabin. There should be no problem. After all, my Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce is not very famous in South Blue. This time so many ships are dispatched, and they need their help to escort. It is reasonable and should be agreed. Cassio said, this time in addition to transporting a large amount of goods, their Chamber of Commerce also has 2 valuable devil fruits on board, all of which are to be sent to the Grand Line, so there must be no mistakes. This is why he asked Marine for help, because they will encounter many pirates on the next journey, and only under the protection of Marine can they reach the Grand Line safely. Bolya bolya bolu at this moment, the phone worm on the table rang, and everyone's eyes immediately gathered on the phone worm. Hello, I'm the president of the South Blue Chamber of Commerce, Cassio, may I ask Major Ryan to agree? Cassio picked up the phone worm and asked nervously. Sorry, I'm afraid we can't agree to your request. The soldier explained with the phone worm, the sea area of Purpuri Island is really too big, and our marine here is only these people, there is no way to escort you at all. At the same time to ensure the safety of other places, so I am afraid you have to hire talents yourself. So? Cassio's face couldn't help but change slightly, and the faces of other Chamber of Commerce members present were also ugly. We can give you Bailey, please believe that our reward will never let you down, Cassio said unwillingly. Major Ryan of the Purpuri Island Division has had a lot of feats since he came to South Blue. If they had his escort, they would be much safer along the way. But if it doesn't, it will be full of many unknowns. It is impossible for him to put his hope on the bounty hunters. After all, those guys can do anything for Pele. Many pirates and bounty hunters have a difference. I really can't promise you this, and we Marine can't accept bribes. Please forgive me, the soldier said, and hung up the phone worm. Do these chambers think they are great with too money? Are they really driving Marine? Give back the money, yeah, they Marine still need them to give it? What should I do now? Inside the cabin, everyone in the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce looked ugly. The fact that their Chamber of Commerce owns devil fruit has been spread out by people inside the Chamber of Commerce. Now there are many pairs of eyes staring at this place on the entire South Blue. They must keep these 2 devil fruits. Don't give up lightly, let's ask other Marines for help, Cassio said. Since this doesn't work, he can only turn to other Marines for help, maybe they will agree. Well, that can only be done now. The others in the cabin nodded. Have you heard that the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce has 2 devil fruits? They are now heading to the Grand Line and want to go to the Grand Line to get rid of these 2 demons. In the dimly lit tavern, there are ferocious pirates holding weapons everywhere. At this time, there was a bald pirate standing on the table, telling the many pirates the information he had obtained. Really? Devil fruit, that can make people become stronger at once. Do you know what 2 devil fruits are? It's not clear that it is said to be 2 fruits that have never appeared, and both of them are paramecia. So are everyone interested in a big fight? Of course, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. There was loud laughter from the pirates in the tavern. Whether it was eaten or sold, devil fruit was a great fortune. On South Blue, the wind is surging. The pirates were gearing up for a big fight, and the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce finally asked a colonel to help escort them. Colonel Michael is so grateful for your coming. With your help, I think this journey will be very smooth, Cassio said happily. Of course, no matter how many pirates come, they won't threaten you. Michael folded his arms around his chest, his sword looked extremely conspicuous. That is. Cassio smiled, I will trouble Colonel Mike for help this time. As long as Colonel Michael needs it in the future, our Chamber of Commerce will do our best. Yeah. Michael nodded when he heard the words, glanced at the merchant ship of the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce and said, why do you have so many ships going to the Grand Line this time? This is really rare. You shouldn't want it. Move to Grand Line. These ships all have the flags of the South Blue Chamber of Commerce, and it looks like they are going to evacuate all of South Blue. How is this possible? Cassio said with a smile. Our South Blue Chamber of Commerce made our fortune in South Blue. Even if we leave, we can't leave South Blue here. Colonel Michael, you can really laugh. That's true. Michael nodded when he heard this. Cassio was relieved when he saw it. It seems that Marine's intelligence is not very accurate. That's good. As long as we can leave South Blue safely, the next journey will be much easier. On the night 3 days later, the breeze was slowly over the sea. The dim lights were lit on the fully guarded Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce, and the soldiers on the warship on the side were staring at the sea. Afterwards, pirate boats appeared on the sea surface by night. It's not good. A pirate is here. The guards of the Chamber of Commerce shouted. At this moment, the entire Chamber of Commerce moved. What's the matter? Why do these pirates come so fast? Cassio, coming out of the cabin, looking at the black pirate ship on the sea, his face was a bit ugly. When the pirate ship came, there were more than a dozen ships? What exactly is going on? This news spread too fast, right? The fact that their Chamber of Commerce has 2 devil fruits has spread all over South Blue? Why do so many pirate ships come all at once? I don't know. The guard looked nervous and said, President, hurry up and inform the Marines and let them deal with the pirates. With so many pirate ships, even Colonel Michael can't deal with it like this. Cassio said with an ugly expression. What should I do? The guard's tone was trembling. Of course, you have to find a way to delay time. You hurry up and call the Marine in the nearby waters and ask them to dispatch, Cassio ordered. Now that we can only hope that the Marines in the nearby waters will arrive in time, otherwise, the Chamber of Commerce may be at stake. Yes. The guard nodded and went to do it immediately. Sir Michael, there are a lot of pirates here. Can we really deal with them? The soldiers looked pale at the pirate ship. With so many pirate ships, even a warship can't hold many guns. Don't panic, immediately ask for support from the nearby branch. Although Michael's face is a bit ugly, he is not yet desperate. This sea area is the junction of 3 sea areas. As long as they can support the arrival of support, all these pirates were wiped out. Yes, sir. The soldiers went quickly. The Iron Hook pirates, the Blood Shark pirates, the Cat's Eye pirates, the Black Rock pirates. The more he reads it, the more he feels shocked. Looking at the merchant ship of the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce, his expression is like taking a bite of a fly. How did these guys get together? How many pirates did this Chamber of Commerce provoke? Why did they all come? This is how many years have not seen so many pirate groups appear at the same time. Boss, there is a warship in the fleet of the South Blue Chamber of Commerce. On the Blood Shark pirate ship, a pirate reported to his boss. Don't say it's a warship, even if it's 3, we have to grab devil fruit this time. The captain of the pirate with sharp teeth and a long nose said. It looks like a shark is opening its mouth, which is also the origin of his nickname. That's right, as long as you get devil fruit this time, everyone will be able to drink spicy food along with it. Everyone will work harder. Don't let other guys snatch devil fruit later. The chief mate agreed. But there are 7 merchant ships. Which ship is devil fruit on? The pirates scanned the 7 ships and couldn't help scratching their heads. With so many pirate groups on their side, it is impossible to search the same ship together. They must have been searching separately. So the question is, which ship is devil fruit more likely to be on? Let's take a look at which ship the captain of the South Blue Chamber of Commerce is on. I don't believe this old cunning guy will rest assured. Put devil fruit on other ships and not bring him with him. Captain Blood Shark laughed. 2 devil fruits are something worth more than 200 million Baileys, even if he had to put it next to him to sleep. He didn't believe that the other party could put devil fruit in other places so much. Yes, what the boss said makes sense. Everyone kept a close eye on where the old man is, the first officer echoed. Hearing this, the pirates immediately took out the scopes from their pockets and searched for them on the 7 ships. The boss found it. The old man is on the ship closest to the warship. I have seen that old man talking to the soldiers on the warship. The pirate excitedly said. Good job, little ones. Prepare to rush to me. The pirate captain yelled. Yes, boss. The pirates returned, turning the big gear that links the oars, pushing the pirate ship toward the Blue Ocean caravan. Shoot me and don't let them come close. Michael shouted as he watched the pirates rushing forward aggressively. Yes. The soldiers returned and lit the fuse in the cabin. Boom 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 at the same time that the warships fired. The merchant ships also fired at the same time. Although they are mainly merchant ships that carry cargo, they still have long-range weapons like cannonballs on them. Although they are not as lethal as Marines' artillery, they are more than enough for pirates. The little ones beat me fiercely. We must sink all the ships and don't let them run away. Today, devil fruit, this captain, I am bound to win. Although all the cargo on the merchant ship was destroyed, he felt a little distressed. But for the more valuable devil fruit, it can only do so. He believed that the South Blue Chamber of Commerce stored 2 devil fruit boxes, and it was absolutely impossible that they could not even be able to withstand the explosion of the shells, which was why they dared to open the shells. Damn, we can't fight these pirates. They have too many ships. Although the warship is relatively large and the firepower is relatively strong, it is not as good as the number of pirate ships on the opposite side. Boom 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 boom. There was continuous artillery fire on the sea, and the sparks from the explosion lit up the night. As the merchant ship retreated, it fired back shots, and the training shells began to bottom out. It's not good, President. Our shells have been used up. What? How could it be so fast? Cassio said in astonishment. This time, in order to bring more cargo, the original reserved shells were removed. The President. The guard explained. What? Cassio said with a very ugly expression. Who made you do this? How can you remove the shells? At critical times, shells can be used to save lives. This is what the manager ordered, we just did it. The guard Kaido's voice gradually became quieter. This group of idiots who succeeded less than failed. Cassio could not help but cursed angrily. Hurry up and borrow some cannonballs from the warship, or borrow some weapons from them. You must hold on. You must not let the pirates come close to no. Yes, I understand. Chairman. The guard nodded and went to do it immediately. Boss, these guys seem to want to resist desperately. The pirate ship and Shanghai pirates saw the merchant ship's artillery stop, and the people on it pulled out their guns and couldn't help laughing. With a small musket at such a distance, who do they want to shoot? Then kill all this group of guys. Everyone is a little dexterous. This place is not far from the other branches. We must make a quick decision and deal with the matter before marine support arrives. The captain of the Blood Shark pirate group shouted loudly. Yes, boss. The pirates wielded their weapons and yelled. Sir Michael is not good, and our ammunition is beginning to bottom out. The soldiers on the warship reported to Michael. What? Damn it. Michael said with a black face, the resources of the other branches have not arrived yet? Why are they so slow? The report chief has only passed half an hour. Even if they are fast, they can't make it now. The soldier explained. No matter how close they can gather to other branches here, they call them late at night. It takes 10 minutes to get together and sail the warship to the pier. Where can they arrive so quickly? Damn it. Michael clenched his fist and said, make all the soldiers cheer up, and you must hold it up. Yes, sir. Soldier Kaido. Bolu 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 on Puri Puri Island, the phone worm screamed. The soldiers who were vigil heard this, and immediately picked up, hello, this is the naval headquarters on Purpuri Island, what's the matter? Help, we need help. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone worm. We were attacked by a dozen pirate ships in the Sea of Surya, and now we need support. The Sea of Surya is at least 1 day and 1 night away from Purpuri. Even if you ask for help now, we can't rush to it. I think it's better for you to ask for help like the nearby marine. The soldier reminded. Where they are so far away, unless they can fly almost, it is impossible to support them. We have asked the marines in the surrounding branches for help, but I'm afraid we don't have enough strength and we need more help. The soldier on the other side of the phone worm said anxiously. I know about this. I'll tell Chief Ryan. Kaido, the soldier at the night watch. Boom 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 boom. Before the person on the other side could answer, the loud explosion sounded from the phone worm, and the soldiers quickly put down the phone worm in his hand. Where is the fight so intense? The night watch soldier looked at the hung-up call bug and asked in surprise, and then immediately went to inform Ryan. Jingle bell, the loud doorbell rang, and Ryan shook his head and got up from the bed. What's the matter? Call me up in the middle of the night. Sorry, sir. Just now a warship in the Sea of Surya called us for help. Soldier Kaido. The Sea of Surya? Isn't that far away from us? Why does he ask for help from us? He asks for help from nearby branches. Otherwise, when we arrive, they are afraid that even the corpse will be cold. Ryan said in a bad mood. Then we have to go? Sir, the soldier asked aloud. Of course I go, otherwise, if we let the above know, we probably won't have any good fruit to eat. Ryan sighed and said, notice everyone to get up, go there and take a look, see if you can save it. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded when he heard the words, and immediately went to wake the sleeping soldiers. No way, sir. We can't bear this group of pirates. Firepower is too fierce. Smoke billowed on the warship, and the soldiers were fighting back against the pirates who were getting closer while putting out the fire. At this time, the advantage of a large number of people is reflected. The pirates are at such a close distance, even if they can't hit the soldiers on the warship, this intensive firepower is enough to make them afraid to rise. Damn it. Michael's eyes were full of anger as he watched the pirates getting closer. This group of damn pirates dared to be so arrogant, they really didn't take them seriously. Help, Colonel Michael, help. A merchant ship next to the warship was sinking, and Cassio rushed onto the warship carrying a large box, his face full of panic. Scary, it's too scary. Just now the cannonball flew into the cabin against his face. If he weren't running fast, he would have almost gone to see Roger like the other guards. When is this? What are you doing with this thing? Michael scolded angrily when he saw Cassio carrying the box up. This is our chance to make a comeback at the meeting, and I can't just give it up like this, Cassio explained. He can see it. Today, his Chamber of Commerce may be over, but as long as he can keep these 2 devil fruits, he will have a chance to start again. Colonel Michael, let's go quickly. If you continue to stay here, everyone will die. Your warship will definitely be able to escape sooner. Are you crazy? There are so many people here, how could I leave them alone and run away? Besides, these people are your partners, how can you say such a thing? Michael cursed. But we continue to stay here will only cause more casualties. Only if we leave now can we minimize the casualties. Cassio's face was ugly when he was scolded by Michael, but he still struggled with reason. If you want to go, go by yourself, I won't leave these people behind, otherwise I'll be sorry for the word justice behind me. Michael started. Turning around, he continued to shoot at the pirate ship with the soldiers. Stubbornly stubborn. Cassio's face changed when he heard the words. Afterwards, he pushed down the life-saving boat on the warship and climbed up. He didn't stay here to die like these guys, he still had the mission of revitalizing the Chamber of Commerce. He wants to go, he wants to flee here. Some Marines helped him procrastinate, and he would definitely be able to leave here. Boss, the old man from the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce ran away. I saw him carrying a big box. The content in it was definitely the devil fruit we were looking for this time. The pirate on the gazebo held a single scope and reported to the captain of the pirate below. He stared at the old man from the beginning, and now he finally got a chance. When this matter is over, the boss will definitely reward him heavily. That old fox actually wants to escape? There is no door. The captain pirate yelled toward the door below his hand. Brothers don't care about these Marines, chase me that old man, you must grab devil fruit. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Kaido, the pirates immediately turned the bow and chased after Cassio who was rowing the boat. Then when they moved, the other pirate ships also moved. What are you guys doing like Lao Zi? Hurry up and get me back and continue to fight Marine. The captain of the Blood Shark pirate group cursed towards the pirate ship next to him. You old shark, don't think we are blind. We are all staring at the old man Cassio. You want to eat alone? There is no door. Yes, devil fruit belongs to us. Go away, it clearly belongs to Lao Zi, you guys all get away from me. A dozen pirate boats suddenly became noisy, and even stopped the attack. Sir Michael, these guys seem to be in conflict, do you want to take the opportunity to attack them? The soldier asked. Michael shook his head when he heard the words, don't pay attention to them, hurry up and save the people who fell into the water. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded Kaido upon hearing the words, and jumped into the water to save people. You bastards devil fruit, are you planning to fight without a master? Be careful when Marine arrives and just give us a pot. Yes, let's catch the old man first, and then discuss the ownership of devil fruit. Just when a dozen pirate groups were arguing very hard, someone spoke. Then do it, but devil fruit must be picked up by our pirates. Why do you come and get it? What if you embezzle it? I think it's better to put it in our pirate group, knowing that our pirate group is the fairest. Upon hearing this, the scene that had calmed down just now boiled again. Sir, everyone has been rescued, what should I do now? The soldier asked. The members of the Chamber of Commerce floating on the sea had been rescued as far as they could, and there was no way for them in the invisible dark sky. Start the warship, let's leave here. Michael glanced at the still noisy pirates and said, yes, sir. The soldiers heard Kaido, immediately drove the warship and left, leaving only a few merchant ships with heavy smoke on the sea. Hole, you take me with you. Cassio paddled the boat and found that the warship had suddenly left without paying attention to him and cursing angrily. These bastards actually left him all alone and ran away. Do you want him to die here? Damn it, why don't these pirates attack Marine? Why must you follow him? Looking at the pirate ship getting closer, Cassio's expression gradually changed. He looked at the box in his hand and bit his teeth. He took out the box containing 2 devil fruits and hugged him into the sea. He wants to try at last, if he can escape the best. If it doesn't work, neither can these pirates get devil fruit. Assholes, you assholes, stop arguing. That old man jumped into the sea, he jumped into the sea. Captain Bloodshark, who had been watching Cassio, yelled when he saw him. If you huddle together like this, everyone would be unable to catch the old man. What? Get me down to the sea to catch him, absolutely can't let him run with devil fruit. Puff 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 puff. Suddenly, many waves appeared on the sea. Many pirates jumped into the sea to catch Cassio. Sir, did you see our president? How come the president is missing? Everyone on the warship saw that the pirates hadn't caught up with them, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then the people from the Chamber of Commerce found out that their president was missing. Your president? He had already escaped in a small boat. Yes, he also planned to let our chief leave you alone. just take him to escape, but our chief didn't agree with him, so he pushed the lifeboat on the warship into the sea and ran away by himself. As soon as they heard this, the soldiers were furious. They were the first time they saw such a shameless guy. They didn't even care about their companions, so they just patronized themselves and fled. Sir President really said that? The Chamber of Commerce's face changed upon hearing this. Yes, otherwise you said why isn't that guy on the warship? The soldiers said in a bad mood. No wonder these pirates didn't catch up. It turned out to be the case. They all went after the chairman. After hearing the words, several managers finally understood why they escaped so smoothly, but the pirates did not follow them. They must have gone after the devil fruit that the chairman was carrying, so they let them go. The thought of everyone here was relieved, but immediately there was a fire in their minds. They went through the fire for the Chamber of Commerce, and the president of the president did not take them seriously. Whole Cassio, we have done things for him for so many years in vain. At this time, he actually wants to abandon us and run away. Even if he is dead, he deserves it. Yes, this D had better die, or if I see him, I will kill him too. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce scolded and took a deep breath. It was definitely the greatest luck in this life to be able to escape this time. We must know that many people have not been able to leave with them alive. Have you found it? Have you found it? The pirates in the sea popped their heads and asked towards each other. No, this old man is so old, how can he swim so fast? The other pirates on the side heard the words and said, they are weird. Could this old man belong to the genus of fish? How to swim faster than these people is not very scientific. Continue to find Lao Zi. I don't believe that this old man is so old, how far he can go, he must find me nearby. Yes, keep looking. On the pirate ship, the captain of the pirate who reported by his subordinates spoke. With so many people coming this time, if they go back empty-handed, wouldn't they be treated as a joke? No matter what, this time I want to see people in life, and corpses in death. I must find devil fruit. Yes, Captain. The pirates who heard this can only continue to dive into the sea and look for it again. The sky gradually brightened, and there were gradually more warships with marine flags on the distant sea. No, the Marines are here. Why did they come back so fast? The pirate leader saw it and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and cursed that old man had better pray that he died in the sea, otherwise, no matter what the cost, I would kill him. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for you to kill him. He hasn't appeared in the water for so long, and he probably died somewhere long ago, said the captain of the Cat's Eye pirate group. Even if he dies, at least the corpse will float, right? We have been salvaging here for a few hours, and we haven't seen the corpse of that D. The captain of the Blood Shark pirate group cursed, this old man, it's definitely not dead yet. Then where did this old guy go? We searched the surrounding places, but we didn't see this old guy. How do I know this? If I know it, I still need to go fishing with you here, the captain of the Blood Shark pirate group cursed in an angry voice. The Sir discovered the location of the pirate ship and needs to open fire. On the coming warship, a soldier asked the self-rule officer. Of course, otherwise what are we doing here? Ready to fire. Yes, sir. Boom 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 boom. The artillery shells on the warship roared towards the area where the pirates were, exploding a lot of spray. All up, you idiots, didn't you see Marine coming? What are you still doing down there? Don't die, Captain Blood Shark cursed. The soldiers swimming in the sea immediately climbed out of the sea on the pirate ship upon hearing this. This time so many of us set out together, and we didn't catch the old guy. It was completely lost when we passed it out. The captain of the Cat's Eye pirate group looked at the other captains and said, what can I do if I can't find it? If you have the courage, continue to look for it here. Anyway, Lao Zi is leaving, and there will be more and more Marines. You can't stay here for long. Yes, let's just say it. At least we are safe and sound. The other captains scolded and left here. The Sir and the pirates ran away. Do you want to catch up? Fart, they have so many pirate boats, how do you chase them? You want to die, it's almost the same. The colonel cursed badly. He dared to shoot here because he knew that the Marines from other branches were going here, rushing, so I have no fear. But if he catches up with his brain disease, then this group of pirates will surely sink the warship. These pirates are not afraid of a warship, they are afraid of a steady stream of Marine. Yes, sir. After being scolded, the soldier nodded and stopped talking. What's this? On the sea, a red-haired hedgehog-headed boy in a small boat looked at the floating box on the sea and wondered. Then, bending over to pick up the box and open it. What catches the eye is a fruit with strange Madara dots. This is. When the boy saw it, his pupils couldn't help shrinking, and then his face showed ecstasy. Devil fruit is actually a demon, ha 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 ha. It seems that my luck is really good, I really want to be the man of One Piece. It is said that people who ate devil fruit will become land ducks from now on. I have to find a safe place to eat. After ecstasy, the boy cautiously rowed the boat towards the distant island. On the other side, on an island, a girl with blue hair was gnawing on something. Suddenly a shiny thing floating on the sea attracted her attention. "What's this?" The girl gnawed the drumsticks and walked over. What caught her eye was also a spiral-shaped fruit. Devil fruit? My mother still has this kind of luck today. The girl was surprised, and immediately grabbed devil fruit from the sea and swallowed it. Oh, in an instant, the girl's face changed drastically. She squatted and spit out wildly, "It's unpalatable, it's so unpalatable, how can there be such unpalatable food on the sea? I'm almost suffocating. Sir, I feel that Wonkai really wants to swim in the sea." On the warship, the soldier grabbed Wonkai's head and pulled it to Ryan. "Will it go down if it wants to go down? What are you doing to stop it?" Ryan said in a bad mood while holding the barbell. "But the sea is full of terrifying carnivorous fish. If you let it go down, it will definitely be dead," the soldier said. "Then you hang it up with a rope and let it paddle. By the way, it can also be used as bait for fishing," Lane suggested. It's not good, sir." The soldiers heard the words. "What's wrong? We came out in such a hurry, the food was not even prepared on the boat. If you don't use it for fishing, you want to starve to death here." Ryan said in a huff, "Listen to me, use it as bait to attract fish up. I started quickly, and I would clean up the fish as soon as they jumped out of the water. Wonkai will not be in danger. Aren't you hungry?" The soldiers touched their groaning stomachs and said, "Hungry." "Then sit as I said," Ryan said. "Yes, sir." The soldier nodded when he heard the words, and then hung Wonkai with a rope. "It is not what we are going to do, it is Wonkai ordered by the chief. If you want to hate it, then hate the chief. Remember to wait if there is a fish to eat you. If you do, run quickly. Well, you should go down now." With that, the soldiers put Wonkai into the sea. Wonkai stroked his short limbs, swimming happily on the sea. There is no fear of being used as bait. After swimming for a while, the soldiers found that not a single fish came out at all. "Sir, Wonkai doesn't seem to attract fish very much. After swimming for so long, no fish came out." "Then you change Wonkai, you can find someone to be the bait." Ryan said casually, "Maybe Wonkai is too small, and those fish seem to have no appetite. Maybe you can just replace it with you." "Don't be kidding, sir." The soldiers vomited. "Then you guys don't hurry up to bring Wonkai up, change a radish or something, try to see if there is any vegetarian fish in the sea." Ryan didn't have a good air, and the barbell dance in his hand screamed. "Know that the fish is not interested in Wonkai and let him play in the water all the time?" "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately caught Wonkai out of the water. Wow, Wonkai shook his body here while looking at the soldiers with contempt. As if to say it again, "It's silly. The fish dare not eat me. Sir, the fish in this sea is really strange. They don't eat meat and they like to be vegetarian." The soldiers who followed Lane's words really caught the fish by fishing with radishes. Are these fish brain sick? Is there no vegetables in the sea? Seeing the soldiers catching fish one by one, Ryan was speechless. Since these fish like radishes so much, then cook them with the radishes later, lest they are dead and cannot eat the radishes. "Yes, sir." The soldiers heard Kaido. Then the group went to boil water to prepare fish meat and radish balls. Barking Wonkai wagging his tail came to Ryan and wandered around. "What are you doing here as a little dog? You want to exercise too? Just how much can you hold with your little arms and legs? Go aside and be careful that I hurt you," Ryan said in a bad mood. Wonkai ignored Ryan's scolding, found a dumbbell and ran away. "You little guy carefully crushed your dog's teeth and dared to bite the dumbbells and go, you fool," Ryan scolded when he saw him. "These days even dogs know that they want to exercise? This is inspirational enough." In the corner of the warship, Wonkai's two paws were holding the dumbbells, his teeth were constantly biting, and saliva ran down the corners of his mouth on the dumbbells, making the dumbbells wet. A mouthful of white fang looked cold in the sunshine. "Sir, there is a call from the sea area of Silya. They said that the pirates have all been evacuated, and we don't have to go there anymore. Keep going there, we can't come out for nothing, at least we have to take a few pirates back," Ryan said after hearing this. "If you want them to come, you can go. If you want them to go, is it a waste of work to be with them? At least let him bring 1 or 2 pirate regiments back to talk about it, otherwise the Air Force will go back. Don't say he has any opinions." The soldiers under him would certainly not agree. "Yes, sir." Soldier Kaido. The warship continued to head towards the sea area of Silya. "Unlucky, really unlucky. It's a waste of work. I didn't catch anything, and even emptied the cannonballs. Now that's okay, the entire South Blue knows that we have made a loss-making business. Yeah, I would not have come to join in the fun if I knew it." The captains of the pirates gathered together and complained about it. They didn't expect that this operation would be so bad. Otherwise, nothing they say will come. Slowly complain here. Lao Zi is leaving first. "You guys continue to get together, be careful to be served by Marine." Among the crowd, Captain Bloodshark squeezed out the cigarette from his mouth and said, and then left with his men. Although the Marines of South Blue are weak, they are not easy to bully. They were facing the caravan in front of Marine this time. It is estimated that the entire South Blue will soon become lively. At this time, the more people there are, the more conspicuous it becomes. Coward, what's so scary about Marine? Yes, Marine is just a bunch of looks. Watching the Blood Shark pirate group leave the tavern, the others cursed indifferently. These pirates are so presumptuous. What do they think of South Blue? How dare to unite against Marine? Absolutely can't let them go so easily. Yes, today they dare to attack Michael today, and he will dare to attack us tomorrow. This group of pirates must be eliminated. The 5 generals in the Sea Area Division of Scylla were angry. This group of pirates has more than a dozen pirate groups united together. If we solve them alone, I am afraid that there are some difficulties and other branches will need help. Michael started. The pirate group that appeared this time, he saw the pirates with tens of millions of Baileys. They gathered together, but it was a powerful force, and it would be difficult to deal with the words of the 5 of them alone. Then wait for this gathering to discuss with others and ask them to help deal with these pirates, otherwise the joint action of these pirates is a huge threat to South Blue. The colonel suggested that it was not a few days before their gathering, and it happened to be able to mention this matter to everyone at this gathering. Yes, we can talk to others at this party. The other colonels agreed upon hearing this. That's it. Michael nodded and said, this time you must get rid of these pirates. Yeah. The other colonels nodded. Sir, there seems to be a lot of pirate boats on the island ahead. I think there should be a gathering place for pirates. So? Why are you still hesitating? Drive me the warship. This time I want to take a family portrait and capture all these pirates. Ryan smiled while holding the barbell. A group of pirates actually dared to flock in groups. Appearing on an island, who does this look down upon? Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately turned their rudder and aimed at the island. You see a warship appeared on the sea, do you want to report to the boss? On the pirate ship by the dock, the pirates exchanged views after seeing the warship. What report? You don't think these Marines dare to come over after seeing so many pirate groups here? The other pirates said irritably, these warships have passed by us once or twice. Have you ever seen any warship that dared to come towards us? These Marines are all irritating things. Nothing. It is necessary to tell them to the captain. Be careful when the captain will slap you in the face. That's true. When you heard this, the pirate who spoke first couldn't help covering himself, even he remembered that he had just been slapped in the face by the captain. So, don't be okay to find something to know, it's the best choice to open one eye and close one eye. The other pirates taught their experience over the years to this newcomer. Yeah. The pirate nodded involuntarily when he heard the words, sitting in a daze like other pirates. I don't care about warships that are getting closer and closer to the surface of the sea. Sir, these pirates didn't panic when they saw our arrival. Are there any great people on their islands? The soldiers on the observation deck found that the pirates sitting on the pirate ship saw them coming, they didn't panic at all, and they wandered on the pirate ship leisurely. I can't help but play drums. There shouldn't be any great pirates on this island, right? Otherwise, how could these pirates be so calm? I don't care who is on the island. Since I was hit by me, it's unlucky for them. The stronger the guy, the better, so that their bounty will be high enough. Ryan put down the barbell and wiped the sweat from his forehead. When you drive the warship over and sink their pirate ship, it is enough for me to go up alone. You just need to guard the warship here and prevent the pirates from running away. Yes, sir. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that they were not going to the island. Just guarding not to let the pirates escape, they are still very easy to do with them on the warship. Boom 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 boom, the sound of intensive artillery shells came, and the pirate boats docked at the pier were turned into tatters one by one. What's the matter with this warship? He actually dared to open fire. He knew that doing so would face the anger of a dozen pirate groups. The pirates sitting next to the pier saw the tattered group of pirates, and the group was stunned. They never thought that this warship actually dared to open fire, and as soon as it opened fire, it directly sank their pirate regiment. There are more than a dozen pirate groups on their island. Where is the courage of this warship? Dare to do this? Good job, no shells were wasted. Seeing the docked pirate ships, one of them was sinking in flames, Ryan couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. This is the real bullet. Of course, the distance is so close, these pirate boats have not gone, we can hit even the blind. Hearing Ryan's praise, the soldiers Kaido. The commander really looked down on them too much, like this kind of target placed over there, they can hit it with their eyes closed, let alone with their eyes open? Very good. You are here looking at the pirates who are ready to go to the sea to escape. I'm going up to deal with the pirates who have gathered. Yes, sir. Kaido, the soldiers, watched Ryan leave the warship and flew onto the island with flapping wings. Marine is Marine coming. The pirate standing on the pier saw the clothes Ryan was wearing and immediately shouted, but why does this guy fly? The other pirates were puzzled. I don't know, but he must be shot down. Yes, only in this way will we not be punished by the captains. Because of their carelessness, all the ships were destroyed. If they didn't have any remedial methods to make the captain happy, they would be tied to the poles of the ship and dried by the captain in a moment. Although there are no ships now, it is still possible to tie them to a flagpole. Pong 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 pong. The pirates kept firing at the sky with their muskets, hoping to hit Ryan and knock him down. Swipe swipe. Marine's conspicuous uniform turned over in the air and appeared in front of the shooting pirates. Cack. Ryan dropped a punch, and the pirates immediately heard the sound of broken nose bones on their faces. Click click. After a few crisp sounds, there were a few more pirates on the ground who had fainted with nosebleeds. Don't come over, don't come over. There was only one pirate who looked at Ryan in fear, and kept pulling the trigger, but the gun did not fire the bullet as he wanted. Are you afraid of me? Ryan chuckled as he stepped, and the sound of dong dong footsteps reached the pirate's ears like a urging bell. I'm not welcome if you come here again, the pirate shouted, his face pale and scary. Oh, Ryan heard the words curiously and said, why are you planning to be polite? I. As the pirate said, the big beads of sweat on his face blew, and then he fainted directly. Talent. Ryan was a little speechless when he saw him. This horse riding is really a talent, and it's really impolite. In order not to be stunned by him, he stunned himself first. But this is also very good, saving him a lot of time. Taking a step, Ryan walked towards the depths of the island. In the tavern, the pirates who were drinking had already taken out their weapons and looked towards the direction of the pier. What's the matter? What happened? How did the pier catch fire? I don't know, I have asked the little ones to watch it. The captains looked at each other with questions in their eyes. Boom! A figure smashed through the wall of the bar, and the bright sun followed the big hole to illuminate the dim bar. Attracting everyone's attention in an instant, the pirates stared at the direction of the big hole. You guys are really all together. It saves me from searching everywhere. This is a good thing. Just as the pirates were staring at the big hole, a voice came from the door, and instantly all the pirates raised their weapons and aimed at the door. Boom boom. The sound of boots stepping on the wooden plank sounded, and Ryan lifted the curtain and appeared in front of everyone in the bar. Marine? The pirates were surprised when they saw the clothes Ryan was wearing. Yes, you guessed it, but it's a pity that there is no gift for you. Ryan smiled and said, I was really lucky today. I only wanted to catch 1 or 2 pirate groups. I didn't expect you to gather so many here. Pirate, if I want to catch you all, the above will definitely be very happy. Ha ha ha. The captain of the Cat's Eye pirate group laughed after hearing the words, you are so young that you don't have a small tone. If you want to catch us all, it's up to you whether you have this ability. Yes, we have more than a dozen pirates here, you can say this kind of thing, you are indeed very confident. The captain of the Iron Barrel pirates also laughed. Because I have this ability, of course I am confident. Ryan laughed. When he pressed his feet, the wooden planks on the ground immediately made a click sound, and then punched out again, and the pillar supporting the bar began to break. Rustle dust began to spill from the ceiling towards the hall, and before a while the entire bar was full of dust. Hole, I killed you, the pirate captain with dust on his face said angrily, waving his weapon and slashing towards Ryan. Ding! The pirate's knife collided with Ryan's axe, and there was a sharp metal crash. You only have the strength? Didn't you have enough to eat? Ryan felt the power coming from his hands and disdainfully kicked him directly on the other's stomach as he lifted his leg. Wow! Suddenly, the pirate captain's eyes widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The huge body was taken off the ground by this foot. The piercing pain spread all over his body from his abdomen, making him sweat all over. Boom! After the pirate captain broke through a few pillars, he knocked out a big hole in the bar again. What? When the other pirates saw this scene, their eyes widened. Although the captain of the Iron Barrel pirates is not the strongest person here, he will not be the weakest. He was solved by the opponent all at once. What kind of guy is this belated marine? If you only have this level, it's good to be honest and squat down and surrender with your hands in your hands. Don't force me to be cruel. I believe you will be uncomfortable. Ryan shook the axe in his hand and said. He thought there would be some powerful guys here, but he didn't expect all of them to be vulnerable guys. Hole, what do you imagine us to be? Let's kill this guy together. The captain of the Cat's Eye pirate group said angrily. Yes, let's kill him together. The other pirate captain echoed, and all the pirates in the tavern rushed towards Ryan holding weapons. Planning to fight in a group? It's a pity that it's useless at all. Ryan smiled as he watched the rushing pirates. Click boom boom in the bar, the pirates wailed in their mouths, curled up and twisted on the floor constantly, like a prawn that had just got out of the water. You only have this ability? How did you become a captain? Ryan gripped the long knife with both fingers, and looked at the gloomy long-haired Scarface in front of him, wondering. You want to take care of me, you die, you be *********D. When asked, the captain of the pirate yelled in anger, loosening the long knife he was holding, and squeezing the big fist of the casserole towards Ryan. Better than a fist? Ryan slammed a punch, facing the opponent's fist. Click. With the sound of bone cracking, the face of the captain of the pirate who raised his fist suddenly turned from flush to pale, big beads of sweat began to fall from his forehead, and then the whole person suddenly jumped up. It hurts. It hurts, the captain of the pirate yelled, and couldn't help backing away. Snapped. Facing his behavior, Ryan swept out. Suddenly, the pirate captain's face sank directly, and it hit the pirates who charged up behind him like a cannonball. When the other pirates saw this scene, they couldn't help but stop. They looked at the captain, who fell to the ground and hesitated for a moment, and immediately ran towards the outside of the tavern, extending in all directions. The tavern at this time has long since recovered. There are large human-shaped holes everywhere, and the hall is full of wailing pirates, who are holding their heads and legs or fainting directly. The scarlet blood was mixed with some sour drinks, which put a heavy pressure on the hearts of the pirates who had not escaped. Come here. Ryan pointed to the captain, who was sturdy but never came up, and said, "You should also be a captain-level figure, right? Don't think about running away. I have been on top of you, they have all been beaten by me, there is no possibility that you can avoid it. Young people have to be forgiving and forgiving, don't be so arrogant," the pointed pirate captain said with an ugly face. When Ryan heard the words, his body was bent. Shu appeared in front of the opponent and hit his forehead with a punch. Suddenly, the pirate captain's plump face was waved with flesh, and he flew out directly. "Who are you talking to? You, a pirate, dare to teach me, a marine, with this tone? You don't even recognize your mother if you don't fight today. I don't think you know what the situation is like now. Who is it?" "The person who speaks," Ryan said with a black face. The pirate, who knew nothing about life and death, dared to talk to him in this tone. Wouldn't they think that they still left today? A group of little pirates with a bounty of 10 million Baileys to 30 million Baileys, who gave them the courage to follow him here? "Surrender, we surrender. Master Marine, we surrender." Seeing that the last master captain was easily solved by the other party, the pirates who hadn't stepped forward finally couldn't bear it. They knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands and shouted, "If you choose to surrender, be a little sincere, tie up all your companions to me, and let me see your sincerity." Ryan looked at the rope hanging on the wall of the bar and said, "Yes, yes, Master Marine." Upon hearing this, the pirates, like a pardon, ran up to get the rope with their hands and feet. "What do you traitors want to do?" The captain of the pirate, who was beaten unable to get up, saw this scene and couldn't help but angrily said, "It doesn't matter if this group of bastards don't make it, and now they surrender, Marine still wants to tie him as the captain." The pirates who had been reprimanded heard this and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but after looking at the gaze cast by Ryan, their scalp was still numb and said, "Sorry, Master Captain, we have no alternative." "Yeah, even you are not his opponents, and it is even more unlikely that we are. We can't just sacrifice like this for nothing." "I'm sorry, Master Captain." "Yes, Master Captain is sorry." When the words were over, the pirates tied up the fallen companions and the captains. "There are some guys out there. Go and tie them up. Remember, don't think about running away. If you are caught by me, I won't be as merciful as I deal with them." Ryan waved his cold light. Said the axe. Seeing the pirates, their backs became cold. Quickly lit his head. Outside the bar, a piece of fallen pirates lay on the ground. Otherwise, they would have a swollen face and fainted on the ground like a pig's head, or they would fall to the ground with foaming at the mouth. Anyway, all kinds of fainted. The pirates holding the rope could not help but turn pale when they saw a scene. They said why the brothers outside hadn't come in for a long time. It turned out to have been resolved by the other party a long time ago. After understanding this, the pirates did not even dare to escape. After a while, the pirates tied up their companions who had fallen outside. Back in the bar again. "Very well, it seems that you have no idea of running away. You saved your lives for your own prudence." Ryan smiled and said, "You guys tie each other up. Time is almost up, and we should leave, but there are others who ran away." Upon hearing this, the pirates said immediately, "When they stayed here just now, but there were other companions who ran away, it was impossible to just catch them without catching others." "They?" Ryan sneered, "They are already a corpse now. You don't think my soldiers are vegetarian? You should be thankful that you didn't run out, otherwise you will end up with them." The pirates suddenly fell into an ice cellar when they heard the words. It turned out that the other party allowed them to escape because of this. Swipe swipe. At this moment, there were dense footsteps outside the bar. Soldiers in marine uniforms appeared in the eyes of the pirates. "Report, sir, all the pirates who fled have been killed," the soldier reported. "Very good." Ryan nodded and said, "Bring all these guys back to the warship. Once they have the intention to resist, they will be shot immediately. Let another team walk along the island to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net." "Yes, sir." Kaido, the soldiers, grabbed the fallen pirates and dragged them outside. Facing the soldiers' guns, the pirates didn't even talk about the pain caused by hitting something. For fear of being regarded as resistance by them, a bullet was sent directly on the road. This group of Marines is totally a group of guys who don't treat them as human beings. As the pirates were escorted away one by one, the tavern gradually became empty. Sir, this time I caught many pirates. Your name will surely spread across South Blue again. While the soldiers counted the number of pirates, they compared the reward order. It was found that many of the pirates caught this time were guys on the reward order. I don't need to spread my name in South Blue, what I need is in Grand Line so that New World spreads my name to be useful. Ryan shook his head. What's the use of his name even if it spreads all over in South Blue? Compared with the Grand Line, it is just an inconspicuous corner. Okay, I know. I have recorded all these pirate groups. The operator quickly wrote down what Ryan said about the pirates on the table. Then it's troublesome, the rewards of these pirates can already be revoked. Lane said. Although these pirates are quite useless, they can't hold them so many. After the report was returned to the headquarters, it was not a small achievement. Well, I'll report it right away. Operator Kaido. Goodbye, then. Ryan smiled, then hung up the phone worm. Wow Wonke kept roaring around in front of the pirates, which made the pirates look bitter but helpless. You guys do things in the Sea of Silya, right? Ryan asked while looking at the sturdy pirates who were tied up. This place is so close to the Sea of Silya, if this incident did not have their participation, he would definitely not believe it. Upon hearing this, the bitterness on the faces of the pirates became more intense, and they opened their mouths. We did nothing wrong, but we didn't succeed. Yes, you Marine will go back intact. Yes, you should have got the news. Sure enough, what you did was not wrong. Ryan laughed. Then I didn't run in vain when I bumped into you this time. Anyway, I was here to help, but you pirates are pretty big, so you dare to do something with our Marine. Let's talk about it. What's going on? You have a dozen pirate groups acting together. This kind of thing is not common. Where can the pirates get along so happily? Unless there is any common interest, these guys are united like hyenas. This time we received news that the South Blue Chamber of Commerce will have 2 devil fruits, which are going to be shipped to the Grand Line for disposal, so this is a joint action. Yeah, who knows that this time I ran a run empty, and didn't get anything, and even shot all the cannonballs on the boat. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately complained and vomited bitterness with Ryan. 2 devil fruits? This Chamber of Commerce is very rich. After all, how can you run away? You guys, aren't there many people? Ryan asked curiously. Because that old B***************** D took devil fruit and jumped into the sea. I don't know how that old guy took devil fruit and escaped from so many of us at such an age. Anyway, we fished it again, but we didn't see that old guy. Figure. Yes, don't let us meet that old guy, otherwise he will be very fruitful. As soon as he said this, the pirates should not get excited and curse. Don't worry, you don't have this chance to meet him. Ryan patted them and laughed. Because you are going to be in jail soon, cherish the last fresh air you breathed. Because you will. I'm afraid I'm not so comfortable breathing fresh air. The pirates immediately became ugly when they heard this, and pleaded at Ryan. Master Marine, can you put me near the window? I am most afraid of darkness. If I can't breathe fresh air and see the sun, I will definitely die. Yes, Master Marine. Me too. The other pirates listened and followed. Don't worry, your lives are worthless. You die if you die. Ryan smiled and said, I have reported the incident that caught you. Then you will have little to do with me when you tell the truth. It would be best if you die in jail. That way you can save a lot of food. The pirates were stunned for an instant when they heard this. Does this Marine want them to die like that? I still said that, cherish your short free time, because there may be a little noisy in the jail next. I hope you can adapt. Ryan laughed, and didn't care about them anymore. A group of pirates are still bargaining with him, really treat them as uncles? It's not bad that he didn't kill them all. What can we do now? This Marine doesn't take us seriously. We will definitely be sad when we enter the prison. I don't know, I can only take one step at a time. I hope the prison will be more vulnerable. It will be convenient for us to escape. The captains were whispering and communicating, all hoping to escape and leave in prison. Wow Wonke seemed to have noticed something and barked at the pirates. It caused the pirates to grit their teeth. If they hadn't been tied up, they would have cleaned up the dog in front of them. Sakazuki Admiral, Major Lane of Puri Puri Island in South Blue has solved more than a dozen pirate groups. This is a reward from these pirates. In the naval headquarters, the messenger sent the news that Ryan had solved more than a dozen pirate groups to Sakazuki. He remembers the last time Admiral specifically let him pay attention to each other. Yeah. Sakazuki, who was working at the office, nodded when he heard the words, took the reward order, looked at it and said, very good strength, it's really a waste of South Blue. Where is there any vacancy on the Grand Line? Arrange for him to work at the Grand Line. Yes, Sakazuki Admiral. The soldier nodded Kaido and went to do it immediately. Sakazuki Admiral told Major Ryan of Purpuri Island to leave South Blue to serve on the Grand Line? In the department responsible for the appointment of generals and the transfer of orders, Vice Admiral was stunned when he heard the news. Yes, this is the order Admiral just issued. The soldier nodded and said, "May I have any questions?" "Master Vice Admiral, I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. You'll have to ask Zephyr Instructor." Zephyr Instructor confessed that Major Ryan of Prepori was not allowed to leave South Blue for 3 years. Vice Admiral said truthfully, and he had also noticed that this man was after all the person Zephyr Instructor personally confessed. "So, thank you for letting me know." The soldier frowned upon hearing this. "I will tell Admiral now." After speaking, he took a step and left to report. "Teacher Zephyr's order?" Sakazuki nodded after hearing the soldier's return. "I know about this. You go down first. I'll take care of it myself." "Yes, Admiral." The soldier nodded when he heard the words, and walked away. "Teacher's order? What the hell is going on?" Sakazuki wondered after seeing the soldiers leave. "I heard you want to transfer Ryan back to Grand Line, right?" Just after Sakazuki dialed the phone worm, Zephyr's voice came over. "It seems that someone has already notified him of the news." "Yes. It is too wasteful to stay in South Blue with his strength. I want to transfer him to the Grand Line." Sakazuki nodded. "You can't be so anxious, he still needs to sharpen." Zephyr heard the words. "I've seen his record during this period. South Blue hasn't played any sharpening role for him. I think Grand Line should be better for him." "Teacher, you probably haven't watched his recent progress, right?" "Yes." Zephyr nodded and said, "Then I suggest you make a decision after reading it. I think with his current strength, he can leave South Blue completely, but if the teacher feels that it's not possible, then it doesn't matter if you wait another year." Sakazuki didn't care. He has watched Ryan go to South Blue for more than 2 years, and it is almost 3 years away. It doesn't matter if you wait for a few more months. Nothing big has happened on the ocean yet. You can wait slowly if you have this time. "Okay, I see." Zephyr nodded and said, "If he really has the ability to leave South Blue, I will personally order it." "Well, let me ask someone to bring you his latest record," Sakazuki said. "No, I can get it myself." Zephyr heard the words and said, "Okay." Sakazuki nodded when he heard the words, and then hung up the phone worm. South Blue, on Pori Pori Island, the pirates were sent into the prison neatly like a string of grasshoppers. "Sir, your game this time is really great," Cannon said as he watched the scene. "It's normal, it's just a group of pirates, and that's it when you catch it." Ryan clasped his arms and said, "What I expect is the kind of 70 to 80 million and over 100 million pirates, rather than fighting with them. This kind of guy is playing here. You can arrange it here, I'm going to practice." "Yes, sir." Cannon nodded when he heard the words. "Boss, the Cat's Eye pirates were arrested." On the Blood Shark pirate ship, the pirate reported to his boss. "I knew it would happen. Those idiots who committed this kind of thing dare to gather all together and not leave. Aren't you waiting for others to catch them?" Captain Bloodshark sneered. "They really think that Marine in South Blue is a vegetarian?" Yes, Master Captain is wise." The pirates nodded. "If Master Captain carefully led them away first, I guess they would also meet the Marines." "By the way, where are these guys locked up?" the captain of the pirate asked. "I heard that I was taken to Pori Pori Island." Kaido, the pirate. "Pori Pori?" Captain Bloodshark heard the words and thought for a while, and then gradually got the message of Pori Pori in his mind. "Is that the Marine branch that cleaned up the beast pirates?" "Yes, I heard that Marine from the Purpuri Island branch is very good. This time the pirate groups of the Cat's Eye pirate group were caught by one of their branches." The pirate nodded. "So?" Captain Bloodshark thought for a while and said, "From then on, stay away from this place and stay away. I don't want to run into this kind of Marine." "Yes, boss." The pirate nodded when he heard the words. "If there is no need, they don't want to run into this kind of Marine. At first glance, this kind of Marine is extremely scary." Unexpectedly, that Ryan on Purpuri Island was so powerful. He caught a dozen pirates at once. The Marines also got the news from the branch in the Sea of the Sea. "Yes, but this makes us very useless." Someone knocked on the desk and said, "He is a newcomer who has only been in South Blue for 2 years. He has solved so many pirates, but we old people have not done it. After this matter is passed to the headquarters, it is estimated that the headquarters will be very disappointed with us. It doesn't matter, you can use as much bull as you have. Since he can catch the pirates, he can prove that he has this ability, and we are not two caressers." Michael didn't care. "If you are jealous because others have the ability, this can only prove that you have no ability. Yes, leaving South Blue at his current rate is just a matter of time, and after a year, will this remember him again?" The other colonels laughed. Ryan's ascent was so fast that it surprised them a little. It is precisely because of this that they don't care about each other. After all, they are going to the headquarters, and what they have to keep, they won't have much overlap. Therefore, there is no contradiction between them. Maybe in the future, after the other party becomes Vice Admiral Rear Admiral, they want to ask each other for help if they have something to do. The other party can still see it, and they can help because they were colleagues. After seeing this clearly, they have nothing to be jealous of. I want to change places, I want to change places. Inside the prison on Puri Puri Island, the pirates shouted in horror. Beside them, there was a giant bear with a mouth wide open, and his eyes looked at them with red light. This scene made them all about to collapse, and Marine actually assigned them to such a place. Obviously the others were sent to ordinary cells. Don't waste your efforts, just stay here. Let me tell you, the Marine here won't care about our life and death. If we are to blame, we are pirates. Just as the pirates were arguing, a weak voice came from the cell on the side. Hearing this, the pirates swept their eyes toward the cell, and saw that inside the cell, one by one, scrawny, dark-eyed prisoners lay at the door of the cell with a look of lovelessness. You are? The pirates asked in doubt. They are all pirates just like you, but they will be locked in for a period of time before you. The prisoner said weakly, this prison only has 2 meals a day, each with only 3 slices of toast and a small bowl of thick soup. Although we are not hungry, we are always hungry. Just like us is next to you. Of the 3 beasts, fortunately, you are locked up next to this giant bear. If you put it next to the giant python, maybe the giant python beast can get into your cell. What? The pirates heard this and said in fear, these Marines don't care about it? They won't care, don't think about it. The prisoners sneered, here, the Marines wish we were dead, and vacate the cell. Yes, so you'd better be quiet. Otherwise, these guys can do more excessive things. What else would they do? The pirates heard the words in fear. Of course the disobedient prisoners are locked up in the cell where the giant beasts are. The prisoners laughed. What? At this point, the pirates' goosebumps all over were frightened, and there was no trace of blood on their faces. The prisoners were very satisfied. They had done what the soldiers said. They should be able to add a piece of bread at night. Sir, good news, good news. The soldiers shouted happily. What good news? Ryan asked with a big barbell on his back. You have been transferred back to the headquarters, the soldier said. Transfer back to the headquarters? Ryan was stunned when he heard the words. Yes, there was a call from the headquarters just now. Let me prepare to go to the headquarters, the soldier said. So, did you say who will take over my position on Puri Puri Island? Ryan lowered the barbell and asked. No. The soldier shook his head and said, the headquarters is just asking you to go to the headquarters, sir. I didn't say anything about other things. So? I know. Go and get ready, we will set off for the Grand Line tomorrow, Ryan said, tightening the rope on his leg. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded and ran away. Boom 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 every time Ryan took a step, the tied barbell iron plate was dragged to the ground and there was a sound. This is the practice he did to learn moonwalk to shave tempest kick as soon as possible. After all, these 3-6 poses have some extremely demanding requirements for the explosive power of the legs. Only when the explosive power of the legs is cultivated, can it be used naturally. Grand Line is no more dangerous than South Blue in a small place like South Blue. Only by learning the 6 poses as soon as possible can he have a trace of confidence on the Grand Line. You transferred that little guy back to Ryan? Inside the Naval Headquarters Marine Ford Marshal's office, Sengoku asked. It's not me to be precise, but Sakazuki. Zephyr paused and said, he thinks he can get Ryan back to the headquarters. So? That also shows that Ryan did a good job in South Blue. Sengoku smiled, there is something I asked you to inform you. The Marine Research Department is already working on making the sea stone arm. It shouldn't take long for the finished product to be produced. I hope you can install him at that time. The sea stone arm? Zephyr touched his missing arm. Yes, the absence of an arm will have a great impact on you, and it will make you unable to display your strength at all. This is a very serious loss for Marine, so, I hope you can put your arms on. Only then can you protect more Marines and fight more pirates. Sengoku nodded. He didn't want Zephyr to be immersed in remorse for that incident and not accept the installation of the arm. He should look forward. Only in this way can he protect more Marines. I will consider this matter carefully, Zephyr said after hearing the words in silence for a while. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yeah, good. Sengoku nodded when he heard the words, and watched Zephyr leave the office. The next day, South Blue Puri Puri Island. The soldier was neatly dressed and straightened his waist and looked forward. It's no accident that I left this time and I probably won't come back again. The other Marine who will take over my position should be here in the next few days. Then you ask him to be careful and look at the pirates in the prison. The guy is not an Anshan person, Ryan reminded Cannon. He doesn't know how the other Marines treat the prisoners, but there is always nothing wrong with reminding them to be careful. Yes, I know. Sir. Cannon nodded when he heard the words, sir, you have to be careful on the Grand Line. Don't worry, I will pay attention to it myself, don't worry. Ryan smiled, well, I have a good time with everyone during this time. Although I don't want to be separated from everyone, there is no permanent banquet in the world, so let's see you later. Yes, the sir has a smooth journey. The soldiers waved. Well, goodbye. Ryan smiled, standing on the bow of the boat and waving at the soldiers. Although it has been boring to spend more than 2 years in the blue ocean, the soldiers are very easy to get along with. Sir, Major Lane has left. I don't know which general will come to us next, the soldiers couldn't help but say as they watched the warship disappear to the sea level. Since Major Ryan was on Puri Puri Island, their distribution reputation has grown stronger and stronger. Now that the Major is gone, their branch is probably about to be forgotten. I don't know. Cannon shook his head and said, I only hope that the officer who comes here can be stronger and more talkative. If he is too rigid, it will be troublesome. Yes, the soldiers nodded when they heard the words, and they didn't want to meet such an officer. This kind of officer will kill them if he kills himself. Major Lane of the Purpuri Island Division has left. I see, the news I just received, he did not exceed our expectations and left South Blue so soon. Well, I just don't know who the headquarter will let go to the Purpuri Island branch. That place is remote and desolate, but it's not a good place to go. Yes, that place is too unfriendly. Which branches of South Blue are not well positioned? Puri Puri Island is definitely one of the sergeants. No one wants to go to that place. There are only branches and no entertainment places. They only hope they don't wait for others to be assigned there. After all, they all have a branch. It's best to let an unknown colonel pass by. Sir, we are going to the Grand Line again this time, but we didn't just go and come back. The soldiers looked at the sea and laughed. Yes, but it is also destined to be very dangerous this trip. Ryan nodded. There are powerful pirates hidden everywhere on the Grand Line, and they can't take it lightly. Otherwise, it is very likely that Xiaoming will be buried in the Grand Line. We all believe in you, sir. The soldiers laughed. From Puja Island in South Blue to Puri Puri Island, Chief Ryan proved that he can lead them. They believe that it is the same even on the Grand Line. As long as they are led by the officer, they will be safe. It's useless to believe me. You have to believe in yourself. The time to go to the Grand Line is constant this time. You all train. Grand Line is not as comfortable as South Blue. Everything can happen anywhere. If you don't have a good physical fitness, just one capsize will kill you. Ryan pointed to the barbell on the deck of the warship and said, You pick a barbell yourself to practice, don't let me pick it for you, or you will probably be disliked by me. Upon hearing this, the soldiers couldn't help but ran towards the barbell with all their hands. Hole, you are so big and take such a small barbell. Excuse me? Give this to me, there is a big one there, which is just right for you. Don't grab it, the barbell is mine, don't grab it, give it to me. Whoever pulls my pants will loosen it. I heard that the Ryan from the Purpuri Island branch has left. I also heard that that guy finally left, otherwise I wouldn't dare to hang around there. Yes, this guy is a mad dog. He basically didn't run away when he was stared at. This time the Cat's Eye Pirates and their presence in this guy's hands is not wrong. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since this guy has gone to the Grand Line, he probably won't come back again, but if I meet him on the Grand Line, that would be a troublesome thing. Anyway, I won't go to the Grand Line. Not to mention that the place is dangerous, and I heard that the pirates compete with each other fiercely. It's better to stay here in South Blue. Although South Blue is a little poorer, it is fortunate to be happy here. What? Yes, I can't figure out why they want to go to the Grand Line. In the tavern where the pirates gather, the pirates are talking about what happened in South Blue recently. And the thing that got them the most discussion was naturally the matter of Ryan leaving South Blue. The pirates are still very familiar with Ryan's record in South Blue. After all, the shadows of the famous Tree of Man have been in Ryan's hands for more than 2 years, and the pirates are not few. The waters of Puri Puri Island are almost becoming their forbidden zone. Now Ryan left. They were finally able to hang around nearby. A bunch of useless guys. Kid scolded disdainfully as he listened to the voices around him. Just a Marine, he scared these guys like this. As expected, these people are only suitable for small places like South Blue for their entire lives. Keep it down, kid. We are in trouble if they hear it. Kira reminded. There are all pirates here. If they are so arrogant as 2 newcomers, they can easily be targeted by these guys. What are you afraid of? In a few years, these guys are just rubbish in my eyes, Kid disdainfully said, but his voice is much lower. Jingle Bell the iron spoon was constantly moving at Kid's fingertips, like a wind chime. Let's go, there is no more news to inquire about here. Kid put the spoon down and said, Okay. Kira nodded when he heard the words, and walked away with Kid. Half a month later, on the Naval Headquarters Marineford Pier, the warship from South Blue Puri Puri Island slowly sailed in. Sir, what are you looking at? When the soldiers saw the warship docked, Ryan asked with no intention of moving. There is nothing. Ryan smiled and said that he was back at the headquarters. This time he will not go back to the world again. Is it Major Lane? Come here, please. When the soldiers waiting on the dock saw Ryan's arrival, they spoke. Yeah. Ryan nodded when he heard the words and followed along with his steps. The other soldiers were arranged to rest in the marine dormitory. During the waiting time, they can rest in the dormitory or take a stroll in the headquarters. Except for the confidential areas in the headquarters, there are so many places they can go. Hey hey, the shouts of recruits came from the training ground. Ryan turned his head and looked at him and said, "This year there seems to be a lot of recruits." "Yes, there are indeed a lot of soldiers this year," the soldier who led the way said, "but I haven't seen anyone as good as Major Lane." "Oh, do you know me?" Ryan asked curiously. "Of course I know, Major Ryan. You probably don't know that you are actually quite famous in this department. Especially in the past few years, the reputation has become even greater." The soldier laughed. "If it's not unexpected, it should be the rumor about the instructor that I offended." Ryan laughed. "No, mainly because Major Lane has since you left. No one in this division has broken the record you set on the training ground." The soldier shook his head. "Oh, really? What record did I set?" Ryan asked in confusion when he heard the words. "Yes, as a recruit, I can keep up with the training records of the sergeants. Until now, no other recruits can reach it." The soldier smiled. "That's because I am Demon Fruit Power. It's normal that they can't break my record." Ryan smiled and said, looking around on the training ground, and found that there were fewer familiar figures. "Assistant and an assistant bins are not on the training ground now?" Ryan curiously asked. "Aren't the two of them inseparable from Zephyr?" It was really strange that he didn't see it when he came over this time. "The two teaching assistants left the headquarters a year ago and cruised on the Grand Line," the soldier explained. "So it's like this?" Ryan asked curiously. "How did they go cruising? They don't help Zephyr instructor with daily chores?" "I don't know much about this." The soldier smiled. "Major Ryan asks you to wait here for a while, and I will notify the vice admiral who is in charge of the transfer." "Okay." Ryan nodded when he heard the words, found a place and sat down. "Looking around, I found that the surrounding environment hadn't changed much in more than 2 years. Ryan, is it?" Just as Ryan was looking around, a voice came. "Yes." Ryan nodded, his gaze returned to the front. "Well, come and get your appointment letter," Gonser said, putting the appointment letter on the table. "Okay." When Ryan heard this, he immediately stepped forward to get his appointment letter. "You have 2 days to rest at the headquarters, and you should leave in 2 days." Gonser reminded him, smoking a cigar, his expression unclear under the blue sunglasses. "Okay, thank you, Gonser Vice Admiral." Ryan nodded and said, "By the way, Gonser Vice Admiral, I want to ask, if I want to transfer a soldier to my ship, what procedures do I need?" "Ha!" Gonser heard the words and looked at Ryan and said, "It depends on who you want to transfer. Generally speaking, only those above Commodore are eligible to transfer soldiers from their original posts to other posts. I want to mobilize my roommate from when I was recruiting. He is now a seaman first class. He now works at a nice lobby, but I think it would be too wasteful to stay there with his strength." Since Gonser did not directly refuse, Ryan felt that the other party would probably agree. "So?" Gonser nodded when he heard the words, "You fill out this form, and I'll hand it in for you. If a nice lobby is willing to let someone out, your roommate can come over. Of course, if you have a general you can also use your relationship to transfer people back." Ryan couldn't help but was stunned. Is this Vice Admiral so straightforward? Just let him go to the back door to support the relationship. Don't look at me with this strange look. It's just a mobilization. There is nothing to do with the relationship. Gonser smiled and said, "Hurry up and write. I still have things to deal with, but I don't have time to spend with you all the time here." "Yes." Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and after filling in the form with the applicant, the respondent and the reason, he handed the form to the other party. After taking it, Gonser said, "You can walk around in the headquarters these 2 days. Regarding the things you want to transfer back, there will be results within these 2 days." "Yes, thanks a lot." Ryan nodded when he heard the words. "Yeah." Gonser sorted out the papers in his hand and walked away. Ryan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Only then did you open your own cognitive book to see where you were assigned? He wants to transfer an ice lobby soldiers to the warship?" Sakazuki looked at the application form and said, "Yes." Gonser nodded after hearing this. "Then you go and take care of it, just transfer the people back, and it won't be so troublesome to pass me." Sakazuki spoke directly. Gonser was stunned when he heard this. Didn't this admiral always abide by the rules? Why did you open the back door today? Is there a problem? Sakazuki asked aloud when the other party didn't move. "No, I'm going to do it now." Gonser nodded and left immediately. It didn't take long for the phone worm to ring in the office on an ice lobby. "Today is another boring day." Pete looked at the calm sea with some interest. "For more than 2 years, Tenton is here looking at this sea that has never changed. He doesn't know when he can leave this ghost place? His talents are not displayed here, and the whole person looks gloomy. The other Marines in the same issue were better than him." At that time, he really suspected that Ryan was not the one targeted, but he was. "Pete, are you lazy again?" Just when Pete was bored, a voice came from behind him. "Yes, I'm being lazy. Piping nodded, not even bothered to turn his head back. Haha, don't be so decadent. I'm here to tell you good news. The head office wants you to go back immediately, as if someone transferred you back. What? Hearing this, Pete immediately said excitedly, really? You didn't lie to me. Do you think I will lie to you about this kind of thing? Go back to the dormitory to pack up your things as soon as there is a boat going to the headquarters. You can take it. Bloom smiled. Great, Pete said excitedly. Ryan, it must be Ryan. I knew he wouldn't lie to me. He did it. Braun, don't worry, if you stay here for a while, I will fish you out of this ghost place. Really? Then I can wait for your good news. Bloom clenched his fist and hammered Pete with a smile. That's for sure. You are the best friend I have met in the past 2 years. I will definitely find a way to get you out of this ghost place. Just wait. Pete laughed. Then you must be quicker, otherwise I will be here as a corporal soon. Braun reminded. Don't worry, it won't be long. Pete promised. Then you don't want to go soon. Going early can get me out of here, Bloom urged. Okay, Pete said with a smile, and immediately went to pack his things. The next day, on the dock of Naval Headquarters Marineford, Ryan looked at the coming Pete and smiled. I haven't seen you for a year. This is a hormone? How come you grow so tall? He still remembered the last time he saw the opponent. The opponent was just over 3 meters tall, but now he is already 6 meters tall. Hearing this, Pete looked at Ryan and said, I don't know about that, but you can transfer me back to the headquarters so quickly. It seems that you have been playing well during this period of time. Yes, but thanks to the fast work done by the above. Ryan smiled. I submitted the application yesterday, and you are here today. It just so happens that we still have 1 day to rest today, and we will leave tomorrow. Where are we going? Pete said curiously. Go to Garrison and Island. Ryan laughed, but at least it's better than staying in an ice lobby. As long as we do some more credit, we don't need to be garrisoned on the island. That's true, Pi said with a nodded head. After staying in an ice lobby for so long, my whole body is about to grow moss, and there is nothing to do there. Every time I go to the ship for inspection. Don't worry, these days are gone forever. Ryan said, take you to meet my soldiers. You will be a family with us in the future, and it's time to get to know everyone. Yeah. Pete nodded when he heard the words, and walked to the dormitory after following Ryan. Downstairs in the headquarters dormitory, the soldiers are lazily basking in the sun. After walking around in the headquarters yesterday, they only felt that this place is so novel and so nervous. It's totally different from their atmosphere in the branch. It turned out that they were looking forward to staying in the headquarters, but after staying here for a day, they still hope to go to sea. The atmosphere here is too much for them to like. Moreover, the soldiers passing by looked at their eyes. It always makes them feel a little guilty, and feel like they are being lazy while waiting for others. Okay, everyone get up. Ryan walked to the soldiers and clapped his hands and said, a new partner is here. Say hello everyone. From now on, everyone will be on the same boat. You have all seen him, so he still has an impression. Yes, the soldiers nodded. Kaido, however, he is so big. Yeah, shouldn't he be a giant? Yes, I feel that he can be worth 3 of me alone. Ha ha ha, my family does have a giant bloodline. Pete laughed. Everyone will be on the same boat in the future. I hope you can take care of me. This sentence should be what we said. That's right, we should ask you to take care of it, the soldier said with a smile. They are just coming to the Grand Line. How can they compare with each other? Even if the opponent was originally a soldier in an ice lobby, they were not comparable to their South Blue soldiers. Ryan saw the soldiers and Pete being polite, and said with a smile, okay, stop talking nonsense. It's too early, let's go eat. The relationship will gradually become familiar in the future, and eating now is the most important thing. Yes, sir. When the soldiers heard Kaido, their spirits came one by one. I have to say that the headquarter is the headquarter, and the taste of the food is not comparable to that of the branch. After they ate it, they would never forget the taste. Ryan said you went to see the instructor when you came to this department? Pete asked as he walked. No. Ryan shook his head and said, you should know that I don't want to see instructor very much. I was trained hard enough. What's wrong, you want to see instructor? No. Pete heard the words and shook his head quickly. Then why are you asking this? Ryan asked. Just curious, Pete explained. Nothing curious. Ryan smiled and said, you haven't been here for a long time, right? You can walk around after dinner. Yeah. Pete nodded when he heard the words. A day later, Ryan and others boarded the warship and headed to the appointed island. Every time I see you, your cultivation method makes me feel very surprised. What are you doing now? Pete curiously saw Ryan helping the 2 big iron pieces move. This is training, and there is one more thing I need you to help me, Lane said. What's the matter? Pete asked curiously. Did you see the big iron rod next to it? Ryan pointed to the iron rod beside him and said, I saw it. Pete nodded when he heard the words. With such a long iron rod, he is not blind. How could he not be able to see? By the way, why do they have such a long iron plate on the warship? Who can use it? It seems that no one except him can use it. This iron rod is completely like a bamboo pole. Just picked it up and hit me, Ryan confessed. What? Pete was surprised when he heard the words, isn't it, you told me to do this? I'm worried about being beaten to death by the soldiers, and isn't this a weird habit? Speaking of Peter, he subconsciously stayed away from Ryan. Ryan scolded unhappily when he heard the words, I'm asking you to help me train my body's ability to resist, so that I can learn the iron body, one of Marine 6 styles. The reason why I drag such a big piece of iron, Pete, is because learn the other 3 types. No, you are completely masochistic. Are you sure you can learn it? I think there is a bit of a hangover, otherwise you should ask the instructor for advice next time, otherwise it will be bad if your body is broken. The long iron rod. Pete expressed some doubts that this training method that can kill people is really okay. No need to consult instructor. Ryan shook his head and said, this training method is what I learned from instructor. I forgot to tell you. After you left the headquarters 2 years ago, I participated in the training of sergeants. In this training, instructor taught us how to practice Marine 6 styles. The iron body practice method is to improve physical fitness, improve the body's ability to resist attacks, and stimulate the body. If there is another way to practice iron body, he doesn't need to use such a self-abuse method, but the problem is that there is no, this is the fastest way, so he doesn't have to ask Pete to help. So? Pete looked at the iron rod in his hand, and finally nodded his head and said, well then, I'll help you. But you have to make it clear to the soldiers first, otherwise, they thought I was there. It's not good to fight with you. If you say that the whole person has 200 to 300 caddies, you really can afford it? Even if this is the training method taught by instructor, if Ryan can't bear it, he will definitely be injured internally. If this happens, then he will have to take the injury and take office. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, I will become Ant-Man to withstand the attack. This will not only have the effect of training, but also exercise the devil fruit ability when I exercise. Ryan laughed, his body gradually turned black, and then a black Ant-Man appeared. Then I'm going to fight. If it's too heavy, you remember to say it, otherwise I might forget it. Pete was still a little worried. Don't worry, nothing will happen, come on. Ryan knocked his fist and laughed, and there was a metal crash. His exoskeleton is very tough and not so easily broken. Okay. Pete took a deep breath while holding the iron rod, and then swung directly at Ryan. Clang! The iron rod hit Ryan's back, and then bounced high and made a crisp sound, which quickly attracted the attention of other soldiers on the warship. Brother Pete, what are you doing? How could you attack the sir? Hurry up and put down the weapon in your hand, or we will be rude. Yes, put the iron rod down quickly. The soldiers yelled, aiming at Pete with their muskets in their hands. Hearing this, Pete didn't feel embarrassed on his face, he froze in place, and he didn't know where to put the iron rod in his hand. I said that you have to tell them about it. Seeing that I helped you train, I was treated as hitting you by them. Pete complained a little. Ha ha ha, take it easy, everyone, I'm asking Pete to help me practice, don't be so nervous. Just go back to the post and do your own thing. Ryan smiled and said to the soldiers, but he hit you with such a big stick, are you sure there is nothing wrong? Or let us come. The soldiers worried. Yes, I also think it would be more appropriate to entrust such an important task to you. When Pete heard this, he immediately said that he was ready to give this glorious task to them, so that he would not be misunderstood again. His is because his feelings are so deep. This won't work. Ryan shook his head and said, your strength is too small. There is no way to help me train. Only Pete can help me. Don't worry, I won't be injured by him like this, you don't need to worry so much. And after becoming Ant-Man, you should have seen the defense in my state. Even bullets can't hurt me, let alone an iron rod? So? The soldiers thought about it after hearing the words. They had been following the leader's experience for a period of time and found that it was indeed like this. Then they nodded and all dispersed. Okay, let's go on, Pete. There won't be any more accidents now. Ryan smiled and said to Pete after seeing the soldiers dispersed. You made it clear to them that there is no such a troublesome thing? I really believe you are a ghost. Pete complained, holding the iron rod in his hand and hitting Ryan. Clang 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 clang. The sound of metal tapping came again, as if it was a hammer. Ryan felt the strength from his body and said, having a little harder, your strength won't work. It won't work at all. Just start. Don't worry about hurting me. I'm not that easy to be hurt. Are you sure? Pete said after hearing the words. He has already used 70% of his power, but Ryan still said that he was not strong enough. Could it be impossible for him to make the next 10%? Of course, otherwise, what I'm looking for you to do, just because you are strong and strong. Ryan said in a bad mood, use a little bit of strength and don't let me underestimate you. I think you should pay it back. It's right to leave room, otherwise how could it be so light? Then I really tried hard, if you can't help it, remember to say it. Pete said tightly with the iron rod in his hand. Yeah, come on. Ryan straightened his body, slamming his feet on the ground and said, okay. Pete took a deep breath, then leaped high with his feet, grabbing the iron rod and hitting Ryan. Clang! The moment the iron rod touched Ryan, it instantly bent into an L shape, and then under the gaze of the soldiers, Pete, who was tall and looked like a giant, was shot directly out and fell into the sea. Ding dong! The iron rod fell on the deck with a crisp sound. Ryan felt the pain coming from his body, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "This strength is about the same." "What is the name of the strength you just used? It doesn't play a role in training at all. Come on, let's continue." After hearing the words, the soldiers were stunned and reminded. "Brother Pete was shot into the sea by you, the commander. He is now swimming towards the warship." "What?" As soon as he heard this, Ryan immediately turned his head, and saw Pete thumping on the surface of the water with his hands and feet on the sea, coming towards the warship. "You be asterisk 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 D, when did you become so hard?" Pete complained as he flopped on the surface of the water. "My hands are almost numb by your fellow. Your skin is so hard that you should tell me first. Let me wrap a bag of iron rods in a cloth bag to reduce the shock. I didn't expect you to be so tall and useless." Ryan said helplessly, "You are also a 6-meter little giant. You were so easily bounced by me. I always feel that there is something wrong." "Something is wrong. You shouldn't eat fake rice all these years, right? How is this possible?" Pete climbed up the warship road from the sea. "It must be because you are a monster. After all, how can ordinary people be as hard as you? Only monsters can do this." "Even if I'm a monster, I'm also a monster who doesn't eat people. If we are ready to rest, we should continue," Ryan said. "Time is getting late. In this dangerous sea, he has to learn Marine 6 styles as soon as possible. Only in this way can he have the capital to advance to become Commodore." He didn't want to stop until the colonel in his life. His goal was admiral. As for the position of the marshal, according to his age, he would not be allowed to be a young person. Sakazuki should be able to stay in this position for 30 years. So he didn't count on this position, he just wanted to be admiral. "I see, wait a minute." Pete took off his shirt and tied the iron rod and said, "Okay, let's continue." "Well, hurry up." Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Swipe swipe. Peter listened, and tried to wave the iron rod in his hand, feeling just right. He waved down at Ryan again. This time Pete was clever and didn't jump up. Just because he jumped up, he was bounced into the sea anyway. Fortunately, he was an ordinary person. If it were demon fruit power, he would just sink to the bottom. Clang! There was another crisp sound, and the iron rod hit Ryan's back, bending a big arc again, but this time Pete was not bounced out. "I think I should have found some tricks." The touch from his hand made Pete understand that he couldn't deal with this guy like Ryan, but he couldn't suffer. Is it really okay to train like this? It looks terrifying. I also think so, but since the chief thinks it doesn't matter, then we can't help it. After all, the chief is not an ordinary person. That's right, the chief is too powerful. Sometimes I really doubt that the chief is a human. Why is there such a big difference? The sir is definitely a human, but he will never be on the same level as us. Yes, I heard that the strength of the admiral in the headquarters is even more terrifying, like gods. I don't know if they are also trained in this way. The soldiers discussed and quickly discussed Marine Admiral these people. They felt that this level was beyond their reach in their entire lives. After all, this is beyond the scope of human beings. Ryan left? In Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Zephyr looked at the disappeared warship on the dock and spoke. "Yes, Zephyr instructor." The soldier nodded. "Kaido, Major Lane left 3 hours ago." "Well, I see." Zephyr nodded when he heard the words, and then walked away. Seeing Zephyr go further and further, the soldiers began to discuss it curiously. "Isn't that Zephyr instructor looks unpleasant to Major Ryan? Why does he come here to ask? How do I know this? Maybe it's been too long since I missed it a little." "Come on, what you said is weird. I've heard another saying that the reason why Major Ryan was targeted in the first place is that Zephyr instructor is very important. Otherwise, in just over 2 years, how could Major Ryan go from an ordinary soldier to a major? Look at the colonel in this department, who has been a soldier for 5 or 6 years. This can only prove that Major Lane's fruit is powerful, and in a small place like South Blue, demon fruit power is actually very popular." "What you mean is to look down on small places like South Blue. I tell you that these small places are small, but they have come out with a great admiral." "Then tell me who is there?" "I have to say, when you stand guard, talk less and do more. You guys don't just be lazy here just because you are assigned to the guard position. How can you be worthy of the word justice?" Rear Admiral passing by saw the soldiers whispering, and immediately reprimanded. "Yes, we knew it was wrong." The soldiers bent over and apologized. "It's really unlucky, they just drove a few words and bumped into Rear Admiral passing by. It seems that their luck is not very good. Stay honestly and don't be lazy, otherwise I will arrange for you to go to South Blue." Rear Admiral reprimanded. "We won't do this again, we won't." "Yes, don't do it. When the soldiers heard that they were going to South Blue, they immediately spoke. Then stand guard for me, don't be lazy, Rear Admiral said. Yes, the soldiers lowered their heads and dared not speak. Seeing Rear Admiral, he took a step and left. When the soldiers met, they really didn't dare to speak anymore, and looked at the sea honestly. If you help me train the 6 forms in the future, I will definitely not agree to it. This is definitely a terrible practice. Pete shook his numb arm and said, where is cultivation? This is simply terrible. Don't worry, I am a quick practice method. So it will look a little scary. Ryan returned to his original form and smiled, but you are different. You can practice slowly. Really? Pete shrugged his shoulders when he heard the words, I hope what you said is true, otherwise I would be a little scared of 6 forms. With this scary method of training, Pete didn't think he was a steel and iron bone. You can practice with boards first, then bricks and then hard stones, Ryan suggested. Pete doesn't have such a convenient exoskeleton, so it's better to go step by step. Then it's just like you? Pete said with a toothache. Yes, Ryan nodded. Don't worry, when you really finish these processes, ironware will be a big problem for you. I think it's still a big problem. Pete shook his head and said, I'm so tired just by swinging the iron rod. I don't know what will happen after being beaten. It's not going to be so good. I'm nothing? Ryan looked at his back for Pete, and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Come on, put your back away. Pete said with no good air, I want to be like you. If I eat devil fruit, it can be so easy. In the final analysis, Ryan was able to do this, and it was devil fruit's credit. He once imagined that he would be able to eat devil fruit, but in reality, let alone devil fruit, he didn't find any fruit on the sea. If Ryan hadn't fished him out of a nice lobby this time, then where would he be staying? This kind of thing depends on luck, and it's useless for you to envy. Ryan shrugged and said, have you rested? Let's continue. Cultivation can't be abandoned halfway, you have to persevere. Not yet, let me take a few more breaths. Pete said helplessly, you are in such a good spirit, I just feel that my arms are no longer my own. I knew it would be so tiring to help you cultivate. I should really learn how to strike iron. Ha ha ha. Ryan smiled, it's not too late to know now. You hurry up and rest, we will continue to start after the rest is over. The place we went this time was not peaceful, it is very likely to be dangerous. So, it's better to be a little smaller. I see. Pete Kaido, resting next to the warship. Ryan has returned to the headquarters. Somewhere on the Grand Line, a warship was sailing in the wind and rain. Really? And raised his head when he heard the words, that's pretty fast. He was assigned to that sea area? It seems to be the sea near Alabasta. Binns heard Kaido. That's not far from our place, I believe there will be one day, and said with the long knife in his hand tightly. A few days later, the ship arrived in the sea near Alabasta. The weather here is really hot, I feel like I'm going to die from the heat. Pete slapped his hand and said, normal, this is a desert area. Ryan looked at the sunshine in the sky right. Where shall we go next? Pete asked aloud. We go to the R**** flower port, where can we use it as our daily stop? Ryan looked at the distance and said, and where can we build our branch? The Alabasta royal family also agreed to establish a branch for us at the canola port. So? Pete wondered. Alabasta is a big country with a population of several million. Why would Marine be stationed? It should be because 7 warlords of the sea crocodile is here. Ryan looked at the sea and said, the head office doesn't seem to be very relieved that Crocodile is in Alabasta, so part of the purpose of me coming here is to stare at Crocodile and part of it is clean up the pirates from the past. Well then, isn't your task a bit difficult? 7 warlords of the sea is not a good guy to deal with, Pete said after hearing the words. 7 warlords of the sea is not just talking, they are 7 vicious pirates who will bring disaster to the entire sea. It's normal, since he is 7 warlords of the sea. Unless he doesn't want this position, otherwise, he won't start with me. Ryan laughed. Counting the time, Crocodile has just arrived at Alabasta not long. He hasn't started to implement his plan. For a while, this guy should look for news about Pluton everywhere in Alabasta. When it is confirmed, it will start to take action to capture the entire Alabasta. That's true. Pete nodded when he heard the words, feeling that what Ryan said was indeed reasonable. In Canola Port, Ifkaka is waiting for the escorts to arrive. Earlier, His Majesty the King agreed to Marines' request to be stationed at the canola port and asked them to build a simple branch here. For this kind of thing, Gekka still feels pretty good. After all, 7 warlords of the sea crocodile is also in Alabasta. After all, if Marine is stationed here, once this guy has any bad ideas, the headquarters can send someone there soon. I just don't know the strength of the Major Marine sent this time. He had only heard that the Major came from South Blue. He has never understood the opponent's strength or record. However, since naval headquarters can let him come, it must be strong. After all, the sea area on Alabasta is not an ordinary place. Without any strength, it is easy to lose his life here. I believe naval headquarters will not make such a mistake here. Captain Gukka, Marine is here. At this moment, the guards who were following Gukka spoke out. In their line of sight, a warship was approaching here in the distance. After regaining his senses, Giacca nodded, watching the slowly approaching warship. Sir, there seems to be someone from Alabasta in the port waiting for us. Just when Jaka's group discovered the warship, the soldiers on the warship also found Jaka and others. I see. Ryan smiled. It should be the king of Alabasta who asked them to wait for us here, and led us by the way. Hello. This is Ryan. After the warship docked in the port, Ryan brought the soldiers to the people of Gukka to say hello. Hello, Major Ryan. Alabasta Guard Lieutenant Jaka, I am here to pick you up on the order of His Majesty Cobra, and take you to the marine branch built by the way. Jaka said with a smile, and could not help but stretch out his palm. Ryan saw him and immediately reached out and shook it. Although he doesn't feel cold about shaking hands, it is better for men to hold less hands. When they shook their hands, Ryan realized that the guy on the other side was actually adding strength. And there is a trend of getting heavier and heavier. I can't help but wonder what this guy is doing. This is to test him, but the question is what conflicts of interest are there between him? He is just a Marine, can he have a conflict with the other party? Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but add a little more energy. In an instant, the face of Gukka who was trying hard changed. Mr. Gukka, are you okay? Ryan asked with a smile. The other party compares strength with him? This is looking for death. No. Gukka grinned with the pain that came from his hands. I can't imagine that Major Ryan is really young and promising. He has such a powerful strength at a young age. It seems that Naval Headquarters is really talented. Where? Ryan smiled, thank you for the compliment, but in fact I am not so good. Really? Giacca said with more and more sweat coming out of his forehead. Then can you let go of your hands? No problem. Ryan smiled, and immediately let go of his hand. Gukka took his hand back in an instant and hid behind him with a smile. Please come with me. I will take you to the built branch. His Majesty heard that you will come and let me take you there. If you have anything you need, you can tell us directly. Although our Alabasta is a desert country, the materials are still abundant. As long as it is not too rare, we can still get it. Where and where? Ryan said with a smile. Trouble your Majesty the King to build a branch for us. In fact, we are already very sad. Where can we dare to ask for more? We will report other things to the headquarter. I believe Master Marshal will send people the things soon. So? Gukka smiled upon hearing the words. I forgot that the strength of Naval Headquarters is far from what we can compare. That's not the case. I would like to thank His Majesty the King for the branch we prepared for us. Ryan laughed and talked with Gukka as he walked. Soon he came to a two-story building. To be honest, although there are not many branches he has been to, even the southern branch is better than the building in front of him. I don't know how many times it is. It can't be called a branch at all, it can only be called a studio. However, think about Alabasta as a desert kingdom, and it would be nice to have a two-story building. Ryan was relieved. Anyway, he could also apply to the headquarters to build a branch, as long as Alabasta was willing to let them build it. I'm embarrassed that the branch here is a bit shambles. The main reason is that we didn't have time to prepare for the incident, Gukka said embarrassedly. His appearance is not fake, but he is really embarrassed. After all, they are one of the superpowers in the front section of the Grand Line, but the distribution of construction has been built into this shabby look. It doesn't matter. Ryan smiled and waved his hand and said, as long as there is a place to live, we can solve other things by ourselves, and it is enough for us to have 2 floors. If we need another place, we can build it ourselves. It just needs His Majesty's permission to do it again on the basis of this house. Of course there is no problem. Gukka said with a smile, Your Majesty said that this area can be used by Marine at will. If you want to build anything, you can build a bank. You don't need to report to the king. That's good. Ryan smiled. This way, we can rest assured. Well, I still have something to do, so I can't stay here with you anymore. Seeing that things were almost done, Gukka planned to leave. Of course, the most important thing is his hand. It really hurts too much. It has already started to swell a little. If you continue to stay, it will be easy for them to see. He didn't expect that the young Marine in front of him would be so powerful. He is also a devil fruit zone capable person anyway, and he will be injured like this by the opponent. Okay. Mr. Gukka walked slowly. Ryan smiled and watched him leave. Well, goodbye Major Lane. Gukka Kaido put his hand in his pocket and left with the guards. What's the matter with this guy? I just seemed to be secretly fighting when I saw you shaking hands. Seeing Gukka go further and further, Pete asked Ryan. If he didn't read it wrong just now, the Carter on the opposite side should be shaking. I'm not quite sure about this. It should be because he wants to test my strength. I just chatted with him a few words and found out that he is not very hostile to me. It's just a normal test. Ryan laughed, not how to care. He tempted you, he's afraid his brain is broken. Pete said with a laugh, just his small arms and legs. Where is your opponent? I know why Alabasta agreed to come here to garrison. I just looked at that guy and found that his strength doesn't seem to be very strong. Well, after all, the people of Alabasta have not experienced any battles. There is still a big difference from professionals like us who have been wandering in the ocean and fighting with pirates. Ryan looked at the rough room and said, but Alabasta, the royal family, is really poor. The branch that the king built for us is so shabby. It seems that I will apply for a sum of money from the headquarters to build it at night. Yes, to be honest, I missed a nice lobby a bit when I saw this building. Although it is wild, it has not yet reached this point. Pai Jiao said. It doesn't matter. Please take out all the things you brought. We already knew that Alabasta was just building a branch for us. Fortunately, we brought decorations. Ryan laughed. The soldiers immediately took out the paint bucket, brushes, and other things they had prepared and began to decorate the entire branch. The boss heard that a team of Marines came to Canola Port, where they are building a marine branch. Inside the Alabasta Kingdom Rainland Casino, Nico Robin reminded him with his chin in his hands. I know, it's just a marine, and it won't pose a threat to our plan. Crocodile smoked a cigar nonchalantly. Have you delivered all the things I asked you to prepare? It's done, it's up to the boss when you want it. Nico Robin laughed. How's the hand recruiting? Crocodile nodded when he heard the words and continued to ask. Manpower is still being recruited. Nico Robin Kaido. That's fine, you can leave. Get all the staff early. I hope you can hear the good news next time you report to me. Crocodile said. Yes, boss. Nico Robin got up from his chair with a smile and walked towards the back door. Crocodile didn't pay attention to it, but fixed his eyes on the capital of Alabasta on the map. Captain, are you okay? The guards couldn't help but worry as they watched their captain put his hands in his pockets and kept not taking them out, with cold sweats on their faces from time to time. I'm fine, don't worry, go ahead, let's return to Albina soon. Gukka said with a face as usual, but his right hand was firmly placed in his pocket not to take it out. It is not that he does not take it out, but there is no way to take it out. When it is swollen, it directly stretches the pocket. He can only hope that the swelling will disappear before returning to the capital Albina, otherwise he can only go to see His Majesty the King in this posture. Forward. Upon hearing this, the guards all stared at the captain's pocket with strange eyes, and saw that something was rising up there, which seemed extremely abrupt. Jaka couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he saw it. All speed up and go back early, otherwise you will be in trouble if you encounter a sandstorm. After speaking, Gaka speeded up and ran. The guards met and quickly followed. Yes, Captain. One day passed quietly, at night at the field port. Ryan and the others looked at the marine branch, which had changed from a rough house to a rough decoration, and couldn't help but nod. Although it looked a bit rough, it already looked what they imagined, as long as it was changed. A new branch can come out. Although the amount of work involved in this modification is a bit large, it shouldn't be too slow if it is used as a cultivation practice. Ryan held a 4-meter-high rock on the ground and said to the panting soldiers, everyone, work hard tonight, and tomorrow we can move in. Now let's discuss how big the prison should be. Now the branch of Alabasta has only one place where we live. We also need training grounds, prison kitchens, and weapon arsenals. These things cannot be done by the headquarters, we can only rely on ourselves. So everyone must cheer up and don't give up no matter what difficulties are encountered. I believe we will be able to build into the distribution we imagined, but the conditions are too hard. The soldiers complained. Even in South Blue, there is no such a hard environment. There is no sand here. The marine branch actually requires us to build it ourselves. Yes, sir, I feel like I'm about to fall apart. Forbearance and forbearance is good. Everyone should know that marine did not have branches everywhere in the past. The reason why there are branches everywhere now is based on the construction of predecessors. They can build the branch, why can't we? When the distribution here is completed, I will set up a stele here to share the people who participated in the construction of the branch. At that time, every marine who comes here will see the name on this monument. Really? The soldiers stopped complaining as soon as they heard this. If this is the case, their names will continue to be passed down in this branch. In this way, after they get married, they can tell the children that the marine branch here was built by them. Thinking about it, it feels very fulfilling. Yes, so everyone should work harder. Ryan nodded. Okay, sir. The soldiers laughed. In the next few days, one after another warships docked at the Canola Flower Port and delivered supplies. The branch of the Canola Flower Port has also changed from a 2-story building to a 4th floor, and several other buildings have been added to the surrounding area. House of. Ryan had to sigh with emotion that work in Pirate World is fast. It takes a few months for others to complete things, and a few days will be enough here. But thinking about the reason why everyone in Pirate World is Superman, he was relieved. At night, when the whole branch is quiet, Ryan, who was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the branch. Then several flashes disappeared from the house. Since Crocodile is here, there is no need to hide. Ryan looked at the dark wilderness and spoke out. When he was asleep just now, he could clearly feel some noise coming from outside. You can actually find me here? In the dark night, the wind and sand gathered in human form before Ryan. It was Crocodile wearing a coat with a cigar in his mouth. Yes, most people are not as silent as you. Ryan nodded, and the pair of tentacles on his head kept shaking. If it hadn't been for the pair of tentacles on his head, he had almost never noticed that someone approached their branch. It looks like you are far more powerful than a major. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and stared at a pair of tentacles on Ryan's head and said, "Is it still a demon fruit power? It's really interesting." Then 7 warlords of the sea, Mr. Crocodile, don't know what's going to happen to the marine branch? Ryan asked. He didn't believe in the other party. It was just this guy who came to travel. There must be something to come. Fortunately, he has a strong sense of tentacles, otherwise he was almost circumvented to his hometown, and he was still sleeping. After all, I am 7 warlords of the sea and marine are allies. Now that you are in Alabasta, of course I have to come and take a look. Crocodile smiled, with no expression on his face. Then I don't know if Mr. Crocodile wants to stroll around our branch? Ryan asked. Oh, are you sure you want to do this? Crocodile asked with a smile when he heard this. Of course, didn't Mr. Crocodile say it? We are allies. Ryan nodded. Then I would be more respectful than fate. Crocodile smiled. Then please, Ryan said. Sir, who is this? When Ryan showed up at the gate of the marine branch with Crocodile, the soldiers were dumbfounded. This is Mr. 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile. He wants to visit our branch, so I brought him here. Ryan laughed. It turned out to be Mr. Crocodile. When it heard it was 7 warlords of the sea, the soldiers should not stand up their chests, and try their best to show the spirit of themselves and others. Your soldiers are very energetic. Crocodile smiled at the sight. Yes, they are all my proud subordinates. Ryan nodded and smiled. I wouldn't have come to Alabasta if I didn't rely on them. Really? But I don't think you are such a timid guy, Crocodile said meaningfully. Dare to face him alone and say that he is timid. At this time, he feels that Clock is not scary enough? These are two different things. The absence of soldiers by my side always makes me feel something is missing. Ryan laughed. It's the fact that Mr. Crocodile's staff did not surprise me a little. I thought that Mr. Crocodile would have a lot of people, but I didn't expect to be alone. Why do you want so many people? Waste, it's just waste after all. Crocodile sneered. Then Marine is incomparable to Mr. Crocodile. Your Excellency is a one-man army. We don't have this ability. Ryan smiled. This is our kitchen. It has just been built, and it tastes a bit big now. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter, I don't care. Crocodile glanced at the marine branch and smiled, already knowing the new marine branch in his heart. After continuing to stroll around the branch for a while, Crocodile smiled and said, It's getting late, so I won't stay here anymore. In 2 days I will let my subordinates send some plants over. Your place is too desolate. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Crocodile is really magnificent. Ryan laughed. It's just a small point, nothing. I hope we can get along peacefully in the future. Crocodile smiled. If Marine specifically troubled him, it would be difficult for him to carry out the plan in Alabasta. This is also one of the purposes of his coming here to see what the Marine sent by this department is like? I hope so too. After all, Mr. Crocodile is a very difficult opponent in my opinion. I don't want to provoke an opponent like you. Ryan laughed. You are indeed a little bolder. It's been a long time since I heard anyone talk to me like this. Crocodile smiled slightly, squinting. That's because Mr. Crocodile doesn't leave the house. Now the pirates on the sea are very arrogant and don't put the 4 emperors in their eyes at all, Lane said. Really? Then I have time to get a good look. Crocodile chuckled, turning into a ball of sand and disappearing in the wind. He's gone? Pete walked out from the side solemnly. He just heard the movement here, and when he found out that it was Ryan Crocodile, a heart was almost raised in his throat. He wondered how Ryan would be with Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea. You must know 7 warlords of the sea, all of them are extremely evil. Let's go. Ryan nodded and said, as expected, the courage of Crocodile, the 7th king of Wuhan, is indeed owned by ordinary people. Walking with him, I am still under a lot of pressure, but I think you seem to be very relaxed. I just heard the conversation between the two of you. Pete said he didn't have a good air. It's just what you see. To be honest, facing a strong person of this level, I just behaved lightly. Ryan smiled, his face gradually becoming serious. Crocodile wanted to sneak into our branch sneakily, but I found it, and then walked in with me in an open manner. I don't know what he wants to do, but I believe that after this time, he should no longer have the idea of sneaking in. Then this matter needs to be reported to the headquarters? Pete said nervously. It is not a good thing to be watched by 7 warlords of the sea. He feels that they need to report to the headquarters. It doesn't matter, one of the purposes of this department sending me here is to fancy Crocodile. Furthermore, I have only come back to him these few days, but I didn't expect him to be able to stand his temper and come now. Ryan smiled and said, well, there is nothing more to do, you go to sleep. Do you think I went to bed early because of you like this? Pete said in a huff, you tell me the truth, if you really are against this guy, how sure are you? To be honest, with my current strength, I don't even have 2 places. Unless I can do Master Marine 6 styles, I still have a 30% chance, but if I can learn Haki, I will be at least 50-50 against Crocodile. Ryan smiled bitterly. Crocodile's name is not just a name, but the opponent is really strong. If the opponent had just started outside, he probably wouldn't have a chance to escape. So, is he really so scary? Pete was surprised when he heard the words. Of course, even Marine Admiral can't say that he won him securely, you will know later. Ryan laughed, 7 warlords of the sea is too weak except for individual ones. All are monsters. Aren't you a monster too? Pete didn't hear it well. Ryan still has the face to say that others are monsters. Isn't he a monster himself? Yeah, I'm a monster too. Ryan chuckled softly, I will surpass them one day. Take a good look. I'm not watching this? Pete shrugged and said, you still need to do less of this kind of thing in the future. It is too dangerous to face 7 warlords of the sea. You should know that the branch can't do without you. Don't worry, I won't have anything to do. Ryan smiled, if you can't sleep, then help me practice. After facing Crocodile in person, I feel a lot of pressure now. Well, for everyone, I'll help you. Pete laughed. Then, the sound of metal collision came from the quiet branch in the dead of night. The branch now looks like a little bit. In the early morning, Ryan sat on the roof and stretched while watching the first ray of sunlight in the morning. He still has a sense of accomplishment to see the branch being built from his own hands. After all, many generals and schools will not be able to participate in such things as branch construction in their entire lives. Sir, the people have been combined, ready to go anytime. Just as Ryan was thinking this way, the soldiers shouted from the playground. I see, let's go. Ryan laughed. The prison has been built, but there are no prisoners. This is not good. He needs to add a little atmosphere to the whole branch, and the prisoners are the best atmosphere. Now, their entire branch is the real branch only if the prisoners are there. You are in good spirits. I can't get sleepy if you haven't slept all night, Pete said with a yawn. He looked a little lazy. He was a wrestler all night and his arms were numb. NS. It was not until this morning that I had time to go back and sleep for half an hour. Ryan heard this and looked at Pete's sleepy look and said, if it doesn't work, you can go back to sleep. In fact, I can go with the soldiers alone. You don't have to force it. That's not good. There is no reason why everyone is performing the task, and I am lazy. Pete yawned and said, I just squinted my eyes on the warship. If you find a pirate, you must calls me. Yes, don't worry. Ryan nodded. Then a group of people arrived at the port, and after boarding the warship, they headed far away. That was Marine just now? When did we have Marine at the Rapeseed port? The sailors who were unloading at the port curiously asked, how long has it not been since then? How come they have Marine here? I came here just a few days ago. You don't know. Marine is building the branch really fast. The branch was built within a few days. The captain of the supervisor on the side laughed, we won't use it here in the future. Worried, there will be pirates who do not have long eyes. But I heard that 7 warlords of the sea is in our Alabasta. A sailor said when he heard this. Speaking of pirates, which pirates can compare to 7 warlords of the sea? Yes, I guess the reason Marine will set up a branch here. Maybe it is to monitor 7 warlords of the sea. The captain nodded. It hasn't been long since Crocodile came to Alabasta, and now it still looks like a pirate in the hearts of the civilians, so the civilians of Crocodile are still very worried. Now that Marine can come to Alabasta, for them it is tantamount to reassurance. The waters near Alabasta are really beautiful, even on land, it's a little hard to describe. Pete looked at the beautiful water and said, he couldn't understand why Alabasta could be in such a bad environment, it was really not a place for people to stay. Stop complaining. The millions of people in Alabasta have lived for so many years, it doesn't matter. We have only lived on it for a while, what can we complain about? Ryan laughed, I believe my current branch is nothing more than it's just the place where we stayed for a short time. The place where we will stay in the end will definitely belong to this department. Of course I believe it. Pete sighed and sighed. It's the weather here in Alabasta. I really can't stand it. Come slowly, people can always adapt. Ryan laughed. Pete's size means that he is exposed to more people in the sun, and it is normal for him not to adapt. After all, Pete was not born in Alabasta. I can only say I tried my best. Pete sighed and stared at the sea. Then came the rhythmic breathing. This guy. Ryan heard Pete snoring and couldn't help but shook his head, then stepped towards the bow. During the day, the sea water shimmered like a huge sapphire under the reflection of the sun, reflecting the entire sky blue. Ryan stood on the bow, looking at the ships on the sea, looking for the trail of the pirate ship. "Sir, there is something wrong with a small boat on the sea," the soldier suddenly said. "Oh? What's wrong?" Ryan immediately became interested when he heard the words. "This fishing boat," he neither fished nor put down the nets but ran around. The soldier said. "Yes. I have never seen this before in South Blue. I think this is like a pirate ship disguised as a fishing boat." The other soldiers also echoed. "Then let's post it and have a look." Ryan laughed. Now that the problem has been discovered, what they need to do now is to solve the problem, whether it is right or not. As long as you catch these guys and ask them again, you can always find clues. "Yes, sir." Hearing Ryan's order, the soldiers immediately rushed towards the target. On the sea, fishing boats are running around. Seeing the warship rushing towards this side, I was stunned. "Boss, these Marines won't find us. I think they are all coming to our side." On the fishing boat, the first officer with a fierce face said, "It's impossible for us to pretend to be so good, and it's the first time we are here. How can they know?" The tall and thin man, known as the boss, thought for a while and said, "Let's not move, you let the men go." Casting nets, pretending to be fishermen fishing, these Marines may just be normal patrols, not necessarily that we have a problem. Remember, don't panic, or you will definitely see a problem. "Yes, boss." The first officer nodded when he heard the words, and immediately arranged for his men to do it. After a while, the fishing boats running around stopped and started fishing. This scene fell in the eyes of the soldiers monitoring them, and the soldiers frowned. "Looking at your appearance, what problem did you find?" Ryan asked. "I found a problem." The soldiers nodded. "It stands to reason that the fishing boat will not cast its net in the place where the fishing boat has just dropped, and this boat did just that. We are more suspicious of this fishing boat now, sir." "Then prepare and catch them." Ryan laughed. "Yes, sir." When the soldiers heard the words, they immediately filled their muskets, staring at the fishing boats getting closer and closer. "Master Marine, what's the matter with you?" Seeing the warship docked in front of them, the pirates asked calmly. "Nothing." Ryan glanced at these guys and smiled. "It's like this. We recently heard that some traffickers used fishing boats to smuggle, so we are searching this sea area now. I hope you can cooperate with us." "Human traffickers?" The pirates looked at each other when they heard the words, and they all saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't expect this happened in Alabasta recently. No wonder the warship came directly towards them. "Excuse me, can we search the fishing boat?" Ryan asked with a smile, looking at the reaction of the pirates. These guys are not fishermen at first sight. How can fishermen look like them? "Of course there is no problem. We are not human traffickers. What is there to be afraid of?" The pirate boss laughed and said, "You can check whatever you want. You can search if you want. We are not afraid of shadows, there is nothing to be afraid of." "That's right, Master Marine, you can search whatever you want. The most annoying thing for us people is human traffickers," the first officer echoed. "Then we are not welcome." Ryan laughed. "Of course." The pirates nodded. Ryan heard and said to the soldiers, "All come down and search, don't delay the fishermen's time. Everyone is going to continue fishing, so you can't waste time here." "Yes, sir." When the soldiers heard Kaido, they jumped off the warship while holding their muskets. The pirates couldn't help being a little nervous when they saw it, but none of them went to get weapons. Since the Marines are only searching for human traffickers, as long as they are not found after searching, they are safe. "Are there few fish in the sea recently?" "I don't think everyone has caught any fish." Ryan casually looked at the bucket on the boat and said, "Yes, I don't know what's going on recently, there are a lot less fish on the sea." Upon hearing this, Pirate Old Dalian hurriedly picked up, "So brothers, don't you want to find more places to fish? Otherwise, you will lose money again if you go back." "Really? That's difficult for you." Ryan nodded. "There is no way to do it, after all, we also want to eat," the pirate boss said. "So?" Ryan sighed and said, "Sure enough, there are so many people on the sea. I know a place where you can eat and live for free, don't you know if you want to go?" "Oh, where is it?" the pirate boss asked curiously. Why hasn't he heard that there is such a good place on the sea? "Prison," Ryan said with a smile, "there is free room and board in the prison." "This, Master Marine, please don't make a joke. We are just ordinary fishermen. Wouldn't you just want to put us in prison?" The pirate boss touched his forehead and said with a cold sweat, "Fishermen?" Ryan sneered after hearing the words. "Now that the fishermen are so rich, they actually wear a gold ring. Your golden ring alone is worth more than your ship." Hearing the words, the pirate boss quickly shrank his fingers and said, "This is handed down from the family, and I didn't buy it myself." "Master Marine, you have misunderstood. Then what's the matter with your hands? As a fisherman, both palms should be thick. After all, you tend to have to pull fishing nets. After a long period of time, calluses will be worn out in the center of your palms. But I didn't see this on your hands, on the contrary, the thumb cocoon is thicker. This shows that this happens when you often pull the trigger. Also, do you know where you make me feel the most problematic?" When I asked you what kind of fish you caught, you just said it was bad, and there was no disappointed expression on your face. This shows that you never thought about making money by fishing. Then Marine-sama, what do you want to do? The pirate boss asked the soldiers holding muskets on their heads. It's very simple, I invite you to eat free prison food for a lifetime. Ryan laughed. Really? The pirate boss couldn't help changing his face when he heard the words, and then suddenly rushed towards Ryan's door. Oh what? Hearing only a scream, the pirate boss knelt on the ground, one hand was buckled by Ryan, and with Ryan's light force, the pirate boss screamed even worse. You are not the first person to attack me, but you are definitely the first guy who can't see the situation clearly. Ryan sneered, what do you think of the Marine of the Grand Line? The Marine of the world? Then you can just wrongly wrong. To be honest, my branch now needs a group of pirates, but if you don't plan to cooperate, I don't recommend changing a group. Anyway, the most indispensable person in the sea is the pirates. I see, Master Marine, let go, let go. The pirate boss pleaded with a hammer on the ground. It hurts too much. He just felt that his entire arm was about to be removed. This was pain piercing his bones. Grab all these guys and prepare to go back, let them pay attention to the free cell. Ryan took out the handcuffs from his waist and said to the soldiers, yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the soldiers handcuffed the pirates. I said you are a pirate, why the ship is so small, so let's talk about it, what is going on? Ryan asked. It was the first time he saw such a small pirate ship. Even if the pirates of South Blue are poor, at least the pirate ship will get a bigger one, which looks a bit more hacky. We are just a small group of pirates. It would be too conspicuous if we had a pirate ship, and I would not have the ability to escape from Marine, so I chose a fishing boat as the pirate boat. It can usually block and cover, and it is convenient to rob and get on the boat when it is critical. The pirate boss who was caught by Len explained. Your brain is okay, it's very smart, but it's a pity that you used the wrong place. Ryan smiled and said, let's talk about it, how much is your bounty? I don't have a bounty. The pirate boss was stunned when he heard the words, and then said, no bounty? Ryan heard the words and looked at him and said, is there no success? Or is it just that there is no bounty? It's just that there is no bounty. The pirate boss explained, we have robbed several ships, but Marine has never issued my wanted warrant, so? You should be too weak. Ryan laughed, pirates of your level are really rare in the Grand Line. It looks like your luck is good. No, aren't we caught, said the pirate boss. If he is really lucky, he won't be caught. It has nothing to do with not being caught. I'm talking about you being lucky, and you didn't die after swaying in the sea for so long. Ryan smiled and said, know that Grand Line is called the Pirates. The tomb is not just talking about it. There are warships and bad weather everywhere here, but you can survive with this strength. I think the other pirates are quite unlucky. In addition, you should also be happy, because you are the first batch of pirates I caught, so logically speaking, as the first batch, your treatment will be better than the next batch of pirates, at least there are 4 slices of bread for each meal. You need to know that when I was in South Blue, those pirates had only pour 3 slices of bread for each meal. Are you lucky? Upon hearing this, the pirate boss seemed to feel that his luck was indeed good. Don't underestimate eating an extra slice of bread for each meal. In a year, he would eat more than 700 slices more than others. Be happy, there will be more happier in the future. As the first batch of prisoners, you can choose the bed you like. Ryan laughed. Can you arrange a room with a window for me? The pirate boss asked. Of course there is no problem, it's just a small matter. Ryan laughed. As these pirates were the first prisoners of the Alabasta Marine branch, Ryan still felt that they could feel the warmth of the prison. Of course, if these prisoners plan to escape, they still have brand new instruments of torture that can be used on them, just to consecrate these instruments of torture. After returning to the branch with the pirates, Ryan couldn't wait to arrange them into prison. Why are the windows so small here? The pirate boss looked at the window that was not so big as a book, and he was stupid. Where is the window on this horse? Is it a chimney? How can he expand this window to the size of his body? Also, is there something wrong with the prison here? Why are they all large stones? Seeing that he has nowhere to start. Boss seems to be solid underneath, and all the blades we hide are broken. The voices of the pirates came from the cell on the side. They were stupid looking at the black floor under their feet with the broken blades in their hands. I originally thought that Alabasta was a desert kingdom, and it didn't take much effort to escape from the prison. Who knew that the cells here were actually made of stone? And there were a lot of rocks, they didn't dig it at all. Don't be so nervous, we must be able to think of a way to escape. Who of you will unlock the lock and try quickly to see if you can open the handcuffs? The pirate boss asked. Boss, this is a bit difficult. The pirate who just pulled out the iron wire from the shoe was about to unlock the lock for you. When he went out, he found that the TND was not locked at all. It was a large steel wire that passed through all the handles and tightly controlled the cell. if they want to open their foreheads, unless they go outside and pull the pit wire out of the buckle of the door handle. Otherwise, they don't even want to run. But the problem is that this wire is so long that they can't get it out, so why do they still get it outside? This is equivalent to a long door bolt tied to all the cells. They never expected that Alabasta's distribution prison would actually be used for pirates. These prisoners seem to be surprised at our prison. Pete looked at the dumb prisoners in the monitoring room and laughed. Normal, these pirates want to escape from prison, except for unlocking, they just hit the wall and drilled the wall. Ryan laughed. If they really have this ability, they can sit and wear a big rock. They are considered to be great, but now it seems that they don't have this ability. Okay, don't look at these dumb guys anymore, we should do business, and we should continue to practice when we come back so early today. Cultivation, you only have the hobby of cultivation. Pete sighed when he heard the words. Who said that? I still have the hobby of catching pirates. Ryan laughed. As the saying goes, young people don't work hard, and the boss is sad. I don't want to be the same as those who are still in the colonel position in their 30s and 40s. A person's life is so short, I don't have so much time to waste on this. That's not a mess, they just don't have a chance to get promoted. Pete reminded. No, they just don't have the strength. Ryan laughed. So we can't follow their old ways. We must grow our strength as soon as possible and establish an influence in Marine, so as to get rid of the same fate as them. There may be part of the reason, but how many people are like you who are monsters and have such good luck to eat devil fruit? Pete shrugged. It has nothing to do with devil fruit, it's that they are not self-motivated. Like Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral, they also don't have the devil fruit ability. How much do you think he is weaker than 4 emperors? And our Zephyr instructor is also an example. As he walked, he smiled and said, many people feel that their talents are not good. That's because they have never tried. There are only 2 kinds of people in the world, one is not working hard, and the other is hardworking. The pirate world does not exist at all. The waste is here. As long as you work hard, you can become stronger. This is a very fair world. You can get a lot of rewards for how much you sweat. If not, it can only mean that you have not worked hard enough. What's happening in Alabasta recently? Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku asked aloud while looking at the file. Ryan is where he proposed to go after all, so he is still very concerned about the situation in the Kingdom of Labston. Everything is well, and nothing much has happened. It was Crocodile who appeared in the branch last night, the soldier reported. So, it really doesn't matter. Sengoku nodded when he heard the words. Crocodile would be surprised if he didn't go to the branch, but it would seem normal if he did. What he wanted was Crocodile with fear. In this way, Alabasta can continue to be peaceful. Boss, I have selected a few members for the Baroque Job Club. Here is their information, boss, please take a look. Nico Robin handed Crocodile a document. I see. You'd better be careful when you enter and exit Alabasta recently. The new Marine is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Crocodile reminded him while looking at the documents Nico Robin handed over. He didn't want to see that this woman was captured by Marine before the plan started. In that case, her plan in Alabasta wouldn't be ruined? The new Marine is amazing? Nico Robin smiled. You can let the boss remind me like this. Although he is not very good, he still has no problem dealing with you. Marine actually sent him to Alabasta. It must be to monitor me. I don't want to make a mistake on your side and cause my plan to appear. Question. Crocodile smoked a cigar and said, if you dare to make my plan go wrong, you should know what will be the end, Nico Robin. I know this naturally. Nico Robin smiled. After all, boss, you are Crocodile. Ha 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 ha, Crocodile said with a smile, it's best to know. I hope you can be more cautious in the future and try not to reveal your whereabouts. I will, boss. Nico Robin nodded. Well, keep going. Crocodile said, it's up to you to take care of the Baroque studio. Now that Marine is staring at me so closely, I'm afraid I don't have time to go to the sea to deal with the Baroque studio. If these guys are decent enough, just hire them in. Yes, I know. Nico Robin nodded when he heard the words. Well, go. Crocodile waved his hand and said, okay, boss. Nico Robin smiled and walked away. Really a restless woman, but you can hold you down if you forget that I can call you in. Crocodile snorted coldly as Nico Robin disappeared from the back door. As expected of a woman who is good at backboard, she just wanted to play with him. Does this woman think that a Marine can hinder him? Too underestimated his Crocodile. Crocodile really is a guy with an uncertain personality. Nico Robin left the casino, the smile on his face gradually dissipated and returned to a cold look. This Crocodile conspiracy is too big, and she would not choose to cooperate with the other party if she hadn't had to. But what kind of guy is Marine here? Can Crocodile remind her to be careful? It seems that she has to collect more information, and only the more information she can better control the situation. How are the lovely prisoners doing in prison? I seem to hear that the prison is quite lively recently, Ryan asked, waving a barbell. He seemed to have heard from the prison when he was practicing these days. Noise. It seems that it is because of the lack of food. They are fighting because of the food. Pete Kaido doing squats. He had seen what happened in the prison. The pirates of this pirate group fought for a piece of toast, and the fight was quite fierce. The bridge of the nose of a pirate was interrupted, and the nosebleeds couldn't stop flowing on the spot. The reason for the food? Let's forget it. I thought it was something else. When I heard that it was normal that it was caused by food, then people were too lazy to take care of it. This group of pirates didn't exercise and didn't do anything. It would be nice to be able to feed them so much. Right, Ryan. The headquarter called in the morning, saying that a pair of interned soldiers will come to us. Pete said. Why are you assigned to us? We are short of people now? Ryan asked in doubt. It stands to reason that the soldiers who are internship should be brought by the colonel or vice admiral? How could it be assigned to him? Yes, our branch now has a total of more than 100 people. Compared with other branches, there are too few people, Pete reminded, and if we go out to catch the pirates, the whole branch will be, it seems, empty, so this should also be the reason why the headquarters sent people. Then these are the sole information. Did you receive it? There is nothing stinging, right? Ryan asked. I looked at the information. Except for some related guys, there seems to be no stabbing. Of course, it may be that they did not mention it in the information they gave. It is estimated that we will only know it when we look at it by ourselves. Pete Kaido. That's it. When will they arrive? Then you will arrange for them. I have no time to pay attention to these recruits, Ryan explained. You are the person in charge of the entire branch. Why do you always give me this kind of thing? Pete said, a little uncomfortable. It's not that only Ryan wants to cultivate, he also has to cultivate well. Why should he do such trivial things? He saw that there were so many soldiers brought by Ryan that he could leave them to do. Only you can hold the soldiers in the headquarters, otherwise I won't let you go. Ryan smiled and said, besides, I am your voice now. What's wrong with you asking you to do something? Have opinions? No, I just think that you guy is deliberately pushing me apart, not making me stronger, and afraid that I will surpass you. Pete started. Even if I stand here and wait for you, you won't be able to catch up with me in a year or two. Ryan said in a maddening voice, so why don't you help me do something practical? As long as it will delay you, just teach the intern soldiers some rules, and the veterans can take care of other things. By the way, I heard that the headquarters seems to be reformed now. These intern soldiers need to be scored when they are internships on our side? It seems that if the score is too bad, they will be assigned to a place with a bad environment. You will use this threat when the time comes. I believe they will obey. I have heard of such things. I really envy these guys. If we had this kind of system back then, I wouldn't have been assigned to an ice lobby. Pete envied. An ice lobby is actually pretty good. Don't think it's bad there. Compared to other places, I think it's quieter and suitable for cultivation. The Four Seas is the most difficult place, and people who stay there will be ruined by the lazy atmosphere. Lane said. But I don't think you are good? You became a colonel and returned to the headquarters, Pete said. That's because I'm more conscious, Ryan said without a good air. Practice hard, you have the blood of a giant clan. It will definitely not be a problem to become a rear admiral in the future, but don't let me down. Of course, Pete said, holding the huge barbell. Look, I'll catch up with you soon. Let's talk about it when you really catch up. Ryan laughed. A few days later, a warship full of recruits arrived at the Canola port in the kingdom of Aladastan. This is Alabasta? The soldiers felt the sensation of the hot and dry wind blowing on their faces, and couldn't help but curiously said, yes, this is where you will live next. The sergeant urged, who else hasn't come down? Prepare to come down. I believe you can learn a lot from here and become an excellent Marine. Yes, sir. The soldiers happily heard the words and walked off the boat one after another to the dock, watching the warship leave here, sailing towards the sea. Why didn't the soldiers from the Alabasta branch come to pick us up? Didn't it mean someone at the port would pick us up? When the warship disappeared from their sight, some people came back to their senses. They found that there was no Marine soldier in the harbor, even if they hadn't even seen a warship. Could it be that they forgot the day we arrived? Someone said. It shouldn't be possible. We are more than 100 people, no matter how they forget, they can't forget so many of us. Some people retorted. Then it may be that they haven't come to pick us up because of something. We wait here a while, and someone should come. Someone said. It can only be done like this. The others nodded after hearing this. As a result, the sun gradually fell from the sky to the sea, and the moon rose again on the sea. Why hasn't anyone come to pick it up? Maybe we and they have really forgotten it? Some groggy soldiers waiting at the pier were awakened by the cold sea breeze, and finally recovered and realized that they and others had been forgotten. Then what should we do now? We are going to find the branch by ourselves, a soldier asked. Of course, unless you want to sleep on the harbor. Let's go to the branch. I heard that the Marine branch of Alabasta is not far from the Rapeseed port. We should be able to find it after a little inquiries. Well, let's go. The soldiers walked along and asked for information about the branch from the shops on the road, and it didn't take long to find the branch standing in some desolate. Excuse me, this is the Alabasta Marine branch, where Major Ryan is in charge? The soldiers walked to the branch gate and asked. Yes, you are? The soldiers stationed at the gate heard the words in doubt. Forward. Don't you know that we came to the branch for internship? The soldiers who arrived saw the soldiers in the branch and couldn't help being stunned. Even if they are here for an internship, the soldiers here should know that they are coming. Why they don't know at all? I don't know, the chief didn't tell us, the soldiers stationed in the branch said. This. Upon hearing this, the soldiers who practiced could not help being stunned. Well, they are really forgotten. Then, may I ask if Major Lane is in the branch now? No. The soldier garrisoned in the branch shook his head and said, you can come in and take a rest. The sir estimates that it will take a few more hours before you come back. At that time, your affairs will have to be arranged by the chief. What did the chief do? The recruits curiously asked. He wanted to know what did the chief who came to the internship release and forgot about them. If nothing else, the officer should be catching the pirate now. The soldier thought for a while and said, no, the chief won't catch the pirate for a day, right? Upon hearing this, the recruits couldn't help but stunned. They were in the port, and they have not seen any warships since noon. That only means that their chief has been arrested outside for a day. The soldiers stationed in the branch heard this with a smile. One day is really nothing. In order to catch the pirates, it is possible for the officer to take everyone on a patrol at sea for 3 days. However, the sea has been calm recently. The chief shouldn't take everyone too far. Just wait a while. All right. Upon hearing this, the recruits could only nod their heads and walked into the branch to find a seat and sit down. After all, the next place here is where they will live for a while. If they do not perform well, they are likely to be assigned to a bad place. So no matter what is wrong, they have to endure it. Time was like this, 1 minute and 1 second passed, until the moon in the sky exudes a bright light and can illuminate the gravel on the ground. There was finally a noise outside the branch. You guys wanted to run when they met our chief, which made us chase for a long time at sea. I'll see how you run now. Outside the branch, the soldiers yelled. From time to time, the Tide pirates were kicked. They could have come back long ago, but the group was still running vigorously, and the wind was against the wind at the time, and their warships were not easy to chase. But these pirates were mistaken to think that their chief gave up so easily. They abruptly chased them from Alabasta to other seas, and then they caught these guys. Okay, don't beat them, kill them, our prison will be empty. Ryan reminded, send them to the jail and stay well, take a shower at home later, go to bed early, tomorrow I have to get up in the morning to practice. We come back so late today, can we go out later tomorrow morning? Some soldiers asked tentatively when they heard this. The other soldiers also pricked their ears. Tenton was running around on the ocean and had to go back to the branch to practice. They really couldn't bear it. What I think about every day is to sleep a little longer. You don't have to think about it, you guys. Ryan cursed badly, isn't Tenton coming here too? I haven't seen you so tired. You guys are so lazy, how can you? It seems that we have to increase the amount of training for you, so that you will not get tired so easily. No, the soldiers said with a grimace, we are almost unable to lift our hands during this time. If you do this again, sir, you are trying to force us to death. Then do you want to leave late tomorrow? Ryan laughed. No, the soldiers shook their heads neatly. That's right, Ryan laughed. Sure enough, the old saying is good. When you want to open the window, someone will definitely disagree, but if you change your mind and want to lift the roof, someone will definitely agree to open the window. Sir, you are finally back. The soldier on guard saw Ryan and the others returning and immediately saluted. Yes, my good soldier. Ryan laughed, I caught a few little pirates and took some time today. Nothing happened to the branch? The guys in the prison didn't make a noise, right? Report to the sir that everything in the branch is well, just like when you went out in the morning. The soldier saluted. Very well, time is coming, you should almost change shifts with others. Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Yes, sir. The soldier heard the words and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and said, a group of recruits are here, and they say they are coming to the branch. Recruit? Ryan asked Peter, who looked at the man behind him, I asked you to pick up recruits. Didn't you pick up? When did you tell me you wanted me to pick it up? Pete, who was carrying a thick and long iron rod, asked in confusion. It was during the training a few days ago. Didn't I tell you? You won't forget it? Ryan said. Yes, you told me that you wanted me to pick up recruiters, but you didn't lie like this. I always thought you would tell me. When Peter heard it, Ryan told him that there was a group the recruit will come, and he promised to meet, but the other party didn't tell him about the date at all. Okay, Ryan sighed and sighed, it's not far from the rapeseed port. It won't take long for them to come by themselves. Let's go in and see how these recruits are. Then go. Pai Feng said, I'm going to put these children in jail. Okay. Ryan shrugged and walked into the branch gate. As soon as he entered, he saw soldiers staring at him. Hello, sir. After Wei Wei hesitated for a while, the soldiers stood up and saluted. Well, you all look pretty good. Ryan laughed. Alabasta is not a good place. The hot weather and lion majesty and other small animals that may appear at any time will surprise you. You have to do it well prepared. It's not naval headquarters here. It's no safer here. You will pick the dormitory by yourself in a while, take a bath and sleep well. You will have a task starting tomorrow. Yes, sir. The recruits nodded. Well, it's all gone. It's too early. Ryan waved his hand and walked towards the branch dormitory. Our chief seems to be somewhat casual. Seeing Ryan leave, the soldiers couldn't help but mutter. Yes, but it is also a good thing. At least the officer will not be too strict. But this also means we can't learn anything. Some recruits said, they came to the Alabasta branch to learn things as an internship. If you can't learn anything, then what is the use of staying here? That's true. The other recruits nodded involuntarily. The next day, early in the morning, the sound of soldiers training came from outside the dormitory. The recruits who were sleeping on the bed heard it, got up quickly, got dressed in a hurry, and gathered on the playground. In the dim sky, the soldiers leaped one by one, holding a large iron plate. Ryan held up a 4-meter-high rock and squatted down. Sir, what do we need to do? The recruits were stunned when they saw this scene, and then asked aloud. You? Ryan heard the words, drew out a finger and pointed at the pile of iron plates on the side and said, find the weight you can bear and learn from them to train. After a while, there will be soldiers who will take you to familiarize yourself with your respective positions. All you need to do is to abide by what you should do in your respective positions. Yes, sir. The recruits nodded and immediately went to a pile of iron sheets to find a suitable one for them. After the morning exercise in the evening was over, the soldiers took the recruits to the front of the prison and stood in various places in the branch. Our job is to stand guard, the recruits asked in doubt. Yes. The soldier nodded and said every soldier starts from standing guard. Don't underestimate standing guard. This is also a very important knowledge. Okay, stand here slowly, and the other soldiers in the branch will tell you when you should rest. Now I'm going to catch the pirates with the officer. Then when can we catch the pirates? The recruits asked aloud. Wait until the officer thinks you can catch the pirates. Soldier Kaido, trotting towards the port. He is about to set off soon, and he has to get to the port quickly. Seeing that there are no soldiers running away, the recruits don't look at each other and their eyes are full of doubts. I said that our internship wouldn't be like this. If that's the case, we might as well be at home when we come here, someone said. Yes, I became a marine just to catch the pirates. As a result, we will stand guard after the recruit training is over. The other recruits were also a little angry. If you feel that standing guard is not enough, you can report it to the chief, but I think it's mostly useless. We are sick, everyone should recognize it clearly, and it is better to add our own identity, the soldier with a thorough view said. I said, Ryan, don't you really plan to let those recruits stay in the branch for a few months? On the warship, Pete curiously asked. Of course not, Ryan explained, but after all, they are recruits who have not really participated in the battle and are prone to accidents. Let them spend a few days at the branch station and polish them. After they have completely calmed down, I think they should be much better when they come to the warship. So? I said, why does the branch need so many people to collect it? It's too much a trivial matter. Pete laughed. Okay, don't worry about recruits. Ryan looked at the sea and said, let's see if we can catch pirates today. Why are there no pirates in the Alabasta waters? This is a good thing, you should be happy. Pete said, if there are too many pirates, the fishermen in the sea will be in danger. I know, but if there are no pirates, running around on the sea is really boring, Ryan said with a barbell. His marine life, Tenton, is now the maritime patrol returning to the branch, and then from the branch to the maritime patrol. Life at 2 points in one line is very boring. Only the pirates can ease his boring life. On the sea, the breeze was slow. The army banner was waving with the wind, and Ryan, who was doing two-person training with Pete, suddenly found the soldiers running over. What's the matter? A pirate appeared? Ryan asked in confusion. No. The soldier shook his head quickly and said, it's the female officer who was beaten by you the last time I went to impel down. And? Ryan asked in confusion, what is she here for? Looking for a place? I don't know this, the sir needs you to go there in person, the soldier said. Okay, I got it. Ryan nodded when he heard the words. What's the matter? You have a conflict with Assistant Anne? Pete listened to the soldiers completely. Yes, Ryan nodded, she was the one who did it first. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a defense, but her strength is really bad enough. Pete turned over Byakugan when he heard the words, "You say that and I finally understand why you were beaten." Saying this in front of a girl makes it strange not to be beaten. It's completely different from what you imagined. Don't always make up your mind, Ryan said silently. This is Ryan's warship? I heard that he is already a major, Ben said while looking at the huge warship. Unexpectedly, time flies so fast, 3 years in a blink of an eye. The recruit who used to help the teacher is now a major now. We are not here to relieve the old, and reminded him tightly with his long knife. I know. Vince nodded when he heard the words, but you two should also pay attention to the fight. Don't damage the warship, otherwise the headquarters will know about it, and we will be punished. For what happened at the beginning, Vince finally understood what was going on. This guy Ryan is also true, how can he care about a girl so much as a man? It's so lackluster. I will, don't worry, Anne said. Assistant Binns also followed? I said you would not even offend Assistant Binns? Pete asked Ryan as he looked at the approaching warship. No matter how many are the same, I don't care about their strength at all, Ryan said indifferently. It was and who was looking for the fight, okay? What does it have to do with him? Don't make it as if he was specifically targeting her. Women are really troublesome creatures. Then you should be a little more polite, after all, everyone knows it, Pete said. Besides, it's all enemies who come to trouble me, Ryan said coldly. The two warships gradually got closer together, and the soldiers on the warships could clearly see each other. I don't know what's the matter with Assistant Binns and Assistant in coming to Alabasta. If I am not mistaken, this sea area should be my responsibility, Ryan asked with his arms folded. This is what this part gave him. He felt that he had to let these two guys understand who was in charge of the sea area. We are here not for official business, but for private business, and jumped on his toes from the warship to Ryan's warship, drew out his long knife and said to Ryan, "Your strength is too weak, I am not in the mood to fight with you. To be honest, you are completely wasting my time by doing this." Facing the blade pointed out, Ryan was a little lacking in interest. Fighting against such a weak enemy completely wastes his time. He can neither learn anything useful nor take this guy into jail for meritorious deeds. If he could get meritorious deeds by catching his comrades, Pete would have been taken to prison by him long ago. Are you afraid to dare to fight? Anne said. She did not intend to go back easily this time. Extreme general method is useless to me. It's impossible to add any conspiracy and tricks to your strength. If you have time to practice well, don't always think about doing things. You have a strong ability but don't know what you should do, Ryan said, waving his hand at the soldiers. Okay, we should continue. Go catch the pirates, don't waste time here, don't be stunned. The soldiers were stunned. Their commander really doesn't give face anymore as always. How the silver-white blade gleamed in the sun and stabbed at Ryan, who drew sideways. His right hand was covered with pitch-black ant beetle, and he patted behind him. Nail suddenly, the long knife made a crisp sound, and couldn't help being shaken backwards by this force. Are you angrily and directly attacked? It's really mean. Ryan turned and stared at Anne and said, "Stop talking nonsense, take the move," and took a step forward, and the long knife stabbed out again. Troublesome woman. Ryan waved his right hand continuously, resisting the hacking of the long knife. The body gradually moved forward. When Anne saw it, he immediately pulled away and kept a distance from Ryan, although she was good at swordsmanship. But in physical skills, she knew that she was definitely not Ryan's opponent. It's been a long time since I saw Assistant Binns. Pete greeted Binns after taking his gaze back from the two fighting men. Ryan offended the assistant coach but he didn't offend him. It's not guilty to face each other coldly. Hearing the words, Binns glanced at Pete and was stunned. Then finally in the depths of my memory, I found out who was in front of me. It's Pete? I haven't seen you look so tall in years. Yes, everyone said that. Pete laughed. I remember you should have been assigned to an ice lobby, right? Why are you on Ryan's warship? Ryan applied to the department to transfer me, Pete explained. So this is the case? Binns nodded. Then you follow him. He is indeed a good mess now. Yeah, Pete nodded when he heard the words. Boom! Just as the two were talking, a loud noise rang out, and when they looked back, they saw a big hole punched out of the warship. Looking back at Ryan's side, Ryan retracted his hand and shook his head towards the steps, saying, I said it a long time ago. It's not that my opponent just didn't listen. Isn't it a pain? Assistant Binns has time to persuade Assistant and don't always think about looking for a fight on my side. Let her go back and practice hard when she has time. I think you are more diligent when you say this to the teaching assistant, Pete said silently, and Ryan was killing him. Let alone Anne's assistant, even ordinary people. Hearing this, he can no longer find the place and see the ghost. I said, Ryan, you can't do it lightly? Binns complained and hurried back to the warship. Lane didn't say you're too cruel, right? Anne's assistant coach is a beauty at all. What do you do? Pete saw Binns running over and said to Ryan, there is no woman in my heart, so it's natural to draw a sword. Ryan was indifferent. The reason you haven't become stronger is because you still have a woman in your heart. Learn something, Pete. What does this have to do with having a woman in my heart? Pete said silently, I said you wouldn't kill Assistant Professor Anne. Where is it that people die so easily? You really underestimate her. She must be alive, only 3 ribs have been broken. I have gotten very light on my feet, and she insisted on beating me regardless of life and death. Even if the trouble goes to the headquarters, I should be reasonable. Ryan didn't care. No, you kicked Anne's assistant coach to a rib, Pete said in shock. Otherwise, do you think she will leave honestly? Ryan said in an angry voice, we should leave now. Don't waste time here. During the time that she was dragged by her, I don't know if there were any pirates. We escaped from the sea where we are responsible. I see, you fierce fellow, Pete murmured. Okay, don't watch it, let me go sailing, it's time to continue doing things. Ryan patted the dumbfounded soldiers and said, the soldiers recovered and went to do what they did. They never imagined that their parents would be so ruthless this time, which is much more ruthless than when they were in progress. They knew how tough the warship was. When Chief Ryan even kicked the warship out of a big hole, they knew how strong the commander was. And, are you okay? Binns jumped into the cabin with a big hole and asked towards Anne. I should have broken a few ribs, this B******************* D is getting stronger and stronger. And climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. All of a sudden, she thought she had been hit by a high-speed warship. I told you not to come over. You just don't listen to that. That guy is a monster. What he eats is Zoan devil fruit. Your ability is not dominant against him, and it will not be too late to retaliate if you have grudges. You are too anxious. Binns said, distressed and angry again. Why didn't Anne listen to him? It's true. I know, but I can't swallow this breath. And gritted his teeth and said, I will prove to the teacher that I will not let him down. If the teacher knows that you have put yourself in this way in order to prove yourself, I believe the teacher will definitely be angry. Binns said that he didn't have a good temper. Don't tell the teacher. And said immediately after hearing this, she didn't want the teacher to know about it. Don't worry, I won't tell the teacher, but you have to promise me not to trouble Ryan in the future. He has avoided you very much, just let him go. Let yourself go too. Binns sighed. No, I won't give up so easily, I will definitely surpass him. And shook his head, and the blood from the corners of his mouth flowed out uncontrollably. Binns met, and quickly helped him up. I said you are not asking for hardship. Really, why bother? Well, whether you can trouble him or not in the future, go and treat your injury first. This injury can't be delayed. Yeah. And nodded when he heard the words, without refuting it. I said you can still practice with peace of mind when you label Anne's assistant teacher that way. Pete followed Ryan and found that Ryan had actually come to practice again, and he couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with me? She came to trouble me. If I don't clean up her, do I still put my face to her and beat her? Ryan said with no anger, don't talk about this, hurry up and help me practice. I see that you are also quite free now, and will not be able to calm down for a while to cultivate. That's because I am not as ruthless as you. Pete started. Then you can take revenge for Anne and help me practice. I feel that your strength has been getting weaker recently, Ryan said, looking like an ant-man. Hearing this, Pete immediately cursed, you are farting, I am not lazy, every time I start with the idea of killing you, it is probably because your skin has thickened. I'm an exoskeleton, not a piece of skin. In addition, I tell you to use a little bit of strength. I feel that I have already touched the iron body trick. It shouldn't be long before I can succeed. Ryan's legs spread out, long. He sighed and stood still and said, you don't need to tell me this trick. I'm afraid I won't be able to practice iron body by that time. I will practice myself to death. Pete spit on his hands and spit on his hands. He tried the iron rod and said in that direction. Well, I wanted to tell you, since you said that, then I won't say it. You're too much, Pete said, and he was beaten toward Ryan as soon as he waved an iron rod from his waist. Dang 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 dang, there was a dull metal crash, and the soldiers who were standing guard heard it. I feel like my whole person is going to be abolished. This is the first time I have stood for so long. From the morning until the sun is about to set, the recruits felt their heads buzzing, and the water they contained seemed to be poured out. Ask them why there is water in their heads, and they will be full if there is no water in their heads. Come to Marine with nothing to do? So that the one now being sun-dried is like salted fish? I said we will have to stand guard like this in the next days? Who will advise the chief? Let the chief take us out on duty, someone said. I think you are pretty good. You speak loudly. Just go. Yes, it's you, you go. The other recruits followed. I can't. The soldier said, I can only express my own opinions. It's all right for everyone to go together. Let's talk to the officer together later when the officer arrives. Then you take the lead first, how about we keep up? A recruit said. Then you won't sell me. Hearing this, the soldier who spoke was a little worried. It would be useful if everyone helped to follow up after he had spoken, otherwise it would be of little use if he just said it alone. Of course not. The recruit smiled. You are for the welfare of all of us. How could we do this? Yes, you will be bold later, and tell the officer, we will help you grow stronger. Yes, don't worry. That's good. When everyone said that, the recruits who opened their mouths couldn't help but feel relieved. The moon rises at sunset, and the day passes soon. While the recruits were waiting, footsteps came from outside the branch. It's the sir and they are back, so hurry over. Upon hearing this voice, the other recruits immediately pushed their partners to go. I see, don't push me. The recruit who was introduced said. Go quickly, go quickly. Other recruits urged. Got it, I know it. The recruited recruit said, and immediately walked towards the door. It didn't take long before I met Ryan and others who had just entered the branch. At this time, Ryan also saw the recruit who was not familiar with. You walked in such a hurry. Did you come to welcome me? The soldier who was a little nervous when he heard this couldn't help but was stunned. Then I remembered, what did I do? Nodded immediately and said, it's such a sir. I would like to ask, can I go with the sir to an internship on a warship? I think it's a bit boring to stay in the branch. Is this your idea alone? Or the idea of all the recruits? Ryan asked after hearing the words. This is everyone's idea. The recruiter said. So, Ryan's smile immediately fell cold. Let's go. I will go over to you and ask if this is their idea. Yes, sir. When the recruiter saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He seemed to have annoyed the sir. Do you not want to stand guard here? Ryan asked coldly when he came to the recruits standing guard, looking at everyone. When the recruits met, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Zindeo made a bad sound. Why no one speaks anymore? Any of you who don't want to stand guard can speak. Ryan continued, he told me that all of you don't want to stand guard, right? No, the recruits shook their heads quickly. Then you mean he is lying? Ryan's gaze shifted from the recruits standing in front of him to the recruits who had just spoken to him. The recruit who was being stared at couldn't help his scalp numb, clenched his fists and shouted at the standing companions, you bastards, you just said that you will talk to the chief with me, now you don't admit it. Upon hearing this, the standing recruit couldn't help but shrink his head, but no one dared to speak out. Who of you urged him to stand up just now? Don't dare to do it or be it. Ryan looked at the silent recruits and said. The recruits couldn't help but continue to be silent. Stand up, you bastards, you just said that you just sold me now. Recruiters scolded when they saw it. I just encouraged him. Me too. And I. After the recruits finished scolding, a few people in the crowd finally stood up. Only 5 people admit it? Has anyone else come out to admit it? Ryan asked while looking at the silent recruits. Silence or silence, the soldiers with their heads lowered continued to remain silent. Since only 5 of them came out to admit, then you guys will continue to stand guard here in the branch. Ryan looked at the other 5 recruits and said, you 5, and he moved out of the original dormitory tonight. Go live in the new dormitory. From tomorrow on board the warship with me. What? The 5 people who stood up couldn't help but be surprised when they heard that. Didn't they want to be punished? Why did the commander let them board the warship? What's the matter? Didn't you hear what I said? Or did you want me to say it again? Ryan started. Yes, sir. We understand. 6 recruits started. Well, you should move to the dormitory now. Ryan nodded and looked at the other recruits and said, since you think the position of the guard is suitable, then you will continue to stand in the branch. I am a very democratic person. As long as there are soldiers who have opinions, I will listen. Now you can disband and go to dinner, take a good rest in the evening, and you will continue to stand guard tomorrow. Yes, sir. Kaido, the ugly-faced recruits, never thought that the officer was testing them, and they didn't pass the temptation. They had known that they had just stepped forward just now. Well, disband it, Ryan said, and stopped taking care of the recruits. The recruits were stunned when they heard the words, and then sighed and went to eat. Not able to stand up this time, their evaluation in the hearts of the officers is estimated to have been very low. I really don't know what points the chief will give them after the internship is over. Thinking of this, a group of people sighed even more. You acted so well in the play just now, I almost thought you were really angry. Pete followed Ryan and laughed. I'm still a little angry. These recruits urged their companions but dare not admit it. Ryan sighed and said, these guys will not be useful even if they become official Marines in the future. Although these idiots are a little stupid, but at least dare to do it and take it. So that's why you let them move out of the dormitory and let them board the warship tomorrow? Pete asked. Yes, if these little guys are trained well, they should be able to do something, and the other guys are just like that. Ryan nodded. Yeah, that's true. Pi featured nodded. I dare not stand up and admit such small things. How can these guys be able to rely on them when they encounter big things in the future? Marine can't rely on these guys, otherwise Marine's future will only end here. You guys are pretty courageous, and you can stand up. It's pretty good. If you don't stand up, I guess you will be able to stand guard at home in the next few months. The veterans took recruits to the veterans' dormitory and laughed. Isn't it? The chief won't let them really stand a few posts in the branch, right? Upon hearing this, the few people with their luggage said in surprise. It turns out that the chief intends to let you stand in the branch for a few days to sharpen your vigor, lest you be so impulsive on the warship. Now that this kind of thing has happened, they dare not stand up. It is estimated that the chief has already dispelled this idea. Don't look at our commander's good-talking appearance. In South Blue, the pirates are scared of the existence. You will know in the next few months. The veterans who have been with Ryan for 3 years are still very clear about the temperament of the official. It can only be said that these recruits have overplayed and put themselves in the pit. If they dare to stand up, maybe the chief will look at them differently. Upon hearing this, the 6 could not help but peek at each other. All saw the happiness in their own eyes. My buddies, should we just watch that on the warship? After boarding the warship as they wished, the recruits realized that this was different from what they thought. Yes, we only need to observe the conditions on the sea. Once we find out, we report it to the chief. The other soldiers nodded. Don't these recruits think that they will meet the pirates immediately after they go to sea? Then they probably think too much. Although there are many pirates on the sea, there are indeed very few that can be encountered. So, the recruits couldn't help sighing when they heard the words. As expected, the ideals are full and the reality is very skinny. They thought they would encounter thrills when they boarded a warship. Sir, the big news, today's big news. Just as the recruits sighed, someone on the warship ran towards Ryan shouting. What happened? Ryan asked curiously. What big things can happen this year? The 4 emperors are already sitting firmly in the new world. The other great pirates have died and wounded, or they have been sent to prison. What else can they do? It can be said that there are no big pirates in the sea at all except for the little pirates who jump out from time to time. 7 warlords of the sea has added 1 more person. The soldier heard the word and reported. Ha! 7 warlords of the sea add someone. Ryan was stunned when he heard the words. Well, this seems to be news indeed. Who is the current 7 warlords of the sea? Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Gecko Moria are the earliest 7 warlords of the sea. Then there is Jinbei the seaman, and my hawk, the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye. Counting the time, the 7 warlords of the sea should be the 23-year-old pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Yes, it's Boa Hancock, who is the Empress, the soldier said, with caution in his eyes. Well, that's it. Ryan waved his hand boredly. Look at how excited you are. People who don't know think you are a pirate. Where is it, sir? The soldier heard the words and immediately rushed to Kaido. Knowing that you are gone, go back and continue to stick to your post. Ryan waved his hand and said, if you find a pirate, tell me. Don't bother me with things like this that have nothing to do with me. Okay, sir. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. He thought the chief would be as excited as him. I didn't expect the chief to be so calm. I said, Ryan, you are not interested in beauties. Pete, who was cultivating on the side, asked. Not very interested. What I am most interested in is getting stronger and catching pirates. Other things are beyond my consideration. Ryan looked at Pete and said, and Boa Hancock is not something ordinary people can afford. What can you do if you are interested? Let's practice honestly. That's true. Pete nodded when he heard the words. There are so many beauties on the sea that there is no need to hang him on a tree. And he also heard that the Boa Hancock had a bad temper and personality. Inside Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, there are many soldiers on the dock staring at the figure of a big snake following by. You guys don't look anymore, just take my eyes back. The leader of the team was rather helpless seeing this scene, and this group of guys will lose Marine's face anymore. We don't want to, but this one is so beautiful, said the soldier with his loving eyes. He felt that the heavens and the earth had faded, and there was only this figure in his eyes. Maybe it was love at first sight. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. You guys, calm down. Hearing this magnificent words, he couldn't help sighing. He had known that he would not bring these idiots over. The reactions of the soldiers are great, and the charm of Boa Hancock is really not just talking. The crane waiting in the office looked at the screams of the soldiers outside the window and laughed. Yes, I can see it. Momuzagi smiled and looked at Boa Hancock. It's nice to be young. Why did you come here today? Is it to see Boa Hancock, who is known as the #1 beauty in the sea? Crane retracted his gaze and smiled. It is really rare that Jun came to participate in 7 warlords of the sea. Yes, I am also a woman after all. I also want to know what kind of charm is the woman called the #1 in the world. Momuzagi nodded. I only know, Jun, that you are the most beautiful existence in the world. I saw you from the first sight. My heart told me that he doesn't belong to me anymore. He was taken away by a woman. She is so beautiful that I think about him all the time. The T-Dolphin appeared in front of Jun with a bouquet of roses in his hand. T-Dolphin. Momuzagi saw the arrival of this old partner. He couldn't help but lifted his forehead and said, "It's impossible for us." "I know." Dolphin still holds flowers in his hand and said, "But one day, I will succeed. As long as I'm alive, I won't stop. I will use this life to prove my love for you, Jun. But that's just moving and not love." Momuzagi sighed and said, "There are many good girls in the club. You don't need to stare at me. We won't have any results. But I only like you." Dolphin said seriously. "Oh," Momuzagi couldn't help but lifted his forehead. Dolphin, you really persist." Crane looked at the Dolphin and smiled, "Keep working hard." "I will, Vice Admiral." The Dolphin nodded when he heard the words, looking very excited. After all, Suru Vice Admiral and Jun are very close. He was recognized by Vice Admiral Crane and believes that one day he will be accepted by Jun. Oh, hearing Suru's words of encouragement, Momuzagi only felt that the Dolphin would not give up. Although Cha Dolphins are good people, they are really not suitable. Dolphin should change her personal pursuit, and should not waste time with her. Tread with crisp footsteps, Boa Hancock appeared at the door of the meeting room. "Boa Hancock, are you here? Sit down. Since you have accepted the invitation of 7 warlords of the sea, remember to follow it." Seeing Boa Hancock's arrival, Crane's gaze shifted from Cha Dolphin and Momuzagi to Boa Hancock. "The concubine will naturally abide by it, but I also hope that Marine can abide by the agreement." Boa Hancock opened his mouth and glanced at the 3 of them. "I couldn't help but become vigilant. What do the 3 guys who can threaten her get together to do?" "That's natural." He smiled. "I don't know who these 2 are. Why are you staring at your concubine?" Boa Hancock looked at Jun and Cha Dolphin and asked tentatively. "We are here to see how beautiful it can be to be called the #1 beauty in the sea." Momuzagi smiled and said, "So you don't need to be nervous, we are not malicious." "Yes, I just came to Jun," Cha Dolphin replied, and after a glance at Boa Hancock, he withdrew. No matter how beautiful Boa Hancock really is, it is not as important as Jun in his eyes. "So this is the case." Boa Hancock smiled after hearing the words, "The charm of the concubine body is really unstoppable." Unexpectedly, there are so many people in Marine who have heard the name of the concubine body. "Yes," Crane said with a smile, "so I hope that when I see our forces in the future, I can be more merciful." Boa Hancock. "It depends on whether they offend the concubine." Boa Hancock chuckled lightly. "Anyway, I hope you can be merciful." Crane smiled and said, "Well, we should get to the point next. It may be a little boring to talk about the 7 warlords of the sea agreement, but these are all. It is a process that must be followed, and I hope you can listen patiently. My concubine understands. Let's start." Boa Hancock nodded after hearing this. "Okay." He heard this with a smile, and talked about the things that 7 warlords of the sea needs to pay attention to and the treaties that must be abided by. Grand Line, Alabasta Waters. "What? It's a boring day." Ryan yawned while looking at the calm sea, and then grabbed the iron piece on the boat, and his gaze shifted from the sea to the sky. "Ha!" With a wave of Ryan's arm, the iron piece flew out immediately, turned into a stream of light in the dazzling sunlight. "What are you doing?" Pete looked puzzled. "You'll know right away." Ryan bends over, with transparent wings growing on his back, then leaps on his toes and rushes into the sky under Pete's gaze. Tata Ryan fluttered his wings while kicking his legs frantically. The air under his feet made a dull sound under his footsteps. Ryan could feel a thrust flying towards the sky. Although there was no way to fully support it, it turned into motivation under the instigation of wings. For so long, it is useful for him to drag heavy objects with his legs to practice. As long as he kicks faster, he can move in the air. "What?" Ryan yelled, and the pace at which he stepped on his feet became faster. The cold sea breeze gradually became hot and dry. Gradually, Ryan was able to feel that his wings could continue to rise towards the sky without inciting himself. But this is not enough, not enough. He wants to be faster and faster. Ryan dissipated the wings on his back and rushed to the sky completely in the form of a human. Every time he stepped on the air forcefully, the human would rush towards the sky. The iron sheet that had been thrown into the sky had lost its upward power and began to be pulled toward the ground by gravity. "Come here." Ryan stretched out his hand to grab the iron piece, and firmly grasped the iron piece in his hand. Then he turned and rushed towards the location of the warship. Whizzing with height, the wind blowing on the face grew stronger. Ryan rushed towards the sea like a shooting star. "Stop it for me." Ryan rolled his head in the air and turned his head down. His legs kept stepping on the air, and his speed gradually slowed down. If he fell on a warship in the way he was just now, the warship would definitely be penetrated directly. "There, sir, what is this doing?" "I don't know, I think the sir's shoes are going to be on fire. I can smell the burning smell of sassery." When the soldiers on the warship saw this scene, they couldn't help discussing with each other. Only Pete stared at Ryan's wingless back in the sky. Successful, he succeeded. Pete murmured to himself. What succeeded? The recruit on the side heard the words curiously. Ryan, he used moonwalk. He succeeded. Pete looked at the sky and said his lunatic cultivation method succeeded. He really learned the 6 poses. Keep your eyes open and see clearly. He didn't use his wings in the sky. He stayed in the air with only a pair of legs. This is something that only Marine 6 styles moonwalk can achieve. Really, the sir really didn't use wings. He really stayed in the air with just a pair of legs. The other soldiers listened and looked at them immediately. Soon I found out that it was the same as Pete said, and he couldn't help but shocked. It was the first time they saw this kind of thing. People could walk and stay in the air without any external force, as if they were stepping on a solid ground. You look surprised like this. Ryan stepped on the air and landed on the deck with a smile. The soldiers listened and said in a daze, "There is no way to be surprised, sir. How did you do it?" "Yes, sir, please teach us. We also want to walk in the air like you, sir." "Yes, yes. Marine 6 styles is not so easy to learn, otherwise I won't spend 3 years. Ryan said with a smile, "If you want to learn, it will probably take longer, and there will be more perseverance will do." In the 3 years from his experience in this department to the training of Marine 6 styles, and to his real learning now, he first exercised his body and gradually strengthened his strength, and then went to targeted training. That's what happened today. Soldiers want to learn easily. Where is it so easy? If Marines June 4th had been so easy to learn, there would not be so many generals in this department. As long as we can learn, no matter how long it takes, we are willing. "Yes, sir, teach us. We will definitely learn." The soldier listened and said in unison, "I don't think you understand at all." Ryan shook his head and said, "But it is a good thing that you are willing to try. From today on, each of you will tie a few dozen kilos of things on your legs. When you can run fast with a few hundred caddies tied to your legs, remove the load. You are only one step away from successfully practicing." "That step," the soldiers said curiously. "In the sky, it is like a wrinkled bird spreading its wings and flying completely. You already had enough explosive power and perseverance at that time. The only difference is that you can verify your cultivation in the sky." Ryan laughed. Chapter 90 Advertisement. We will definitely practice hard. The eyes of the soldiers were shining with a light called dreams, shining in the scorching sun. Ryan nodded when he saw this scene. Take a look at how motivated these soldiers are. He can already think of them practicing hard in the future. I will tell you what your sir is saying, just listen to it, don't believe it, or be careful to throw yourself to death. Pete on the side whispered when he heard the words, but he didn't let the other soldiers hear him. Can you still walk as fast as you can? Few majors in the headquarters can do this. How many will you see from Marine 6 styles? Therefore, Ryan's words will be listened to. If these soldiers really jump down from a high altitude, it is estimated that they will soon become birds with folded wings. However, Ryan also encouraged the soldiers to practice. He can only see through but not tell. "Pitt, you also practice hard, I am optimistic about you." After flicking the soldiers, Ryan encouraged Pete. Hearing the words, Peter looked at the excited soldiers and said to Ryan, "I think the two of us should change places and have a good talk." "Of course, there is no problem." Ryan nodded and Pete left the deck and walked into the cabin and asked, "What do you want me to talk about with you?" "I want to tell you that there is really no problem with you fooling the soldiers like this. What if they really reach the point you said, but they can't use moonwalk?" Pete asked. "By the time they get to that step, they will be reborn long ago. Even if they can't use Uebu, they will feel how fulfilling this journey is when they look back at what they used to be." Ryan smiled. "So it turns out, it's not important. What's important is that you have to work hard during the process." "Pete, you can tell from my sweaty look. Why don't I work hard?" "Okay, I'm going to continue to practice." Ryan, who was a little frustrated by Pete's suspicious expression, said, and walked out of the cabin. He almost forgot that Pete wasn't as foolish as the soldiers. This guy. Peter saw him and couldn't help but shook his head, and walked out of the cabin with his steps. In Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, the first 7 warlords of the sea to arrive on the waves came and was quickly noticed by the soldiers at the terminal. "Is it Mr. Seaman Jinbei?" The soldier who got close saw him and said, "Yes, it's the old man." Jinbei nodded and said, "The old man came here at the invitation of the martial lord to attend the meeting of 7 warlords of the sea. Then ask Mr. Jinbei to come with me, and I will take him to the conference room." The soldier said with a smile, "Well, trouble." Jinbei nodded when he heard the words, and stepped up to follow the soldiers. Along the way, the soldiers passing by will look at Jinbei curiously. Jinbei smiled at the glances he glanced at, and didn't pay much attention to it. "This is 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei? It's really different from the other 7 warlords of the sea." Seeing Jinbei walking by, the soldiers couldn't help but speak. "Yes, after all, this is not a real pirate, he can be said to be a real knight." The other soldiers nodded when they heard the words. They have all heard of the deeds of the sea knight Jinbei. "Yes, although the opponent has a lot of intersection with Whitebeard. But the other party wandered around for his hometown, not afraid of hardships and dangers. They still admire this spirit. How do you tell me about the new 7 warlords of the sea? What is her character? Jinbei asked with a smile while following the soldier. Each of the 7 warlords of the sea is powerful and possesses the ability to destroy an island. If there is no need, he doesn't want to have S*X with them. Even for the Fishmen Island, he also hopes to be able to become friends with each other. Character or something? I don't know. But this rookie 7 warlords of the sea Boa Hancock is so beautiful. The soldier said that his eyes turned into the shape of a love heart, and his hands clenched his fists in excitement. Look at him like this, even if Boa Hancock asked him to die. It is estimated that they will act immediately. Jinbei couldn't help but was stunned. Well, it seems that the charm of this new partner is indeed not small, and he can actually fascinate Marine like this, but this information is of little use to him. With some soldiers walking along, Jinbei finally reached the door of the meeting room. Mr. Hiksia Jinbei Ping, please come in. As for you, Kaido's original position will do. The soldier standing outside the meeting room saw the arrival of Jinbei and the soldier and said, "Okay, thank you both." Jinbei smiled and walked into the conference room. Only the soldiers leading the way remained standing still staring at the door of the conference room with scorching eyes. "You go back quickly, don't stand here, wait for the generals to see you and it will be troublesome," the soldier at the gate whispered after seeing Jinbei entering, urging the companion to leave as soon as possible. "I see, I really envy you." Hearing this, the soldier leading the way finally became sober, looking at the soldier guarding the gate somewhat jealously. "Don't say such nonsense, you go quickly." The soldier at the gate waved his hand and said, "Don't look away from behind, hoping to see that beautiful shadow. Jinbei, you are here." In the meeting room, as Jinbei walked in, his eyes gradually focused on him. Even Boa Hancock, who was a little sleepy listening to the content of the agreement, noticed the fat blue man who walked in. "The Crane staff is good, and there are 2 others. Jinbei smiled and greeted Crane and Momuzagi T. Dolphin, and then looked at Boa Hancock. "Hello, Miss Boa Hancock. Next is Jinbei, please take care of me in the future." "Yeah." Boa Hancock nodded coldly when he heard the words, and didn't pay much attention to it. "Well, Jinbei, since you are here, sit down and listen. This year's agreement has added some new content compared to your time at that time. This is why you are invited to the headquarters this time." He smiled. "Okay." Jinbei nodded when he heard the words. Boa Hancock looked at Jinbei a little strangely when he saw such boring content. Does this Murloc still listen with such enthusiasm? Sure enough, no matter what race it is, men are a group of impolite guys. Whizzing at the pier of naval headquarters, a figure dangled in the sky. Soon they came to the soldiers standing guard. When the soldiers saw their eyes, their pupils shrank and sweat began to drip from their foreheads. Why is this guy here to join in the fun? Facing the Doflamingo soldiers, I was still very scared. After all, every time this guy came to the headquarters, there was nothing good. I heard from the friends in the conference room that this guy likes to treat people as dolls the most, making people kill each other. Naval headquarters is really the same. It hasn't changed at all. Doflamingo smiled and helped the red sunglasses to scan the soldiers. The fingers turned a little playfully, and the transparent silk thread was wrapped around the fingers. When the soldiers saw it, their backs became cold and their bodies were much shorter. Seeing Doflamingo, the smile on the corner of his mouth grew thicker. 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, please come with me. The Crane staff is waiting for you in the conference room. Not waiting for Doflamingo to make any more moves, the figure of Maynard walked over not far away. When the soldiers met, their desperate faces couldn't help but rekindle joy. All right. Doflamingo let go and smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and left in front of the soldiers. Finally it's over. Seeing Doflamingo's back disappear, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Standing with this kind of guy, they really seemed too weak and too weak. Your Marine are really cautious enough to let Vice Admiral stand in the port. Doflamingo smiled as he walked. This is also to keep an eye on those with bad intentions, otherwise we wouldn't need to be in the port normally. Maynard heard the words and said, looking directly at Doflamingo, "The meaning is very clear, you are the guy with bad intentions." Doflamingo smiled when he saw it, and stopped talking to Maynard. Maynard didn't intend to say more, and the two came to the door of the conference room like this. In the meeting room, Boa Hancock rests his chin with his hands. Keep yourself focused so that you won't really fall asleep, and Maynard has completely fallen asleep next to her. It's been a long time since you guys have seen each other. Doflamingo walked into the meeting room leisurely. Since it's here, please sit down quickly. The documents on the table contain the newly added content of this meeting. He smiled lightly. Hearing this, Doflamingo looked at Momuzagi, the T-Dolphin beside Crane, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then I found a place and sat down. Jinbei did not say hello to Doflamingo's arrival. On the one hand, the two were not familiar with each other, and on the other hand, he also knew that the other party's subordinates were engaged in the human trade and arms business. I don't want to have too much contact with each other. This is our new companion, really a beautiful beauty. Facing the somewhat deserted conference room, Doflamingo set his eyes on Boa Hancock. If you are looking at your concubine with this kind of gaze, the concubine will dig out your eyes, Boa Hancock said, and Maynard, who was sleeping next to him, hovered beside Boa Hancock immediately. A silk warning sound came from the tongue. Don't be so nervous, this is just a greeting between ordinary partners. Doflamingo chuckled lightly. The concubine doesn't want to be partners with you stinky men, Boa Hancock said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Doflamingo heard the words, don't twitch the corners of his eyes under the sunglasses, this is the first time he has encountered such a woman. Okay, you all be quiet. The meeting is not over yet. Crane spoke out, stopping the two who might be fighting. Faced with Doflamingo's behavior of making trouble for the headquarters, she was helpless and very troubled. I can only hope that the 7 warlords of the sea system can be abolished as soon as possible. Hey, of course. Doflamingo spread his hands and smiled. I am a gentleman, and I still have the demeanor I should have. I was rude just now, Miss Boa Hancock, please forgive me. It's best to do this, otherwise the concubine doesn't mind killing. Boa Hancock narrowed his eyes. Hey, you can really make a joke. Doflamingo smiled, not taking Boa Hancock's words to heart. If he were killed so easily, he would not have achieved what he is today. Then you can try, Boa Hancock said coldly. Well, today's meeting is over here. Boa Hancock, you and Jinbei can leave first. As for Doflamingo, you just need to listen to it. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Crane couldn't help but said, good luck. When I heard that the damn meeting was finally over, Boa Hancock ignored Doflamingo. This kind of boring meeting is enough once, and she doesn't want to listen to it a second time. Leave it to Doflamingo. Seeing Boa Hancock's back left, Doflamingo couldn't help but smile. The old man left. Jinbei immediately got up and said as soon as the meeting was over, well, Jinbei, you can go to rest first. Don't worry, leave so quickly. Sooner or later, you can get together to have a meal. He heard the words with a smile. Compared to the guys like Doflamingo, Jinbei made her more pleasing to the eye. Okay. Jinbei smiled when he heard the words, and then walked away. Staff Crane, I will read these contents myself. I don't think we need to have this meaningless meeting. Seeing that he was the only one left, Doflamingo said with a smile. The process that should be followed still needs to go through again. Doflamingo also hopes that you can cooperate, he said with a light smile. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face couldn't help but change instantly. Let him sit here like a good boy and listen to the teacher? He can't do this. But looking at the T-Dolphin Momuzagi beside Crane, Doflamingo had to continue sitting again. Later, Doflamingo realized how Boa Hancock felt here. Damn naval headquarters, damn conference. Doflamingo couldn't help but look very ugly as he heard the voice. This kind of boring content actually asked him to stay here. After listening to some jokes, this kind of thing that can make him sleep is really boring, but this is naval headquarters again, and he can't be here directly. Sleep. Doflamingo was very angry with the thought of wanting to sleep but not sleeping, and wanting to stop Crane, but he dared not show it. Crane was very satisfied when he saw this picture of Doflamingo. As a result, the things that could be solved in one sentence were divided into several paragraphs by the Crane and slowly stretched out the syllables. Cha Dolphin and Momuzagi looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile. The two continued to sit motionless beside Crane. They have long been used to listening to things like this. There will be no discomfort at all. The boring time is long, and Doflamingo feels like he has spent several centuries waiting for the meeting to end with a lot of heartache. He has never had such a difficult time. Maybe there were meetings when I just became 7 warlords of the sea, but at least it's not as difficult as it is now. At naval headquarters, a coffin boat slowly approached. Mihawk watched the huge naval headquarters in front of him and jumped up from the ship with a cold expression. Subsequently, under the leadership of the soldiers, went to the meeting room. It's so powerful. This is Mihawk, the 7th king of Wuhan Hawkeye? A terrifying man. Just looking at him, I feel like I've been swept by a long sword. Yes, he is such a forbidding man. Watching Mihawk leave, the soldiers could not help but discuss in a low voice. On the other side, Jinbei was a little awkward sitting in the VIP room. He was not good at dealing with women. If, let him choose, he would rather go to fight. Regarding Jinbei's peculiarities, Boa Hancock felt a little disdainful in his eyes. A Murloc who wasn't much different from ordinary men. Alabasta has been quiet lately. Did Crocodile leave? In the branch, Ryan asked curiously. He hadn't heard from Crocodile recently, and the other party seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Otherwise, it stands to reason that the other party will have to wait for a while. The people who ran to Alabasta showed their faces in front of them, let everyone remember his face, and ensure that his plan can be implemented normally in the future. Even in the Canola port, he has seen Crocodile appear more than once. I just don't know if the pirates are the actors he invited, or are they really coming to the R***** port. I heard that the headquarters reformed the Wuhan Agreement under the Seven Kings this time. I think he should go to the headquarters. Pete, who was looking at the newspaper, said. When is this news? Why don't I know? Ryan asked in confusion. You have to ask yourself how long you haven't paid attention to the intelligence on the sea. Pete smiled and said, You, Tenton, know about cultivation, and you don't know what's happening on the ocean without paying attention. The main reason is that these things are of no value to me. Ryan loosened his shoulders and said, How are the recruits lately? Are they still adapting to this kind of life? Of course. I'm not used to it. Pete said in a huff, You let them stand guard in the branch, how can they stand it? Many soldiers have already offered to resign. Really? Ryan smiled, then how do you reply to them? I let them report to the headquarters themselves. Pete said. Then they did it. Pete asked curiously. How do you say it? Pete frowned and said, These guys talk a lot, but they still do it the same way, not many do. This way. Ryan laughed, This is not a normal thing? They are used to doing it like this. It only encourages others, but when they really need them to do it, they don't say a word. Yes, so I agree with your approach now. These recruits need to be tempered, at least to sharpen their temperament. Pete laughed. Well, I think so too. Ryan nodded, glanced around the reward order recently issued by the headquarters, and put the reward order back on the table. It's all a group of pirates who say they are big and small, and these guys don't know if they will appear in the waters near the kingdom of Alabasta. He hasn't opened for a long time now. Very eager for the pirates to come over. Let him add a little more people to his prison, so that it won't appear so desolate. Sir, someone at sea called for help saying that a ship was in trouble. We need to be rescued as soon as possible. Outside the office, the soldier came to Ryan while shouting. Oh? What happened? Ryan asked curiously. Seeking rescue? What is the reason for seeking rescue? One of the ships is flooded. The soldier explained. Since the ship has flooded, use the lifeboat to leave and wait until the surrounding ships pass by for help, and you can come to Alabasta. Don't they know this kind of common sense thing? Ryan asked. If they go to the sea to save them, they won't be able to get there when the ship sinks. Wouldn't these guys act in accordance with common sense? The report chief, in fact, it is not the four-stranded ship that is asking for help, but the merchant ship passing by. The soldier explained after hearing this, because there have been many ships deliberately sinking in the sea recently, and then attracting other ships to grab other ships, so now many passing ships on the sea are keeping away when they see those sinking ships. So, Ryan thought for a while after hearing the words, notify the soldiers that they are ready to set off. I want to see if these guys sank the ship deliberately. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded when he heard the words, and soon went to inform. After a while, the soldiers who were resting came out of the dormitory one after another and began to gather. Guess that we will encounter those pirates who use other people's kindness to do bad things this time. Ryan looked at the assembled soldiers and asked Pete on the side. These pirates really did not use extreme methods and used the kindness of others to achieve their own goals. This is an unforgivable thing. He would let these prisoners confess their lives in prison, otherwise it was just killing them in this way is too cheap for them. He wants these pirates to enjoy Alabasta's unique climate and his unique prisoner management plan. Who is right about this kind of thing? We haven't encountered it these days, maybe it's just an incident in other sea areas. Pete said. Then check it out. Ryan laughed. Boss, why are these guys unmoved? Did we expose it? Near the slowly sinking ship, several small boats were drifting on the sea. They looked at the opposite side parked in place with weapons in both hands. The sailors murmured. Obviously, this trick is that they can use bailing in other seas, and everyone will rescue people on the boat. Why doesn't it work here? This must be because some guys have learned our way and used it everywhere in the ocean. This has caused these guys to be on guard. As the creators of this new type of looting method, Vic knows that the reason for this is that they must have been learned by other pirates after they succeeded in the sea in this way. People are fooled. After letting a lot of people who have not been fooled know about it, they are wary of those who sink the ship. Speaking of this kind of looting method, he discovered it accidentally. He took a broken ship and took his men out to sea. As a result, he sank as soon as he went out to sea and happened to encounter a merchant ship. In the years when thieves did not leave empty, they took advantage of the situation and ransacked their boats. Don't say that they had just gone out to sea and had nothing to do with them. After such a release, they immediately changed their shotguns. If Bailey or Zingzin has a new ship, the brothers are all bulging in their pockets, and there is hope in an instant. Then he sold the merchant on the ship for a broken ship, and continued to use this method. In just 2 years, he had accumulated a lot of wealth, and his men followed him from a group of thin monkeys to today's fat orangutans. What about the boss now? The location we choose now is too far away from the kingdom of Audibastum. It is very possible that a small boat will die here. The pirates worried. The Grand Line is not the kind of 4 seas. Little place, how can a small boat cross? Maybe in the evening, a slightly bigger storm could make them all capsized. Don't panic, the more you need to be at this time, the more calm you are. You all yell at me. Make sure the guys on the opposite ship hear our voices and let us board their ship, Piccolo said. Now they can only make their best request. Although they look a little embarrassed now, when they board the boat, these guys on the opposite side should cry. Master Captain, do you want them to come up? It's getting late now, and it will get dark soon, and the waves on the sea will rise. Listening to the shout in his ear, the sailor asked his captain. Don't worry. The smoking captain looked at the sea and smiled. Now there will be no big wind and waves for a while. Marine should have already set off. Although it is far from Alabasta, it is not far away. I believe they can survive this time. It's a good thing to do good in the sea, but if you meet someone who is unpredictable, it won't work. After running for so many years on the sea, he finally climbed to the position of the captain. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Especially during this period of time that there are pirates loading and landing distressed ships in the sea, they need to pay more attention. Yes, Master Captain. The sailor nodded when he heard the words, and then went to do other things to distract himself, instead of looking at the small boats on the sea. 2 hours later, the sky gradually darkened, and the waves on the sea became stronger. Like a few leaves floating on a boat in the sea, the pirates' complexions gradually changed. Such a big wind and waves are very unfavorable for them, and it is very likely that they will fall off the boat. The guys who grew up the captain are still vigilant, neither leaving nor letting us go. I don't know what they are doing. The pirates gritted their teeth and looked at the merchant ship in the distance with extremely ugly expressions. The merchant ship seemed to be playing with them. It stayed but didn't mean to let them go up. Be patient, maybe they will let us go up after seeing the wind and waves. The captain of the pirate frowned and said. It was the first time he met such a guy, staying here to stare at them, and not letting them go up, wondering what the hell was going on. Just when the pirates were wondering, a warship was slowly approaching on the sea in the distance. The sir can already see a merchant ship on the sea in the distance, and there are several small boats. I think those boats are the sunken people. The soldier holding a single scope on the observation deck reported. Through the single-tube telescope, he clearly saw the situation on the sea in the distance. Then go over it quickly. It's getting late. When the moon comes out, there will be big wind and waves on the sea. The movement at that time is not something these small boats can bear. Ryan said. Regardless of whether the pirates pretended to be victims in front of them, this windy and heavy weather is always not suitable for saving people. So they must hurry over, and then rescue all the victims and bring them back to the branch. At that time, whether they are pirates or not, they can be seen in the branch. The boss is not good, there is a warship coming over in the distance. Just as the pirates were eagerly hoping that the merchant ship in front of them could let them go up, some of the pirates found that a warship was approaching quickly on the sea in the distance. It was full of panic. They are now disguised as victims. Are these Marines trying to take them on a warship? If that's the case, are they on or off? Calm down, don't expose the identity of the pirates. In a big deal, we will board the warship and leave when we get to the place. I have to say that the pirate boss who has been a pirate for a few years already has a lot of courage. Even in the face of the coming warship, he can still be calm and calm. Yes, boss. The other pirates couldn't help but nod their heads. It's Marine who is here, Captain. On the merchant ship, a sailor shouted. As for the warships that were getting closer, everyone couldn't help but relax. With the arrival of Marine, they don't have to worry about these guys. What if it's a pirate? I saw it, everyone prepare, we can leave, Piccolo said after hearing the words. Now that Marine has arrived, they don't need to stay here anymore, and Marine will do the rest. Okay, Captain. The sailors nodded when they heard the words, and then the merchant ship that was still standing still moved. Boss, these guys are going to leave the warship. Shouldn't they be the one who called it? The sea pirates couldn't help but say when they saw this scene. This is really a coincidence. The warship arrived and the ship left. NS. This is definitely problematic. Even if there is no way, it's all blamed on that group of bastards who stole Lao Zi's creativity. The pirate boss scolded. If it hadn't been for the group of bastards who used his method to arouse the vigilance of merchant ships on the sea, this group, why did the guy call Marine? Sir, that merchant ship has left. Need him to come back. The soldiers on the warship asked after seeing the merchant ship leaving. Ryan shook his head and said, there is no need to let them come back, since we can be sure that they are let us come to rescue these guys. Keep your eyes open and let me keep an eye on these guys to see what's wrong with them. Okay, sir. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words, wiped their eyes and stared at the sea. As the distance between the warship and the boat gets closer, they can already see the guys standing on several boats. Master Marine, you finally came, our ship sank, and no merchant ships passing by took us a trip. We almost thought we were going to bury raw fish belly. After seeing the warship, the pirate boss said immediately. Looks like a real victim. Ryan saw it, and couldn't see any problems at first glance, so he preached to them, come on all of you, it's going to be dark soon, and the sea will be very dangerous by then. Yes, yes. Kaido, happy when the pirates heard the words, immediately climbed from the boat to the warship. Is there a problem? Ryan asked Peter while watching the pirates who were getting up. Peter shook his head when he heard the words, I haven't found it yet, but it doesn't rule out that they are not. Then take them back to the branch and observe them carefully. They can pretend to be for a while, but they can't pretend to be for a while. Ryan said. Well, it makes sense. Pai Fei nodded. The pirates came up very quickly, firstly, because this was in line with the personality of their victims now. Second, it is because as the sky gets darker and darker, the wind and waves on the sea are indeed getting stronger. They don't want to pretend to be the victims, and they really become the victims floating on the sea. Thank you, Marine, thank you, Marine. After the pirates boarded the warship, they thanked the soldiers. From time to time, he looked at the situation on the warship, thinking about whether they could take the warship. How did your ship sink? Ryan looked at the smiling pirates and asked. Report Master Marine, our ship sank due to disrepair for a long time. Originally this time it was planned to call at Alabasta Canola Port to change ships, the pirate boss said. Really? Ryan nodded when he heard the words, then you are really unlucky. Yes, who would say not? The pirate boss nodded. If we knew that the ship would sink, we would change the ship sooner, so that all the cargo on the ship would not sink into the sea. The things on the ocean are unpredictable, no one can predict it, and you don't have to be too sad. Ryan laughed. Yes, thank you Master Marine for your concern, the pirate boss said. You are welcome, you have suffered such a serious loss, and you must be very restrained now. Let's go back to the branch later. Our branch has extra dormitories that can be used by you. In addition, we also want to investigate what happened this time. If there is a problem with the ship you purchased, we can also help you claim compensation from Captain Zhao. Although we are Marine, we will also take care of other things. You can rest assured about this. Ryan smiled. Back to the branch. The pirate boss couldn't help swallowing and asked, right? Are these Han soldiers going to take them back to the branch? They are just saving a bed, do they need it? Yes. Ryan nodded and said, you see that you live in other places like this. We Marine are not at ease. In addition, we also want to learn about this matter and make a transcript, so that the shipyards in the rapeseed port can be safer. Don't always carelessly make those fake and shoddy ships. You can rest assured that it is safe in the branch. Our branch has a large number of soldiers, no matter it is a pirate or any other dark forces, there is no way to enter. The pirate boss's face was a bit stiff when he heard this, but he was embarrassed to refuse. Hearing that it is necessary to make a transcript after reporting the crime, he doesn't know if he refuses, he will be seen by the other side that he has a problem at a glance. Don't worry, although our branch is not big, but you can still provide meals and accommodation for the number of people, so you can rest assured. Ryan laughed. Then trouble Master Marine, the pirate captain said bitterly, and the other party said it to this point. If he doesn't go now, it's not a matter of violence or exposure. It is likely to involve problems with the face. There is nothing to be troublesome. Serving the people on the sea is the purpose of our Marine. If you have any difficulties later, you can tell us. We Marine will try to help you solve it. After all, if you don't have a boat now, your future life will definitely be very difficult. Ryan laughed. Okay. Thank you, Master Marine. The pirate boss nodded. To be honest, he is a little confused now. He got on a warship somehow, and now Marine still says he wants to help him. This is really unprecedented. In the bewilderment of the pirates, a group of people followed the soldiers back to the branch and lived in the Marine dormitory. All of them have been photographed. Send a copy back to the headquarters and ask the intelligence department of the headquarters to help investigate whether these guys have a criminal record. In the office, Ryan said to Pete. On the way, the more he looked at these guys, the less they looked like businessmen. On the contrary, there was a banditry aura on him, and he was very likely to be pirates at first glance. I have passed on their appearance, and news from the headquarters should be coming soon, but I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Pete laughed. There is always nothing wrong with being careful. Ryan smiled. Since they have entered our branch, they must be investigated clearly before they can leave. It hasn't been open for a long time, and he feels that the voices in the prison are much quieter. This is no good. New blood must be injected into it so that the pirates inside can become active again, so that there is a prison atmosphere. Of course. Pete nodded when he heard the words. What will the boss do now? We actually banned the Marine branch. If they find out that we are pirates, then we don't even want to run. The pirates in the dormitory said nervously, they are still entering the Marine branch for the first time, and now they are afraid that their identities and others will be discovered. Don't be so flustered, calm down. As long as we don't show our feet, I believe Marine will let us go soon. It's useless to be anxious now. Piccolo looked at his men and exhorted. It's good news that Marine is still not sure that they are pirates. As long as they let go of all their attempts to escape at this time, they are likely to be able to leave. After all, they usually have few opportunities to show their faces. Marine can't find anything even if they investigate. As long as the time is delayed enough, Marine must let them out. That's right, Master Captain is right, and even if we run away now, where can we go without a ship? This warship is faster than us, and the news is that we have not left Alabasta's waters, and we may be caught. The first officer echoed. He just looked at the belly of the canola flower port and found that there were still a lot of people there. Once they robbed the boat and left, this will definitely be passed to the branch here. If they hit the warship head-on, they won't have a chance to win. After all, the time just spent on the warship was not in vain. They all have seen the configuration of the Marines with their own eyes, which is the most advanced weapon in the ocean right now. As long as they were matched with a small gun, there was no chance of winning at all. Hearing the words of their captain-in-chief made one after another, the pirates gradually calmed down and began to wait for the Marines to let them go. Late at night, there was an abnormal noise from the fax machine in Ryan's office, and sheets of paper came out of the opening of the fax machine. The soldier guarding the fax machine met, and immediately took the paper and went to look for Ryan. Sir, there is news from the headquarters. The soldiers shouted from the door of Lane. Brush. Hearing this, Ryan, who was lying on the boat, jumped off the bed and walked to the door. What's the news from the headquarters? Report, sir, those guys are pirates. The news from the headquarters said that the victims who had been ransacked recognized their identities. The soldier said in a document. Really? Ryan said with a little smile. Go and inform the soldiers who have not yet slept, and prepare to take action to catch turtles in the urn. These pirates certainly didn't expect our investigation speed to be so fast, right? They were just sent to prison. Sleep. The environment in the dormitory is not worthy of them. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately went to do it. Soon the soldiers in the headquarters who were not asleep started to move and began to surround the 5 dormitories where the pirates were located. The pirates who were sleeping in the dormitory suddenly woke up when they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the door. Well, there are intensive footsteps from the old gate. Could this group of Marines discover our identity? The pirates said nervously. It shouldn't be possible. We sat and watched very cleanly. How could these guys find out? Piccolo said. He thought for a while. He has done things for so many years and he hasn't let the fish slip through the net. How could these Marines be so fast? This is obviously only 5 hours. Then what are these Marines doing? Boss, the pirates asked aloud. It's so late, it's impossible for these Marines to send them supper, right? Calm down for me. Go down and open the door alone and ask what is going on. Seeing the panic of his men, Piccolo frowned and said. They are now in the Marine branch, and their number does not exceed 40. The Marine branch opposite to the ear has more than 200 soldiers and the major who can't see the depth. Once they are up against each other, they are bound to lose. So now I can only see if the other party made a mistake? The pirates can't help but look at me. I don't want to open the door. What if there is a musket shooting on the opposite side of the door? Wouldn't they become a hornet's nest? You bunch of useless things just told you to open the door. If they wanted to break in, they would have shot them. Where would they wait until now? Piccolo cursed and walked down from the bed. At the door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, he saw the densely packed Marine soldiers standing in the corridor. For a moment, large swaths of sweat fell on Piccolo's forehead, and his back was even more terrifying. Master Marine stays up so late, what can I do for you? Bai Qiang asked calmly. With so many of us, you can still be so calm. It seems that there has been no whitewashing on the Grand Line these years. Ryan's voice came from the crowd. Piccolo said with a smile, Master Marine, I don't understand what you mean. I'm just an ordinary businessman, and it's not worthy of everyone's excitement. Vic Dabrowski is 31 years old this year. He entered the Grand Line from West Blue 3 years ago and has committed 36 crimes so far. I am good at pretending to be a ship in trouble, attracting other people's kind rescue, and then waiting for the opportunity to seize the opponent's ship. Because your pirate group does not fly the pirate flag and frequently changes ships, the headquarters has not tracked your whereabouts, but you have forgotten one thing, that is, what you have done will not be forgotten and you will have a testimony of the person. After the witnesses have confirmed that you guys are the pirates, there is nothing wrong. What else do you want to say now? Ryan said word by word. Hearing this, Piccolo couldn't help turning pale. He always thought that what he was doing was perfect. He didn't expect Marine to be able to detect it, and at such a fast speed. Since you don't speak, then we think you are admitting it, and let's catch it by yourself. I don't want to do anything to you this night, so as not to disturb the rest of the other soldiers. Ryan said. It's 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning now, and the soldiers are all asleep. If the soldiers are awakened at this time, it is estimated that tomorrow they will be incapable of doing things for a day. I can ask, if I'm caught with nothing, what will face me next? Piccolo said with a wry smile. Of course it's life imprisonment and a free board and lodging gift package. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You have to spend time repenting your sinful life. Ryan laughed. Be conscious of it, raise your hands and squat on the ground, so as not to let me take action. To be honest, I just woke up this night, I don't want to get blood. Master Captain. The pirates in the dormitory asked aloud, asking their own captain's thoughts. I have been in hiding for 3 years. I have done so many unseen things, and I want to fight once as a pirate. Vic gritted his teeth when he heard the words. If you don't try it yourself, let him get caught in such a hand, and he won't be willing to say anything. You still want to fight? Ryan was surprised when he heard the words. You better think about it before you decide. I was woken up in the middle of the night just half asleep. I came over to catch you. I had a bad temper, so I didn't. Be careful and you may be killed. No one has gotten out of bed these days, so what he said was not to scare the other person. Life and death are fate, wealth are in the sky. Since I chose to be a pirate, I never thought that it would be smooth sailing, Piccolo said firmly. Okay. Ryan nodded, his feet moved suddenly. Piccolo only felt a gust of wind blowing, and then he felt severe pain coming from all over his body. In the eyes of the pirates, they only saw the light flashed and their captain disappeared. What followed was the sound of objects falling from the playground. Courage is commendable, but it's a pity that I don't have enough strength. I warned you. If you don't listen, you can only use your life as the price. Ryan patted the non-existent bloodline on the trouser legs and said, Ahem. Is this the strength of Major Marine? Piccolo lay on the playground, staring at the shining stars in the dark night. The blood in his mouth overflowed uncontrollably. I originally thought that I was able to play a few tricks with Marine for so many years. I didn't expect it to be such a result. Sure enough, he was still too weak. But this is better than life imprisoned. He yearns for that freedom even more. Even the last freedom of life is for him to chase all his life. Thinking of this, Piccolo couldn't help but close his eyes with satisfaction. There is a comminuted rib fracture, and there is no need to save visceral bleeding. You are really heavy, Pete said after hiding next to Bix's corpse and observing for a while. It was the first time that he saw the opponent's actions so neatly, and he didn't give the opponent a chance to react, so he directly dealt with them. I said, I just got up and had a bad temper. He wanted to verify the truth of what I said. Ryan shrugged and said he should be thankful that I got out of my legs quickly and ended him happily. Otherwise, he will definitely die if he eats my second leg. Well, if you're sure he won't survive, just bury him. By the way, you helped me with this report, saying that this guy absconded in fear of crime and was shot dead by me. I know, I'll write it like this. Pi had nodded his head, and finally looked at it, and said in a messy playground, you are also true, and I don't know how to do it lightly. Look, we have to build the playground again. It was just destroyed by you a few days ago. It's just building a playground. It won't waste much time. You can do what I said as soon as possible. I'll go back to sleep first. If the pirates are unwilling to cooperate, deal with them, Ryan said with a yawn. I see. I will do as you said. Pete waved his hand and said, you are in a very abnormal state. Go back to sleep. Are you really disturbed? As for with such a heavy murderous aura, they provoke me. In fact, I'm a very talkative person, as long as they are willing to do what I say. Ryan yawned again and said, okay, I'm leaving. Yeah. Pete nodded when he heard the words and watched Ryan leave. Seeing the end of your captain, who wants to try it out now? Don't squat down and hold your head. We will try our best to satisfy you. Anyway, buying a person is also buried, and your group is buried. The soldiers above the dormitory said to the pirates. We surrender, we surrender. The pirate said with his head in his hands. Can't you guys who know each other, otherwise you will become a corpse, the soldier said with a smile. Then the pirates were imprisoned overnight. The prison at night quietly accompanied the soldiers pressing the pirates in, and immediately became lively. There were prisoners poking their heads between the cells, laughing and mocking those who were about to be treated like them. Guys, be honest with me when it's getting late, otherwise you will only have soup to drink tomorrow, not even breadcrumbs. Hearing the noise from the surroundings, the soldier said. As soon as he heard this, the noisy prison immediately fell silent. The pirates who saw this scene were not happy, but now they looked a little panicked. He hadn't heard it wrong just now, this group of Marines only gave them breadcrumbs. Is this still a place where people stay? Remember that it's late at night, don't fight. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet, the soldier nodded, and after putting the pirates in the cell, they stepped away. After they left, the cage broke out again. Laughed. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Ryan looked at the newspaper on the table and was a little speechless. Strange things happened every year, especially this year. The headquarters sent a message telling him that a pirate group came to Alabasta and wanted to challenge 7 warlords of the sea crocodile to let him deal with it. What the hell is this? Shouldn't this kind of personal matter be solved by Crocker himself? When does Marine like to intervene in this kind of thing? I said. Pete, what do you think? I always feel that things are a bit strange this time. Ryan asked Pete while looking at him. It's not surprising, Crocodile is not in Alabasta, he is now in naval headquarters, so there is no problem with the headquarters for you to solve it. Pete glanced and said directly. Crocodile is in Alabasta, so he can naturally let him take care of it, but the pirate group that the other party is not in this time does not know about this, so it will definitely do damage in Alabasta. The headquarters let them take action in advance, and it is no different. Really? Ryan rubbed his chin when he heard the words and thought for a while. I found myself thinking a little bit too much. However, this pirate group dared to challenge Crocodile. Is their head rusted? Even if the captain of this pirate group has 100 million Baileys, they are not Crocodile's opponents. They would not think that Crocodile's 80 million Baileys bounty lasted for so many years and only this strength. Crocodile is someone who has been challenged by Whitebeard. How can it be defeated so easily? The pirates these days want to be famous, really wanting to be crazy, and they want to step on the head of 7 warlords of the sea. It's getting late. According to the news given by the headquarters, this pirate group has entered the waters of Alabasta. I think we should start. Don't you want to test your current strength? Pete said. Yes, but to solve the problem for Crocodile. I always feel a little uncomfortable. Ryan said, calling Crocodile to solve this kind of thing, wouldn't it become the opponent's thug? He is a righteous Marine, how can he do such a thing? There is nothing uncomfortable. Anyway, these pirates will count your merits after being caught. Moreover, this time the pirate is 100 million Baileys. Don't tell me that you don't like it. I don't believe it. As one of the people who have known Ryan the longest, Pete knows this companion. I admit that I am really moved. This feat is indeed very attractive to me. Ryan sighed and sighed. Notify the soldiers to prepare. We will set off now. The ammunition must be adequately prepared, and their ships must be hit before the battle. Sink it. After all, the other party is a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. We still need to be careful and treat it with caution. Hearing this, Pete looked at the information of the pirate group and said, the problem shouldn't be big. The bounty doesn't really show the strength of the opponent, but only proves the degree of the opponent's harm. Since the headquarter asked you to go out in person, it should be because you have the strength to deal with it. The headquarter can never let us go to death. Perhaps, this won't be known until after the fight. Ryan said when he heard the words. Yeah, Pai Jiao nodded, and then set off. Soon the soldiers assembled and went to the port to board the ship. On the sea under the blue sky and white clouds, a pirate ship with a pirate flag is slowly advancing towards Alabasta. The boss of the kingdom of Labston is so big, where are we going to find Crocodile? On the deck, the pirates asked with a smile. Of course I should ask first, someone at the flower port should know. Known as the boss, Muddy Waters laughed and said, as a pirate who has hundreds of millions of Baileys just out of the world this year, he is a supernova on the sea. As long as he defeats 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, his bounty it must be doubled again. He wants to let all the guys on the sea know his name. What if those guys don't tell me? Boss, a pirate asked. Then kill them all. We are pirates and not philanthropists. Of course, we have to rob all of the places we have passed. Muddy Waters grinned grimly. The disobedient guys, just kill them. This is his style of doing things, just like those disobedient villagers who don't want a hand in Bailey, just slaughter them all. Unfettered, lawless, and do whatever one wants. This is his rule. Long live the captain. The pirates said happily, this is the captain they are willing to follow. They really like this style of behavior. Seeing the admiration of his subordinates, Muddy Waters nodded in satisfaction. My eyes stayed for a while on the old rewards. An old guy from the old age should give his head and let him step on the upper position. This sea belongs to young people. These old guys, you should stay in the tomb honestly. Why are you still moving in the ocean every time? I'm not afraid of breaking my old waist. This direction is not wrong, right? Don't get the wrong direction. On the warship, Ryan stood on the bow and looked at the calm sea, and asked Pete, they have been here for a long time, why didn't they even see a ghost? Hearing this, Pete looked at the documents in his hand and said, the news from this department is that he will go to Alabasta from here. We can definitely meet him on this road, unless he intends to make a special detour. However, as a newcomer, he dares to challenge 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. It is impossible for him to take a long journey. He hasn't come here yet. We don't need to worry, just wait patiently. I hope so, don't let me dove, or I won't let him go. Ryan's eyes were cold and stern. He hated 2 things in his life, one is not keeping promises, and the other is waiting for someone. If this pirate group does not come, he will definitely let the other party know what it means to be immortal and pursue it. The warship was sailing slowly on the sea. Some fishing boats appeared gradually around, but still did not see the pirate boat Ryan wanted, and the soldiers on the observation platform were also concentrating and carefully searching for the pirate boat that the chief official wanted. After passing a coral reef, a pirate ship finally appeared in the soldier's scope. He carefully compared the flag of the pirate ship given to him by the officer, and then seriously confirmed it again. An ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Sir, I saw the pirate group you were looking for. They are 8 miles away in front of us. Really? Ryan, who was waiting impatiently, said excitedly when he heard these words. All the cannonballs will be loaded for me. When the time comes, these guys will be entertained severely, and they have only appeared in front of me now. It's too much. Damn it. Yes, sir. The soldiers immediately began to act upon hearing this. Are we going to fight? The recruit looked at the soldiers on the go, curiously. They listened to what the sir said. They are finally about to start a ship war? Yes, didn't you hear that our chief is angry now? Stop talking and do things quickly. The soldier reminded, pulling the shells and walking to the cannon. Whether they can gain an advantage when they meet depends on whether their artillery firepower is strong enough to fight fiercely. Okay. Seeing the attitude of the veterans, recruits immediately joined them. Soon there were 2 soldiers standing behind each cannon. One was responsible for adjusting the direction of the cannon and the other was responsible for filling the bombs. A warship appeared in front of the master captain. When the soldiers were preparing closely, the pirates on the ship finally discovered the arrival of the warship. Muddy Waters said happily, really? Unexpectedly, we are so lucky today. Before we pack 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, we can actually run into a warship. Little ones, get ready. Let's kill this warship. Let the Marines on the Grand Line also know how good we are. Yes, boss, the pirates shouted loudly. As the pirate ship got closer and closer to the warship first chose to fire its guns. The sound of intense gunfire broke the calm on the sea in an instant. The little ones beat me back hard. You can't let these Marines get an inch. Today I want to let these Marines know how good I am. Muddy Waters shouted, his eyes full of madness. The shells exploding on the pirate ship did not make him feel the slightest fear, but instead made him feel that the cells under his body were trembling. He was born to fight, and the blood made him crazy. You fellow, fill the cannonballs honestly for me standing here? How many cannonballs are you wasting by this fellow? You can hit the pirate ship, you made a mistake. Really, I shouldn't let you try. In the cabin, the veteran scolded loudly looking at the cannonball that did not know where it was flying. In the battle, every shell is very important. These newcomers are so stupid that they can't hit them at such a close distance. They are wasting shells even if they don't even get close to the side. The soldiers seem to be a bit bad. Pete frowned as he watched their warship miss the pirate ship without a shell. You can't expect them to use a cannon as a gunman, and be able to hit so accurately. You want me to say that everything has to be done by myself? Ryan rolled up his sleeves and said, I said you were planning to throw it with your hand. Are you sure you can hit it? Pete saw him in astonishment. You have to try everything to find out. Ryan laughed, and 2 more arms appeared on his body. With 4 arms holding a cannonball one arm by one, Ryan sprinted and aimed at the pirate ship. A pair of antennae on the head rotates from time to time, sensing the correct direction. Afterwards, Pete heard only a loud breaking wind. Then, 4 shells flew towards the pirate ship. Boom 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 boom. The shell exploded near the pirate ship, and the shocked pirate ship couldn't help but tilt a little. The pirates who were firing guns were swayed by the sudden tilt of the ship, and they couldn't help but flip the cannonballs on their backs and even hit them in the face, causing their nose bones to shatter. Suddenly, the wailing sounds of the pirates came from the cabin. They clutched their bleeding faces or some deformed parts that were smashed, and rolled on the ground. What's the matter? Why did the shelling stop? Muddy Waters, who was standing in the bow of the ship admiring the view of the bomb explosion, found that the fire on his ship had stopped unexpectedly, and couldn't help asking, the boss is not good. Our brothers who fired the gun accidentally injured themselves because of the tilt of the ship just now. There is no way to fire the gun now. The pirates who survived the ship ran out to report. What? Muddy Waters said with an ugly face when he heard the words, how many of them are still capable of fighting? Don't tell me, they were all killed by shells. Report to the boss, there are still 20 people who can fight. One Piece reported. 20 people. Muddy Waters nodded when he heard the words, enough, 20 people is enough, just one warship, I can deal with it alone, you only need to watch our ship, just don't be destroyed by them. Yes, boss. The pirates nodded when they heard the words. You're not good at it, it's still a bit short. Pete raised his monoculars and looked at the direction of the bomb explosion. It has been very effective. Didn't you find that their artillery fire has stopped? This shows that my attack is effective. Ryan looked at the distance and said, these pirates must be very panicked right now, let us know that we can get close and not let them run. Well, I see. Pete nodded when he heard the words, and immediately went to be the soldiers maneuvering the warship forward. "Boss, what should I do if the warship rushes over?" The pirates couldn't help but panic as they watched the approaching warship approaching. After all, they now have very few people on board who can move, and their firepower is simply not as good as Marine. Hopefully, I'm also worried that these Marines won't come. It's great that they can come by themselves. Matty Waters grinned grimly. A group of reckless Marines still dared to approach his pirate ship? I really don't know life or death. He will let these guys know what is the end of what they do like this. Guess at such a close distance, can I sink his ship directly with a shell? Ryan. Looking at the pirate ship approaching, he smiled and asked Pete, "I think you can hit, but you shouldn't sink it." Pete thought for a while and had to admit that this guy Ryan is indeed very accurate, but the opponent is also a large pirate ship after all. It should not be so easy. Sink it. Then we might as well make a bet. How about it? Ryan laughed. What are you betting on? Pete asked curiously. It's very simple. Guess how many pirates can be killed by one cannonball falling? We shouldn't bet you can just blow the whole pirate ship down with one cannonball. What are you kidding about? How can a cannonball sink? You get me a cannonball as big as you. But you didn't say this just now. Just now, it's not the same thing now. Okay. Pete took a deep breath, pointed to the approaching pirate ship and said, "Now, if I count 3, you can directly hit and blow up 3 pirates, even if you win? If you can't blow up people after 3 counts, you lose." Of course there is no problem. Ryan laughed, and the arm was thrown vigorously, and the shell flew out in an instant. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from a pirate ship not far away. Pete's eyes twitched as he watched several pirates fly out of the ship. There are 3 pirates who fly out, and I still blow them out before you say it. It seems that I won this time. Ryan proudly said, "You will be responsible later. Clean up, I will take care of the captain of the pirate. I think you should at least ask a first officer to give it to me. After all, the thief ship should still have a first officer or second in command. You can't always let me beat the pirates, and occasionally beat me a few cotters." Click. Pete complained. He has such a strong strength anyway, so he should always give him a place to play. Ryan has beaten the pirate captain every time and cleans up other pirates, so he won't give him a chance at all. It depends on whether the captain is good or not. I guess he will be cleaned up in a few seconds. If it is good, I should be dragged for a few minutes. You will have time to find it during this time. Other pirates can just play. Now. Ryan laughed. The Marine opposite the captain hit. He has 4 arms, and he just threw the cannonball over with his hands. The pirate in the observation deck on the pirate ship trembles with his monocular telescope. He had never seen a person with 4 arms in his life. He didn't expect to see him this time. Moreover, this guy didn't hit them with a cannon, but threw a bomb with his arm. How strong is this guy? Wouldn't it be possible to sink their ship with one punch? What? Muddy Waters couldn't help but look a little ugly. In the waters of Alabasta, there is such a powerful Marine? Throwing cannonballs with your hands has never heard of such things. Is this guy really a human? Don't panic, maybe this guy is just powerful. What about 4 arms? Can he hold my big knife with his arms? Matty Waters gritted his teeth after thinking for a while. His path can't stop here, but he wants to become the One Piece. How can he stop here? Yes, the boss made sense. Don't be afraid of the younger ones. No matter how many arms he has, he is just flesh and blood. He can't hold our guns and weapons. The first officer nodded. It turned out that the pirates who were still a little hesitant immediately stopped hesitating when they heard this. Isn't it the same flesh and blood as them? Is it still a machine? This group of pirates seems very excited. I decided, and the captain will give it to you later, and the other guys will leave it to me to clean up. You are not allowed to intervene, Pete said with his long and thick iron rod. Let's see who is fast. Ryan laughed, watching the pirate ship and the warship almost the distance, and stepped in the air several times before rushing towards the pirate ship. Hole, don't even think about running, wait for me. Pete cursed and fell into the water and swam towards the pirate boat. Boss, Marine has flown here. The pirate on the lookout saw Ryan leaping forward and rushing towards this side, and immediately shouted, "I see, kids, get ready to chop this Marine into sludge." Muddy Waters shouted, watching Ryan get closer and closer to him, and suddenly jumped up. Holding a big knife, he slashed towards Ryan's forehead. He believed that as long as the knife was implemented, Marine, who did not know what it was, would be hacked to death by him. Clang! The knife slashed on Ryan's head, making a sound of metal crashing. Muddy Waters only felt as if he had cut a big rock. The force of the countershock from the knife made his head hum and his arms were numb and unable to move. Crack! After taking the opponent's knife, Ryan slammed into the deck, stomping a hole in the deck of the pirate ship. This is. The pirates saw their eyes widened and their legs trembled unconsciously. The boss didn't chop off the opponent's head with a heavy knife? Is this guy still a human? Could it be a devil? Yes, very strong. It seems that although your guy's 100 million Bailey bounty has some moisture, it is still much better than the 80 million guy. Ryan pulled his leg from the deck. Muddy Waters smiled when he came out and looked at me still shaking. I thought that the captain of the pirate was a Zibe, but he only got a bounty, and he didn't have any strength at all. I didn't expect that some of them were out of his expectation, but still had some strength. At least one slash on his head could make him. There was a brief sensation of dizziness in the head. What kind of monster are you guys? But if Muddy Waters had some confidence in his own strength just now, then he had some doubts about his life now. He was holding a big knife instead of a wooden knife. The other party ate him, nothing happened, and he could still talk to him with a smile. His worldview has been impacted throughout his life. I'm human just like you, don't be nervous. Ryan tilted his head and said, the one I use on the Grand Line is just the Marine 6 styles that many people know. You come from a small place like Sea. I don't know that this kind of thing is normal. You can communicate with other prisoners in the prison in the future. ****, don't look down on people. Even if you are not afraid of weapons, I still have a pair of fists. Muddy Waters shouted, immediately waving his fists and opening them towards Ryan. Ryan stood in place, bending slightly like a piece of paper, directly avoiding the attack of Muddy Waters. When Muddy Waters saw this, he shook his fist and looked at such a weird scene. Some wondered if he was dreaming. People can really do this kind of evasive action? Boom! Just when he doubted, Ryan punched out. Suddenly, Muddy Waters didn't have the slightest doubt. The pain in his chest told him that at least 6 ribs had been broken. It's not a good habit to be distracted in battle. You have to know that I am not standing still with a sandbag. Ryan looked at the big hole in the cabin and laughed. Wow! A jet of water exploded beside the pirate ship, and Pete jumped out of the sea holding an iron rod. Smashed down towards the deck of the pirate ship. Suddenly, there was a loud clicking sound from the pirate ship, and a big hole appeared directly on the deck where the pirates were standing. The pirates who did not react fell directly into the bottom of the ship. I said, Pete, you need to play like this? You destroyed the deck. Later I will see where you are fighting. Pete stepped on the boat rail and said, bringing Pete to the ground. In an instant, he left the deck and stepped on the window rail, otherwise he would fall to the bottom of the boat like the other pirates. Anyway, I'm not a capable person. I can fight anywhere, but you have to be careful not to fall into the sea, Pete said, picking up his thick and big stick and continuing to work on the ship. He just thought about it, and felt that this guy who stayed on the boat would definitely not find him an opponent, so he would break the boat directly so that he could find an opponent casually, and Ryan couldn't intervene. I said, you need this? Are you here to catch the pirate or to be a shipbreaker? Ryan asked Pete, who looked at the more destructive and vigorous. Of course it's here to catch the pirates, but first they have to destroy their ships so they don't escape, Pete said righteously. The 2 of us on the pirate ship can still allow them to escape. I think the first thing we have to suspect is the strength of the 2 of us, not this. Ryan flipped over Byakugan and looked at the person who was shot into the cabin. Muddy Waters said, did you rush over by yourself to continue fighting with me, or should I go over and clean up you? It turns out that you are a capable person. I understand. I said, why my weapon doesn't work for you? Running out of the cabin, Muddy Waters, whose head was bleeding, didn't pay attention to Ryan's words. Instead, he muttered to himself, with a gleam of light in his eyes. What's the matter? Don't tell me, you have already figured out a way to deal with me. If this is the case, then I am a little scared. Ryan smiled and looked at Muddy Waters playfully. Of course. Muddy Waters tore off a towel and dipped the water from the wooden barrel around him and said, you capable people are the most afraid of sea water. As long as you can get sea water on you, it's definitely not my opponent. After eating devil fruit, the capable person will become a land duck and fear the sea and sea stone. It is not a secret in the whole sea. Muddy Waters felt that he had grasped the key to victory. Good idea, but the prerequisite is that you can meet me. Ryan laughed. If there is such a simple restraint ability, the ability on the sea would have long been dead, and the other party's thinking is really too simple. I believe I can touch it. Muddy Waters smiled, clutching the wet towel, and rushed towards Ryan on his toes. Soon facing the movement of Muddy Waters, Ryan disappeared directly in place. Muddy Waters passed Ryan's location and fell directly into the sea. It seems that you are different from what you think. You don't seem to be able to touch me. Ryan fell back to the ship's rail and looked at Muddy Waters, who was like a drowning dog, and laughed. I can make countless mistakes, and you only need to be touched by me with the sea once. Muddy Waters said from the sea. There is nothing wrong with losing for the first time. He believes that he will be able to meet the opponent next time. As long as he meets the opponent, he will be able to win. Then you get up from the sea first. Ryan laughed, a faint blue light appeared on his calf, and then with a wave, a slash followed Ryan's foot and flew towards the sea. What? Seeing the scene, Muddy Waters couldn't help but open his mouth. Is this guy still a human? Didn't rely on weapons to slap a combat blow with your feet. While the slash fell into the sea and immediately exploded a huge splash of water. Muddy Waters had to dive into the sea, avoiding the slash. Surprised, isn't it? What do you think the Grand Line is? Ryan sneered while bombarding the sea with Tempest Kick. I tell you, this is the tomb of a pirate, because here and Sihai are completely two worlds. Your bounty from Sihai is placed on the Grand Line. It is just the most common pirate. At your level, you still want to challenge Crocodile? Even I am not his opponent. It's not good for you pirates to stay honestly? Just want to die. Boom 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 boom. Water splashes exploded one after another on the sea, and Muddy Waters felt that he had entered the weight of the cannonball. Generally, it exploded everywhere and it was not safe. Boom. At the bottom of the boat, Pete was holding a big iron rod, and facing the fallen pirates, he went up to a rod. The pirates who came across were either dead or wounded. Pete quickly solved most of them. Only a small number of cotters still had weapons in their hands and were resisting. Yes, it seems that you guys still have some strength. You can actually eat and stop me with a great strength. Looking at the pirates gathered in front of him, Pete laughed. Always being snatched away by Ryan, he feels his head hurts. This time there is finally room for him to show off. He must vent his sullenness during this period of time. Monster, monster. All monsters, the pirates said with ugly expressions. Why didn't one of the Marines that I met was normal? Either his head can pick up his old knife, or he has an iron rod that can be used as a roof pillar? Why are their luck so unlucky? And listening to the movement outside, his boss probably doesn't even dare to show his head now. If this continues, they still have the chance to win? And the thing that frightened them the most was that the guy who pressed the captain to fight actually said that he was not Crocodile's opponent. So what kind of guy did their boss jump as a target? When you guys fight with me, it's better not to get distracted. Do you think my iron rod is a vegetarian? Seeing the pirate's eyes distracted, Pete couldn't help but yelled. Holding the iron rod, he smashed towards the pirates. The pirates who heard the shout quickly resisted, but they were still a step late. They were all shot and flew out like flies hit by a wooden stick. Click. The pirates hit the ship's wall, and a crack appeared in the shaking ship's wall. But the pirates couldn't take care of this anymore. They just felt like they had been hit by a boulder, and now they were so painful that they couldn't move. Get up and get up all. You guys can't do this? Get up all to me, or I will kill you. Seeing the pirates who didn't resist his attack, Pete was a little angry. Are these guys despising him? Obviously he could resist it just now, but he didn't want the battle to end so soon. We are not your opponent at all. We are willing to surrender. Yes, if we continue to fight, we will be killed by you. The pain from all over the body let the pirates know that if they continue to resist, there is really only a dead end. You useless guys, your captain is still fighting desperately. Do you want to disappoint your captain? Following Ryan for so long, Pete still learned something. For example, this awe-inspiring way of speaking, he didn't know how. He learned it after a long time with Ryan. Our captain will certainly not watch us die like this, so we hope to let the captain disappointed. Yes, we surrendered and we won't fight anymore. Do you Marines still want to kill us surrendered pirates? The pirates are not fooled. They are pirates who can bend and stretch. There is no need to work hard for the sake of face. It's really meaningless, a bunch of counselors. Pete complained. These guys can't be tough, at least like their captain. If we want to be tough, it's a corpse now. The pirates murmured. They are pirates who can bend and stretch, how can they be tough? I said you guy is going to try to hide in the sea? Come out, just eat my kick and end your sad life. Ryan said while looking at Muddy Waters, who came up from time to time and sink from time to time. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't show my head. You want my life to be not that simple, and you are a capable person, so that a fool will come out to the sea and challenge you. Muddy Waters said. Then I want to see how long you can stay in the sea? Ryan looked at the cannonballs rolling down to his feet and laughed, and then aimed one cannonball at the position where Muddy Waters was, and threw the bow left and right. Came out. Boom 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 boom. The shell exploded in the sea, and it didn't take long for Muddy Waters to float out of the water. It looks like you still can't hold the cannonballs. It's okay to come out earlier? Why do you have to force me to do this? Ryan looked at Muddy Waters, who was floating in the sea like a dead fish, and shook his head. Smiled. Is a guy who doesn't see the coffin and doesn't cry, thinking that he can't help him if he hides in the sea? How could this be possible? As long as this guy still needs to breathe, he will have a way to deal with him. I've already settled it here. What's going on your side? Pete asked Ryan after he tied up all the pirates. I have solved this guy on my side. He is like a dead fish now. Go down and bring him up. Ryan laughed. I knew that you guy told me the truth, and I still need me to go down. Pete complained, it would be better to let him deal with the captain directly, and save so many things. There is no other way to think that this guy will go to the sea. Ryan shrugged. If you want me to say you should solve him before he goes down, otherwise, where will there be so many things? Pete complained. Obviously, this guy can be solved easily, but Ryan will have to play with each other for so long. If he meets him, he will clean up this guy. After all, it is a guy who is going to challenge Crocodile, and it is necessary to try his weight and solve him at once. Isn't it boring? Ryan laughed. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and bring this guy up. We should go back. Yeah. Pete nodded when he heard the words, and then jumped into the sea to catch muddy waters. You guys brought the ship close to the warship, and what awaits you next will be your prison life. Enjoy your prison life. Lane turned and said to Pete. Yes, Master Marine. The pirates nodded, turning the rudder with their tied hands and approaching the warship. The soldiers on the warship saw that the pirates had all been dealt with, and immediately prepared to sail for the pirates. Rustle suddenly, yellow sand drifted on the sea, and the blue sea looked a little hazy under the blowing of the yellow sand. The soldiers couldn't help but stunned when they saw this scene. This scene can only be seen when a sandstorm occurs in Alabasta. Why is there such weather on the sea? They are not very close to Alabasta either. Ryan, Pete couldn't help but look ugly when he saw this scene, as if thinking of something. He cast a nervous look at Ryan. Yes, he is here. Ryan took a deep breath and nodded. The only one who can use this method to drive on the sea is 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Wow! The sand in the sky fell on the deck, and then quickly formed a yellow human form, and waited until the yellow color faded. Crocodile dangling a cigar and offering it on the deck, he held a gold hook, looked at the soldiers on the deck and wanted to forget the pirate ship that was going to another place, and said, "It's these guys who don't live or die want to challenge me? It looks like it hasn't, and it will be solved when I make a move. Yes, these pirates have been caught by me, and I hope that Mr. Crocodile can save face and don't kill them," Ryan said. He finally ran, but didn't want to go back with the corpse. It hadn't been a long time since there were new pirates in his prison. "Don't worry, since you caught it, I won't grab it. After all, rubbish like this won't get into my eyes." Crocodile smiled. That would be the best. Next, this group of pirates will welcome their prison life. If Mr. Crocodile is free, he can visit them in the prison and ask why they don't want to challenge you. Ryan laughed. It's just a group of weak people. I never pay attention to it. The only people who can speak in my eyes are those who can speak. Crocodile squinted his eyes and glanced at Ryan unexpectedly. I haven't seen you for a while. A lot stronger. It seems that Marine has really found a good seed. Where is it? No matter how strong I am not Mr. Crocodile's opponent. I think only Admiral can deal with Mr. Crocodile, right? Ryan said, this guy doesn't know what it means. He doesn't want to face the opponent. What if the opponent wants to compare strength with him, and then accidentally kills him? Ha ha ha. When Crocodile heard this, he couldn't help but smile. You are really cautious enough. You don't have to worry. I am 7 warlords of the sea not going to take action against you. Actually, you have already cleaned up these guys. Then I should leave. I still have things to deal with. Then don't give it away. Crocodile will go well, Ryan said, and couldn't help but complain that what Crocodile said was really nice, saying that he was 7 warlords of the sea and wouldn't do anything to him. But secretly, isn't it already planning the entire Alabasta? Then goodbye. Crocodile finished speaking, turned into a wind and sand, and disappeared again. This guy. Seeing Crocodile leave, Ryan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Facing the legendary 55, he was still a little worried. After all, the opponent is the one who can fight Sakazuki Admiral. He faced someone who might have lost his life. Therefore, it is best if Crocodile can hesitate, and he does not want to take the initiative to find trouble with the other party, unless his strength has been able to easily provoke the other party. This guy came so fast and came back from naval headquarters? But this speed is really scary, right? Pete said as he watched Crocodile disappeared. Who knows how fast the wind on the sea is? He should be as fast as possible. Ryan looked at the surface of the sea and said, it's time to close the team, we should go back. Yeah. Pete nodded when he heard the words. Boss, did you come back so quickly? It's really unexpected. Inside the Alabasta Rainland Casino, Nico Robin couldn't help but smile when he saw Clock arrive. I heard that there was a newcomer who wanted to challenge me more than life and death, so I came back early, but the plan for you and me during the time I was away went smoothly. Crocodile asked aloud. You have already acted as the boss told you. It shouldn't be long before the people of Alabasta will find that the rain has started to decrease. Nico Robin said with a smile, and he became more curious about which pirate group was in the end. Actually came to challenge Crocodile? Well, that's fine. Crocodile nodded when he heard the words, and then said, you can leave now, you still need to deal with the next thing. Remember not to land at the canola port. You also need to be careful in the waters near Alabasta. What's wrong, boss? Is there someone in Alabasta that makes you jealous? Nico Robin asked curiously. It is rare for Crocodile to say a word twice. It might not have been there before, but it should be there now. Crocodile smoked a cigar, thinking about the scene before leaving the warship. After a while, the strength of Marines stationed in Alabasta has grown so rapidly, it actually made him feel a hint of danger. It seemed that Marine really valued him, otherwise he would not send this kind of Marine. Boss, are you talking about the Major Marine who is stationed at the canola port? Nico Robin quickly thought of the guy mentioned by his boss. Yes, you better be careful. He is much stronger now than when I first saw it. Clock breathed out smoke and said, it's okay to expose yourself as little as possible. I don't want to get rid of this guy, this one. It will attract Marine's attention. I see. Boss. Don't worry, I won't give you anything. Nico Robin smiled. How could she be so smart? Who could make Crocodile so wary? Well, go. Crocodile said, we need manpower and Bailey to implement our plan. You continue to do this. I believe you will be able to do well. Yes, boss. Nico Robin nodded, and walked away. The pirates were escorted to the branch after the warship slowly docked at Alabasta Canola Port. Matty Waters, who was hit and knocked out by a cannonball along the way, showed no sign of waking up. If he hadn't noticed that this guy was still breathing, Ryan would almost think this guy was dead. Sir, this guy is really fine? Why is he still motionless until now? Is he pretending to be asleep? Would you like the brothers to beat him up? The soldiers carrying the big frame said, the damned pirate is still asleep now. They are carrying this B*********************** D and they are almost dried up by the sun. As long as the commander gives an order, they will now beat this guy into pig head. Let's bear it for a while, and let the military doctor check it when you arrive at the branch. If this guy is really pretending, you don't need to do it, I will personally send him on the road. Ryan comforted. In fact, this Matty Waters didn't pretend to be asleep. If he pretended to be asleep, he could tell at a glance. He could only say that this guy was really hit by a waste shell and something went wrong. Otherwise, he would not have woken up until now. He is now more and more worried that this guy has been bombed into a vegetative by a cannonball. If this is the case, then their branch will have to raise a vegetative? It was the first time he saw a vegetative in Pirate World. After hearing the assurance from the parent official, the soldiers' grievances finally dissipated a lot. As long as the military doctor said that this guy was pretending, they immediately let the B*************** D taste the grievances along the way. Sir, I'm afraid this guy won't wake up. I suggest to give him a coffin and bury it directly, otherwise it will require a lot of Pele to upgrade. After checking it up, the military doctor in the branch put down his own stethoscope, talking about his diagnosis. Are you sure there is no error in the diagnosis? This guy has really become a vegetative. Although he heard the doctor's diagnosis on the spot, Ryan still asked a little worriedly. He didn't know if the guy in Pirate World could use returning turtle breath. Kind of secret technique, suspended animation to escape. With my years of experience in the industry, there will never be any problems. If you can't believe it, sir, I suggest you give him a few shots and bury it again. The military doctor suggested. Regardless of whether this guy is pretending or not, just give him a few shots and believe that suspended animation will become real. This is the safest way. So, Ryan nodded and said, then do it the way you said. Since this pirate is already a vegetative, there is no need to imprison it. After all, it is still very useful to extend the life of a vegetative. Although the headquarters is not bad for money, you can't waste it on this kind of pirate, so it's better to kill it. Then you can leave this to us? Sir. The soldiers immediately asked excitedly when they heard that they were about to slaughter the guy who had carried them all the way. Of course there is no problem. Let this matter be handled by you. Remember to tie him up first before killing, otherwise you will be in trouble if he pretends. Ryan reminded. Although the strength of this Matty Waters is very weak, it is still much stronger than the soldiers. If this guy feigned his death, he would most likely violently when the soldiers fired. Okay, sir. The soldier who heard this immediately took out a few handcuffs and buckled Muddy Waters tightly. Afterwards, carrying Muddy Waters and left. Within a few seconds, there was a gunshot, and Ryan knew that Muddy Waters could be buried. So he took steps to report to the headquarters. The matter is over. A pirate with more than 100 million UN should have given him a lot of merit. Have you caught Matty Waters? Sengoku said, looking at the wanted warrant marked with a cross. Yes, Master Marshal. Matty Waters became a vegetable after being hit by a cannonball. Major Lane ordered him to be shot. Soldier Kaido. Vegetative. Sengoku nodded when he heard the words, that's good, a vegetable is no longer necessary to be imprisoned. The wicked pirate is not worthy of Marines spending so much Pele. With Ryan's deeds, he can now become a lieutenant colonel. You can ask someone to send him the updated officer ID. Yes, Master Marshal. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. Thinking about how fast Ryan is promoted, how long is this? I have already completed the position that others need 7 to 8 years to 10 years to reach. Good strength, decisive judgment. Zephyr did not misunderstand you. Sengoku smiled as he looked at the rewards that were stacked on the table. These were the pirates that Ryan had dealt with. The number of them is no more than the number of pirates caught by some old lieutenant colonels. Sir, this is a reward order from the headquarters today. In Alabasta's Marine branch, Pete passed today's reward order to Ryan. Ryan took it and started watching. As a Marine, he still needs to pay attention to the rewards issued by the headquarters and the recent pirates. With the reward doubled, the face of Madara, a finch with a hat, quickly attracted Ryan's attention. Seeing that the man was holding a reward order, Pete was silent and curious. What's wrong? What's so special about this pirate? It makes you care so much. He thinks this guy is just a little pirate who is offering 15 million Bailey as a bounty. What did Ryan use? He just caught a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million UN. Put up this reward order, and you will understand in the future, this guy is not an ordinary person. Ryan looked at the name of Porgas Ace on the reward order and said, One Piece Roger's posthumous son, the grandson of Marine Hero, and the righteous son of Whitebeard. I really didn't expect to be able to see the other side going to sea so soon. It seems that the sea will eventually raise wind and waves. It's about looking at the same era as Huoquan Ace. Is he or the other one better? Okay, I see. Pete nodded when he heard the words, and then posted Porgas Ace's reward order. This stinky guy is actually going to sea. Why didn't that fellow Dodden stop him? Damn it. Garp on the Doghead warship looked at the reward order he held in his hand, and couldn't help but yell at him. This scene fell in the eyes of the soldiers who were onlookers, and the soldiers had long been used to it. Having been with Vice Admiral for so long, the personality of Vice Admiral is so clear to them. If there is nothing to do, tell them about his two ineffective grandsons, and their ears are about to become callous. Mr. Garp, don't be too angry. It's already happened. It's better to accept the reality. Bogart persuaded. How can the old man accept love? It's the fact that this stinky boy is called Marine. Garp clasped his nostrils and said, The old man is going to ask the guy Sengoku, where is the stinky boy Ace, and the old man wants to catch him personally. But doesn't this also reveal that Porgas Ace is your grandson? Bogart reminded. That's what I said, then don't tell that guy, let's just leave. Garp said. But we are not cruising here? Mr. Garp, Bogart reminded. If he remembers correctly, Marshal Sengoku let them cruise here, right? They just leave things here and go to East Blue. Is there really no problem? That's what I said. Garp scratched his head with a headache. Then go and clean up later. It's the stinky kid. Yeah, Bogart nodded when he heard the words. East Blue, on a desert island. Porgas Ace and Mascudius, who had been hungry for a few days, couldn't help swallowing their saliva while looking at the fruit that seemed to be burning with flames. Unfortunately, their boat sank in a storm. Fortunately, the two of them were good at water. They swam up when they saw an island on the way, but the island was really deserted. Nothing. They were starving to death after being here for a few days. Are you hungry? Ace asked Mascudius, who looked at devil fruit beside him. Of course, my hungry stomach is grunting now. Mascudius said. But this is devil fruit so bad, really want to eat it, Ace said while looking at the fruit. Although he didn't have much contact with devil fruit, he still knew it. After all, his stupid brother had eaten devil fruit, and he also explained to him that devil fruit was the most unpalatable thing he had eaten in his life. Even that guy Luffy said so. Can you imagine how unpalatable this thing is? Don't say it's devil fruit now, I have to eat even the most unpalatable things. With a dizzy smile, Mascudius said. Whether it is devil fruit or something else? On an island where you can't even find bugs, eat whatever you can find. Okay. Hearing what Mascudius said, Ace nodded, took out a short sword from his waist, and cut it towards devil fruit. Come on, this one is for you. Ace chose the slightly larger side and gave it to Mascudius. Forget it, you have to eat this piece. You are a combatant and a captain. If you eat more, I will eat this piece. Mascudius rejected the big piece given by Ace, and reached out to think about it. Chunky. Okay. Seeing that Mascudius took a small piece by himself, Ace could only eat the devil fruit in his hand. Click with one bite, Ace heard the half of devil fruit he was grasping, and made a crisp sound characteristic of fruit, but then his face became ugly, because the devil fruit sounded with the crisp sound was not sweet shisui, but an extremely unpalatable taste. The smell was unpalatable, but it made him tremble all over and made him feel bad. Vomit as soon as he came into contact with this smell, Ace retched inevitably, even twitching with his hungry stomach, but after thinking about it, he hadn't eaten for a few days. Ace still resisted the physical discomfort. Swallowed. Is it so unpalatable? Mascudius was a little scared after seeing this scene, and looked at his other half, devil fruit. Although he knew devil fruit was unpalatable, Ace's reaction was too exaggerated. It was so scared that he didn't dare to eat it. But if he doesn't eat, he can't hold it anymore. Thinking of this, Mascudius gritted his teeth. Then he stuffed devil fruit into his mouth in one bite. Within 2 seconds, Mascudius began to become iron blue, and the whole person kept retching. Brush and orange flame ignited his fingertips. Ace looked at the flames at his fingertips and muttered, This devil fruit we ate is Logia's Maramara fruit. Do you have the ability? No, I don't get anything except it's unpalatable. Mascudius said, his face terribly ugly. It was really terrifying. He felt as if he had walked through Huanquan. So? Ace put away the flame in his hand and said, that should be the first person to eat the fruit to gain power. Well, I think so too. Mascudius nodded, looked at the sea and said, you now have the ability to fire. Can you fly to get a ship? I don't want to stay on this island anymore. There was a devil fruit just now. After a few days, I'm afraid we can only eat dirt. There should be no problem. Ace said, hands pressed against his thighs, palms burning with flames, pushing him off the ground and flying towards the sky. After a while, it turned into a streamer and disappeared. When Mascudius saw it, he gasped and said, it's so terrible. If you know it, you should let Ace eat it alone. Why did I believe him and eat it with him? I will never forget this taste in my life. On the sea, a pirate ship is sailing. Then they saw a flame flying down from the sky. Before they could react, they realized that there was an extra guy at the table where they were waiting. Where did you be D come from? Seeing the uninvited guest, the captain of the pirate ship angered. Sorry, my name is Porgas D. Ace. I'm so hungry, so I can't help it. I hope you forgive me. Ace chewed again and stood up and said to everyone, and then began to open his bow left and right again and stuffed his mouth to eat. Hole, do you think one sentence is enough? I warn you, Lao Zi is a pirate. The pirate boss said, taking out his weapon. This way. Ace saw it, and couldn't help but stop his movements. My sirs, you can eat slowly. If it is not enough, we still have something. As long as you are happy, you can say anything. The pirate boss with a swollen face wrapped in bandages said with a laugh. That's so grateful. Ace smiled when he heard the words, and continued to eat the food. Seeing the pirate boss, he couldn't help but twitched. You said that you are so good, so he won't be able to do it? Why bother to make it look like this? Is this guy really a newcomer? Why is the strength so strong? After a while, Ace was finally full. He commanded the pirate ship to go to the deserted island to pick up Mascudius, but he didn't forget that he still had a partner who was starving. You guy finally didn't forget me. I thought you had already forgotten me when you patronized eating. Watching the pirate ship slowly approach the shore, Mascudius could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Ace dared not come to pick him up, he would definitely write the name of the B***** D Ace in his notebook. How is this possible? We two are partners. Come on, the boat is full of food, I think you must be very hungry. Ace smiled. Yeah. Mascudius nodded Kaido when he heard the words, and stepped onto the boat. As soon as he got on the boat, he saw the scarred pirates on the boat. He couldn't help but glanced at Ace, waiting for the other party's explanation. They just wanted to do something with me, so I just cleaned up their meal a little bit. Ace smiled. You hurry up, I asked them to prepare a lot of food. Should they do their hands and feet in the food? After listening to Ace's explanation, Mascudius was a little worried that the food could not be eaten. My lord, what are you kidding? How could we poison our food? Yeah. Upon hearing what Mascudius said, the pirates quickly explained that although they did think of poisoning food, the problem was that they had to have poison now. Look, they said no, you don't have to worry about it, just eat it with peace of mind. Ace smiled. Forget it, the food I make by myself is more assured to eat. Mascudius refused. That's okay, there is still a lot of food on the boat. Go and see in the cabin. Ace nodded. Then I found a place and sat down. When Mascudius saw it, he stopped paying attention to Ace to find the food he wanted. Soldiers leaving after the warship leave on the Grand Line Alabasta Canola port. They really couldn't stand the life of tent and standing guard in the branch, and finally they mustered up the courage to quit Marine. They didn't end up in the end. It seems that they are not suitable for being Marine, Pete said, looking at the departing warship. Yes, this is normal. There are always people who are not suitable to be Marines. They can start a new life if they leave early. Ryan looked at the sun that was about to set and said, well, we should go back now. Things need to be done, but there is no time to waste feeling. Yeah, Pete nodded when he heard the words. Afterwards, the two walked back to the branch. There has been less and less rain during this period. If this continues, everyone will die of thirst. In Illumini, the residents found that the once oasis city actually started to stop raining. Moreover, the water potential in the lower reaches of the Santo River is declining. If this continues, as the oasis city of Alabasta, it will soon lose its proud oasis. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that their drinking water will have problems. If the water source has not been solved, it is very likely that they will have to move to other places to live. For them who have lived here for generations, it is tantamount to leaving their hometown. This matter must be reported to His Majesty the King immediately. If there is no rain, the city will have no future. After discussing for a while, the residents decided to report the matter to the capital of Alabasta. Inside the royal palace of Albina, the capital of Alabasta, Ikaram, who received the news, immediately reported the matter to the Lord King. How could this happen to Arama, the city of Oasis? If this happens everywhere, How is the situation in the rest of the kingdom now? Nefertari Cobraland murmured. His Majesty, this matter is not trivial, I think we need to investigate it carefully. Ikarim said. Alabasta is a desert country. If there is no water source, it would be a disaster for the entire country. It is very likely that their country will die out as a result, so it is necessary to find the reason and let Arama return to normal as soon as possible. Yes, Ikalim, what you said makes sense. Are you willing to investigate this matter? Nefertari Cobra nodded after hearing this, and then spoke. Of course there is no problem. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your worries for you. Ikarim nodded. Then I will trouble you, Ikarim. The cause of the matter must be investigated. Nefertari Cobra urged. Yes, Your Majesty. Ikarim Kaido then began to act and went to Arama to investigate the cause of the matter. In the rain area of Alabasta, Crocodile looked at the map on the table and smiled. You did a good job. Arama is the oasis city of Alabasta. Once something goes wrong, I believe that all the eyes of the entire kingdom will gather there. I believe many civilians will panic. Yes, boss. The people there have already reported it to Nefertari Cobra. I believe that Mengshi will send someone out to investigate soon, and we will soon implement the second step plan. Nico Robin laughed Road. Very good, then implement it as soon as possible. I hope to see our plan completed within 3 years. Crocodile smiled. Although he doesn't mind spending a little more time here, it would be better if it can end as soon as possible. Yes, boss. Nico Robin nodded when he heard the words, then got up and walked back. There are still a lot of things to prepare next, she has to deal with it, but there is no time to sit here anymore. Crocodile nodded in satisfaction, and then dropped a piece on the chessboard placed in front of him. After Ace ate the Maramara fruit, the bounty rose as fast as riding on a rocket. In just half a month, the bounty rose several times, reaching 78 million Baileys. This guy is so quick to offer a bounty, and he has grown to this point all at once, Pete said, covering the old one with a new one. Yes. Ryan nodded and said nonchalantly, I've said it a long time ago, he is not a general, now you believe it. I believe it. Pete looked at the bounty inside, who knew he could actually eat a Logia devil fruit. It's really unfair. If only I could have such a good devil fruit. Everyone in the entire sea can see devil fruit, but he is the only one who has not seen devil fruit with his hands empty. Just think about this kind of thing. Logia devil fruit is hard to come by. Where is it so easy to get? Ryan said with his head resting on his hands, and I don't think you need to eat devil fruit. You have a giant bloodline, good physical training is better than anything else. I also hope that you can get me up when I fall into the sea. Otherwise, if you and I have both eaten devil fruit, then we will fall into the sea. Who will catch us too? You shouldn't expect the soldiers to fish us up then. To be honest, it's not that he looked down on the soldiers, but the soldiers really didn't have the ability to fish them out of the sea. After all, even they could fall into the sea. One can imagine how dangerous the scene was. It would be good for the soldiers to protect themselves, and expect them to help? What you said really makes sense, otherwise let's find another guy and let him fish us so that I can eat devil fruit, Pete said. Who are you going to find? Ryan asked after hearing the words. Of course it's Brits. Pete said, that guy has been stationed at Sabayati Archipelago for so long, he must have been impatient. Let's think of a way to transfer him. If we come to our dormitory there are 3 of them, so I feel more at ease with him. Are you sure? First think about that guy yourself. Ryan reminded. Of course, that guy I have talked to him. Pete smiled. Do you know what that guy is doing at Sabayati Archipelago now? What do you do? Ryan asked curiously. That's what we arranged for recruits to do, Pete said. Don't tell me that this guy learned to stand guard after 3 years in Sabayati Archipelago without learning anything, Ryan said silently. Yes, he really learned how to stand guard. I heard that he is standing still very well now, and he can stand still for 3 days and 3 nights, Pete laughed. Then he won't miss an inch of defeat in the past 3 years, right? Ryan was a little worried if Brits' strength was too bad. It's no use coming to them. Don't worry, Brits is on guard even though Tenton is on guard. But he hasn't given up, he still works hard. It's just that he lacks a chance to show himself now, Pete said. Is this way? Ryan nodded. Then I will try to contact the headquarters and see if I can transfer it back. Logically speaking, I am now a lieutenant colonel, and there should be no problem. Well, it's up to you. Pete nodded when he heard the words. Afterwards, Ryan called the phone worm to contact the head office about the transfer. I have to say that since becoming a lieutenant colonel, the operator's voice has become much gentler, feeling that the world is full of love and peace. And all these are the benefits of his rising position, so he needs to catch more pirates and become rear admiral as soon as possible. Alabasta's marine branch wants to transfer people from the Sabayati Archipelago branch. Sakazuki looked at the file he sent and spoke out. Yes, Sakazuki Admiral. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. Then tell the branch of Sabayati Archipelago to release people. Sakazuki said indifferently, it's just a soldier. It's the same everywhere. Yes, Sakazuki Admiral. The soldier nodded when he heard the words, and then went to do it. After the soldiers had left, Polusalino stepped in. Why are you free to come back today? The Holy Land Marie Joyce is all right, Sakazuki said while looking at the file. It's very quiet there, but there is no need for the old man to sit there. But you would actually agree to the transfer so loosely, the old man did not expect it, Polusalino said with a smile. It's just a small thing, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Also, he has more abilities than some guys. It's satisfying to want to adjust some manpower, Sakazuki said. Although he attaches great importance to Marine's rules, things that can be passed quickly at certain times don't have to go through so many processes. Moreover, the other party's achievements are also very good. Every time the order issued by the headquarters has been completed well. To be honest, he admires this kind of Marine Junior. So that's it. Polusalino curled his lips and said, I thought that little guy was your illegitimate child, you were so kind to him. Don't be kidding, even if it is really my son, you should understand that I will demand him more strictly. Sakazuki said sternly, what we need now is a Marine who is capable and can sit and watch. As long as they can sit and watch, it's okay to provide them with some convenience. The old man knows, so you mean the old man has been hanging around, Polusalino murmured. I have never said this before, you said it yourself. Sakazuki continued to look at the file after hearing this. Well, I thought the two of us were good friends. I didn't expect you to be able to say such a hurtful thing. Fortunately, I brought you a pot of bonsai, Polusalino complained. I'm working now, but I don't have time to trim the bonsai. Just put it in my yard. If you have free time, I have something here that I need you to help. Sakazuki glanced at Baru. The bonsai spoke behind Salino. I just take the time to come back, but there is no extra time. Polusalino waved his hand and said, I will put this bonsai in the courtyard for you. I will prune and water it when you have time. I still have to return to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, otherwise those guys will start looking for me again. After speaking, the time for not giving Sakazuki a word just disappeared. Sakazuki. Now that he said that he wanted him to go out in person, it seemed like a troublesome and difficult thing to do, so he wouldn't touch this kind of thing. It's better to return to the Holy Land Mariajo and rest, he thinks this is more suitable for him. After all, celestial dragons are not so troublesome, at most they are making trouble in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. This guy. Seeing Polusalino disappearing, Sakazuki couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and his gaze stayed on Porgas d'Ace's reward order for a while. He also wants Polusalino to get Porgas d'Ace back. After all, this guy is the grandson of Garp. If this relationship spreads out, it will cause great damage to Marine's reputation. Only by catching him back as soon as possible and putting him in impel down can the impact be minimized. I didn't expect Brusalino to be so slippery and ran away without saying a word. It seems that this task has to be handed over to others. In the marine branch of Sabayati Archipelago, Brits, who was standing guard, felt that he was patted on the shoulder. When he turned around, he saw the sergeant speak, Brits pack up things and prepare to go to Alabasta branch. You have been transferred. NS. Really? Brits was a little unbelievable when he heard that. He only told Pete yesterday that he wanted to mess with them. Today, his transfer has been done. Yes, hurry up. The sergeant urged, there will be a supply ship to deliver supplies to Alabasta. If you are late, then you can only wait for another half month. Alabasta's supplies will only be shipped every half month. Okay, good. Britt said happily, I'm going to clean up now, thanks to the sir for reminding me. Well, go. The sergeant smiled and watched Brits leave. Sir, where is Brits going? The other soldiers on guard asked curiously. If it wasn't for guard time, they just couldn't help but ask. He's going to work in Alabasta's branch, what's the matter? You guys want to go too? The sergeant smiled. We really want to go. The soldier said with a smile, how could Brits be transferred to Alabasta's branch? He is not much better than us. Yes, although his marksmanship is indeed better than ours, I think we are better. You guys are really thick-skinned. What is better? You can hit with one shot from 700 meters away. Can you guys? You guys have been aiming for 2 hours and I haven't seen you hit the target. The sergeant didn't. Angrily scolded. When the soldiers heard the words, their faces turned red, and they looked around to avoid the sergeant's scrutiny gaze. Let me tell you, Brits was transferred to the Alabasta branch. It was because of his roommate. This matter is not a secret in the headquarters, and I don't have to hide it. The sergeant laughed. Said, if you also have a lieutenant colonel roommate, you can also be transferred from here. But we don't have one. The soldiers who looked around immediately said. So, you guys can only stand guard here honestly, waiting for a new batch of recruits to take over. The sergeant said. The soldiers who heard this couldn't help but look frustrated. You look at me, and I look at you. In his eyes there was a question about why you are not a lieutenant colonel. Facing the other party's question, the other soldiers also showed up. Neither are you. Why are you looking at me in your eyes? That's great, great. After taking a leisurely pace, Brits packed his luggage and bid farewell to the branch partners one by one, then landed on the supply ship and embarked on the journey to Alabasta. A few days later, Brits on the supply ship finally reached Alabasta, and he ran with the supply ship in various branches along the way. The distance to Alabasta, which did not take long to reach, became longer as the supply ship owner ran west. Canola Port, Brits just got off the supply ship. Pete gave Brits a big hug. How come I haven't seen you so tall for so long? Brits looked at Pete's height of more than 7 meters and asked curiously. I don't know about this. Pete smiled and said, let's go, I'm taking you back to the branch. Ryan is waiting for us to go back. Really? Brits heard the words with a smile. I don't know how much Ryan has changed since I haven't seen him for more than 3 years. Ryan, Pete said with a smile, he is still the same, he hasn't changed much, but his cultivation method has become more and more perverted. These days, he is holding a few tons of things in his cultivation, and I am scared that I dare not get close. No, how did he accumulate tons of things? Brits was shocked. Although he knew that Ryan's strength was not small, it was too scary to lift a few tons of things. A few tons of things are already very light, and he has lifted almost 10 tons a few days ago. If it's not too big for training on the training ground, do you think he will only lift a few tons of things? Tell you that this guy is completely a monster, don't be scared after you see it. Pete started. Don't worry, I won't be scared, but if he actually lifts such a heavy object to practice, he really won't hurt his body. Brits asked. There should be no problem. Don't look at these things being so heavy. He is a Zoan devil fruit capable person. I don't know where the strength is. Pete laughed, and recently because of East Blue, a Fire Fist ace appeared. For this reason, he seems to be under some pressure and is constantly cultivating. Looking at him like this, he intends to catch him after Wokwon Ace arrives in New World. So? Brits nodded and said, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. That guy is a Logia devil fruit capable person. If you want to catch him, you can only use armament haki, but Ryan doesn't seem to be able to. Yes, so this is also the reason why he has been practicing desperately during this period. He said that he has successfully practiced Marine 6 styles, and it shouldn't be long before he practiced armament haki. Pete explained. He has successfully practiced Marine 6 styles? Brits was surprised. Yes, otherwise, why would you make him a lieutenant colonel in this department? It's because his current strength is improving rapidly. To be honest, I now finally understand why Zephyr instructor had to give him more training. Ryan is a monster at all. Ordinary cultivation doesn't work for him at all. Every time Pete thinks about Ryan's cultivation, he can't help but feel a little scared. Just dare. After all, it's normal for someone with the ability to eat Zoan devil fruit to be different from me, Brits said as he looked at the marine branch that gradually revealed its full face. Pete met with a smile and said, how about? We have a good branch? We built this place brick by brick. I'm telling you that you don't need to be as nervous as the Bobby Islands here. This is our responsible territory. With Ryan as the master, you can do whatever you want. Now that there is a 7 warlords of the sea crocodile in Alabasta, otherwise our life will be easier. 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Brits heard the words and said a little worried, that guy is great, isn't he making you trouble? Of course I found it, but it's just a test. After all, he is harmless from the 7th king, and he didn't dare to tear his face with us face to face, Pete said with a smile, so you don't have to worry too much, there won't be any here. The dangerous thing is that Ryan may be tired if he asks you to help him cultivate. Let me see who is this guy with a big gun on his back. This isn't my dear roommate Brits? Boy, how can you carry the gun on your shoulder casually? In the branch, Ryan was sitting on the recliner and joked with a smile when he saw Brits coming. It's been a long time since Ryan, and you really don't play the same as before. Listening to Ryan's ridiculous words, Brits smiled and said, no, I'm very focused, it's just you who don't care. Ryan sighed and said, how? Alabasta's climate is still adaptable? Does it feel inappropriate? Fortunately, everything is acceptable except for some dryness. Brits laughed. That's good. Ryan nodded, go choose the dormitory you like, and then we will introduce you to the details of the branch. Okay. Brits nodded when he heard the words, and went to the dormitory with his luggage. How is it? Does it feel that Brits has changed a lot? He has long hair. I almost didn't notice it just now, Pete said with a smile. I don't think he has changed. You are the one that has changed the most among us. Ryan sighed and sighed, who knows that you were 1 or 2 heads taller than us when you were training before, but now you are growing longer in 3 years. Become a little giant. Want to say that Brits has changed a lot? Not much compared to Pete. Still, Pete had changed the most, and he couldn't see the original appearance at all. He is now over 7 meters tall and doesn't wear a special marine uniform, and he doesn't have any clothes that suit him. I can't help it. Pete scratched his head and said helplessly. He didn't want to grow so tall, but it was a bloodline problem. He couldn't grow so tall either. He had to sleep the biggest one. That room. When fighting, the most conspicuous one is not conducive to escape. If he shoots from the opposite side, he is definitely the one with the most heavy guns. Yes, so the task of carrying the handles on the ship is left to you in the future. Ryan got up from the recliner, hid under the recliner, and Awang immediately got up. There was a small complaint in his eyes, complaining about why Ryan got up now? He was sleeping when he was awakened by the sunlight passing through the recliner. What do you look at this little thing? Look at the swaying fat on your body. You can sleep with how well you eat in the branch, so hurry up and stand guard, Ryan said in a bad mood when he saw it. Awang has grown from a dog weighing less than 20 catties to a weight of 170 catties now. It can be said that this meal was not eaten in vain. While hearing the words of the incoming people, Awang shook his tail, raised his head, and took small steps, swaying around. As if I was not lazy, I was patrolling everywhere. The dogs of these days are really good. Seeing Ngawang's perfunctory appearance, Ryan couldn't help feeling that the pirate world is really wonderful. Even dogs are so close, it really is a world where all animals are refined. Yes, I heard about Ngawang's little bee ****ch near Liobo recently. It is estimated that there will be puppies in our branch for a while. Skin characteristics are stubborn. Really? Then this little guy is really one step ahead of us to have a girlfriend. Ryan envied him, then looked at Awang's body shape and said, Awang, this little guy shouldn't reach adulthood yet. I seen that his coat is still very tender. I don't know how old he can grow by then. I don't know too much, but his skeleton should be as big as a lion. Pete thought for a while and said, are you talking about that kind of little lion, or are you finding that kind of lion that is 5 or 6 meters tall? Ryan asked aloud. As far as he knows, the size of the animals on the sea is really an unpredictable thing. You can't think of a dog that can grow to more than 10 meters high and you can't see it. Some species are only that tall. It should be only the size of a normal lion. Pete thought for a while and said, really? Ryan looked at Awang and said, that's hundreds of catties. It seems that this guy has to eat a lot of food in the branch. Yes, Pete nodded when he heard the words, so he is a fat dog right away. What are you two discussing here? You are so happy to say that. Do you mind letting me join? After Brits had left his luggage, he walked up to the two of them with his musket on his back, and asked with a smile, we're discussing about this silly dog, do you want to join together? Ryan pointed to Awang, who was dangling slowly. An ordinary dog is nothing good. After glancing at Awang for a few times, Brits withdrew his gaze, took off his musket from his back, looked at the distance and said, we have been so long. I haven't met, let me show you my progress in the past few years. Okay, I can't ask for it, Ryan said. Yes, I have always heard that you are accurate in shooting, but we still don't know how accurate it is. It just happened to let us have a long experience today, Pai Jiao said. Then you guys are optimistic. Let me tell you, I'm the famous Shinso of Sabayati Archipelago, and I definitely want to hit with one shot. Brits laughed. That's great. Our branch currently lacks a person who is shooting. The soldiers' marksmanship is really bad. Both of us are better than them. Yes, every time I see the pirates. The soldiers are emptying their guns, I feel like they are wasting ammunition. This kind of thing won't happen after I come here. I will shoot one pirate one at a time. Just take care of them and leave it to me. Brits glanced at the bricks in the distance, lifted the gun and snapped it. Trigger. The bricks and tiles placed on the ground in the distance flew out immediately. Yes, it's quick and accurate. Pete nodded when he saw this scene. As expected, it was Shinso's hand, whose speed was terrifying. In such a short period of time, he hadn't lifted the gun, so it is estimated that Brits would be sieved. Ding 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 ding. Brits' shooting did not end. The fragments of the bricks that were hit were shot out and flew in the air, and then they were completely turned into powder after being shot by Brits several times. This is the legendary bones are gone. I think you can teach the soldiers how to shoot when you have time, Ryan said with a smile. Brits' shooting ability, he did not expect the soldiers to be irrational. As long as these guys can learn half of the cost, they can hit the pirates. There is no requirement for anything else. As long as they are willing to learn from me, they are willing to teach. It's just that they rely on talent to feed on this kind of stuff, and how much they can learn depends on their talent. Brits smiled. Well, you can teach as much as you can. You don't need to worry about other things. Ryan laughed. Yes, we'll introduce you Shinso to everyone in a while, and let them learn from you. Then there is no need to worry about them wasting bullets. Pete laughed. Yeah. Brits nodded when he heard the words. At night, when most of the soldiers began to enter the rest, Pete introduced Brits to the soldiers, and the soldiers were very happy when they learned that Brits would teach them how to shoot. Ever since, the excited soldiers received Brits' training the next day. But when they saw the brick hanging from the musket, they realized that this training was not easy to do. The gun must be shot accurately. First of all, the gun must be stable. When you can't even hold the gun, you can't hit the enemy at all. Brits emphasized, holding the gun with the brick hanging to demonstrate to the soldiers. Well, you guys don't watch here anymore, see what's the use, see if you can learn well, go and feel it yourself, Ryan urged. Isn't it just a brick hanging from the musket? It's not that he is hanging a weighing mound, he can lift a finger. Hearing what Ryan said, the soldiers began to drill. It was okay at the beginning, they could still hold the muskets in their hands, but after a long time they found that their wrists began to sore and their hands were running out of strength. You guys, I usually ask you to work hard, but now a brick makes you so difficult? You really disappoint me. Ryan played with an exaggerated barbell and saw the soldiers gritted their teeth and struggled. Said, the commander is not everyone, he is a monster just like you. Upon hearing this, the soldiers complained, if they could pervert like the commander, how could they still be soldiers? Yes, we are just ordinary people, sir, don't compare us to you. The other soldiers also echoed. Then you are usually too lack of training, shouldn't I let you all fish when you are training? It seems that your training still needs to be stricter, Ryan said with a serious face. Where is the chief? You really wronged us. We usually practice seriously. Yeah, sir. They usually work hard to cultivate, but they are actually said to be lazy? How can you say that? Obviously they worked very hard, but they didn't focus on training like they are now, so it was difficult at the beginning. No matter what, your appearance shows that you are not training enough, so there is still a need to increase training. I decided to develop a new training plan for you from tomorrow. Ryan fumbled his jaw and said, Pete, you don't have any comments to speak out for reference, such as asking them to do hundreds of push UPS? This? Pete heard the words and saw the soldiers winking frantically at himself. Ahem, it's the sir that you said, I'm just a video of yours, what do you say I do, don't ask for my opinion, Ryan said directly, picking himself out of the quagmire. Anyway, he doesn't get involved with this kind of thing, and they don't expect to be able to speak for them, after all, he is just a soldier. As soon as the soldiers heard this, they couldn't help feeling desperate. If the commander was really asked to formulate a training plan for them, then they would probably be trained hard enough. Don't be like a salted fish. Try to cheer yourself up. The next sea will start to mess up. I will increase the amount of training for you. This is to protect you. You have to be more sensible. Ryan said earnestly, these guys are not at all. Knowing that such a great change will happen in the sea in the near future. One of them will definitely die in battle. He did this for the citizens to say hello, and the citizens should be a little bit obedient, and not resist so much. Thinking of this, Ryan began to develop a training plan for the soldiers. It's over. Do you see the way the chief speaks? I think I will suffer next. Yes, I haven't seen the sir like this for a long time. Every time I see it, I always feel that something big has happened. Looking at the appearance of Ryan thinking hard, the soldier's small heart couldn't help but start to beat. They feel bad. Very bad. Don't talk anymore, raise your gun with a snack. You still have half an hour, and it's only 10 minutes later. Britt scolded the soldiers who watched the conversation. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately closed their mouths, so as not to attract Ryan's attention later. They would directly open a small stove for them to increase their training. After an hour of sniper rifles, the soldiers felt that their hands were no longer theirs. If they were not going to patrol, they would really want to soak their hands in the water for a day. What kind of training plan have you made for me to take a look? Pete looked at Ryan who was writing something on the paper and poked his head over. I saw Ryan write push UPS, sit UPS, weight training and other items on the paper. And behind these items are hundreds. I said if you train them like this, they still have time to attend? These training items are not very difficult, but they will take a long time. He thinks the soldiers will have to lie down for a while after training. It doesn't make much sense for them to attend work with us. It's good for them to train them more. They just need to be able to walk on the boat and fire artillery. Ryan paused and said, what else do you think? What needs to be added to the project? It can be said to provide me with an idea. Forget it, you have already written so many projects. If I add one more point, the soldiers will really be exhausted. It's almost enough. There is no need to do this step, Pete said. Okay. Ryan nodded and said, then you can give this piece of paper to the soldiers, so that they will be mentally prepared, so as not to say that they have not been notified in advance. I don't think I have noticed that the wings are not big. Anyway, you won't change your mind. Pete looked at the items on the paper and said, the bounty of Porgas Diaz has increased recently. Need me to help you change the reward on the wall? No, knowing his bounty is enough. There is no need for such trouble. He should come to Grand Line. I just don't know which route he takes. It would be best if he can come to Alabasta. Ryan laughed. As long as I can catch him, I think my rear admiral position should be stable. Then you are not afraid to offend Garp Vice Admiral? If you remember correctly, Ryan told him that Porgas Diaz is the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. Ryan intends to capture Porgas Diaz without fear of offending Garp Vice Admiral. Garp won the prize after all, Marine, it is impossible for him to really protect his grandson. Furthermore, I grabbed him this way for his own sake, lest he sink deeper and deeper. Garp Vice Admiral knows it. I should thank me. Ryan laughed. I didn't expect you to say that. I thought you wanted to say that I would not be an opponent of Porghast Ace. That's not enough. I know your strength very well, even if the opponent is Logia Devil Fruit. I think you must have a way to deal with him. Pete laughed. Of course. Ryan took a deep breath and looked at his fist. As the practice strengthened during this period, he felt that he was gradually breaking through himself. I believe that in the near future, you can learn armament haki. Ace, we will arrive at the Grand Line after the front. Mascudius looked at the Twin Gorge not far away and said happily. Finally, it is time for them to leave East Blue and head to the Grand Line. The journey on this road will definitely become an important material for him. I believe that many interesting things will definitely be found along the way. Yes, which way should we go next? Ace asked with a smile. It's time to see where we have permanent pointers. Mascudius smiled, and took out a few permanent pointers from his pocket. They bought this from the merchant ships that have been to the Grand Line. Only those who have been to the Grand Line have the permanent pointer of the Grand Line. Then let's pick a closer place first. Ace smiled at the permanent pointer that Mascudius took out. Well, I think it's a good way to do it. Mascudius nodded. Ace is so great that he has become a big pirate with a bounty of more than $100 million. I will be the same as Ace someday. East Blue, Windmill Murakami. After seeing Ace's reward, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect that in just a few months, Ace already had such a high bounty and became a big pirate. I believe you can. Makino smiled. Yeah. Luffy nodded when he heard the words, and then happily ate the food delivered by Makino. Ace is moving towards his dream, and he can't stay in place like this. He can go to sea as soon as possible. Only in this way can he catch up with Ace as soon as possible. Damn, its brat is getting more and more lawless. It's really annoying to the old man. On the Kota warship, Garp couldn't help cursing angrily while looking at Ace's latest bounty. The bounty of this brat is getting higher and higher, and Ace has no idea what this means? He has already entered the sight of the entire Sea of Defeat. If his identity is found out, then Ace, this brat, is likely to be in danger. Hole, why wouldn't you listen to the old man's advice? What kind of magic power does the pirate have that makes you a brat to go? Garp clenched his fist and said angrily. I don't understand Ace's choice. It stands to reason. After he knows his life experience, he should be very disgusted with pirates. Why should he go to sea again? Couldn't the blood passed down from that D Roger be safer? Mr. Garp, please calm down, the deck is almost collapsed by you, Bogart reminded aloud. The old man knows. Garp sighed when he heard the words, and then chewed the donut helplessly. It seems that only this way can he improve his angry mood. Seeing Garp's appearance, the soldiers couldn't help sighing. I can only say that Garp Vice Admiral is really unfortunate. As the grandson of a marine hero, he became a pirate. This little guy. On the New World Mobile, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the man known as the strongest man in the world, couldn't help but think of something when he looked at the reward in his hand. What's wrong, Daddy? Marco asked aloud when he saw his father look like this, his eyes staying on the reward order for a while. Porghast Ace, I seem to have some impression of this surname, and this face is a little familiar to me. It should be the son of an old guy I know. Edward Newgate laughed. So it's like this? Marco smiled. This is a newcomer from East Blue, this supernova. If nothing else, he will be in New World soon. That's great. Edward Newgate looked at the photos on the reward order, and familiar faces flashed in his head, and then stayed on a face that often carried a smile. Seeing his father look like this, Marco knew that their pirate group must have another family member. The old D Garp is not reliable at all. It's okay now. My backyard is on fire. I usually know that I fish in the headquarters. Now my grandson is a pirate. What should we do? In Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku sat in the office a little angrily. The guy Garp, Tenton, ran around, but his grandson came to be a pirate. What do you want them to do? Regarding their age, they belong to Grandpa Ace. Regarding friendship, their friendship with Garp is not shallow. How do they start? He wasn't like the old guy at this age who had turned against Garp. Thinking about it, Sengoku looked at the vacant position in 7 Warlords of the Sea, and then sat down and started writing the invitation letter. He can only hope that the grandson of the old D Garp can be smarter and become 7 Warlords of the Sea with peace of mind. This will relieve Garp's embarrassment in Marine, and also make them have something to do with Garp. People can get better. After all, this guy is Garp's grandson after all, and they can't do too much. If you can sell Garp, you can sell Garp. And I guess that the old guy Garp is going to die of anger now. He also didn't bother to trouble the other party. I just hope that this old guy can be more optimistic, look a little bit more, don't make yourself mad. He doesn't want to see his old buddy, because this kind of thing puts himself in the hospital with anger. You know, Garp has never been sick in his life. The last thing he wanted to see was that Garp fell. The invitation letter of 7 warlords of the sea is not difficult to write, but it can be done by the dignified Martial Marine. One can imagine how much Sengoku takes care of Ace. Find Ace Huoquan and give him this invitation letter. You should understand what to do, right? Sengoku said to the soldier holding the invitation letter. I understand, Master Marshal, the soldier said seriously. The invitation letter that Master Marshal personally wrote, he knew with his toes how important this invitation letter was, so he would be very careful and surely send this invitation letter. Well, that's all right, Sengoku nodded when he heard the words. Subsequently, the soldiers began to act. A few days later, news came that Porgas Ace had entered the Grand Line, but the other party's route gave Ryan a headache. Porgas Ace doesn't seem to pass Alabasta anymore. I think you want to catch him. Maybe there is no drama. Pete glanced at the news that came and said, I know, so I want to see if I can apply for it, leave Alabasta and go somewhere else to grab Porgas Ace. Ryan said, this is a great feat if you look at this feat like this. If he runs away from his own eyes, he still doesn't know that it will take several years of hard work to reach the position of Rear Admiral. I advise you to die this heart. Recently, Alabasta has some problems. According to your proposal, after the news is sent back, the Marshal orders us to keep an eye on Crocodile. Do you think the Marshal will allow you to leave at this time? Pete didn't have a good air. Recently, Alabasta has experienced a dry weather. Ryan said that it might be related to Crocodile, so the headquarters especially emphasized that they are optimistic about Crocodile. I shouldn't be cheap. It's all right now, I can't go anymore, damn it. Upon hearing this, Ryan just wanted to give himself 2 big-eared melon seeds. Why did you say he was fine with so many things? All right now, the task of monitoring Crocodile fell on him, preventing him from going to other waters to intercept Ace. I originally thought that Crocodile was 7 warlords of the sea. The headquarters would pay more attention to it and send a powerful general. I didn't expect to let him be here. Is the 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile so unprepared? Presumably, when Crocodile knew about it, he would point Sengoku's nose back and call him MMP. Don't be angry like this. It's not bad to think about it from another angle. If you catch Ace, you will definitely offend Garp Vice Admiral if you catch it. If you don't catch it, you will lose you again. This is never the reputation of the Air Force, Pete comforted. But that's a guy with a bounty of more than 100 million UN. As long as I get caught, I think my position will definitely rise to Commodore. Then I will bring you to drink spicy food. It is not easy. I will do it in the afternoon. It feels like a heavy loss, Ryan complained. Looking at the last time you caught a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million UN, it was just that you were promoted to a level, Pete said. Can Fire Fist Ace be the same as that rice bucket? You don't want to think that Fire Fist Ace is Logia Demon Fruit Power. What is the one we caught? To be able to become a vegetative is really a shame as a pirate face with a bounty of more than 100 million UN. So if I can catch the Fire Fist Porgas Ace this time, I will definitely be able to make a lot of feats in this part. Yes, the position of the truth will not be grasped by then, but the headquarters didn't let you leave. You can't leave without permission, so just stay here and wait for the information from the sea. What's the point of saying more? If the headquarters doesn't let Ryan go, can Ryan run by himself? Oh, this is the point that makes me the most uncomfortable. Ryan sighed, if you can act without permission, it would be nice to be unconstrained. Speaking of this, I am very envious of Garp Vice Admiral coming. As far as I know, Garp Vice Admiral is so laid back by Tenton. Really? Pete said with a smile, but I am afraid that Garp Vice Admiral can't be leisurely anymore. Don't forget that I Punch Ace is the grandson of his old man. I guess his old man is also having a headache now. That's true. Ryan nodded, thinking about Garp just playing Luffy for a while after Luffy went out to sea. When Garp became a pirate, he should have given birth to everything that should be born. That's why. Will look like that when Luffy goes out to sea. So, don't envy Garp Vice Admiral either. Don't think about Porgas Ace anymore, it's getting late, we should practice. Pete reminded holding the iron rod. Well, I see. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and then the two began to practice. Instructor, when can we rest? On the playground, the soldiers raised their muskets hanging from bricks and asked, if they knew they wanted to train like this, they said they would not participate. Otherwise, where do you need to suffer this kind of suffering, or be comfortable on the sea? They want to go out to sea. Somewhere in the waters of the Grand Line, the pirates of Spades looked at the 3 warships docked in front of them, and all their faces couldn't help but change. Don't be nervous, everyone, there will be nothing wrong with me. Ace solemnly watched the 3 warships approaching and said, yeah. Mascudius and others nodded upon hearing this. Tateda, a sturdy figure, stepped in the air several times and soon came to the pirate ship of the Pirates of Spades. Ace and the others couldn't help but look ugly when they saw it. It was the first time they saw someone flying in the air with their body alone. Don't be nervous, I didn't come to fight, otherwise I won't get so close, the warship hasn't fired yet. Dalmizia looked at Ace and said, Porgas d Ace, I'm here to give it to you on the order of the Marshal. This one. With that, he took out the invitation letter from his collar and threw it directly towards Ace. Ace immediately took it when he saw it, and saw the words 7 Warlords of the Sea in the invitation letter at a glance. Are you planning to invite me to become 7 Warlords of the Sea? Ace stunned. This is not what we mean, this is the meaning of Marshal Sengoku. Dalmizia said, I won't do it to you this time, but not necessarily next time. The invitation letter has already been sent, and I will become you. It's up to you. The contact information is written in it. If you plan to agree, just dial the phone number. After speaking, Dalmizia did not speak much, and returned to the warship on Moonwalk again. Regarding Marshal Sengoku's invitation to Porgas d Ace, he did not agree, but he was just a newcomer. Why did he send him an invitation? He felt that they, Vice Admiral, were fully capable of catching Porgas d Ace. But since Marshal Sengoku had already spoken, he could only do so. Ace, what are you going to do? Mascudius asked as he watched Ace holding the invitation letter of 7 Warlords of the Sea. He still knew the same about Ace's life experience, and Ace did not hide them. How can Ace, who kills his father and enemy with Marine, become 7 Warlords of the Sea? Even if Ace says he hates his father, he believes it, but he won't work with Marine. I want to think about it again before deciding. Ace looked at the invitation letter in his hand and said, in East Blue, it was really strong and almost invincible, but after coming to Grand Line, he felt that his loss was not so strong. Coupled with the Marine he just saw, he felt that he needed to re-examine his strength. After all, he is not alone now. He has companions around him. As a captain, he can't just think about himself, he must also think about his companions. If you want to become 7 Warlords of the Sea because of us, then we can just leave the pirates. We don't want to be your burden. Mascudius looked at Ace and said, do you know why we are willing to join the Pirates of Spades? That is because your personal charm has convinced us. If now because of us, you intend to cooperate with Marine against your own wishes, then you are not our captain, and we are completely disappointed in you. Mascudius knows that Ace is not such an indecisive person. He must be like this because he has taken them into consideration, but they don't want Ace to be like this. Yes, Captain. It's good if you follow your own thoughts. There is no need to think about it for us. I believe you will become the One Piece. Mihul nodded. That's it, Marine, it's a big deal to fight with them, there is nothing to be afraid of, Bonsai said with his own sword. Yes, Captain. We won't be running dogs for the world government and Marine, let him go to hell with 7 Warlords of the Sea. The rock flow echoed. Oh. Kodes yelled with his teeth and claws, and was also expressing his own opinions. Master Marshal, Porgas d Ace has declined the invitation of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Really? I know. Sengoku put down the phone bug and let out a long sigh. The thing he worries the most has happened, and Ace refused the invitation of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Then we can only let people continue to arrest him. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt a little pain in his head. Ryan, big news, big news. On Alabasta, Pete found Ryan and said, do you know why Lord Marshal didn't allow you to grab Porgas d Ace? Of course it's because of Crocodile, Ryan said without even thinking about it. If it weren't for staring at Crocodile, he would have been the guy Ace. No. Pete shook his head and said, I just got the news that the reason why you can't arrest Porgas d Ace is because Master Marshal sent Porgas d Ace an invitation letter to 7 Warlords of the Sea. However, Porgas d Ace did not accept it. 7 Warlords of the Sea? Ryan said after hearing the words, it turned out to be like this. It's no wonder that Master Marshal avoided talking about my application to capture Porgas d Ace. He had already thought about inviting Porgas d Ace? Although I know that Ace will receive an invitation letter from 7 Warlords of the Sea. But it's too early, right? Ace has this strength? Yes, but now Porgas d Ace has refused to become 7 Warlords of the Sea. Then you must apply to Master Marshal to capture Porgas d Ace at this time, Pete suggested. Didn't Ryan always want to capture Porgas d Ace? He thinks this opportunity is very good now. Marshal Lord will definitely agree. No, now I'm applying for this kind of thing with Master Marshal. I suspect that I might bump into Master Marshal when he is in a bad mood, so I don't do that. Ryan refused. The ghost knows how Sengoku's mood is now. He doesn't dare to bet. If he loses the bet, Sengoku may wear his shoes, so it's better to have a peace of mind during this period and let the other generals get ahead. Your words also make sense, but you can try it, Pete said. Come slowly, I'm not in a hurry anyway. Ryan leaned back on the recliner and said, what is Crocodile doing lately? Crocodile? He still runs his own gambling hall, and has never come out, Pete said. It didn't come out, that's not necessarily, maybe he found us a long time ago. No, it should be said that we have been discovered, and now it's just doing superficial work to show us," Ryan said with his chin resting on his chin. "The horrible guy like Crocodile is the real 7 warlords of the sea, and poor Gastiace hasn't grown up yet. I hope we haven't found any substantive evidence now, or if we find Crocodile, I'm afraid we will have to do it on us." "Isn't it? That guy Crocodile is so crazy," Pete exclaimed. "They are just about something. Crocodile, this guy is going to tear his face with them, Marine, and do it on them? The pirates are crazy. Don't you think that Croco has been cultivating his body for so many years?" Ryan shook his head and stared at the sand dunes in the distance. In the Alabasta rain field, Crocodile sat in his chair and looked at the map on the table. "Boss, now we are being watched by Marine, and there is no way to implement the next plan. Do you want to clean up Marine? Otherwise, they will have an impact on our plan," Nico Robin asked aloud. "It's not necessary. Our plan didn't fully expose Marine. It just had doubts about us. If we rushed in, then they would do it from the doubt. And," Crocodile smiled, "these Marines are staring at us, just to be witnesses to us, don't they? It proves that we haven't done anything like hands and feet. Alabasta did it." "Boss, what do you mean?" Nico Robin seemed to think of something after hearing this. "Yes, that's what you guessed it. Marine is staring at me now, but I don't know your existence. You can spread the news, and then the second plan can be implemented. Let someone publicize what the Alabasta royal family did." Crocodile laughed. With Marine watching him closely, he must be unable to do anything. At this particularly sensitive time, it was exposed that the reason why Alabasta was drought was because the Alabasta royal family used dancing powder. Guess which stupid civilians in Alabasta would believe? Is he a vain person who is suspected, or is it a king they respect? In the face of hard evidence, he believed that these stupid guys would definitely believe the latter. And this is just right, and it has achieved his goal. "Then I will act." Nico Robin started. He didn't expect that Crocodile had already counted himself in, and used himself to increase the progress of the goal. "Well, go ahead. Try to make things as loud as possible, so that my suspicions will be washed away more easily." Crocodile smiled. "The Marine of the Alabasta branch is really capable, and I suddenly suspected it. But if there is no evidence, what can they do to me? It's useless to speak in empty words. Naval headquarters won't believe it. The civilians of Alabasta won't believe it either. As long as he didn't completely tear his face with Marine, he would still be 7 warlords of the sea. Marine can't help him when there is no black word or other evidence. He can only monitor him and wait for the evidence to appear, but when they are staring, he can do a lot of things." A few days later, what Crocodile explained began to take effect in Alabasta. When the civilians of Alabasta learned that the royal family used dancing powder, they immediately broke out strong dissatisfaction and asked His Majesty to give an explanation. Nefertari Cobra, who knew the news, was stupid. "Your Majesty, this is obviously someone harming you. The residents who don't know the truth have been fooled. We must let them know the truth," Ikarim said. "How could His Majesty use something like dancing powder? All this must be someone throwing dirty water on His Majesty the King, but they haven't found it yet, and the civilians who don't know the truth have been deceived. I know that this matter must be clear to everyone immediately. Go and help me prepare it," Nefertari Cobra said. "Once this matter is done, a crack between him and the civilians will arise, and he must solve this matter immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ikarim Kaido immediately mobilized the guards to make preparations. They must stop as soon as the rumors spread, otherwise it will have a major impact on the entire country. The whole Alabasta is at stake. The drought in Alabasta was caused by King Nefertari Cobra's use of dancing fans, and it spread throughout Alabasta. There is a lot of noise outside now. The residents of Alabasta want the king to come out and give an explanation. "Do you want us to go out to maintain order?" Inside the branch, Pete asked Ryan. "This is Alabasta's own business. It is not convenient for us Marine to intervene unless Alabasta's king Nefertari Cobra asks us for help. Marine is not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of various countries, otherwise it will cause trouble. Moreover, he is only a lieutenant colonel now. Even if they intervene in Alabasta's internal affairs, they don't have enough rights, so it's better for them to watch the show honestly. As long as there is no riot in Alabasta, they will always be able to watch the show. Of course, if Nefertari Cobra asks them for help, then they can do just that. However, from the perspective of Nefertari Cobra's character, this possibility is very small. Nefertari Cobra will still tend to solve it on her own." "That's true, but you didn't mean that the drought in Alabasta was caused by Crocodile? Why is it spreading everywhere that the drought in Alabasta was caused by King Nefertari Cobra?" Pete curiously asked. "Nefertari Cobra is the king. What good does he make Alabasta dry? This will only speed up the demise of the country. Anyone with a little brain can see that this is definitely not what he did." Ryan paused and said with his hand holding the barbell, "You think about why Crocodile came to Alabasta? You don't think Crocodile is a good person, do you?" 7 warlords of the sea would be good people. Do you think it's possible? I'm telling you that Crocodile values Alabasta's desert environment, so that his fruit abilities can be used comfortably. I have used abilities here that can achieve twice the result with half the effort. How many people do you think can beat Crocodile in an environment like Alabasta? Although, he wanted to tell Pete that Crocodile did this in Alabasta because he wanted to find clues about Pluton in the Alabasta royal family. But it is very likely that it is impossible for him to say that to Pete. After all, he is only a lieutenant colonel now. By the time, what if Pete talks to the head with a big mouth? Or what should I do if I told the soldiers that it was spread out? How do you explain how you know this kind of information? Listen to others. Who said that? The people in this department are not stupid, and there is no way to fool them with such simple reasons, so it is better to do more than to do less. It's true that the environment here in Alabasta is unique. Crocodile is like a fish here. It's really hard to deal with. Pai Feng said, it's not justified that he wants to seize the seat of Alabasta's king. Didn't King Nefertari Cobra allow him to be in Alabasta? Do you think that Nefertari Cobra's permission will satisfy Crocodile? Ryan shook his head and said, pirates are a group of greedy guys. They just want more and more things, so he will. It's not surprising to do it. This incident in Alabasta should have been done by Crocodile, but unfortunately we have no way to obtain evidence of Crocodile doing these things. Otherwise, we can pass it to the headquarters now and let the headquarters revoke his position in 7 warlords of the sea. This is not good when the strength is low. To deal with Crocodile, he still needs to use his brain, but he is the worst person at using his brain. What he prefers to do is to solve problems with his fists. Yeah, I don't know how Crocodile does it. Unexpectedly, there are no clues left, Pai Jiao said. Well, after all, our soldiers are too weak. It's useless to let them stay in the rain. It's impossible to find that Crocodile has come out, but it's too conspicuous for us to go, and it makes sense that there is no gain. Ryan sighed and said, to be honest, I don't like Alabasta very much. Nefertari Cobra has no courage at all. If I were him, it would be fine to ask Crocodile to leave at this time. As long as Crocodile does not leave, he can apply for help from the department. In this way, Crocodile will have to leave Alabasta. Will it look like this? No matter what Crocodile is plotting, as long as he left Alabasta, then all his plots will slow down. At that time, there was no Crocodile intervention. Alabasta ushered in another reign, everything was resolved. Isn't this happy for everyone? But Nefertari Cobra was so stupid, he didn't expect this at all, so he wouldn't even use it. I'm afraid it's impossible, as long as King Nefertari Cobra dares to do this. It is estimated that Crocodile will be able to turn his face right away. Pete heard the word and started to do it. Then you have to see if he has this courage. Ryan shook his head and continued to exercise and didn't bother to take care of Alabasta's affairs. He is not yet Crocodile's opponent, and he has reported all the things that can be reported by this department. Next, let's see if Nefertari Cobra realizes that Crocodile is doing it. Everyone should calm down. There must be something wrong. His Majesty is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. You must trust your Majesty. In the capital, Ekalam and his guards ran around, persuading the residents. Since Lord King hasn't done it, then who framed Lord King? That guy was caught by us on the spot. Is there a fake? Some residents asked aloud, since His Majesty the King did not do it, then who did it? Doesn't His Majesty the King intend to give them an explanation? Please don't be so excited, everyone. We will definitely restore the truth to everyone. Please also give us some time. Ikaram reassures, Alabasta has a drought. Your Majesty's efforts during this period of time, everyone also in my eyes. How could His Majesty the King use dancing powder? Don't be deceived. Please give us some time, we will be able to investigate the truth of the matter. Then how long will it take you to investigate? Someone asked aloud. Yes, if you drag on for a few years, will the matter go away? You have to give us a deadline, the others echoed. Don't worry, everyone, within half a month, we will be able to find out the truth of the matter. During this period, I hope everyone can live as usual. Ikaram reassures. As long as we can investigate the truth of this incident, we can certainly calm everyone's anger. The old man already knows Alabasta's situation. The old lady sent someone to investigate, you just need to stay at Alabasta. Inside Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Sengoku said to the phone worm. Afterwards, the soldiers were called to tell the soldiers to come to Huashaishan. It didn't take long for Huashaishan to step forward. Master Marshal, are you looking for me? Huo Shaoshan asked aloud, smoking a cigar. Put out the fire, there is one thing you need to do this time. Sengoku looked at Huashaishan and said, Alabasta has suffered a severe drought, and now King Nefertari Cobra used dancing powder. Rumors that caused drought. So, I hope you can investigate clearly. Alabasta's branch will fully cooperate with you, and we must not let Alabasta mess up. Understood, Lord Marshal. Huo Shaoshan nodded when he heard the words. Kaido, then I am leaving now? Lord Marshal, Well, you go and set off. Sengoku nodded and said, go early, come back early, try to get things done as soon as possible. Alabasta has a large population. If there is a turmoil, it will be in trouble. Okay, Master Marshal. After Huo Xiaoshan finished speaking, he acted immediately. All the soldiers are ready to set off. Our destination this time is Alabasta. The sergeant shouted at the soldiers on the dock where the headquarters was docked. He has been ordered by Vice Admiral of the Burning Mountain, and they are about to go to Alabasta. Are we going to Alabasta? Among the soldiers, Orion was surprised when he heard this. Yes, we are going now. What's the matter? Someone you know in Alabasta? The sergeant asked with a smile. Yes, and there are a lot of them. Olian smiled. I have a few recruits where my roommates were during training. Originally, I planned to wait for them to see where they were on vacation. Then you don't have to wait for a vacation, you can go this time. The task we are going to perform this time requires the cooperation of Alabasta's branch. You can see your roommates soon, the sergeant said with a smile. Yeah, Orion nodded after hearing this. Everyone is ready? Hua Xiaoshan asked as he looked at the soldiers. Report Hua Xiaoshan Vice Admiral, we are ready. The soldiers kaido loudly. Very good, ready to go, Huo Xiaoshan said. The warship departed from the headquarters. You reported the matter to the marshal? In the Alabasta branch, Pete saw Ryan put down the phone and said, yes, Master Marshal asked us to cooperate with the forthcoming Fire Mountain Vice Admiral. Ryan said, Marshal Sengoku said, let him stare at Alabasta, and report to him if there is any situation, and he is doing this now. But I didn't expect that Marshal Sengoku would send Hua Xiaoshan. It seems that the headquarters still attaches great importance to this place. Well then, don't we see Orion soon? Pete said. If he remembers correctly, Orion was assigned to the warship of Vice Admiral in the Burning Mountain. Doesn't it mean that they came this time? Can the 4 people in the dormitory finally get together? It should be like this. Ryan nodded and said, these are not important. The important thing is to let the soldiers train hard in these 2 days and show the best mental outlook to welcome the arrival of Vice Admiral at Hua Xiaoshan. Don't it looks like we are playing here? Well, that's true. I think Master Marshal sent Hua Xiaoshan Vice Admiral over, and he must have come here with the intention of patrolling. Pai Fengtian headed. I trouble you to do the training. Tell the guys a little bit more clearly, tell them the importance of this training, so that they don't shame us, Ryan explained. Okay, I see. It was about the face of their branch, and Pete knew that this time he could only be sorry for the soldiers. Inside the Alabasta Rainland Casino, a piece of information was quickly passed on. Nico Robin looked at the content on the intelligence and said, Boss, we are in trouble. The naval headquarters sent Vice Admiral to Alabasta to investigate the drought in Alabasta. Really? Sure enough, marine is just a bunch of brown candies. You can't get rid of it. Crocodile sneered, then let them come. The tail has been cleaned, right? Yes, boss, those tails have been cleaned up. Even if marine comes, they can't investigate the matter. They can only investigate and find that the drought was caused by Alabasta King Nefertari Cobra's use of dancing powder. That's okay, let the marines all come. Crocodile sneered, I want to see what these marines will do after investigating the truth. Is this as if nothing happened, or is it to do with Alabasta King Nefertari Cobra? I think they will probably treat it as nothing happened. After all, King Alabasta Nefertari Cobra is the king and one of the allies of the world government. Isn't what they do bestest to cover up their crimes? Nico Robin laughed. If that's the case, then we have to give them a good publicity, and use the hands of the civilians like Alabasta to push him off the throne. Crocodile smiled. Yes, boss. Nico Robin nodded when he heard the words. Well, during this period of time you find a place to hide and don't show up. These marines should come to my site to find clues. If you are found, it would be bad. You should understand what I mean. Crocodile watching Nico Robin speak out. I see, boss. Nico Robin heard the words and nodded, got up from his position and said, then I will leave first. Well, let's go. Crocodile waved his hand and said, I'll call you when I need you, and then you can come over. Okay, boss. Nico Robin smiled and left immediately. 2 days later, the warship led by Hua Xiaoshan arrived at the Canola port. Hi, Vice Admiral, Hua Xiaoshan, I am the head of the Alabasta Marine branch, and I will pick you up this time. Seeing Hua Xiaoshan coming down from the warship, Ryan immediately greeted him, looking at Olian and the crowd at the same time. Well, I know, Huo Xiaoshan said, smoking a cigar, about Alabasta. Please tell me more about it. Although I have read the documents given by Master Marshal, there are still many details that you have to tell me. Okay, Vice Admiral, please follow me to the branch. The branch has prepared meals for you, and at the same time we have reorganized the information this time, Ryan said. Well, that's the best. Huo Xiaoshan smiled and then a group of people went to the branch. Inside the branch, it has been cleaned up, just waiting for the arrival of Hua Xiaoshan. The branch management is good. Huo Xiaoshen smiled after looking at the branch for a while. Show me the information. Okay, Vice Admiral. Ryan nodded and immediately asked Pete to get information. Orion, you stinky boy, is very comfortable. On the playground, Brits found Orion and said, "Where is it? I'm not comfortable at all." Orion smiled. You are really comfortable. Now you can do whatever you want in the Alabasta branch. No one is in charge of you yet. That's it. You know that Alabasta is a place where birds don't shit and die desolately. Furthermore, we have to face the threat of crocodile. Brit sighed. This time follow the Vice Admiral of Huashiashan to investigate the Alabasta drought. Be careful. Ryan said that crocodile is extremely dangerous, and Alabasta is a desert area. I see. When I came, Vice Admiral Huashiashan had already told us. Orion nodded and said, so, we will be careful. Well, that's all right. Brits nodded when he heard the words. Huashiashan Vice Admiral, really don't need our company to accompany us? Alabasta we are still a little familiar, although we are only stationed at the cauliflower port. After Ryan gave the information to Huo Xiaoshan refused their suggestion to accompany them together, and planned to take his subordinates into action. Even though there is a drought in Alabasta, some people still need to take care of things on the sea. Huo Xiaoshan looked at Ryan and smiled. So, this task is left to you. All right. Ryan nodded and said, Alabasta is now in a serious drought, and the fire is burning the mountain. Vice Admiral, if you really intend to act on your own, it is better to fill the branch with water. Otherwise, if you go deep inside Alabasta, finding the water source will become very difficult. Well, I see. Huo Xiaoshan nodded when he heard the words. Afterwards, the soldiers were ordered to rest and fill up with water and prepare to set off. Okay, Master Vice Admiral has already given the order. I will come to you again when I have time. Now I have to perform the task. Orion said to Brits when he saw that his companions were already preparing to leave. Well, just be careful yourself. Brits nodded. No need to say hello to Orion? Pete asked. There will be time in the future. What we need to do now is to explain the information as clearly as possible to Vice Admiral of Huashiashan. Ryan said to Pete, who was looking up at Orion. We are leaving now, you just need to guard the port. I will contact you again if I have anything to do. Huo Xiaoshan said to Ryan, without waiting for Ryan to say anything. He took the soldiers and left. Pete saw him and shrugged. Huashiashan Vice Admiral is really troublesome. I hope nothing happens. Nothing will happen. Huashiashan Vice Admiral is a veteran Vice Admiral. Ryan smiled and said, so, don't worry, just do what we should do. To be honest, Huo Xiaoshan didn't let them mix. He was quite happy. After all, it would be a headache for him to face crocodile at that time. If Vice Admiral can take over all this time, Huashiashan, then he won't have to worry about it anymore. But Huo Xiaoshan didn't let him intervene in this matter, so he still had to talk to Marshal Sengoku. At that time, if something happens to Huo Xiaoshan, it will have nothing to do with him. The old man has already understood this matter. Since he doesn't want you to mix things up, then you can just ignore it. Continue to patrol the safety of the sea near Alabasta, Sengoku said after listening to Ryan's report. But nothing has happened to Alabasta recently. Marshal, I want to apply for the pursuit of the Pirates of Spades. Do you think it's okay? Ryan tentatively said aloud. If Marshal Sengoku is willing to let him intervene, then he won't be so boring next. Someone in the Pirates of Spades is already capturing them, so don't worry about it. Your task is to monitor crocodile in Alabasta and maintain the safety of the surrounding waters. Sengoku heard the words and said. There was nothing wrong with Pyrian's involvement in the Pirates of Spades from a work point of view. But judging from his friendship with Garp, he can't do this. Even if Ace is a Logia fruit-capable person, he won't necessarily be Ryan's opponent with such a high bounty. So, this time he was on the side of old friends. That's it? Then I know. Ryan sighed and sighed. Marshal, when will there be a lesson to teach Haki in this department? I have learned Marine 6 styles now, and I am still a little bit short of knowing how to learn Haki, so I want to apply to study in this department. Have you learned the 6 forms? Sengoku was slightly surprised when he heard the words. Yes, I have been thinking about how armament Haki should learn during this period of time. Although I have practiced Iron Body Master a bit, I still can't use armament Haki, so I want to go back to the headquarters for further study. Ryan nodded. Let's do it. It happens that the Burning Mountain is in Alabasta these days. Let's see if you can take the time to learn armament Haki in this section. You can learn Marine June 4th so quickly. I believe it is only a matter of time to learn armament Haki. Sengoku thought for a while and said. If someone in Marine's younger generation can learn armament Haki so quickly, it is also a good thing for Marine. He doesn't have to worry about not taking him out of retirement. No one in Marine's younger generation can provoke a leader. Then I can set off now? Master Marshal, Ryan asked aloud. Since Marshal Sengoku has agreed to his request to return to the headquarters to study Haki, it is best to go early and learn more. Well, there is no problem. Sengoku nodded and said, you can go now. I will inform Zephyr. He should be very happy that you are here. Yes, Master Marshal. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and after Sengoku said something to encourage him, he hung up the call worm. Are you going to the headquarters? Pete said while sitting aside. He had just heard the conversation between Ryan and Lord Marshal. Yes, I'm going to the headquarters, so this time everything in the branch will be handled by you. You should have no problem? Ryan said, looking at Pete. Of course there is no problem. Pete patted his chest and said, don't worry, what the branch was like when you left. I promise you what the branch will be when you come back. You won't worry about it, don't worry. Bar. That's good. Ryan nodded, got up and went back to the dormitory to pack up and go to the headquarters. Now that Pete has said so, he doesn't need to worry about the branch affairs anymore. He can also go to the headquarters to study armament hacking. During the time I'm leaving, you have to listen to Pete's instructions for all branch affairs. I won't stay in the headquarters for long. Just wait for me to come back. Ryan stood on the harbor and said to the soldiers. This time he went to the headquarters, not planning to take any soldiers with him. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded. Kaido. Well, I'm leaving, Ryan said, and got on the supply ship heading for the headquarters. This time it happened to be when the supply ship returned to the headquarters, and he could take the supply ship back. The supply ship was also empty this time without passing through any islands or branches. Okay, let's go back. Pete looked at the fading supply boat and said, by the time Ryan returns, he might have learned armament hacking. We can't let him see the declining branch then. Yes, the soldiers nodded. Kaido, and a group of people walked back to the branch. Vice Admiral, is the first drought place here? I didn't find any problems. The soldiers walked along the dry riverbed for a while. Did not find any problems. You can't tell what's wrong with the naked eye. Huo Xiaoshan knelt down, took out a test tube from his arms and said, you go to various places to fill sand and come back. If you want to know what the drought in Alabasta is, it is dancing, caused by fans. It's enough to see if there are any dancing fans. Yes, Master Vice Admiral. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words, and immediately went to fill the sand. Your Majesty, Naval Headquarters has sent someone to Alabasta. Inside the palace in the capital of Alabasta, Ekalem spoke to Nefertari Cobra after learning of the arrival of the Burning Mountain. Who sent from Naval Headquarters? Nefertari Cobra asked after hearing the words. It's Vice Admiral, Fire Mountain, Kaido Ekalem. They are also investigating drought? Nefertari Cobra asked. Yes, they are investigating now. Ekalem nodded. Then they need help? Nefertari Cobra said. Naval Headquarters could not help investigating Alabasta's drought. After all, they have been investigating for so long. He didn't investigate anything, it was the most troublesome thing for him. I don't know this yet. Ekalem explained, Vice Admiral did not intend to contact us, so I think they should still suspect that the drought in Alabasta was caused by us? Probably not. Nefertari Cobra shook his head and said, and, even if they really doubt it, it doesn't matter. Finding out the cause of the drought as early as possible is the most important thing. You go and contact them, no matter what convenience they need, you can agree to it, as long as we can find out the cause of Alabasta's drought. Yes, Your Majesty. Ekalem nodded when he heard the words, and then set off immediately. Boss, Vice Admiral, the Fire Mountain of Naval Headquarters has come to Alabasta. Inside the Alabasta Rainland Casino, a centurion wearing a security uniform spoke. I see, it doesn't matter. Crocodile smiled. Come on, it's useless if they come. You just need to keep watching the casino, and you don't have to worry about other things. Yes, boss. The centurion nodded when he heard the words. A few days later, the supply ship arrived at the headquarters. Ryan couldn't help but smile when he looked at the familiar headquarters and walked to the same place. Go and register first, and then get a key to the dormitory. Go to Zephyr to help with training. Lieutenant Colonel Lane? What a coincidence. Ryan was registering, and suddenly heard a surprised voice from the other side of the window. What's the matter? Do you know me? Ryan looked at some strange soldiers on the opposite side with some doubts. We are in the same recruit training camp, have you forgotten it? The soldier who spoke out explained after hearing it. Really? Ryan thought for a while, but he didn't find the slightest memory of the other party in his own memory. Sure enough, you still can't remember. The soldier shook his head when he saw it. Forget it, don't think about it. This is your dormitory. Zephyr instructor is still on the training ground. You can check it out. Well, thanks a lot. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and walked away. When the soldier saw him, he was a little envious and said, it's only been more than 3 years, and he is already a lieutenant colonel. He has risen so fast. I'm only seaman first class. Yes, he is considered by Zephyr instructor and each admiral as the best soldier to become the new admiral. It is not surprising that he has such a fast ascent. The soldier on the side nodded and said, I just don't know, what is it for him to come to the headquarters this time? Who knows this? The soldier who heard this shrugged. You are here, Zephyr said, looking at Ryan, who hadn't seen him for 3 years. After 3 years of absence, I have indeed grown up a lot, and people have become much stronger, no longer like children. Yes, instructor. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, looking at the instructor who had targeted him back then, with mixed flavors. Zephyr is getting old, not as young as he was when he was trained. Time was indeed the worst enemy, but Zephyr had an extra robotic arm that he didn't expect. I heard the marshal said that you came to study Haki in this department? Zephyr said. Yes, Ryan nodded. Very good, Zephyr said with some joy. I know you won't let me down. Since you want to learn Haki, let me first see how good your Marine 6 Styles is. Instructor, do you mean to fight here? Ryan said while looking at the office. Of course it can't be a fight here, go to the training ground. Zephyr smiled, got up and walked outside. Ryan immediately followed him when he saw him, and came soon to the training ground that he couldn't forget in his life. You do it, it's enough for the old man to deal with you with one arm. When he arrived on the training ground, Zephyr shook his arm and smiled. Although he is now equipped with a robotic arm, there is still a big difference in strength between him and Ryan. Therefore, dealing with Ryan does not need to do everything possible. Okay, instructor. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and a pair of long tentacles grew on his head. This is not the pirates he has defeated. When facing each other, he must be extremely vigilant, but he does not know observation Haki, and can only rely on his tentacles to capture the smallest movements. Tentacles? Zephyr was a little surprised to see what appeared on Ryan's forehead. Wow. When Zephyr was surprised, Ryan moved instantaneously, and started shave at his feet and came to Zephyr and kicked it out. Boom! Ryan's strong, heavy and quick kick was easily blocked by Zephyr. The strong wind brought by the instant speed blew up all the dust on the ground. Good speed, not small power. Zephyr commented, it seems that you are not abandoning physical skills to practice well. Whizzing Ryan clenched his fist and stabbed it towards Zephyr. Zephyr patted it with one hand, and the direction of Ryan's finger poke was completely changed. It hurts. Ryan's face changed slightly as he felt the force coming from his arm. Chiang chiang, there was the sound of metal hitting, and Zephyr could clearly feel the changes coming from Ryan when he hit Ryan. Iron body works well, but it's a pity that this is iron body, not armament Haki, otherwise you should be able to resist the pain, Zephyr said, his eyes showing appreciation. As expected of his optimistic soldier, he has been able to use Marine 6 styles proficiently so soon, especially iron body, it seems to have worked hard. Chiang chiang, feeling the vibration from his body, Ryan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he let Pete slam his force while practicing, otherwise he would really not be able to resist Zephyr's fist. After several more punches, Zephyr loosened his fist and said, your iron body has been exercising very well. At this rate, you should be able to learn armament Haki easily, but your other 6 types are still a bit normal. It seems that you haven't exercised too much. That won't work, you have to practice hard. Yes, Ryan nodded Kaido after hearing this. Other Marine 6 styles is not because he doesn't want to work hard, but because armament Haki is the top priority for him now, so he focuses on the 6 styles of iron body. After all, the iron body and Marine 6 styles can be said to be the foundation of armament Haki, and it is also the key to allowing him to quickly learn armament Haki. If he wants to deal with Klokta or Prevent, armament Haki is the most effective method he can use at present, and other methods are not that useful. Since iron body is so good at training, let's start with armament Haki. Armament Haki is the energy of the physical body that will master itself to a certain extent. You can think of him as chi. This is the energy of the physical body. It is invisible and intangible, but it is indeed the proof that your physical body has reached this level. Zephyr said then, armament Haki was wrapped around his hand and continued, what do you feel? I didn't feel anything, but it gave me a sense of crisis. Ryan said, that's right, your perception is sharp. Presumably practicing observation Haki will come soon. Zephyr said, if you want to learn armament Haki, in addition to continuing to strengthen your practice, you must also carefully feel the energy emanating from your body and use it. Many people are so sleepy that they can't use armament Haki for their entire lives. One is that their physical strength is not enough, and the other is that they don't use energy. Every time you exercise, you can carefully feel the changes in your body and try to capture the flow of body energy. This is a force that can be spoken, but there is no way to help you use it. I understand. Ryan nodded after hearing this. Well, start practicing now. Zephyr grabbed a thick iron pier and threw it to Ryan, who immediately took it and lifted his head to lift the barbell. Carefully feel the flow of energy in your body, and find a way to release it. Zephyr watched Ryan's move with the iron pier and said in a loud voice, yes. Ryan closed his eyes when he heard the words. He could feel a warm current flowing between his arms and chest as he raised his hand. He didn't know if it was the energy Zephyr said, but he tried to guide it. This energy came out, but it did not succeed. This energy is not under his control, he can only feel it, but cannot use it. Sink down and feel it carefully, guiding this energy out of the body. Zephyr said. Ryan heard the words and acted immediately, but he still could only feel it but couldn't control it. Don't be in a hurry, take your time, Haki's training cannot be successful overnight. Ryan frowned as he watched his eyes closed. Zephyr said, you try to guide slowly, don't think so much. Give yourself so much pressure. I'll go and prepare the training tools that observation Haki needs to use first. You can practice slowly here. After speaking, Zephyr took his steps and left. Ryan heard the words, calmed down and felt it carefully. This energy runs around like a naughty child, you can't guide it in the right direction, but it really does exist. As soon as you train, these energy will be concentrated in the area where you are exerting force. This energy is like strength, but there is no use. This made Ryan a little uncomfortable, and he could only patiently try to control this energy, let it leave the body and open to the surface of the body. Wow! Zephyr took a pile of iron rods and placed it on the ground. This movement immediately attracted the attention of Ryan, who was trying to channel the energy out. You put things down, first see if you can learn observation Haki? Generally speaking, Zoan Demon Fruit Power is the easiest to learn observation Haki, because the 5 senses of animals are sharper than those of humans. This is unmatched by other devil fruits when practicing observation Haki. Okay, instructor. Ryan nodded and put down the iron dunzi and came to Zephyr. Blindfold your eyes and resist my attack. Let the body remember the pain. This is the best way to practice observation Haki. Yes. Ryan nodded, covered his eyes with a cloth strip, and then stood up straight. Swish, see you Zephyr. Immediately waved the iron rod. Chiang Ryan's tentacles trembled, and his hands immediately held up the swinging iron rod. Zephyr was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. It looks like you have tentacles to assist, and you are very sensitive to vibration and sound, which is a good thing. You should be able to learn observation Haki by continuing to exercise for a few days. Try to learn to follow the feel of your tentacles instead of relying on your tentacles. This way you will learn observation Haki much faster. Yes, instructor. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and tried to follow the sensation that the tentacles found vibrations, instead of relying solely on the vibrations transmitted by the tentacles. What he needs to learn is how the tentacles detect vibrations. Very well, your tentacles are far sharper than I thought. Even if you close your eyes, it doesn't stop you from resisting attacks. This shows that your tentacles can completely replace your eyes. What you need to do now is to calm down and learn and listen to the sound. It's not difficult. Since you can perceive changes in the outside world through your tentacles, then you don't need to rely on your heart to listen to your tentacles. You should also be able to feel them. Take your tentacles away and try to learn how the tentacles listen to sounds to resist attacks. Yes, instructor. Ryan put away the tentacles on his forehead, and Zephyr would immediately smash it down when he saw it. Ryan immediately resisted with both hands. Chiang resisted the attack of the iron rod with both hands, but did not completely resist it. With your tentacles closed, your senses are still very keen, but the resisting position deviates a lot, indicating that the sound you hear is not accurate. Zephyr opened the mouth and said, "Go on, you are very talented. If you exercise more, you will be able to learn observation Haki. Attacks have sounds. What you need to do is to use your body to capture these sounds and feel the vibration of the air to predict the direction of the attack in advance. This is the principle of observation Haki." Chiang, after Zephyr finished speaking, he speeded up the swing of the iron rod in his hand. Ryan listened carefully to the surrounding movement, his hands constantly resisting the attack of the iron rod, and the surrounding three-dimensional graphics and the direction of Zephyr's swing appeared gradually in his head. Very well, you have grasped the trick. Keep coming. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction when he saw Ryan stretched out his fist just to block the iron rod. After that, he waved the iron rod and attacked Ryan again. Chiang, the sound of the iron rod hitting the iron body reverberated throughout the training ground, and the soldiers who heard the sound poked their heads curiously. Who is Zephyr instructor punishing? Why is it so cruel that I am shocked to see? I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be a punishment. It's like training observation Haki. I heard that observation Haki is trained like this. No, don't you use bamboo sticks to cultivate observation Haki, but does Zephyr instructor use iron sticks? Then how do I know? Maybe this guy is more resistant to hitting, the bamboo stick won't hurt, so I changed the iron stick. So? That guy's skin is really thick. Well, leave this alone. We still have something to do. If we waste time here, we won't be able to finish it later. Yes. Let's go. The soldiers retracted their gazes and walked towards the nearby equipment storehouse. They had to sort out the equipment inside. There is nothing to play here anymore. How are you feeling now? Zephyr asked. After a long time, Ryan was also beaten for a long time, so he should see some tricks. Fortunately, it just always feels like something is short. Let the energy in the body come out. Ryan Kaido. It didn't hurt when the iron rod hit his arm, that is, when he was hit, the energy wandering in his body could not be forced out, which made him feel a little annoying. Then take your time, there is still a lot of time, don't worry. Zephyr continued, you go to eat first, adjust your state. Let's continue training tomorrow. No training at night? Ryan was a little surprised. How could Zephyr let him leave so easily? This is really beyond his expectation. No, you go back and meditate, maybe you will gain something, Zephyr said, and walked away. Upon seeing this, Ryan also walked towards the cafeteria. After training for a long time, he also feels hungry. Now, I really need to eat some food to calm down. As soon as he walked into the canteen, Ryan immediately smelled the familiar taste of food. The young man is here again? Just as Ryan was thinking about what to eat, an aunt's shout came from beside him, and when he looked up, he found that this auntie didn't seem to recognize it. Yes, Ryan nodded after hearing this. Then you can eat more, Auntie Daphne said, and a large iron plate of food came out from the back of her body. Are these portions enough? You can add more later. Enough, enough. Ryan looked at the food as high as a hill and nodded, then after thanking him, he took the food and found a place to sit down. Newly promoted Lieutenant Colonel? You look a little strange. Don't Hina remember that there is someone like you? Just as Ryan was feasting behind the food mountain, a female voice heard in his ear. Turning her head and looking around, she saw Hina with pink hair staring at him. Colonel Hina, this is Lieutenant Colonel Lane of the Alabasta branch. The sergeant on the side explained. Lieutenant Colonel Lane took just 3 short years to reach his current position from an ordinary soldier. It is the fastest rising lieutenant colonel in the history of this department. It turned out to be like this. Hina glanced at Ryan and said, that's pretty good, she looks very young. Yes, Colonel Hina. Lieutenant Colonel Lane is only 18 years old now. The sergeant smiled. These two guys are playing double acting with me? Ryan took the food and looked at the two people who were talking a little speechless. Are they talking about going somewhere else? Don't come here to disturb him eating. And you, a sergeant, wanted to pursue a colonel. Is this a step too far? Can't you see that this 30-year-old leftover girl is not something you can handle? If you two want to sit here, then I'll go somewhere else to eat, and I won't disturb the two of you, Ryan said with the plate, turned and sat on another table. Seeing this, Hina and the sergeant couldn't help but froze at the same time. They didn't expect Ryan to be so straightforward. I've already eaten, and Hina doesn't want to grab your table. Hina smoked a flue and said, I just felt a little curious when I saw new faces. After all, I haven't come back to this department for a long time. Yes, Colonel Hina has been stationed in the branch. I finally came back today. The sergeant agreed. Let's talk slowly with those two, I've finished eating. Just as Hina was talking to the sergeant, Ryan has cleaned the food in a few bites. No matter where you are, as long as you encounter women who come up to speak inexplicably, there is nothing good. This is a consistent law. Ryan didn't want to touch this kind of thing. Whether Hina was intentional or unintentional, he didn't want to participate in each other's affairs. He just wanted to go back to the dormitory to sleep and digest what he was studying today. Hina couldn't help but was stunned when she heard the words, and Ryan had disappeared from her sight after she was stunned. Colonel Hina, what else do you want to eat? The sergeant said with a smile after seeing Ryan disappeared. No, I'm already full. I'm going to see Sister Jun next. Hina shook her head and smiled, and walked away. The sergeant couldn't help but was stunned. Did Colonel Hina reject him in disguise? But he will not just give up like this. Just like the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral has been rejected by Jun Vice Admiral, he will learn from the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral's spirit of never giving up. It's another daydreamer. If Colonel Hina were so easy to chase, would he still be single until now? Yes, this idiot should be promoted to colonel. Honestly, let's talk about his current sergeant position. Where is he qualified to pursue Colonel Hina? After the sergeant left, other Marines sneered at the surrounding tables. Hina is a famous military flower in the headquarters. This is the sergeant. Don't look at what you look like. What do you have? Actually dared to pursue Colonel Hina. It's really ugly, and he doesn't want to think about the success of Marine who has pursued Colonel Hina for so many years. Calm down and carefully feel the energy in the body. Bring it out again, so that the armed S*X bully body will be successful in cultivation. In the dormitory, Ryan had his upper body naked. Adjusted his breathing, calmed down and felt the line of energy free in the body. Following the line, the muscles tried hard to push this energy out of the body. This feels a lot like when he is releasing the insect fruit exoskeleton, but the exoskeleton will emerge as he wants. But the energy entrenched in the body is not so obedient, and he needs to guide him to adapt and control it. With the experience of controlling the effect of insect fruit exoskeleton on the surface of the body, he can still deal with the current situation well. Trying to channel energy out is the same as using an exoskeleton. Ryan thought of this and began to imagine how he activated the exoskeleton and iron body. The energy that gradually runs around seems to have attraction, although he still can't control it, but at least he has taken the first step to draw these energies toward the body. Ryan could feel the energy dissipating under the skin, and he was almost able to break through the skin and cover it. Relax, take your time, I can't be anxious. Ryan felt the traction ability return to his body, exhaled a long breath and said softly, now he has taken the first step to success. Things are taking their time. I believe that as long as he comes a few more times, he will be able to guide the energy out and learn how to cover it with armament haki. Moonlight came in from outside the window and shone on Ryan. Ryan was half shrouded in the moonlight and couldn't help feeling a hint of coolness. He continued to sink his heart, using the moonlight to calm himself down and continue to draw energy. The energy drawn out twice and every time is closer to the surface of the skin. Under this situation, Ryan is sure to pull this energy out of the body at this time tomorrow. As long as he can pull out the energy, he has already taken the first step in the cultivation of armament haki. Although he can't control armament haki well, as long as he can cover armament haki, then it is only a matter of time before master armament haki. The next day, Ryan came to the training ground again to train. Today's content is not any different from yesterday's content. After a day of training, Ryan returned to the dormitory again to sense the energy in his body. This time, the energy was finally forced out. The energy is concentrated on the surface of the skin, forming a hard touch. $1*ZZ at the feeling for Ryan is like the bullying surface is covered with invisible air pressure. He tries to chop with a knife, axe, but did not play any role in the body covered by the armed color. This feeling is very strange and strange. With armament haki covering his body, Ryan could feel that this energy began to be gradually controlled by him. This is a good thing. He constantly urges this energy to wander around his body, entwining his axe from time to time, making the axe extremely sharp. The next thing he needs to do is to increase this energy so that he can cover armament haki all over his body. It is easy to do this, as long as you continue to enhance your physical skills, because armament haki is the energy released by the powerful body. If you go to Master Observation Haki next, this trip to the headquarters is complete. Ryan shook his hand, feeling the touch from his hand, and nodded unsatisfactorily. It was a powerful force, and now he finally had the means to resist Crocodile. Finally, he officially reached the threshold of the strong. In the early morning, Ryan showed Zephyr his armament haki. Zephyr nodded and said, although you have mastered armament haki is also very strong and weak. You still need to practice well in the future. Yes, instructor. Ryan nodded after hearing this. Now that you have learned armament haki's words, then we can proceed with slightly more dangerous training. Zephyr held the long knife and said, use armament haki to resist my long knife, as long as you can resist it. Observation haki should be awakened soon. Understood. Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Zephyr used the knife even though he hadn't seen it. But it can also be imagined that the damage of a strong man like Zephyr's sword swing is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary swordsman. Unconsciously, Ryan became nervous, listening attentively to the surrounding movement. Swish! Ryan caught the sound, and armament haki immediately covered his body. With a crisp sound, Ryan could feel the force from the blade. You can easily predict the trajectory of my attack. It stands to reason that you are armed with haki, and you have already awakened. Didn't you feel it yourself? Zephyr watched Ryan and asked, from yesterday to today. Ryan could resist every time his attack. He was a little strange yesterday. Why is this happening? Perhaps Ryan is outstanding in this regard. But what he used today was a knife. It was strange that Ryan could still resist it. This was definitely not explained by his superior sensitivity. The only explanation is that Ryan has awakened observation haki, but he doesn't know it himself. Maybe his observation haki has some superficiality, but it is true that he should be awakened. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Ryan can directly withstand the incoming attack when he shoots, knowing that he just planned to take the knife. It should be impossible, instructor, Ryan said in surprise. When he awakened observation haki, he didn't know it himself. I ask you, how did you know that I would attack you here? Zephyr retracted his sword and asked. I have a feeling of instructor. You will cut me here, so I am armed in advance. Ryan said, just now the feeling in his heart flashed, and he immediately became armed. What about now? Zephyr said, his fist had hit Ryan's face, and there was a close contact with Ryan's face. Boom! Ryan flew upside down, and he stabilized his figure after marking hundreds of meters on the training ground. When Ryan got up, Zephyr was already in front of him. If you said you didn't awaken observation haki, your face would be swollen into a pig's head a long time ago. Why would there be nothing like it is now? Really, but when did I learn this? Ryan touched his face and wondered. He felt that the reaction speed of his head could not keep up with the reaction of his body. I wonder if it was when he was practicing with Pete. Too many beatings broke his head. You probably didn't realize that you already know observation haki. That's why this happens. Your body reacts faster than your brain. This is a good thing. It means that when you are facing an emergency, your body does not need to change your mind and your body automatically responds, but you also need to learn to keep up with the body's reaction. Zephyr thought that he encountered this situation for the first time, but this situation is not a bad thing, because people sometimes turn their minds and their bodies are not necessarily keep up, but Ryan is just the opposite. This means that Ryan will immediately make a move when the enemy makes a move. Yes, instructor. Ryan nodded after hearing this. Well, now that you have learned Haki, then you can practice yourself and the next time. I have nothing to teach you. Then I will rely on your own efforts to practice. Zephyr started. Yes, instructor. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, still didn't know when he learned observation Haki? And how does your body react faster than your brain? Could it be that his brain is a decoration, and his body has already discussed not to use him? What's going on outside? Vivi asked in confusion as he heard the noise. His Royal Highness, Your Majesty the King is comforting the people outside. Ikaram heard Kaido. Is it because of the rumors some time ago? Vivi said, the most important thing in our desert country is water. How could my father do this? It is obvious that someone is taking advantage of this. Yes, but we haven't found out who did it? Ikaram said, in addition, the drought is getting worse now, and everyone doesn't believe us anymore. This way? Vivi said with an ugly face when he heard the words, but even if it is like this, they can't wrong father. I must find a way to find out who the culprit is? Ikaram, you must know something, right? Tell me quickly, I know what you must have investigated? This? Ikaram thought about it and said, we found that behind all this is an organization called the Baroque Work Agency in action, but so far I haven't found any information about the Baroque Work Society. Then there is a way to join the Baroque Job Club? Vivi asked aloud. Since they couldn't find any information, they would be able to find a clue if they joined the Baroque Job Club. Yes, there is. Ikaram said, Your Royal Highness, are you planning to join the Baroque Workshop? Yes. If you don't join the Baroque Job Club, there will be no way to find the messenger behind the scenes, and whoever it is will not be able to prove the innocence of the father. Vivi nodded. Except you know about this matter, I plan to go. Talk to your father. I must find the guy who plunged Alabasta into a drought, but the Baroque Job Club is a terrorist organization. Your Royal Highness Princess will be dangerous to go alone. Let me go, it's more appropriate for me to go, Ikaram said. No, Ikaram. Father still needs you to help manage the kingdom's affairs. Let me go, Vivi spoke out. It won't work, Princess Vivi. Don't say I don't agree, even if His Majesty knows, it is impossible to agree. Ikaram shook his head. I'll make it clear to my father, don't worry, you just have to prepare the Baroque Job Club to join me. Vivi said, without giving Ikaram the opportunity to say it, he went to pack his things. She must find out the culprit that caused Alabasta to fall into the drought. Your Royal Highness. What else does Ikaram want to say? Only seeing Vivi's back left, he couldn't help sighing. I just hope that His Majesty will not really let the princess go down, otherwise it will be very dangerous. There are a lot fewer people at the Canola Flower Port these days. In the marine branch of Alabasta Canola Port, Brits can clearly feel that there are a lot fewer people outside these days. They all went to the capital. It's not surprising that there are fewer people. Pete drank his coffee and said, now the capital of Alabasta is very lively. I heard that King Nefertari Cobra is comforting the people. It turned out to be like this. I said why there are so many fewer people, but he is really useful to soothe it? He can only calm the anger of the people if he solves the drought, Brits said. Is that King Nefertari Cobra does not seem to be able to solve this drought. It is estimated that this turmoil will continue for some time. If Huashaishan Vice Admiral can solve Alabasta's drought, we Marine will definitely be able to establish great prestige in Alabasta. Compared with Alabasta, King Nefertari Cobra can solve this drought problem. Pete still has a higher chance that Vice Admiral can solve the drought problem. After all, they have also been in Alabasta for so long, and they have some knowledge of the whole kingdom, although there is a large population here. To put it bluntly, all the people here are a bunch of wastewood, and there are no capable people who can handle it. Otherwise, there will be a drought. It will not be delayed until it has not been resolved. Huashaishan Vice Admiral can solve this problem best. If it can't, the people of Alabasta will suffer, and we also live here. Once the Alabasta drought continues, it will have a big impact on us, Brits said. Yes, Pete looked at the yellow sand outside and said Alabasta was originally dry, but I didn't expect to encounter the current water shortage. If this continues, this place will eventually become a wasteland. Maybe decades later, there will be no more towns in this place, only a piece of yellow sand is left. Yeah, I hope Vice Admiral and them all go well. Brits nodded. In Naval Headquarters Marineford, Ryan tightened the code of justice given by Zephyr and said, then instructor, I will return to Alabasta first. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with. I always think that the drought in Alabasta was caused by Crocodile. It's just that I didn't learn Haki, and it was a bit tricky for Crocodile's naturalization ability, but now I think I should be able to investigate him. Go, don't miss any pirate. This is Marine's purpose. Even if he is 7 warlords of the sea, it is the same. As long as you find evidence of his crime, you can capture him. Zephyr nodded and said, remember. Live, don't slack in your practice. I see. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and stepped aboard the warship returning to Alabasta. At the port, Zephyr met and watched Ryan leave. Teacher, what are you looking at? Hina asked curiously, looking at the direction of the warship. What did she see the teacher looking at here just now? Look at the rising star in this part. Zephyr glanced at Hina and said, you are not young anymore. How is Haki's learning? I told you not to rely too much on fruit power. Hina couldn't help feeling a little panic when she heard this. She hasn't studied Haki well at all. Even in physical skills, she is a little slack now. Now when asked by the teacher, she just feels a little rushed. I know that after you eat devil fruit, few of you who are capable will practice well. You can only gain the advantage in the early stage like this. After that, your defeat will only stop. Zephyr looked at Hina and sighed. How old are you now? 30, but even 19. Newcomers under the age of no one can compare. He has already learned Haki, and you are still standing still. After another 2 years, he will become admiral or vice admiral. You are still a colonel here. Are you embarrassed to be someone else's senior sister? Teacher, please don't say it, teacher. Hina immediately said. Hina knew that she was wrong. After Hina went back this time, Haki would never come back to this department if she didn't learn it. Why do you say she's okay to come and join in the fun? Okay, let's watch the excitement and see the fire coming on me. I hope you can say that you can do it, not just talk, Zephyr said, and walked away. For what Hina said, I didn't believe it very much. If Hina could really do it, she wouldn't have not learned Haki for so many years. Ugh. Fortunately, Ryan has learned. Otherwise, none of the younger generation Marines will know Haki for so long. Then he really has to be burdened. Seeing the look of Zephyr, Hina felt that she was really unlucky. She was just coming to say hello to the teacher, and it happened to be like this. No traces of dancing fans were found in the soil. Fire Mountain Vice Admiral. A staff member wearing a white scientific research uniform spoke to Vice Admiral of Huashaishan after testing the samples he brought. Sure enough? Huo Xiao Shen nodded when he heard the words. Then what you really want now is clear. King Nefertari Cobra did not use dancing powder. The rumors circulating in Alabasta are false. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the drought in Alabasta is a natural disaster? Hearing what Vice Admiral said, the sergeant spoke. No, except for natural disasters. Crocodile's ability can also do this. His ability can erode the ground and turn soil into sand. It is not difficult for the original river to dry up. As a veteran pirate, Crocodile still has many methods recorded by Marine. Among them is intelligence about the ability of the opponent to erode the land. Since this is the case, can we catch him right away? Huashaishan Vice Admiral, the sergeant asked. If you want to catch him, we have to find evidence that he did these things, otherwise there is no way to catch him, and this is the most difficult point. If he personally caused the current drought in Alabasta, then he must have left no traces, which means that we can't find anything even if we check it, so he dared to stay in the rain with such peace of mind. How easy is it to catch Crocodile? Without evidence, it would be impossible for them to act on Crocodile, which would affect Marine and alienate the relationship between other 7 warlords of the sea and Marine. Then what should I do next? The sergeant asked with a headache when he heard that he could not find evidence of Crocodile's crime. Just wait slowly. We will stay for a long time. He will naturally be unable to bear it. When he can no longer continue to commit the crime, the weather in Alabasta may recover again, and it will rain again. Alabasta is not so easy to believe the rumors, Huashaishan said, looking at the sky. Since Crocodile feels that he hasn't left any traces, it's best to wait patiently. Otherwise, it depends on his efforts during this period of time, drifting with the rain. Ikarim, you don't need to be so nervous. Since the father has agreed to our heartbeat, then you should be happy, Vivi said with a smile. My father has already agreed to investigate the Baroque Work Society. Although the condition is that Ikarim must follow along, these conditions are acceptable as long as the father can agree. But I think it's a bit too dangerous, Ikarim said worriedly. Don't worry so much. Vivi smiled. Ikarim, did you pack your things? If you pack your things, we'll be ready to leave the kingdom. At this time, Marine is in Alabasta. Even if the Baroque Work Club wants to make trouble, it should stop now. We just took advantage of this time to leave, go to the sea to make some famous hauls, and then take the opportunity to join the Baroque Work Club. Yeah. Ikalim nodded when he heard the words, then he arranged his clothes in the mirror and said to Vivi, Your Royal Highness, do you need to change my appearance? No, the 2 of us don't show up often at Alabasta. The Baroque Job Club may not recognize us. Vivi urged, we should leave, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Ikarim nodded when he heard the words, and then stepped to pack his things. 2 hours later, Vivi and Ikalim rowed Karu out of the capital towards the canola port. A few days later, the warship stopped in the harbor. Ryan stepped down from the warship. Why did you get back so fast this time? Pete was curious. Ryan hasn't been back and forth for more than a month. Why did he come back so soon? I've learned hacky, why stay in this department? Ryan laughed. No, you are not bragging? Guess how long you have been away? How could it be possible to learn so quickly? Pete heard the words, somewhat unbelieving. Not that hacky is difficult to learn? Why does it seem so simple to get here? It's true, I just learned armament hacky from instructor. I've awakened observation hacky long ago. It's just that I didn't notice it, Ryan explained. The more you say this, the more ridiculous. Pete heard it and said, why am I so unbelief? Or you can give me a good practice after you return to the headquarters. Otherwise, I still think you are teasing me. No problem, let's practice. Ryan smiled. Nothing happened in the past few days when I left the headquarters, right? No, everything is fine in Alabasta. Pete Kaido. Huashaishan Vice Admiral hasn't left Alabasta yet? I saw their warships still staying. No, they are still in Alabasta. Pete said, I also think it's very strange why they stopped here before they left. If they have found a clue, then it is reasonable to investigate it, but they neither act nor intend to go, they just stay here. I don't understand what they mean. Is it this way? Ryan rubbed his chin when he heard the words, then ignore them. Anyway, they took the matter this time. It doesn't matter whether there is an investigation department or not. We just need to do our own thing. Well, I think so too. Pie Featured nodded, so I haven't been to them during this time. That's right. Ryan smiled. Let's go back to the branch. I will let you grow up and see what armament hacky is. I tell you, instructor can praise my talent. Really? Didn't Zephyr instructor always target you before? Why are you suddenly starting to praise you now? You have to be careful, Pete reminded him. Don't worry, I know it in my heart, you don't think of me as a fool. Ryan said, do you want to learn armament hacky? I think I have grasped some skills that can be taught to you, I believe it. At that time you can also learn armament hacky very quickly. Forget it, I can't learn your skills. When I really get to this point, I'll go back to the headquarters and learn from Zephyr instructor. Pete refused. If you see it, this is the strength of armament hacky. The whole body is as hard as real steel, not like the original iron body, which has a limit of hardness. In the Alabasta branch, Ryan is demonstrating his power in Pete Brits and the soldiers. No matter how the soldiers attacked Ryan, the blades slashed on Ryan unscathed. This is the power of armament hacky, as if covered with a layer of invisible armor, it can resist all physical attacks. Then the question is coming, sir. How can I learn armament hacky like you? A soldier asked. It's very easy to join the armament hacky crash course that I specially tailored for you, to ensure that you can learn armament hacky like me, Ryan said, waving his several tons of big rock smoothly. The soldiers couldn't help but sweat when they saw it, feeling that the armament hacky crash course, which was the official from the parent, seemed to be close to the underworld. How about? Does anyone want to participate? Don't you want to become stronger? You have to know that when you become stronger, you can become a lieutenant colonel like me. Ryan looked at the soldiers and said, giving them an encouraging look. The soldiers looked at each other when they heard the words, and then said to Ryan, it was too early some time ago. I just remembered that the clothes have not been collected yet. Yes, there are still many dishes in the cafeteria that have not been washed. I have to go and wash them right away. The ground on the training ground hasn't been dragged yet, I have to drag it quickly. It seems that the warship hasn't been cleaned yet. I'll go first. As the soldiers said, they ran away in groups, and in a short while, Britsline and Pete were left on the huge playground. Since you two have stayed, does that mean you two want to join my armament hacky crash course? Ryan raised his eyebrows and said, no, we stay here. I just want to tell you that your dog Awong is gone. 3 days ago someone saw the dog chasing AB****ch into the desert, Brit said, then turned and left. Also armament hacky crash course, he thinks that the crash course for the dead is pretty similar. Ha! Ryan was stunned when he heard this, that silly dog ran into the desert. Don't you stop it? Just let it run away? It's no use keeping it in the iron cage. It bit the cage and ran away, Pete said. Then why didn't you tell me just now? Ryan asked after hearing this. The dog has been running in for 3 days. If you want to live, you won't have any trouble for this little time. If you want to die, it won't be much use for you to go early now. Pete said, you don't have to worry too much, that stupid one. Dogs have a big life, and those who can't die are at most tanned as hot dogs in the desert. Then you have to get it back, too. Ryan said in a bad mood, stepped out of the branch in 2s and 3s and ran towards the outside. Alabasta's drought provided him with convenience at this time. There was no rain in the desert, and the smell remained and did not dissipate. Follow the smell left by Awong. Ryan quickly entered the desert. This stupid dog actually chased the little B****ch while he was away. When he caught it, he must interrupt his dog's legs to prevent it from running around. Here, your meal. Where did your dog stuff come from? Inside the spider bar, Zayla sighed as he watched the dog wagging his tail and eating. Spider bar? this idiot dog came here? It really makes me look for it, this idiot, by Ngawang. Ryan arrived at the door of the self-service bar before long, sniffing the strong smell of Ngawang in the air. Ryan can be sure that this idiot is here. So he pushed open the door of the spider bar and walked in. Hello, welcome. Zayla heard the footsteps coming from the door and said with a smile. Then I saw Ryan coming in wearing a marine coat. You stupid thing is really here, don't you like to eat bar food? The branch meal is not to your appetite? Ryan looked at the dog whose head was almost buried in the food and said, this idiot is still worried that he will die in the desert, and he has such a good appetite, and he is so happy to eat here. My lord, is this dog yours? Zayla said with a smile upon hearing this. It turns out that her identity has not been revealed yet, and she thought that the other party had specially arrested her. Yes, this dog ran out while I was away. I came here specifically to find him this time. Ryan laughed. I said why this dog is so smart. It turned out to be bred by Master Marine. Since it is an adult's dog, the adult would just take it back, Zayla said. Of course, I plan to take it back this time. Ryan smiled and said, it's just that I didn't expect an accident this time. If the boss doesn't mind, can you come back to the branch with me? The matter needs the help of the boss's wife to assist in the investigation. What's the matter? Zayla's face changed slightly when he heard the words, and he couldn't help but step back a few minutes. It's nothing, but I received information that the boss lady is a member of the Baroque Job Club, and I hope the boss lady can come back with me and tell me where your partner is. For the sake of Buza's face, I don't want to be rough with you. You should be honest and obedient. If you force me to take action, you will definitely get hurt. Master Marine is joking, I'm just an ordinary Baroque lady. How could it be a member of the Baroque Job Club must have made a mistake? Zayla said, looking around, looking for the most. Jill left the direction. Are there any mistakes? Just go with me, lady boss. If you make a mistake, I will compensate you for your business losses today, but if anything, you may have to spend some time in jail. Ryan laughed and said, don't try to escape, it's useless. Although your strength is good, you can be a senior agent in the Baroque studio, but there is no room for backhand in front of me. Miss. Two fingers sure enough, Marine found it? I knew it couldn't be hidden. Zayla sighed when Ryan said the name Miss. Two fingers. He untied the turban he was sucking on his head. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was nothing to hide. Don't plan to catch it, and are ready to fight back? Seeing Miss S' two-finger gesture, Ryan said, want to persuade me to catch it like this? It's impossible, Zayla said, with thorns all over his body, like a hedgehog. I am willing to talk to you for the sake of a dog, but since you are ready to fight, then I won't be polite to you. You take care of the dog, I will repay you well in prison, and ensure that you won't be hungry for 3 meals a day. Ryan said, his figure flashed. Zayla just felt black before his eyes, and then didn't know anything. Barking seeing this scene, Awang ran over immediately and yelled at Ryan. It seemed that he was complaining about why that person did something to Zayla, who kindly took it in.